Imagine having the power of Slack built by you. Every channel, every message, every AI insight tailor-made for your team from the ground up. Welcome to TeamFlow, your all-in-one AI-powered communication platform built for modern teams and organizations. In this project, we are going beyond a simple chat app. We are building a real B2B SaaS product. Sounds ambitious? Well, buckle up, because we are building it all from scratch. Every great SaaS starts with a first impression, so we will kick things off by building a stunning public-facing landing page designed not just to inform, but to impress. Complete with buttery smooth animations, it's the perfect professional gateway to our platform. Once a visitor is ready to get started, they don't just sign up as an individual, they create an entire organization. They will have a seamless onboarding experience with options to sign up using their email or social providers. Handling this complex flow from authentication to creating organizations and inviting team members is made incredibly simple thanks to our sponsor Kinde. It provides a complete production-ready toolkit for user and organization management. And because this is a real business, we need to handle payments. Kinde takes care of this too, managing subscriptions and billing right out of the box. Users get their own personal dashboard, allowing them to update organization details, payment details, or even change their plan, all without us having to do anything. Inside the app, users can create workspaces. From there, they can organize conversations by creating channels for different projects, teams, or topics, keeping everything neat and focused. The core experience is centered around a clean, real-time messaging interface. We will implement a buttery smooth reverse infinite scroll to load historical conversations. And thanks to our real-time functionality, not only do messages and reactions appear instantly, but we also see who is currently online at any given time. Of course, communication is dynamic. We will build essential features like message editing and emoji reactions. To keep main channels from getting cluttered, we will build a full-featured thread system, allowing for focused sidebar conversations on any message. Since a production-grade B2B SaaS needs to be rock solid and secure, we are protected by our second sponsor, Arcjet. With its web application firewall, powerful rate limiting, bot protection, and much more, we can defend against abuse and ensure that the platform stays fast for every user. Too many requests from one user? No problem. They are blocked for the next 5 minutes. Security has never been simpler. But here's where TeamFlow truly becomes a next-generation tool. We are infusing it with AI. Made a typo or struggling to find the right words, the AI assistant will polish your message with a single click. Drowning in a long conversation, instantly summarize any thread to get the key takeaways. And if you are wondering how we will make all of this possible, then let me break it down real quick. We are using Next.js for smooth, server-rendered magic, Tailwind CSS for clean, responsive UI, and a fully customized shared CN UI component system. Auth and billing are powered by Kinde. Thanks to Arcjet, we are protected from the ground up. And on the back end, we are using oRPC with Prisma as our ORM. By the end of this series, you won't just understand how to build a communication software. You will have engineered a fully featured AI-powered B2B SaaS platform, ready for real organizations, real collaboration, and real-world challenges. So, what do you think? Kinda wild, right? We are about to build TeamFlow, a full-on Slack alternative with all of the features you would expect and want, including AI and billing. And the thing is, I've been working on this project literally for 3 months already, breaking things, fixing them, and even rewriting this code base in total 5 times just to make sure that it's truly production grade. Everything here is built the right way, clean, scalable, secure, and the best part, you can follow along at zero cost. Everything that we will use in this video is completely free and does not require any credit card. Even the AI features that we will implement are completely free and don't need any credit card, which is super cool. Now, if you don't want to sit through this 24-hour tutorial, yes, you heard right, this is part 1 of a 24-hour tutorial, then you can just get access to the full code base using the link in the YouTube description. It includes a document with all of the steps outlined to get started, and of course a quick deployment video so that you can get TeamFlow running in seconds. And since you now know what we are going to build and what we will use to build TeamFlow, there are just 3 more things that you have to do. First of all, grab some water. Hydration is important. We will spend a lot of time together. Secondly, grab a keyboard. You will have to write a lot of code. And finally, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It would mean a lot to me and my heart. And if you want early access, members only videos, or just in general you want to support the channel, then consider becoming a channel member. It helps me create even bigger and crazier projects like this one. Also, huge shout out and thank you to Arcjet and Kinde for supporting and making this big tutorial even possible. Because here's the thing, this tutorial was originally planned to be released as a paid course. But now you are getting it here on YouTube for completely free. So with all of that out of the way, I guess it's time to roll the video which I recorded for you guys. So let's go! Alright friends, so it's now finally time to get started. I hope you enjoyed the demo, by the way. It took a lot of time to create, trust me, but let's get started. So I'm now on the Next.js documentation website, and you can find all of the URLs on the top left corner as you see here. And you know what, let's get started right away. So I will head over to the documentation to installation, and here you will already find an installation command to create a new project. The thing is, this uses npm as a package manager, and I don't want to use npm. The reason for that is quite simple. npm is slow, it's inefficient, you have to install everything, there is no caching, and also it does not play very well with React 19. What I mean by that is whenever you have like a version mismatch, you have to force install everything, and this is kinda annoying. I don't want to do that, and there are better alternatives. And for that reason, we will use pnpm in this video. pnpm is a better alternative to npm in every way possible. It's faster, more efficient, I wanted to say easier to use, but honestly, it's exactly the same. So npm is easy to use, pnpm is easy to use. And also you can use npm in this video. It does not matter, it will still work. You have to just force install all of your dependencies. If you haven't installed pnpm yet, then don't worry. Just head over to the documentation to installation, and here you will find all of the ways on how you can install pnpm. Either do it using npm or use Homebrew if you are on a Mac. Then once you installed it, just double check that everything works with pnpm-version, and as you see here, I'm on version 9.1. So this is installed, we can close this. By the way, Bun is also a great package manager, but it's a bit weird, or it does not play very well with Windows, and that's why I won't use Bun in this video. But again, you can use it if you want to. So since we now have pnpm installed, we can also create a new Next.js project. So here I have my terminal already open. This is, by the way, Ghosty. Ghosty is a nice terminal, but iTerm, or for example the standard terminal, also works. Then inside of here I will cd into my YouTube directory, and inside of here we can run pnpm create next-app at latest, and this will install the latest version of Next.js. The CLI will now ask us a few questions. So the project will be called teamflow-yt. Then I want to use TypeScript. I want to use ESLint. I want to use Tailwind. I won't use the source directory. It's not really needed. And I will, of course, use the app router. I will use TurboPack. And I won't customize the default import alias. Now here's the thing. For this video, I will use TypeScript. Nevertheless, you don't have to use TypeScript. You can continue watching this video by using JavaScript. Nevertheless, in this video we won't use any advanced concepts, which means, in my opinion, even if you don't know TypeScript, it would still make sense to use TypeScript. And since we now set up our project, we can also open it in our editor. So in this case I will use Cursor, but you can use any other editor. They are all the same, to be quite honest with you. So as you see here, my project is already opened, and if you want to do the same, just go to the top, click on File, and then click on Open Folder, as you see here. So this is now finished, and you know what? Let's go through the project directory and let's understand what the CLI created for us. So first of all, we have a tsconfig file. This is because we use TypeScript, and this is just the configuration file for TypeScript. Then we have a README, which you can update if you want to. We have a post CSS file. This is for Tailwind CSS. We have a package.json file, and inside of here you see all of the installed packages. This means we have normal dependencies and we also have development dependencies. Normal dependencies will show up in your production bundle size. Development dependencies are only accessible in development and won't update or change your production bundle size. And as you see here, we have React installed with a version of 19 and Next.js with a version 15. Now here's the thing, once this video gets released, there's a quite big probability that Next.js 16 will be released. This video is completely compatible with Next.js 16, so if you have Next.js 16 installed, then don't worry, continue watching this video, and if there are any relevant changes that you have to make to the code, then they will be also listed either in the YouTube description or in the YouTube comments. So we are finished with the package.json. Let's continue. We also have a next.config file. This is the configuration file for Next.js. Inside of here, we will later on configure our images and a few other things, but for now we can also continue. We then also have an ESLint file. This is for ESLint, quite important. We have a git ignore file, and here we list all of the files which we don't want to commit to GitHub, or in other words to our repo. Please also make sure that your .env file is whitelisted inside of here, because you don't want to commit all of your secrets to your repo. Then let's continue. We also have a public folder, and inside of here we will store all of our public assets. This means, for example, logos, images in general, fonts, what else, videos, GIFs, stuff like that. Everything which is public will be stored inside of here. In our case, we will store images in the public folder. And then we have also the most important folder, which is the app folder. Inside of here, we will define all of our business logic, our routes, data fetching logic and stuff like that. And for now, we have 4 files. First of all, the favicon. This is just what will show up on the top left corner. For example, this is the Next.js favicon, but we will see the Vercel favicon. We have a globals.css file. Inside of here, Tailwind CSS is already pre-configured. And then we have a layout file and a page.tsx. Here's the thing. I want to already set, like, I guess, a bit of a starting point. So I expect you to know the basics of Next.js for this video. This means you should know how routing works, you should know what the, I don't know, image component is, what the link component is, what they do, like the complete basics. I don't expect you to know groundbreaking stuff. I don't expect you to know advanced features. I don't even expect you to know streaming. Like literally, I want you to only know what routing is, what the link component is, what the image component is, how to define a route, and that's it, nothing more. So please, first of all, figure this out, the standard stuff. Go to ChatGPT, go to YouTube. I have a lot of cool beginner tutorials, check them out, and then continue with this video. Again, only the basics are needed for this video. And as you see here, this is our page.tsx, this is our index page. We already have a bit of default content which got generated, but we will delete it a bit later on. We also have our layout, and inside of here we literally don't really have anything. We just add our font right here, and then we pass our children. That's it. This means all of our routes, the index page, the hello route, an example route, etc. So this is already it, and I think we can already start our dev server. So I will open my terminal, and you can either do that with the shortcut Command J, or you can go to the top, click on terminal, and then on new terminal. But in this case, I like my shortcut. So inside of here, I will run pnpm run dev. If you use bun, then you want to say bun run dev, or if you use npm, you want to say npm run dev. Our dev server has now started up, and it exposed this route localhost 3000. So let's open it in a new window in Chrome. This is our index page. So if I open my page.tsx, this is our content, and this is what we see here. Let's actually update it a bit. So I will delete everything in the return statement, and I will create a new div with an h1, and inside of here I will say hello world. And as you know, this is how we all start as developers. It automatically updated, and it now says hello world. This worked beautifully. I can delete this unused import, and I guess it's time to get started with the project, since everything is now set up, which sets the stage for all of the cool stuff which we will implement in this video. And with what should we start? Should we start with the dashboard route, with an index page? This means with the home page. Should we start with some mutation logic? Should we set up our database? These are all good questions. So in this case, what would make the most sense? Well, in my opinion, it would make sense to set up some sort of UI library which we could use in the video. This means something that gives us components, a good theme, so pretty much like, or you could already say like a design system, something which is consistent and something that we can use. Because in this video we will need a lot of components, like for example a card component or a nice little button. Maybe we also need a color or a design system with predefined colors, blue, red, green, and they should all work together and stuff like that. We need a nice design system, and there are a lot of options out on the market, but in this video we will use Shared CNUI, my favorite component library. Now here's the thing, in theory Shared CNUI isn't even a component library, but rather a design system, or you could say the foundation for your own design system. So they give you a set of beautifully designed components that you can customize, extend, and build on. Start here, then make it your own, open source, open code. So how does it exactly work? Well, Shared CNUI actually uses something in the background which is called Radix UI. Radix UI is a component library which gives you unstyled, accessible, open source React primitives. This means they are accessible, but they are not styled. They are quite ugly, you could say. And Shared CNUI takes these components, styles them, gives you a good design system foundation, and then you can use them to either extend them, you can customize them, you can adapt them, or in theory you can also leave them as is, because the defaults already look quite good as you see here. And since you now know what Shared CNUI is, I think we can get started by setting it up. So the first step is to head over to the documentation, then we want to click on installation, and as a framework we use Next.js. Next.js. So here they provide us with a quick start guide. The first step is to create a project, and for that we can use the init command to create a new Next.js project or to set up an existing one. So in this case, let's just copy it, and as you see here, I already selected pnpm. Please select the correct package manager, and once that's done, I will go back and paste it into my terminal. Now here's the thing, whenever I install dependencies, I always stop my dev server. In theory, you can always open a second terminal tab and then install all of the dependencies while your main terminal pretty much runs your dev server. This works, this is fine, but I honestly don't do that because I don't know, I just find it easier to just stop the dev server, install everything, and then restart the dev server. With that, I make sure that all of the bundling works correct, that there are no issues. But again, in theory, you can do it. In theory, everything should work, but sometimes it does not work, which means it's just safer to stop the dev server and then install all of the dependencies. So I will paste the command inside of here. So which color would you like to use as the base color? We will choose neutral, and then it will check the registry, it will update the CSS variables, it will install all necessary dependencies, and it will create one file. So the project has been initialized successfully, and now we can add a few components. Let's start with the button component. I will just copy it and paste it. So this will install the button component, checking registry, installing dependencies, and it created one file. Let's check what it created. So if I open my Explorer, then you will see inside of here we have our app folder. Nothing changed inside of here. Well, one thing changed, I will show it to you in a second, but we have a few primary changes. First of all, we have a new file, components.json. This is the configuration file for shared CN UI, and as you see here, we use React server components, we use TypeScript, we use Tailwind. This is the icon library which we will use Lucid, and you can update everything as you want. So for example, in some cases you might not use React server components, then update it here. If you use JavaScript, then update this, and yeah, this is just the configuration file. Then we also have a lib folder with an utils file. This exports a CN helper function. This just makes it easier to merge CSS styles. And then we also have a components folder, and this components folder will store all of our shared CN UI components. This means the button component, the card component, the avatar component, and much more. Inside of here, you will see that this is the button component and this is the code. These are the styles, these are the variants, and inside of here, we also use this component provided by Radix UI. If you want to, you can also update these components, but in this video, we will use the default ones. As a next step, we want to now install all of the components which we will need in this video. For example, the button component, the card component, the avatar component, the collapsible component, the dialog component. So there are quite a few components which we will need in this video. Now it would be quite annoying to go through all of these and to install them manually. So thankfully I already took the time and I created a list on all of the components which we will need in this video. So if you bought access to the GitHub repository, then you will get also access to this document. I'm not sure if it will be in Notion or maybe in Google Docs. Nevertheless, this is a document which pretty much is a step-by-step guide for this project. All of the steps are listed inside of here, what you have to do, what you have to install, and stuff like that. If you don't have access to the GitHub repository, you also won't have access to this document. Nevertheless, don't worry, if you watch the video, you can just follow me and everything will work. This is just a nice helper to give you a better overview. But if you have access to the guide, then please copy this installation command. If you don't have access to this guide, then don't worry, head over to my YouTube description and there you will find this installation command. So once copied, you can open your terminal, and in this case I will just paste it, and this will install all of the components which we will need in this video, like for example the tooltip component, the toggle component, the card, button, dialog, form, input, and all of the other components. So I can now click on enter and it will go through all of these components and install them. Everything has been installed, and if I open my components folder, I have a lot of new components. Also, let me quickly open the globals.css file, and as you see here, a lot has changed. We now have this add theme, we have this root, we have .dark, and these are all CSS variables used by shared CN UI. Because as mentioned, shared CN isn't a component library, but rather the foundation for your design system. This means you get access to components, to a theme, so this is like a color theme with the border radius defined, the colors defined, the destructive color, stuff like that, and you can update it if you want to. But for now, we will leave it as is. And now we are finally finished with the basic setup of this library, and we installed all of the components needed for this video. Maybe we will install more components later on, but for now this should be it. As next step, I want to implement dark mode, because currently there's no way for us to switch the theme. Because if you go to the shared CN website, you will find this nice theme toggle where you can switch the theme very easily, and that's the same thing that we want for our website. So if you go to the documentation, then you will find the section on the left side called dark mode. So we use Next.js, and here we already have a quick start guide. So the first step is to install Next-themes. This is the package which will pretty much manage everything. So let me install it, and the next step is to create a theme provider. So I will copy the code, I can go back, and then in the components folder, in the UI folder, we will create a new file, a theme provider file. So let's create a new file, and this will be theme-provider.ts. In theory, this could also be, for example, stored in the lib folder. You know what, this actually makes a bit more sense, so I will put it into the lib folder, but this file is currently empty, so let's go back, let's copy the code and let's paste it. We get an error, and that's because this should be a tsx file and not a ts file. You will also see that this is a client component, and this is needed for Next-themes to work as expected. So this is finished, let's continue, and the next step is to wrap our root layout with the theme provider. So I will just copy this code, go back, and we want to open our root layout. We want to then wrap our children in this theme provider. Let's import it, and now please make sure that you import it from your lib folder. Don't import it from Next-themes. We want to import it from the lib folder because we exported it with the use client directive, and it's important that you use the use client directive. Then we can close this again, this is finished, and there's one important thing that you have to do, and that's that you want to add the suppress hydration warning property to the HTML tag, and this should already be it. The next step is to add a mode toggle, and this is just a theme toggle as you know it. So let's click on code, I will copy it, and let's go back. I want to open my Explorer, and then in the components folder, in the UI folder, we will create a new file, and this will be theme-toggle.tsx. We can then paste the code. All of the necessary components are already installed, like for example the button component and the drop-down menu component. One thing which I want to change is the name of the component. This shouldn't be called mode toggle, but instead theme toggle. So this is finished, and let's test it out. So we can go to the index page and let's import theme toggle from our components. And if we again go back and do a hard refresh, we instantly get an error. So let's restart our dev server with pnpm run dev, and then we should see our theme toggle in a second. This is our theme toggle, and if I click on light mode, everything changes. And if I do a hard refresh, the theme selected selection is persisted. It's stored in local storage, which means everything works as expected. Let's go back to dark mode to not blind you guys. And as a next step, we can continue with the home page. But before we continue with that, I want to first of all commit all of my changes. Let's head over to github.com. In GitHub, you want to click on new repository. So you want to create a new repository for the repo name. This will be, let's call it TeamFlow YouTube. For the description, this will be super cool project, nice. And for the visibility, this will be private. We don't want to use a template. Should we add the README? Nope. Add git ignore? Nope, nope. Let's create the repository. So this will create everything. We now have a quick start guide. So as a next step, we want to push our code from our local repo, because this is a local repo, and we want to push it into our remote repo. In this case, this one. So first of all, let's go back. Let's open our terminal. I will stop the dev server and let's say git init. This will initialize a new Git repository, or in this case, it will reinitialize an existing Git repository, but this is fine. As a next step, we want to stage all of our changes. Git add everything with a dot, and then git commit -m, and for the message, this will just be step 1 shared CN UI. Let's click on enter. This committed all of the changes, and we want to push these changes to the repo. So let's go back, and here we can now use the quick start guide. We can copy this git branch m command. I will paste it inside of here. We want to copy this git remote command. Let's paste it inside of here. And as a last step, we can push the code. So let's copy this command and let's paste it. So this will now push this code to our repo, and in theory it should work nicely. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, we should see our code, and that worked nicely. Initial commit from create next app. This was committed when we installed our project, and then we have our step 1 commit, and this is what we just committed. So this worked nicely. Let's close this and let's continue with the homepage. Alright, so as a next step, I want to continue with the homepage. So if you have access to the Notion document, then you will already see what steps are needed. But in general, there are 2 options. Option number 1 would be to completely code it by ourselves. This is valid and it works, but it takes a lot of time, and let's be honest, I'm not a designer, you probably also are not a designer, so it doesn't really make sense to code it by ourselves. It would be nice to use a template, but most premium templates cost money, and as you all know, this tutorial is completely free. This means we need some sort of component library which is free to use, which offers a nice template. So not really a component library, but now rather a template library which builds on top of shared CN UI. Now, if you watched my videos on or how is it called, like I found the best shared CN UI components, then you will know that I already shared a lot of libraries with you guys. And for the hero section in this video, we will use a library which is called Tailarc. So on the top left corner, you will find the domain tailarc.com, and this has like a lot of sections, you could say. So for example, if I go to the blogs, they have hero sections, logo cloud, features, integrations, content, stats, team, and much more. But in this case, we want to create a hero section, which means we want to use this layout. It looks quite nice. We have a nav bar, then this hero image, and then these logos. We can also quickly look at the code. This uses standard shared CN UI with a bit of Tailwind and also Framer Motion for animations. So if I go to my hero section, we have these transition variants, and then there are also a few other components like the animated group, and this then uses Framer Motion. I think you all know what Framer Motion is, but in general it's an animation library. It was called Framer Motion, now it's just called Motion, and as they say here, a production grade animation library for the web. So since we now know all of that, I think we can also get started by integrating this section, and thankfully it's quite simple. So you can either just copy paste paste the code. This is one option, but a better option is to just copy the CLI command. So right here on the top, they already have a pnpm example. I will just copy this, go back, open my terminal and paste it inside of here. This will install everything. It will create the components and it will of course install Framer Motion, which is also quite important. This is now finished. Let's open our Explorer, and as you see here in the UI components folder, we now have a new animated group. We have this text effect component. We have this logo component, hero section and header. So everything is installed and everything looks good. So to test everything out, we can for now render it inside of here. I can just delete the H1 and theme toggle, and we want to get the header. So how is it called? Let's go to the components, header, and it's just called hero header. So inside of here, I can get the hero header from my components. And I want to also get the hero section. This is self-closing. Of course, I want to restart my dev server to see something. And if we again go back and if I do a hard refresh, in theory, I should see a hero, but I don't see anything. And that's because we use this image component with this URL, which of course is currently not whitelisted in our next.config file. If this confuses you, if you're not sure what I mean with whitelisting, don't worry, we will come to that a bit later on. But for now, what we have to do is update our hero section. And you know what? We already get 9 errors. As you see on the top, it says 9+, and that's because we have a few errors. And the first one is regarding this variance. And if you hover over it, you will see, damn, this is a confusing error. I have no clue what it means. So type string, bounds, duration is not assignable to this, any. This is confusing, and yeah, it's kind of confusing to be honest with you, but it's actually a very simple fix. So if you look at the doc, at the Notion doc, then you will see that we want to just mark this as const. And if I save this, the error will automatically go away. And this yellow error is not really an error, but instead this is an ESLint warning. So if I scroll to the bottom, it will say right here, hey, don't use the image tag, instead use the image component. In this case, we don't really care. So you know what, we can just hover over it, we can click on quick fix, and then we can disable the ESLint rule. So quick fix, I want to disable no image, so this one at the bottom or in the middle in this case, not this one, but for the entire file, and then this warning will go away. So our hero section is, I guess, working again. Let's go back, let's do a hard refresh, but we still get the error with the image. That's fine, that's what we want to fix. So here's the thing, currently for the image we pass this remote URL, and this is from the website itself, Talius. Talius is like the other product. One product is TailArc, another product is Talius. This is not really important. The important thing is that we want to switch out these remote URLs for our real URLs. So not URLs, but for our real images, for our real logos. So here's the thing, if you have access to the repo, so let me show it to you quickly. So here's an example repo, and as you see here, this is the project structure, and if you have access to the repo, then you will find the public folder, and in the public folder I will have all of the images which are needed for this video. For example, all of the company logos which we will use, which we will render in a second, but also like more general, you could say, images, like for example the background image which we will use for the hero, and much more. So if you have access to the repo, you can just click on code and then you can download this whole code repo as a zip file. If you don't have access to the repo, which you should, but if you don't have access, don't worry, I will also have a link in my YouTube description with the link to my public assets. If I forget about the link, then please just remind me in the comments, I will then add it. But yeah, this is it. So this is finished, I can just close it, and let me add the images quickly here into my public folder. Alright, so I added all of my images, logo, night background, screenshot light, everything is added, everything looks good, and we can start updating our hero section. So let's start with the most important thing. Let me zoom out a bit. So let's start from the top. We have the hero header, this is the header, then we have this, okay, animated group, this is fine. fine. And here we already have our first image. We render this night background. This means we want to get our night background, and instead of passing the source, we will pass the actual image. So let's scroll to the top, and then inside of here we can create an import statement. We want to get the background image, and this will be from @/public and then /night background. Let's again scroll to the bottom. I will just search for image, and then instead of rendering this URL, we will render background image. So let's continue. What's the next step? What other images do we have here? We have this one. This is already for our logos. Is there any other image? Let me search for the image component. And as you see here, yes, we have a few other images. And these images are for our background. So if I go to the TailArc website, right now we replace this background. So this stars background, if this makes sense, night background. And as a next step, we want to update this image for our real image. This means let's again go back, let's scroll to the top, and let's import the two images which we need. I can just say import, and I want to get the hero light. This will be from @/public/hero, or not hero, but screenshot light. I will copy paste this. Now I want to get the hero dark, and this will be screenshot/dark.png. We can again scroll back to the image component and we can update it. So this image is for dark mode. So here we want to get the hero dark, if I'm not mistaken. And here we want to get our hero light. And this should already be it. So if we again go back and do a hard refresh, everything should work. We have our navbar, then we have our hero, and of course we get our image down below, which looks quite nice. Are there any changes which we should make here? So let me look at the image quickly. Border, dark hidden. Let's update the image class name a little bit. I want to just say object contain and also object top. I want to do the same thing for this image. This means this will also be object contain and object top. Oh, and by the way, don't worry, I will turn off the auto suggest in a second. For now, this is not really hard or confusing, so it's fine if I leave it on. Then let's continue. Let's again go back. This all looks good. This is fine. And if we scroll to the bottom, we have these logos. As mentioned, I want to render my own logos. For example, the Arcjet logo, the Kinde logo, the Motion logo. So what's the first step? Well, the first step is to import all of the images. So on top, we can say import Arcjet logo, and this will be from @/public/companies and then /arcjet.png. So if you open your Explorer, you will find a public folder with a companies folder, and inside of here we have a few images. So in total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 images in total, and what I want you to now do is just to import the rest. This means let's do another one. Import, this will be Kinde logo from @/public/companies/kinde.png. And now please do the same for the rest. This means for the other 5 images, and I will also do the same thing, and once finished I will come back. So I imported all of the logos from /companies, and let's again scroll to the bottom and we can update our image tags. So here you will find the section with images, and here we render the logos in general. So currently we render the NVIDIA logo, but instead of doing that, we can actually update our source, and we want to get the Arcjet logo. We can also convert this to the standard image component because it optimizes our images for free, why not? And we can delete the width and height properties because the image component will infer these properties. If image optimization is something new to you, so this means if you don't really know what the image tag does, what the image component does, then I will also link a video on the top right corner. It's a very good video, a deep dive, which sadly didn't get as much traction as I wanted it to get, but hey, it's a good video, check it out. You will learn a lot about image optimization, how the image component works, how the image tag works, what CLS is, why you need the width and height properties, and much more. So this is fine. We can also update the class name. So this will be MX Auto, height 7. We can delete width fit, and instead let's say object contain. So this should be it. Let's again go back. On the bottom left corner, we see the Arcjet logo. So let's continue. The next logo will be for kind. So we can convert this image into an image component. For the source, we want to pass our kind logo. And we can delete the width and height properties. Then for the class name, mxauto is fine, height4 is fine, width fit is fine, and dark invert is also fine. If we again go back, then we will see the kind logo. Let's continue. For the next logo, I want to render the Vercel logo. So for the source, this will be Vercel logo, and we can delete the width and height properties. And by the way, I won't do it, but if you have the time, please also update the alt properties to the corresponding logo. So here you want to say kind logo, here you want to say Vercel logo, here you want to say Arcjet logo, and so on and so on. Then for the class name, mxauto is fine, height4 is fine, width fit is fine, and dark invert is also fine. Let's continue with the next image. So let's convert it to an image component. We can delete the width and height properties, and this image will be for neon. So for the source, we can get neon db logo. Then for the class name, mxauto is fine, height5 is fine, width fit is fine. Dark invert will actually be kinda a problem. Let me show it to you. So if I again go back and scroll to the bottom, the logo looks kinda weird. And why is that? So what exactly does dark invert do? Well, in dark mode, it inverts the colors. And in this case, the neon DB logo, let me quickly show it to you, is already dark mode friendly natively. So this currently loads, but as you see here, in dark mode, it would showcase, or the text would be white. But in this case, since we inverted from white to black, which does not make any sense. We want to only invert the colors in light mode, because in light mode, the text should be dark. In dark mode, the text should be light. This means instead of saying dark invert, we can say invert for light mode, and then in dark mode, we can say invert 0. In light mode, the logo will be inverted, but in dark mode, it will stay as is. Let's continue with the next logo. Let's get the image component. We can delete the width and height properties. For the source, instead of having this URL, we want to get the oRPC logo. And for the class name, mxauto is fine. Height should be 6, a bit bigger. Width fit is fine. And dark invert, we can delete it because the oRPC logo isn't white or black. Instead, it's this mix of colors, this purple color and the white color. So we don't have to invert anything. Then let's continue with the next image. Let's convert it into the image component. We can delete the width and height properties. And for the source, instead of having this, we want to render the Prisma logo. Then for the class name, mxauto is fine. For the height, this should be 6, a little bit bigger. Width fit is fine, and we want to also invert the color in dark mode. And this logo will be for motion. So let's convert the image tag into an image component. We can delete the width and height properties. And for the source, this will be motion logo. For the class name, mxauto is fine, height 7 is fine, width fit is fine, but we want to invert the colors again in a different way. So if I again go back and scroll to the bottom, you will see that motion looks a bit weird, and that's because it should be light mode, or not light mode, but the color should be light, and it's already light by default. This means in dark mode, we don't want to invert it at all. If you now go back, it instantly looks better. But as you know, we will also offer light mode, and in light mode, it should be dark. We can say invert for light mode, and in dark mode, we can say invert 0. That's already it. And if we again go back, it finally looks quite good. And for the last logo, we won't update it. OpenAI is fine. It's a nice logo and it works. So I think we are already finished with the homepage. Is there anything missing? Well, of course, there's still a few things missing. Because this text, yeah, it's fine, it looks good, but this does not really, or it's not the right text for our website. We don't offer modern solutions for customer engagement. We have a communication software for teams. We can again go back. We want to open the hero section and we want to update the text in general. So if we look at the page, what do we have to update? We have to update this. We have to update this. this and these two buttons. So let's start with this little badge, introducing support for AI models. Let's search for it, introducing support for AI models. And instead of saying that, we can just say introducing new AI features. Let's again go back. This already looks way better. And let's continue with this main H1. So instead of saying modern solutions for customer engagement, we can instead delete it. And we want to say the AI-ready home for team communication. So if we go back, then you will see that this already makes way more sense. Then let's continue with this description. So instead of rendering this blob, we can just delete it and we will say Tailflow, because this is how our company is called, organizes conversations into channels with threads, is real time, and uses AI to keep teams in sync. So if we again go back, then you will see that this also already makes way more sense. The last step is to update our buttons. So currently this says start building and the other button says request demo. In this case, start building is fine. Maybe we should still update it. I can just delete it and let's maybe say get started. And for the second button, yeah, request the demo is fine, but it does not look very nice. This has the variant ghost and I'm not a big fan of this variant. Instead, we can use secondary and this looks way better. Nevertheless, the gap is not that big, which is not that nice. So we can go to the wrapping div and here we should have like a gap, yes, gap 2. Let's update it to gap 4, for example. Boy, you know what, maybe even gap 5, let's see. Yeah, I think gap 5 works quite well. So the hero section is completely finished and there's one more thing which I want to update, and that's the navbar, because we don't want to render this logo. We have our own logo. So let's again go back and we can open the header, and in the header we want to update our nav. So instead of rendering this logo, we can render our own logo. So first of all, if you open your Explorer, then you will find this logo component. We don't need it. We can just delete it because this is the tail arc logo. If we go back to the header, we should now probably get an error. Yes, as you see here, we get an error, and that's because this logo does not exist. So let's delete it and let's import our own logo. So I can just say import logo from @public/logo.png. I can also quickly open it. This is the logo and it looks quite nice. If you wonder how I created this logo, I used a website called ray.so, and then here you can create an icon, so icon maker. I just used some weird icon, I don't remember anymore, and then I updated the color to this blue theme. That's it. So if you want to, you can create your own icon, but you can also use the one which I added in the repo. So the logo is imported, we can scroll to the bottom and we can update our link. So first of all, let's delete the logo, let's get the image component from next/image, let's pass our source, the source will be logo, the alt will be logo, for the width this will be 32 and for the height this will be 32. You don't have to add the width and height because the image component already infers the width and height. Nevertheless, it's a good practice to sometimes do it. Well, not sometimes, always, but sometimes it matters more than other times. And in this case, it matters a bit more than in our hero section. So this is fine. And then underneath our image, we can get an H1 and we want to say tail. Then we want to get the span element, and inside of here we can say flow, so tail flow. If we again go back, then you will see here that this already looks quite good, to be honest with you, but it could be a bit bigger, the font weight could be bigger, and in general we can just make it look nicer. So we can go back, we can update the H1, let's give it a class name. This will be text to XL and font which will be bold, and we can update the span element, and this will be text primary. If we leave it as text primary, nothing will change. It's still white. And that's because our default theme uses the white theme. So if I open ui.shadcn.com, so our components library, and if I go to themes, then you will see that this is the theme which we currently use. And this just uses white as a base color. And that's why when I say BG primary or text primary, it's also white. Later on, we will update our theme, and and then this will make the flow blue instead of white. Currently we can leave it as is just for testing purposes, but later on, once we do a bit of fine tuning, we will of course update the theme to make it look nicer and also more unique. So let's again go back. Does the link in general look good? Yes, href, area label, class name. I think this is finished. So we have our hero, we have our header section, and I think we are finished with the hero or with the landing page in general. Maybe before we continue with the third step, which is to implement authentication, we can maybe optimize our project structure a bit. So let's open our Explorer. Currently we render this, you could say, section in our page.tsx. Later on, we will have our index page, which pretty much is a marketing page. And then we will have like our dashboard, and in the dashboard, our teams can communicate. So in the channels itself. This means we pretty much have two main sections, a marketing page and then the core product, the dashboard. The dashboard will be behind an auth layer. This means the user has to be authenticated to view the dashboard. The marketing page is a public route. Anybody can view it. This means it would be quite nice to separate these two sections, because currently it lives in the page.tsx and it does not tell us developers, hey, this is a marketing page. It just says, hey, this is the page.tsx, but we don't really know what it is. So I want to structure my project. And how do you do that? Well, I created a lot of videos on how to structure your project the right way, but the solution which we are looking for is called route groups. So if you go to the documentation, you can search for route groups. And by the way, the documentation is your best friend. And here you will see route groups are a folder convention that let you organize routes by category or team. So a route group can be created by wrapping a folder name in parentheses. This convention indicates the folder is for organizational purposes and should not be included in the route's URL path. And that's exactly what we want. We don't want to create a /marketing route. No, we want to just use it for organizational purposes. And here they have a very good example. We have two main route groups, admin and marketing. In the admin route group, all of the admin stuff is stored. This means the dashboard and maybe all of the mutation logic, stuff like that. And in the marketing section, well, all of the marketing routes live. About, blog, example, to do, I don't know. These routes don't make any sense, but in general, like marketing routes, about, blog, the index page itself, and stuff like that. So in this case, we want to do the same thing in our example. So in the app folder, we can create a new route group. Let's use parentheses, and this will be marketing. Since we want to use the index page inside of here, we want to actually copy this content and we want to delete the page.tsx. And then in the marketing route group, we can create a new page.tsx and paste the content inside of here. So if we save this and go back, in theory, everything should still work. And as you see, everything works. But we can structure it even further. So as an example, we currently use the hero section and the header. Where do these two components live? They live in the main components folder. But here's the thing, this is an organizational question from me to you. Do we reuse these components anywhere? Do we use them in the admin dashboard, or will we use them in the admin dashboard? No, we will only use them in the marketing page itself. It does not really make any sense to store them in the main components folder. It would rather make way more sense to store these components in the route itself. And that's what I call feature-based architecture, or the professional term is vertical slice architecture. This means you want to store the code next to your feature, next to what it really relates to, if this makes sense. So for example, this header and hero section will only be used in the marketing section itself. So it does not make any sense to store it inside of here. If the header would be reused in multiple places, so let's say in the marketing route, then later on in the dashboard route, then in a to-do route, in an example route, if it would be reused in multiple places, then it would would make sense to store it inside of here. But since we will only use it inside of here, it will also make sense to group it in this route group. I created a lot of videos on this architecture, which I would recommend you to watch. I will also link the videos on the top left corner or top right corner. Check them out, they are very important, but we can just continue. So in the marketing folder, I can create a new folder, and this will be underscore components. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why underscore components? Why not just normal components? Good question. The documentation is your best friend. Alright, I now literally searched 30 minutes for this underscore folder name structure because the documentation search is actually very bad. So hey, Next.js team, please update it, make it more or make it better. Nevertheless, it's called private folders. And what are private folders? Well, private folders can be created by prefixing a folder with an underscore. As an example, underscore folder name. This indicates the folder is a private implementation detail and should not be considered by the routing system, thereby opting the folder and all of its subfolders out of routing. So here's the thing, in theory, this is not really needed in the app router, because in the app router, only a page.tsx or a layout is converted into a route, but a components folder is not converted into a route. Nevertheless, it's still a good practice. It was introduced in the pages router. I use the pages router, which means this is quite normal for me. This is just how I use Next.js. You don't have to do it like that, but it's a quite good practice in my opinion. And then inside of here, we can use these two components, or we can store them in this components folder. So I will just copy them and paste them into this components folder, which lives in marketing. Let me also update these imports, that's fine. And this in theory should work. So if I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, everything still works nicely. I get all of my data, and I guess we are finished with section 2, which was to implement our homepage. So let's push these changes into our GitHub repo, and instead of just committing them, we can create a new branch, which is a good practice. So I will stop my dev server. Inside of here, I will say git checkout -b. So -b creates a new branch, and here we will say step -2 hero section. Let's click on enter. It's switched into this new branch, step 2. Inside of here, we can say git add everything with a dot to stage all of our changes. We can say git commit -m for the message. This will just be added, I don't know, what can we say inside of here? Made all changes, why not? Let's click on enter and we can say git push, but we instantly get a warning, an error, fatal. The current branch has no upstream branch. To push the current branch and set the remote as upstream, use this command. Okay, let's exactly do that. We will copy it and paste it inside of here. This should push all of our changes, so let's wait for that. And yes, this was successful. Let's go back. Let's open GitHub. We instantly get this yellow, how would you say, alert, or this orange alert, which says, hey, step 2 hero section had recent pushes. Compare and create a pull request. And that's exactly what we will do. So you can either just click on this button, but if for some weird reason you don't get this pop-up, which I guess is fine, then you can just go to pull requests, you can create a new pull request, and you want to use this branch. So step 2 hero section. Let's click on it and I will click on create pull request. For the title, we will use the default. For the description, we will use the default, and let's create a pull request. And why are we doing this? Do I want to show some company inside of here or something like that? No, this is just how you do it professionally. And in this video, I put a very big focus on professional code, clean code, best practices, security, and one good practice is to create pull requests, to review the code, and then to merge it. In this case, will we go through the code and review it? No, not really. We just wrote the code, there is nothing to review. So in this case, everything looks good, which means we can click on merge pull request, and let's say confirm merge. This will merge everything into main. We can in theory delete the branch. Do we want to do that? I guess sure. I don't think that we will reuse it anytime soon. We can again go back, and what we want to do is go back into the main branch. So you can either do it using the terminal git checkout, and then we can say main. This will switch us back into the main branch, or you can do it using this section at the bottom. So if you click on main, you can check out into a different branch. But now please make sure that you are in main, as you see here, and if you go back, you will see that we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, we have this indicator and it says pull 2 commits from origin main. So what we want to do is literally just get the changes which we just merged. So in this case, we can either say git pull, or we can, for example, click on this button. But I will say git pull, and if I click on enter, it will pull all of the new changes. And it instantly updated. We don't get any errors anymore. And if you click on the source graph or on the source control in general, then you will also see here, hey, we had our main branch, then we created a new branch, which was called step 2 hero section, and then we merged this branch into main. So this is finished. We can just close this. Alright, so it's time to continue with step number, what was it? 1, 2, no, it's 3. And step number 3 is to implement authentication. Because here's the thing, right now, if I click on login, well, nothing will happen. If I click on sign up, nothing happens, which is kinda annoying. We want to change that, and it's also very vital for us to implement authentication because our workspace route, and what I mean by that is like literally just our, you could say, dashboard route where the users can message with each other, this should be only for authenticated users. If we have a user which is not authenticated, well, then he shouldn't be able to see this view here. I think this makes sense, right? This means we need some sort of solution which allows us to authenticate users, to authorize users, but we also need a solution which can bill our users. Now, in most cases, this would mean, hey, we have to spin up custom authentication, we have to spin up Stripe, we have to spin up webhooks, connect everything, which is super annoying. And therefore, what I want you to do right now is click on the first link in the YouTube description, which will redirect you to Kinde. So what exactly is Kinde? Well, Kinde is pretty much a combination of auth and billing. This means auth-Z and auth-N, authentication, authorization, and also billing, which allows you to bill your users for your, you could say, platform. This means we can charge our users a monthly base price, let's say $50 per month, and that's it. Kinde in the background uses Stripe. It automatically connects everything to the authenticated users. We have one profile and everything is done by Kinde. But let's look at the website a bit. So Kinde, first of all, at its core offers authentication and authorization. Everything from basic password auth to passwordless auth to, of course, social OAuth, for example, GitHub sign-in, Apple sign-in, and so on and so on. Of course, they also offer more, you could say, important and advanced features like, for example, multi-factor auth, which you can implement with just one click of a button, and SSO, Enterprise Single Sign-On. This is not needed for this video. Nevertheless, if you ever build a big project which will need or which will have a lot of B2B clients, then this is a very important feature. So this was now authentication, but as mentioned, they also offer authorization, roles and permissions. You can create an admin role, for example, a user role, and then you can have multiple permissions. Create account, delete account, get account, and so on. They also have feature flags, which you don't see quite often, to be honest with you, or I have never seen an authentication provider offer feature flags, even though it makes a lot of sense. And the thing is, for Kinde, B2B is at its core. And in this video, we will use organizations, because here on the left side, we have a workspace sidebar, and workspaces are organizations. We can have users which are linked to one organization or to multiple organizations. In this case, this is my account, and I, Jan Marshall, am linked linked to 3 organizations, 3 workspaces, and implementing them with Kind is super easy because it actually already enables organizations as a default. This means whenever a user signs up, this user will be signed up to the default organization, but we of course will create custom ones as you see here. But this was now the core offering, authorization, authentication, feature flags. This is something that they have been offering for multiple years, but recently they released billing, which allows you to start monetizing your ideas with game-changing billing tools. So how exactly does it work? Well, Kind in the background uses Stripe. They do everything for you. They already implemented the webhooks and stuff like that, and they also automatically connect the Stripe customer to the Kind authentication customer. So you don't have to deal with any syncing, all of the syncing is done for you. And the nice thing is with Kind, you don't have to create your own pricing table. It's done for you. Define the features, define the price, define the entitlements, which is super important, and then Kind will generate this beautiful pricing plan automatically, or pricing table in this case. And yeah, that's already it. As they say, Stripe on steroids, because it's super easy to implement and it works super well. And here's the nice thing. Any currency. A lot of competitors only offer one currency, USD, but with Kind you can choose any currency. Euros, USD, AUD, CAD, I don't care. And the nice thing is it's very cheap, 0.5%. Oh, and by the way, you get free MAU, this means monthly active users, when you use billing. Wow. And yeah, that's Kind. Oh, and by the way, if you clicked on the link in my YouTube description, then you will get $50 in free Kind credits. Wow, $50. So use the link, and since you now know what Kind is, I think we can implement it. So the first step is to sign in. Since I already have an account with Kind, and with that I also already created a lot of projects, it asks me right here to sign me into an existing account. Now, if you don't have any projects with Kind yet, then don't worry, I will show you the view in a second, which you probably have right now. But if you already have an account, then please select the organization or the project which you already created and click on continue. I'm now signed into this account, into this project, into this business, Airbnb Local. But do we want to create an Airbnb clone? No. Therefore, I can click on this toggle and I want to switch my business. And here you already see all of the businesses, all of the projects which I created. So in this case, the term for Kind is business. Most people associate a business with a project. Call it however you want to call it. Business is the more professional term because we want to create a business. But in this case, since this is a YouTube tutorial, it's kinda a project. Nevertheless, these are all of my businesses, as you see quite a lot. Let's add a business. So on the top right corner, you will find a button for the business name. This will be Team Flow YouTube. And for the number of employees, this is fine. And for the region, you should just choose whatever is nearest to you, because this here is a development code base. It's not that important to right now think about where your users are, but if you want to make all of this, I guess, production ready, then select the region where all of your users will be. So if all of your users are from the US, well, then select the US. But in this case, since I don't have any users, sadly, I'm the only user, I will select the region which is closest to me. This should be the US, or not the US, Europe. I can click on save and this will create my business. Alright, so my business has been created. I can click on the link on the bottom here, teamflowyoutube.kind.com. And what you see here is an onboarding guide. So I want to use Kind with my existing code base because we already created one. Let's click on next. Then for the tech, we use Next.js, not Angular, not Laravel, no, Next.js. and we want to allow our users to sign in with email, Google, and Facebook. No, I'm joking. Nobody uses Facebook. We are developers, so I guess in this case it makes sense to use GitHub. Where is GitHub? Well, it's right here. So let's continue, and I think this should already be it. So we are almost there, we are almost finished, and the last step is to connect our code base to Kinde. But before we do that, we can first of all close this. No thanks, I will explore at my own pace, and this is our dashboard. Our business does not have any users. Yeah, sad day, but don't worry, this will change in a second. So before we start implementing Kinde or do any fancy stuff, let's first of all switch the business, no, not the business, the environment. Because we are currently in the production environment, but we want to switch into a development environment for testing, because we are currently in development, and later on, once we implement billing, we don't want to test with our real credit card data. We want to test with the demo credit card data, so 4242. So in this case, let's click on all environment settings, or not all environment settings, I'm sorry, we want to click on all environments, and we want to add an environment. For the name, this will be development, and for the code, this will be dev. Let's save this, and our environment has now been added. So I want to switch into this environment, development. Please make sure that you click on the button. This will take a second, and you will get redirected. On the top left corner, you now see that we are in the development environment. Again, make sure that you are switched into this environment and not into the production environment. And whenever you now use the dashboard, please always make sure that you are in development, because once you log out, it will again switch into production and not into the development environment. So it's important that you always double check whenever you are in the dashboard. But since this is finished, we can continue by setting up our project, if this makes sense, because we now have a few annoying things. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see your applications. And as you see here, we don't have our Next.js application. We now have some sort of back-end application and some sort of front-end application. So we have to delete this application. Yes, I want to delete it, and I want to also delete the front-end application. Delete application. And instead, we want to create a new application. This will be a back-end web application, because Next.js is a back-end framework. And for the name, this will be Next.js. We can click on Save, and for the SDK, this will be Next.js. Let's click on Save, and this is already it. Before you click anywhere, or before you now go back into the main dashboard, please make sure that you set these two URLs. The callback URL, click on Set, and then the logout URL. Please also click on Set. And this is already it. This is the basic setup that we need. Nevertheless, if we go back to applications, we now have our Next.js application and no other application, which is good. So let's again click on View Details, and we want to click on Authentication, because it now again also reset our authentication how could you say, like methods. Currently we again only allow for email plus code, but we want to also allow our users to sign in with Google and Facebook. No, I'm joking, GitHub. So let's click on Manage Connections. We want to select GitHub, and we can click on Next. Before you click on Save, please make sure that you select Trust email addresses provided by this connection. If you don't toggle this option, you won't get the email address of the user, but I trust GitHub, therefore I will also toggle this on. We can then save this, and we want to add one more connection, and this will be, what was it again? GitHub. So we can, or not GitHub, Google. We can click on Next. This will automatically trust the email addresses, and we can save this. We currently have one problem: 0 applications enabled. So we can click on Configure, and if we scroll to the bottom, we can toggle our applications. In this case, the Next.js application. Let's do the same thing for Google. We can again toggle it at the bottom. So this is already done. We created a new dev environment, we added our application, we added the authentication methods, and I think it's time to add or connect our code base. Or maybe before we do that, how about we update our access token and ID token? So what do I mean by that? Well, if you go to your application, again, I'm in the home dashboard. Here I have my applications. I will click on Next.js and I want to update my tokens. So on the left side, you will find the sidebar. Please click on tokens, and inside of here, you will find a few options: token expiry, access token expiry. This is all fine. We don't want to update anything inside of here. The defaults are fine enough. We want to update the access token and the ID token instead. Let's start with the access token, and in the access token, we can add additional claims. And for example, I want to get the organization name, and let's get the email. For example, later on, we will use a hook provided by Kinde, the getKinde server session hook, and using this hook, we can then get the organization name. So we want to later on get the actively or the organization where the user is currently signed in, and with that we want to get the ID of the org and also the name. And by default the name is not included in the token. This means we have to update the access token to return it. So this is done. We can save this, and we can also update our ID token, and we want to get the organizations array, because later on we will want to get the currently signed in or currently used organization where the user is signed in, but we want to also get the organizations where the user is a member of. This means, for example, I could be a member of organization A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and using this property, I will get all of the organizations with the name, ID, and stuff like that. So we can save this, and we want to click on the main save button on the top right corner. And this is already it. This is the core configuration for Kinde. Maybe before we also connect our code base, we can also already start connecting Kinde to Stripe. So if you go to the home dashboard, you can go to the sidebar, click on settings, and then in the settings, you will find another sidebar. And if you scroll to the bottom, then you will find this nice button, billing. Super important. Click on it, and once you click on it, you will find this view. Connect a billing provider and link to your products and pricing in Kinde. So here's the thing. Right now, Kinde only offers Stripe as a payment processor. Now, I talked to the team and they mentioned in the future they want to add more providers, because Stripe isn't perfect. Yes, it's good. It's very good. I use it for my website, but it isn't perfect. And that's why, for example, for my website, which is right now called Marshall Code, but once this video is released, it will be called Syntax Path. But here, this is my, you could say, old website in this case, and I actually offer two payment providers. So let me quickly sign in, and if I click on Get Premium Access, I allow users to pay using a credit card, PayPal, Google Pay, or Apple Pay. In this case, the credit card payments and Google Pay and Apple Pay are all handled by Stripe. But PayPal is something that is not offered by Stripe, at least in my region. So I'm based in the UAE, and sadly Stripe does not have any integration with PayPal in the UAE. It offers it in the US and Europe, but not here. Therefore, I had to implement a second payment gateway. In this case, PayPal itself, which was a pain to implement. I literally spent, I think, 3 days on it. It's so annoying, it's so bad. But let's not talk about it. If you are buying something from this website or from any website, trust me, you are helping the creator a lot by not using PayPal, because PayPal always blocks payments, it's slow, it takes way too many fees. I literally pay 7% for each transaction, and I pay 5% when withdrawing money. But okay, this video isn't a rant about PayPal. Let's continue. So again, in this case, we only have Stripe, but in the future it will change. They will add more payment processors, providers, just so that you have more options. But in this case, let's continue, and I want to click on this button. It's now pending, it will take a second, and let's see what it does. I got redirected and I now have this view. Now here's the thing, for you it could be that you will get redirected to the Stripe website and it will say there, hey, add your business details, stuff like that. Or in theory you can just also click away from it and go back to this site. It will also work, because as you see, it still throws an error. Stripe requires additional information to be provided. Like for example, it wants my tax number, my phone number, stuff like that. All of the stuff which is not needed for a demo account. Therefore, you can just literally click on it, get redirected to Stripe, and then again redirect yourself back here, and everything will still work. So I still get a warning, don't worry about it. In production, you would want to fix that, but in development, it literally does not matter. It's in progress, so it's still syncing data, but that's fine. Let's continue. For the default currency, yeah, USD is fine. You can do Euro, but USD is the most common one. We also have policies, charge for usage on plan change or cancellation. I think this makes sense. If the user is halfway into the month and then cancels the plan, we will still charge the user. So let's toggle this on. And then we have one more section, billing experience, show the pricing table when customers sign up. Yes, we want to do that. This means customers can select a plan from a live kind pricing table when they register. This is fine, let's save this, and let's save it globally. So now I can finally say we are finished with the basic, with the, not even basic, with the core configuration, and we can finally install Kind in our local project and connect it to the Kind dashboard, if this makes sense. So what we can do is go back to our application, Next.js, and we want to go to the sidebar. In the sidebar, you will find a button, Quick Start. Let's click on it. We have an existing code base, and the first step is to install the SDK. I will copy the name, Kind OSS, kind of Next.js, and in my terminal, I will just stop my dev server, and I will run npm I and then the package name. This is open source and it offers all of the hooks and functions that we will need in this video. The second step is to update environment variables. So we want to create a new env file in our root and then copy paste these environment variables. This here stores our client ID, client secret, site URL, and a few other things. Let's copy this, let's go back, and let's open our .env file. And as you see here, we don't have one, so we can create a new one. .env in our root directory. If you remember, we already added or updated our git ignore file with the .env file. We don't want to commit our secrets. This is in general private data, which should always stay locally on the machine. It should never be in the cloud. This means in GitHub or anything like that. We have our client ID, client secret, site URL, and then we have these two environment variables, the kind post logout redirect URL and the kind post login redirect URL. This means once the user logs out, we will redirect the user to the index page, and once the user logs in, we will redirect the user to /dashboard. We will change that a bit later on, but for now, this is fine enough. Let's go back. The next step is to add our API endpoint. So we want to create the following file inside our project, and then we want to paste this code. So here is an easy trick. In the past, I would always go into my project structure, create a new folder, another folder, the route, which is not very fast. What you can actually do is just copy all of this. So the API folder, auth folder, kind auth folder, route.js, just copy it and then go into the app folder, create a new file, not folder, and then just paste it inside of here and update the route.js file. Instead of .js, this should be .ts. And if you click on enter, it will auto-generate the correct route structure. Let's copy the code for the route handler and let's paste it inside of here. So this route handler will be used to talk to Kind's APIs, so to Kind itself. So this will handle login, logout, I don't know, getting all of the data, stuff like that. This is our endpoint, which talks to Kind directly. So whenever we use functions in our code, it will call the route handler, and the route handler will call Kind. Then we can continue, and the next step is to already add sign up and sign in buttons. But actually there is one thing missing, so let's go to Kind again, let's click on developers, and let's click on documentation. Inside of here they showcase all of the SDKs. We don't use Angular, we don't use Remix, we don't use Ruby, we use Next.js. And this is the full-on documentation for the Next.js app router. Inside of here we have a quick start guide, the same one which we just implemented. Nevertheless, there's one thing missing, and that's if you scroll to the bottom, then you will find this section, set up the kind of provider. So wrap your app in the kind of provider. This will give you access to the kind of data in your application, and it will ensure that the tokens are refreshed when needed. So create the file of provider in your app directory and then wrap your app in the of provider component. So let's do that. Let's copy the code. Let's go back. We want to open our Explorer. Let's go into the components folder. We can go into the UI folder, and I will create a new of provider.tsx file, and I will paste the code inside of here. We instantly get an error for children, and that's because the type is inferred as any. As any is never a good sign, or we want to never say as any. We want to add the correct type. And children in React terms is a type of React node. Therefore, we can just say children is the type of React node. This is imported from React, and that's already it. And as a next step, we want to wrap our application in the auth provider. So we can open the root layout, and let's wrap everything, this whole HTML tag, in the auth provider, which is imported from the components. We can paste the content back, and I think that's already it. So we wrapped everything, and yeah, that's finished. So what's the last step? Well, the last step is to allow our users to sign in, or in other words, register. So the SDK ships with the login link and register link components, which can be used to start the auth flow. So we can copy the import statement for the register link and login link components, and we want to open our header component. Let's paste the import statement inside of here. And what we can do is scroll to the bottom, and instead of rendering these two buttons to log in and sign up, we can use our two newly created or our two newly imported components. So let's start with the login button link thingy. We can just copy out or comment all of this out. I want to get the login link component. I want to open it, and inside of here we will just say login. The login link component is a headless component, and in theory we could just wrap the login text in the button component. So we could have a login link, then a button component, and then the text. This is fine, but this is not a very good practice. Instead, we want to style this login link using shared CNUI defaults. So this should look like a button, but we don't want to use the button component because this already exposes a standard link, an A tag, so it would be kinda stupid, to be honest with you. And thankfully there is something very, you could say, simple that allows us to style this link like a shared CNUI button without adding any custom styles. We can just add a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. Button variants is imported from our components, and this is a function which pretty much injects all of the button styles into this link. We can also destructure it, and we can update the variant. This will be outline, and we can also update the not variant but the size, and this will be SM. Of course, let's restart our dev server, and I think it's time to test it out. So if I do a hard refresh, I should see my button, and yeah, it says login. And if I click on the button, will I get redirected? Let's see. And yes, I got redirected. So this worked nicely. And before we continue and log in, how about we also update our register button? So I will comment out our register or sign up button, and instead I want to get the register link component. This is again headless, so inside of here we can first of all say sign up, and for the register link we want to add a class name. This will be equal to button variants. Let's invoke it. The structured, we want to update the size, and the size will be SM, small. So if we go back, we still have our sign up button, but if I click on it, I should get redirected. And yes, I got redirected, and this is the sign up button. Register, get started today, and here we can continue either with our OAuth providers or using our email. In this case, I will continue with Google. And I got redirected, but I get a 44 not found error. What's the problem? Well, it redirected me to /dashboard, but dashboard is a route which I did not create. So let's go back to the index page, and inside of here we still see our two buttons. But wait, didn't we just log in? Yes, we did. Let's double check. We can go into the inspector. So I will click on inspect. I can go into my application, and in my cookies view, I should have a new access token. And as you see here, this is my access token provided by Kinde. This also means that authentication was successful. But why do we still see these two buttons? Well, that's because we don't get the user session, and we don't check if the user has a valid user session. So there are two options to get the user session. We can either do it on the client side or on the server side. So what's the best solution? Well, if you are a long-time viewer of my channel, then you will know that getting the user session on the server side in a navbar is never a good idea. In this case, it does not really matter since we don't have any sub-routes or anything like that. But in a production website where you would have multiple routes, an about route, a pricing route, and stuff like that, and where the layout would, or the navbar would stay shared, you would want to never get the user session on the server side, because it would make all of the children automatically rendered on the server side. So whenever you get any data in a layout, in a navbar, in a footer, whatever, which is shared in multiple routes, then you want to always get the data on the client side and not on the server side. So how can you get the user session with Kinde on the client side? Well, it's quite simple. We can use a hook which is called useKinde browser client. So we can say constant, we can destructured, and this will be equal to useKinde browser client. We can invoke it, and where we destructured, we want to get the getUser function and the isLoading boolean. The isLoading boolean will be true whenever we fetch the user session, and the getUser function will be used to fetch the user session. And what I want you to know is that the documentation is your best friend. The Kinde documentation is very good for the SDK, and if you look at the right sidebar, you will find a lot of subsections, including authentication. And in this case, we got our Kinde auth data not on the server side, but on the client side. So to get Kinde auth data on the client side, you use the useKinde browser helper. To get data on the server side, you use the getKinde server session helper. But we will talk about the getKinde server session helper a bit later on. For now, we get our user. We want to also call this function. We can say constant user equals to get user. And since we get our user, we can create a ternary. So let's scroll to the bottom. At the bottom, we have this div, not this one, but this div, which wraps our login link, register link, this button. So it wraps all of our buttons. We can for now literally just collapse it, and above this div, we want to use our loading boolean, so the isLoading boolean. We can get isLoading, and I want to create a ternary. If isLoading is true, I want to return null. This means nothing. And if it's not null, this means we get a user, then I want to render something. And inside of here, we want to check if we have a valid user session. So let's take this div, which we just collapsed, and let's put it inside of here. So we have our div, and the content which is in this div, we want to copy it. So I will just copy all of it. Don't delete it, don't forget it, just copy it and remove it for now. We will need it in a second. And inside of here, we want to check if we have a valid user session. So we will create a ternary. If we have a user, then we can just use a ternary and we will return empty tags. If we don't have a user, then let's use a colon. And inside of here, I want to render the login link and register link components. So let's use empty tags and we can paste what we just copied. In other words, the login link and the register link components. We can also update these empty tags, so this is what gets rendered if we have a valid user session. And inside of here, we want to render two things. First of all, a button, a link which redirects the user to the dashboard, and a link which allows the user to log out. So first of all, we can get the link component. Inside of here, we can just render a span and say dashboard. And as you see, the link also complains. And that's because we are missing the required href property. And once the user clicks on this link, we want to redirect the user to /workspace. We want to also style the link. We can give it a class name. This will be equal to button variants. We can invoke it, the structured, and for the size, this will be SM. This is already it. Underneath the link, we want to get the logout link component. This is a component provided by Kinde, and the name already says it all. This link, this component allows the user to log out. So we can import it, and inside of here we can use a span and we will say log out. Of course, this is headless, so we want to add a class name and this will be equal to button variants. We can invoke it, the structured. For the size, this will be SM, and for the variant, this will be outline. In theory, we should see these two buttons because we have a valid user session. So if I do a hard refresh, you will see dashboard and log out. Let's quickly log out. Let's see what happens. We again get these two buttons. But here is the annoying thing. If we scroll to the bottom, we now have 3 buttons. What? This looks so ugly. How can we fix this? Well, it's quite simple. Once we scroll, we want to hide these 2 buttons and only showcase this button. So we can just go back and we can update the login link. We can add a custom class name, and inside of here, we want to use the cn helper function. We can invoke it. Let's get the isScrolled boolean. This will be true if the user scrolled. And if this is true, let's use double and signs. And we will say LG hidden. So we will hide this button. Let's copy the class name. Let's also paste it into the register link component. And this should already help us quite a lot. And as you see here, if we scroll, the 2 buttons don't showcase or don't render anymore. But if we are in the normal view, everything works. But as you know, or maybe you don't know, I'm not sure, the get started button currently does not work. And that's because we did not update it. So we can just go back. We can delete this commented out button. We don't need it anymore. And we want to comment out this button. Instead, we want to create a div. And inside of here, we can get the register link component. And you know what? I will just copy this register link component and paste it inside of here. We can delete the custom class name, we don't need it, and instead we can update the div. We want to add a class name. Let's get the cn helper. We want to use isScrolled, and if isScrolled is true, we can use the ternary. We will just return LG or bigger inline flex, and if this is not true, then we can use the colon and render hidden. Let's delete this commented out button code, and if we again go back and do a hard refresh and scroll to the bottom, we get our button. It says sign up. Should we maybe say get started? I think so. So I will say get started, and if we go back, it says get started. So how about we click on the button? It redirects us back to the Kinde authentication page. I will continue with Google. We got redirected back to the /dashboard route. But if I navigate myself to the index page, it renders dashboard and logout. So authentication is finally set up, it works nicely, And there's one more thing which I want to do. If I click on Logout and again click on Sign Up, I will get redirected to the hosted authentication page. This in general looks quite okay, but it could look way better. And what I mean by that is that we can update the theme. Like, for example, we have our own logo. We also can maybe make this dark mode friendly, and maybe we can update the color. Instead of this black color, we can use a blue color. And maybe instead of having this border radius, how about we make it a bit more edgy in general. So there's a lot of things that we can customize. So if you go to the Kinde dashboard and go to the main view, then you will find in the sidebar a section which is called Design. And this allows you to update the Kinde authentication page to your preferences. So you can add a logo, a fav icon, an avatar, you can update the theme. Let's quickly do it. Let's click on user preference. And if I do a hard refresh, it will automatically update to dark mode because my preference is set to dark mode. If your preference is set to light mode, then it will also render a light mode view. But in this case, user preference is the best option. And to be honest with you, I think it should also be the default. But hey, I guess the Kinde team has their own opinions, which is fine enough. Alright friends, so it's the next day for me, and a second ago, okay, maybe not a second ago, but a minute ago, we changed the theme preference from light to user preference. And as a next step, I want to continue by customizing the rest. So I want to add a logo, a fav icon, an avatar, I want to change the colors and stuff like that. So let's start from the top, which is the logo. So we can add two options, a logo for light mode and one for dark mode. But in this case, for us, it does not make any difference because we only have one logo, and this logo will be used both in dark mode and light mode. So if we open cursor, or if I open my editor, in the public folder, you will find a file which is called logo.png. And this is the logo which I want you to use. So I will click on upload image, and this is uploaded for light mode. I will do the same thing for dark mode, and we can continue with the fav icon. So for the fav icon, we have to add a SVG, and this is what will show up on the top left corner. So in my public folder, you will find another logo, but with the SVG extension, which you can upload. We can continue for the fallback. You don't have to add anything, and we can upload our avatar. We want to just use the same SVG which we used here. Let's continue. For the theme, user preference is fine. For the background colors, that's also fine. So in light mode it will be white, in dark mode it will be black. We can update the border radius. Let's test 5 for now. Let's continue with the button color. So currently in light mode we have this black color. I don't really like it. I want to instead use my blue color. So the same color which I have in my logo. Now, to be honest with you, I don't really know what color this is, so I will use my color picker. Let me select this color. It copied the color to my clipboard, and I will paste it inside of here. If you want to use the same color, the color has a hex code of hashtag 1C68D1, but you can also use your own one. I will copy this and also paste it into this color, or I will paste it for the dark color theme. Let's for now save this, and we can go back to our application, and if I click on sign up, it should already look a bit better. And yeah, it looks nice. We have our logo, it's dark mode, and this color is blue. Let's continue. We can update the border radius. Let's maybe say 4 for now. I will save this, and if I do a hard refresh, yeah, 4 is fine. Maybe we can even say 2, or will this already be too small? Yeah, you know what, I think 2 works quite well. So this is has a border radius of 2, and the button at the bottom also has a border radius of 2. We can do the same thing for the input field. This will also be 2, so let me say 2, and we can save this. We can also update our links, so the text color for the link, and I want to just use the blue color, which we used for the background color. We can just copy it, paste it inside of here, and we will do the same thing for dark mode. If we again go back, then you will see that this already looks way better. So we have this smaller rounding, it's now a bit more boxy, but I like this design, and we will also use the boxy design in our application later on. Maybe this is already a bit too boxy. We can test out a border radius of 3. Maybe this will be a bit better. So let's see. Yeah, I think a border radius of 3 pixels works a bit better. Let's also update our card. We will also say 3 pixels, and this should be already it. So we are finished with our customization. Let's see how this page looks when we log in. So if I click on log in, it should look quite nice. So we have our authentication or OAuth options, or we can continue by using our email. So I think this is finished, and let's sign in. So I will log in since I already have an account, and I will continue with Google. As you see, I got redirected to the dashboard. That's fine. Let's head over to the index page, and our navbar updated. If I head over back to the kind dashboard, we have one user, so one monthly active user and one total user. If I go to the users in general, you will see the user, Jan Marshall. Here's my email, and the interesting thing is that I'm already in an organization. So as mentioned, Kind is B2B native. So whenever a customer signs up, he will be automatically put into an organization. In this case, into the default organization, because we did not configure Kind at all. We did not tell Kind to create a new organization. It just says, hey, you did not define anything. I will assume that you want to create something B2C. So I will just put the user into the default organization. But we will change that later on, so that when a user signs up, we will create a new organization, which will be called My Workspace or something like that. And then this user will be a member of this organization. And the interesting thing is that we will also allow users to be members of multiple workspaces, multiple organizations. So we can just head over back to the dashboard. I don't think that we have to configure anything else. By the way, on the bottom left corner, you will see that the logo updated, which is quite cool. And I think we can continue with our workspace route with the core product. This means step 4. But before we do that, we want to push our changes. So we can close all of this. Let's open our best friend, which is the terminal. And I will show it to you again using my terminal, but in the next step, we will use the source control. So you can already use the source control, but in this case, let's use the terminal one more time, just to, do something with our keyboard. I want to type a bit. So we want to first of all create a new branch. So git checkout -b to create a new branch. And what step was this? Was this step 3 or 4? No, this is step 3, and let's call it auth. I will click on enter. We are in the new branch, and we want to again stage all of our changes, commit the changes, and then push them. So we will say git add everything with a dot. This will stage all of the changes. Git commit -m for the message. This will be finished. I can click on enter, and I will say git push. This will throw an error. That's because we have to set the remote as upstream. I will copy this command and just paste it inside of here. This will push all of the changes. Let's also quickly open GitHub. And in GitHub, we have this nice pop-up. If you don't get it, just head over to the pull requests and create a new pull request in there. But in this case, I will click on compare and pull request, and I will click on create pull request. As mentioned, if you want to, you can review the code, maybe run an AI reviewer inside of here. But in this case, we will just merge the pull request. I will confirm the merge, and we will also delete the branch, the remote branch, because we won't use it in the future anymore. So this is done. We can head over back to our code base, and we want to pull the latest changes. To do that, we first of all want to go back into our main branch. So git checkout main. And in this case, we don't use this -b flag anymore because we don't want to create a new branch, but instead we want to switch into an existing branch. So I'm in main, and we want to pull our changes. So I will just say git pull, and this will pull all of the changes which we just merged. So I think this was successful. Let's open our source control, and yes, we merged this branch step 3 into main. So let's close this, and we want to continue with step number 4, which is first of all the workspace sidebar, then the channel list, and then the main message component. So let me show you how the layout will look like. So we will have our screen, this is our screen, and we will first of all on the left side have a workspace sidebar. So we will render all of the workspaces that the user is a member of, workspace A, B, and C. We will have another button so that the user can create a new workspace, and at the bottom we will render the user profile. After this sidebar, we will render another sidebar. This will be a bit bigger, and this will be for the channels. And in the channels sidebar, we will render all of the channels, but of course we will also allow the user to create a new channel. We will also at the bottom display all of the users that are a member of this specific organization which is currently active. That's the main part, or this is like the sidebar view, and on the right side we will have our main view, and the main view will render all of our messages. In this case, at the bottom, we will first of all have our input. This is where we will type the message. On the top, we will have a small little header with the theme toggle, like the members overview button, and maybe also the channel name. So we can say Marshall channel. And in this main view, we will render all of the messages, including, for example, images and stuff like that. And we will also allow the user to create a thread. On the right side, we can just create another card, and this will then display the thread in general, so multiple messages grouped into one thread. This will be our layout, and we will do everything step by step. So in this case, this will pretty much be step number 1. Let me just say inside of here 1. Then this will be step number 2. This will be step number 3, and the thread view will be step number 4 pretty much. So we will go from left to right because this makes the most sense. So let's continue with this workspace sidebar. I can open my Explorer, and to get started we want to first of all create a new route. So let's go into the app folder, and we want to create a new route group for organizational purposes. In this case I will call it dashboard, so let's use parentheses dashboard, and inside of here I will create another folder, and this will be workspace. In the workspace folder we want to create another folder, and this will be a dynamic route. So we want to use not parentheses, but these square brackets, like these array brackets, and we will say workspace ID. And in the workspace folder, we can first of all create a layout.tsx and also a page.tsx. So how do you create a route in Next.js? Well, I think you all know it. You create an export default function. In this case, I will just use the shortcut RAFCE, and this will create an export default function. If you want to have the same shortcut, then please open your extensions tab, and then you want to search for this extension ES7 Plus React Redux React Native snippets. And this allows you to create or use these little snippets, shortcuts, to create components, export default functions, and stuff like that. So in this case, it's again RAFCE, and this creates a React arrow function export component. Also, since we are already in the extensions, let's quickly look at all of my extensions which I have installed. For the theme, I use Aura theme. For my icons, I use this library. I have Cloud Code installed, even though I don't use it anymore. I have ESLint installed, Prettier, Prisma. This is super important, but I will come to it a bit later on. Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, and this is there for, how would you say, like intelligent highlighting, if this makes sense. So if I say class name, I instantly get all of my options, and that's why I have it installed. So this makes it a bit easier. I also, for example, use code time, but this currently is disabled. So these are all of the extensions which I use, and let's continue with the next step. So this is our page.tsx. I like to uppercase the component. I will just say workspace page, and we can just leave it as is. The important thing is the layout. This is where all of the code will live. Let's first of all create an export default function. This will be called Workspace Layout. I can also zoom in a bit, and we want to first of all get our children. So that's the structured, and as you all know, children has also a type which is React Node. So children will be a type of React Node. Inside of here, we can now get started by creating our layout, this Workspace Sidebar. So I will delete this div. Let's create a new one, and we can give it a class name. This will be flex w full, so width full, and height screen 100 viewport height. In this div, we can create another div. We can give the div a class name, and this will be flex height full, so height 100%, W16, and W16 corresponds to 64 pixels, flex column, items center to center all of our items, BG secondary. Here we make use of the shared C and UI CSS variables. So we have a primary color, we have a foreground color, a background color, and muted color, accent color, and so on. And secondary is just a good background color. So it's not dark or it's not black, it's more like a dark grayish, so it pops a bit better and it's better for accessibility because it will make it easier to read text. So we can continue. I want to also create a bit of padding Y3, padding X2, so padding on the Y axis, padding on the X axis, border right. This will create a border on the right side, and border is just the color. And I want to instantly get started by rendering my workspace list, so all of the workspaces. And we could of course do all of it inside of here, so I could create the UI in this layout itself, but I think it's a bit better to create a separate component and create the UI inside of there. This will separate our concerns a bit, and it's also a better architecture in my opinion. So let's open our Explorer. In the workspace folder, we can create another folder, and this will be underscore components. In the underscore components folder, we can create a new file, and this will be workspace list.tsx. Let's get started right away with this component. Since this is a component itself, we don't have to create an export default function. Let's just create an export function, workspace list, and then we can open it. Let's also get started right away with this component. We can create a return statement, and I want to first of all get a tooltip provider component. Please make sure that you import it from the components and not from Radix UI. If you import this component from Radix UI, it won't be styled and it will throw issues. So please import it from the components, and let's open it. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, what is the tooltip provider and why do we use it? Well, let's head over to ui.sharedcn.com and let's search for the tooltip component. Here you will see that the tooltip is like a pop-up, so a pop-up that displays information related to an element when the element receives keyboard focus or the mouse hovers over it. So if you hover over this button, it renders this tooltip. And why do we need it? Well, we want to use this tooltip to render the workspace name. So later on we will have these squares. So let me show it to you using my homepage, and my homepage isn't running on my dev server. So I will restart my dev server. I can do a hard refresh, and if you look at this image, then you will see that the workspaces are just little boxes with one character inside of them. So this is just the first character of the name. So if the organization is called my workspace, then the first character is M, which means we will just render M. This does not give the user a lot of information, and that's why we will render the tooltip. And the tooltip, so when the user hovers over the workspace, it will return the full name of the organization. So we can go back, we have the tooltip provider, and in the tooltip provider, in a second, we can use the tooltip. But for now, let's just return a div. This will be the wrapper div, and let's give it a class name, and this will be flex flex column and gap 2 to create a bit of spacing between the items itself. And in this div, I want to map over my workspaces. But here's the thing, we don't have any workspaces right now because, we already have an organization, because once we created the user, kind created an organization for the user, but currently there's no way for us to fetch this data. Therefore, we first of all have to just use dummy data. So above the export function, we can just create a constant, and this will be organizations, and this is equal to an array. If you have access to the Notion document, then you can just literally copy paste the data. So as you see here in the Notion document, you can just copy this, and this makes your life a bit easier. But if you don't have access to it, well, then you have to type it yourself. So let's create an object. We want to create an ID. This will just be 1. We can create a name. For the name, this will be team flow 1, and we want to create an avatar, and this will be just TF. And now I want you to create 2 more organizations. Let me show it to you. We can create another one for the ID. This will be 2. For the name, this will be team flow 2. And for the avatar, this will just be TF2. Please do the same thing for the third item. So I created another item with the ID 3, with the name TeamFlow3, and with the avatar TF3. We can use this array, so I will copy the name, and let's map over our array in this div itself. So inside of here, we can get our organizations, and you know what, let's rename it. Instead of calling it organizations, let's call it workspaces. I will copy this, and I can use it inside of here. So as mentioned, I want to map over the items. So we can say .map. As a param, we can just get the singular workspace, and then let's just return it. Inside of here, let's use the tooltip component. The tooltip is imported from the components, and I will say it one more time. Whenever you want to use components from Chat CN UI, please make sure that you import them also from the components and not from Radix UI. If you do it, or if you import the component from Radix UI, it will break a lot of things and it won't work as expected. I won't mention it any further. I expect you to remember that, and if you forget it, don't worry, it's easy to fix. Just scroll to the top, check your import statements or import paths. If something is imported from Radix UI, update the import, and this will fix everything. It's super simple, remember that, and let's continue. So I will import it from the components, and we instantly get an error, and that's because we are missing one key property, which is the key. Whenever you map over data in React, you want to always provide a key, a unique identifier. In this case, the unique identifier is our ID. And in the tooltip, we can continue with the tooltip trigger. This is imported from the components. Let's open it, and in the tooltip trigger, I want to render a button. So I will use the button component from the components, and inside of here, we can render our avatar text. So as an example, TF2 or TF3 or TF in general. So we can say vs.avatar. Let's also style it. Let's give it a class name. This will be text SM. And font semi-bold. We can test it out. So if I go back, I still get this error, and that's because I have to navigate to the workspace route. And well, where is our sidebar? We have this border on the left side, this little layout section, which looks good, but where are our buttons? Well, it's quite simple. This component is not rendered in our layout. So let's open this div, and inside of here, we can get our workspace layout, or not workspace layout, but workspace list. We can import it from the components. This is self-closing, and if we again go back, then we will see our buttons on the left side, which looks good. Nevertheless, these buttons are kinda weird, because if you look at them, they are too wide, and in general it looks kinda ugly. So let's go back and let's make them look a bit better. We can update the button, and by the way, please make sure that you add the asChild property for the tooltip trigger. I forgot to mention that, but that's important because we now use a subcomponent in this tooltip trigger. So let's update our button. We can give it a size property, and this will be icon, and we can also style it further. So we can give it a class name. This will be size 12, and size 12 means that we have a width of 12 and height of 12. In theory, you can just say width 12, height 12. This will give you the same result, but you have to type more. Size 12 is a nice little helper, which I like to use. We can also say transition, all, and duration 200. And here's the thing. All of my items, or not all of my items, but each workspace should have a unique color. So for example, this should be red, the background color, this should have a green background color, and this maybe should have a yellow background color as an example. So what we want to do is pretty much create an array with predefined color combinations that work very well in both dark mode and light mode. So what we can do is go underneath this array, underneath this constant, and I want to create a new constant. This will be called color combinations, and this will be equal to an array. And inside of here, we will just create a few color combinations, like for example, blue, green, rose, indigo, pink, stuff like that. So let's just get a string, and inside of here, we can say bg blue 500. Then we can say on hover, this will be bg blue 600 and text white. Sadly, this is not really type safe, but I think it's fine. It's not a groundbreaking code. So let's continue with the next item, and this will be for this like emerald color, and if I remember correctly, this is like a mix of green and teal. So we can say bg-emerald 500. On hover, I want to use bg-emerald 600 and also text white. Let's continue with the next color. This will be for purple. So BG purple 500. On hover, I want to use BG purple 600 and text white. As the next color, I want to continue with amber. So BG-amber 500. On hover, BG amber 600 and text white. And don't worry about the spelling mistakes, I will fix that in a second. Let's continue with the next item. This will be the rose color. So BG rose 500, and on hover this will be BG rose 600 and of course text white. Let's continue with the next color. This will be indigo. This is like this purple color, or you could say a mix between blue and purple. So I will say BG indigo 500. On hover it will be BG indigo 600 and text white. And the next color will be cyan. I think that's how you pronounce it. This is like this tealish color, teal blue, something in the middle. This will be 500, and on hover, as you all know, this will be cyan 600. And we can also say text white. And I made a spelling mistake here, but don't worry, I will fix it in a second. And there's one more color missing, and this will be pink, our favorite color. No, I'm joking. I am not a big fan of pink, but it's fine. So BG pink 500, and on hover, it will be BG pink 600 and of course text white. So these are all of the items. Please make sure that they are spelled correctly. In my case, I did not spell them correctly. Now they are spelled correctly, so please double check that everything is correct. So this is finished, but here's the thing. We now need some sort of function that gets a consistent color based on the organization ID, or in other words, based on the workspace ID. So let's say we have an organization ID of 1, 2, 3. Then we want to always render the same color, not a random color. Because in theory, you can create a very simple algorithm using like math.random, and this will be super simple and it will always give you a random color. But this is not really wanted. I want you always render the same color for the same ID, if this makes sense. So if we have the organization ID 1, 2, 3, then I want you, for example, always render this color. and I mean that like always, every time. If the ID is 555, then I want you always render this color. So we need consistent colors based on the organization ID. And that's why we will create another function. So we can say constant, this will be get workspace color, and this is just equal to an arrow function. So we can open it, and as a param, we can get the ID, and this will be of type string. This is the organization ID. And inside of here, let's first of all write the code, and then I will explain it in more detail. So we can say constant char sum, and this will be equal to the ID, which we passed as a param. And we want to call the method split, or we want to use it as an argument. We can pass these, how would you even call it? So this is the splitter. Do you call them strings? No, upticks? I'm not sure how you call them, but this turns a string into an array of its characters. So if we have, for example, an ID of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will create an array with all of these items. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But again, I will explain it in more detail later on. Then we can also say dot reduce. Let's invoke it, and we can get two parameters. This is the sum and also the character, and this is just a standard callback function. We can say sum plus character dot char code add, and we can invoke it. Let's pass 0 as an argument. We can add a comma at the end and again pass a 0. I know this might look confusing, but don't worry, I will explain it. As a next step, we can create our color index. So constant color index, this will be equal to char sum. We can use the modulo. This is this percentage symbol, and we want to get our color combinations dot length. And as the last step, we want to return our color combinations, and we want to use like this array or these array brackets. This is like the index. For the index, we will pass the color index. So I know this code looks a bit confusing, so let me explain it. So first of all, this function is used to get a consistent color based on the organization ID, which we pass as a param. And inside of here, we first of all get our ID and we split it. So if the ID is 555, this split will create another ID, or not another ID, but another array, and then it will be 5, 5, 5. So it will split all of the characters and put them into an array. Then we use this reduce method, and we have two parameters. This is the callback and also the initial value. This reduce method combines the array items into one value by running the callback for each item. And in this case, this is the callback and this is the initial value. As you see here, we pass the 0. The 0 is the initial value. We start at 0. And the sum in this case is also 0 because this is the initial value. The character, so this here, is the current character from the array. And this char, so character.char code at 0, this is the numeric code for the character. And then at the end, it returns the sum of all character codes. We also have this modulo, so this is this percentage symbol. Inside of here, we just get the remainder after division. So if all of this is still a bit confusing, let me just summarize it. We get the ID, we split everything into separate characters, so we get an array with all of our characters split, and we also sum their codes using this reduce method. Then using this modulo, we just pretty much use it for a stable index, and then we return that Tailwind class string, and that's already it. Of course, we can test it out, so how about we scroll a bit to the bottom. Here we have our class name, size 12, transition all, duration 200, and inside of here we want to append these styles. So here's the thing, I will quickly comment out this class name, and let's again create another class name, but we want to use the cn helper function. This is imported from our lib folder. Let's invoke it. Inside of here, we can just paste all of the styles which we just created. Let's paste them, and then we can add a comma. And here I want to use the function which we just created. So we can just say get workspace color. We want to invoke it, and as an argument, we have to pass the workspace ID. So we can just say ws.id, and that's already it. This will pass the colors, so it will pretty much get a random item in our array, let's say this one, and then it will pretty much inject these colors into the button itself. Let's delete the commented out class name, we don't need it anymore, and if I go back and do a hard refresh, we get our colors. For TF we have green, for TF2 it's purple, and for TF3 it's something between yellow and orange, who knows. But yeah, it works quite nicely. So I think that's already it, and how about we render the tooltip content? Because currently we have our tooltip trigger, but when I hover over this button, I don't get my content. So let's go underneath the tooltip trigger, let's get the tooltip content component, and inside of here we have to first of all provide a property, which is the side property, and we have a few options: bottom, left, right, and top. And this will tell the component where it should render the tooltip content. So it could be rendered here at the bottom, or on the right side, at the top, or on the left side. Now here's a question from me to you. Where would it make the most sense? Well, it's quite simple. It makes the most sense here on the right side because we have free space. So for the side, we can say right. And let's continue with the content itself. We can just render a p tag, and inside of here, I want to get the name. So ws.name, the name of the workspace. If we again go back, you will see that if I hover over one item, I get on the right side the workspace name with this beautiful tooltip content, or in general tooltip. So I would say that we are finally finished with our workspace list. We are not completely finished, we want to get real data and stuff like that, but for now this is fine enough. So we can go back, let's just close this, and we want to continue with our layout. And what's the next step? Well, as you all know, we want to also allow the user to create a workspace. So underneath these items, underneath these workspaces, we want to render another button which allows the user to create a new workspace. So we will create another component. In the components folder, we will create another file, create workspace.tsx, and let's get started with this component. So we can say export function, this will be called create workspace, and we can just open it. Let's get started with a return statement. We will for now just create the UI, and then later on we will make it work. So we will add the mutation layer and stuff like that. But for now, we will just work on the UI. So here's the thing, I want to render a dialog. So when the user clicks on the button, so on this button, then a dialog should open in the middle, and this will prompt the user to add a name for the workspace. And for the dialog, we can use the shared CN UI component, which is also called dialog, surprise, surprise. And if I click on it, it will open this nice view, and that's what we want to create. So we can just head over back to our code base, and how about we get the dialog component from the components. Now here's the thing, there are two ways to make this work. What I mean by that is, in theory, you can just now create a tooltip trigger, and then we won't really control the state. So the state will be controlled by shared CN UI. But we can also explicitly control the state by passing an open state and on open change. And with that, we are the ones who control the state and not shared CN UI. This makes everything a bit more flexible, and we also need this, could you say, availability? Well, not really availability, but we need this customization, because later on, once the form submission was successful, we want to close the form or the dialog. And if we don't control the dialog, then we won't be able to close it. So above the return statement, we can create state. So let's say constant, and we want to use the standard use state hook imported from React, and the initial value will be false. It will be closed. And inside of here, we want to get the getter and setter. For the getter, this will be open, and for the setter, this will be set open. Then for the dialog, open will be equal to open. So if this is true, then the dialog will be open. If it's false, then this will be closed. And for on open change, we can just pass set open. And that's already it. We now now control the state, which is quite nice. Let's continue with the tooltip trigger inside of this dialog. So tooltip trigger, this is imported from the components. In the dialog, I want to get a tooltip component. This is imported from the components. And in the tooltip, I want to get a tooltip trigger. The tooltip trigger is also imported from the components. And in the tooltip trigger, I want to get a dialog trigger. And in the dialog trigger, I want to get the button component. Yes. As you see here, these are a lot of components, but they are needed because this controls the state for the tooltip and this controls the state for the dialog. And they are very important and essential for everything to work. And the interesting thing is that this will throw an error in a second, or in other words, it won't work as expected. But don't worry, we will fix it in a second pretty much. So in the button, we can first of all render an icon. This will just be the plus icon from Lucid React. And how about we add a class name which will be size 5, so width 5 and height 5. How about we also update the button? We can give it a variant. For the variant, this will be outline, or not outline, let's say ghost. And we can pass a size, and for the size this will be icon. So if I save this and again go back, nothing will change. And why is that? Well, that's because the component is not rendered in the layout. So we can go back to the layout. Let's go underneath the workspace list. We want to render a div, and in the div we can get our create workspace component. Let's also update the div. Let's style it even further. We can give it a class name, and this will be margin top 4 to have some spacing to the top. If we again go back, then we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, we are importing a component that needs useState. This React hook only works in the client component. So here's the thing. I think you all know why we get this problem, because I expect you to know the basics. Nevertheless, I will quickly explain everything. So Next.js has a core fundamental foundation which uses React server components. And your code by default, all of your components by default, are React server components. React server components are literally just components which are rendered on the server side, and they don't ship any JavaScript bundle. This for us is a good thing because it literally ships your code faster to the browser and your website becomes faster and the bundle size becomes smaller. So it's a win-win situation. But the thing is, since it does not ship any JavaScript bundle, we also don't get any interactivity. And that's why we want to mark components that need interactivity with the use client directive. So in this case, the create workspace component needs interactivity, or in other words, it creates interactivity, and that's why we want to say inside of here, use client. And if I again go back, then this error will go away. And if you go to the Next.js documentation, you can also search for server components, and here you will find the section server and client components. So by default, all layouts, pages, and in general components are server components, which let you fetch data and render parts of your UI on the server. You can also cache the result and stream it to the client. This is also very important. Later on, we will make heavy use of streaming because it makes your application faster. And when you need interactivity or browser APIs, you can use client components to layer in functionality. And that's exactly what we did. This layout is a server component. It's rendered on the server. We have the power to fetch data inside of here. The create workspace component needs, or in other words, creates interactivity, which means we won't fetch, or we won't be able to fetch any data on the server side inside of here, which is fine. We can just fetch data inside of the layout and pass the data as a prop to this component. This component is still rendered on the server side, but it ships a JavaScript bundle. And now you might also ask me, hey Jan, does it make a difference if a component is a server component or a client component? And the answer is yes and no. So a server component will always be faster than a client component because it does not ship any JavaScript bundle. But relying only on server components does not work because we need interactivity. So you want to use both. In my case, I pretty much always leave my pages as server components, and whenever I need interactivity, I create separate client components, which are, you could say, smaller, which deal with a certain feature, and then I render them in server components. And then in the server component, I, in most cases, when I need it, fetch data and then pass the data as props or as a prop in general to the client component or to multiple client components. In this video, we will make use of TanStack Query later on, and using TanStack Query, we will later on prefetch our data on the server side and then pass it to our client components. But for now, this is not really important. You now know what the difference is, and I think we can continue with this component. So if you go back, you will see that we already get an error. So if I do a hard refresh, I get 2 issues, and it says in HTML button cannot be a descendant of button. So what exactly is the problem? Well, it's quite simple. We have a tooltip trigger, a dialog trigger, and a button. And the interesting thing is that all of these components render as buttons in our DOM. So we literally right now have 3 buttons. So imagine that this is like our DOM and we have one button, another button, and a third button. This of course does not make any sense, and that's why we get this error. So how can we fix this? Well, there's a simple property which is called asChild, and with that you tell shared CNUI, hey, don't render the button, instead I have a sibling or a child which already is a component, and in this case a button. Let's do the same thing for the dialog trigger, asChild, and then this error will go away. Let's fix the button because it does not look very nice currently. So we can add a class name to our button, and I want to say size 12, then rounded, which will be XL, border, which will be 2, border dashed, we will just have little dots, border, which will be muted foreground. And here's the thing, I don't want to use the full opacity, but rather 50%. So we can append a slash and then 50, and this will create 50% opacity. I want to also say text muted foreground, and then on hover, we can say border muted foreground. Let's also say on hover text foreground, and all of these are CSS variables generated by shared CNUI. We can also say on hover rounded LG, so by default we will have rounded XL, but once the user hovers, the rounding will be a bit, you could say, smaller. And to make the animation a bit smoother, we can also say transition, which will be all, and duration to 100. And this should already be it. So if we again go back, we have a beautiful button. And if we hover over it, it looks so nice. Wow. And it's very smooth, as you see here. So this transition all and duration to 100 is kinda a game changer. So let's continue. We are finished with our tooltip trigger and dialog trigger, and we can continue first of all with our tooltip content. So underneath the tooltip trigger, we can get our tooltip content component, and inside of here, we can render a p tag and let's say create workspace. Of course, we want to also add the site property, and for the site we will again say right. So site, and this is right because this is where we have the most space. So if I hover over the button, we get our tooltip content on the right side. So as a next step, I want to continue with my dialog content. So underneath our tooltip, we can get the dialog content component. This is imported from the components, and we can add a class name, and we want to say on SM or bigger, the maximum width should be a custom value of 425 pixels. And SM in this case means that we have to have a minimum width for this to function. So SM corresponds to 640 pixels. So if the device is bigger than 640 pixels, then the maximum width will be 425 pixels. And if you want to add custom, you could say, properties to Tailwind, you can use these array brackets. Because in most cases, if you just delete it, you only have a few options like 2XL, 3XL, 6XL. This is all fine, but it's not the level of customization that I want. So sometimes it's just easier to use these array brackets and then pass a custom value like 425 pixels. In the dialog content, we can get the dialog header component, and in the dialog header, we can get the dialog title. In the dialog title, we can say create workspace. Let's also render a dialog description underneath the title, and inside of here, we can say create a new workspace to get started. And you know what? We can also test it out. So if I go back and do a hard refresh and click on the button, we get our dialog. We get our title, we get our description, and this button to close the dialog. And as a next step, we can finally continue with our form. So here's the thing. Later on for this video, we want to submit the form, as you all know. And the thing is, forms are very important. They are a vital part of web applications in general. And I want to make sure that we validate the inputs of the user. So here's the thing. If you head over to the Shared CN website, let me just do that quickly, then you will find this component, which is called React Hook Form. And this allows you to build forms with React Hook Form and sort. So let's quickly read through the sections. Forms are tricky. They are one of the most common things that you will build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. And you know what? Shared CN is right. Forms are not easy. They are very tricky. Yes, this component makes everything way easier, way simpler, but if you would not use this component, then it would be quite hard, because you want to create well-designed HTML forms, and they are in most cases well-structured and semantically correct, easy to use and navigate using the keyboard, accessible, and have support for client and server-side validation. And that's super important, because most people just validate the input on the client side. Let me quickly show it to you. I can, for example, get the input component, and inside of here I can just say required, or for example minimum length. This is client-side validation, which works, which is good, which is nice. But the thing is, at the end of the day, we send all of this data to the server, and the server will create a mutation. But on the server side, we have to check that the data is correct. Because what is if an attacker comes and just finds our endpoint and attacks it with fake data? Well, then we won't validate it, which is not good. So you want to validate your data both on the client side, but also on the server side. And you know what? The server side is more important than the client side. In some cases, you can actually forget about the client side. It's not so important. The server side is the vital and most important part of your application, and it's super important that you validate and sanitize the data on the server side. And this component uses two libraries, React Hook Form and sort. React Hook Form is a library which allows you to validate data on the client side. It's nice to use, but it does not work very well with Shared CN UI. Or let me redact the statement. It is easy to use with Shared CN UI, but it's not plug and play. You have to customize it a bit and configure it a bit. But this component, the form component, pretty much is like React Hook Form on steroids, which is perfectly designed for Shared CN UI components. It also handles all of the UI. This means it handles the label, the form error message, and much more. And it also uses sort, and sort is a TypeScript first schema validation library with static type inference. So here's the thing. Later on for this form, or not later on, in a second, the form will have one input, and this will be the name of the workspace, and this name will have a certain schema. What I mean by that is it should be a string, the name. It should have a minimum character length of 2, a maximum character length of 50, and so on. And TypeScript allows you to create a schema in which you say, hey, The input will be a string, it will be a number, a boolean with all of these options, and that's it. And then you can use this schema and validate your data against this schema. There are also other alternatives to Zort like Arctype, but honestly Zort is the most common validation library that most people use. It's almost, I would pretty much say that it's an industry standard and most people use it. There are a lot of resources on Zort. I also created a video on Zort. So let me quickly open YouTube and let's find the video. So this is my channel. Let's see, let's scroll a bit to the bottom. What do we have here? A lot of cool videos which you should all watch, and then you will find this video, Master Zort in just 30 minutes. And this literally covers everything you need to know about Zort, what it is, how it works, and much more. So let's again go back. Let's maybe finish off with the form component. Is there anything else that I want to mention regarding the component? So here's what the component offers. So the form component is a wrapper around React Hook Form, the library, and it provides a few things: composable components, a form field component for building controlled form fields, and much more. Just read through it. At the end of the day, it's React Hook Form on steroids. It uses Zort for validation and it creates all of the UI for you. You literally just pass your input and that's it. So we already installed everything and we can continue. So here they have like a little quick start guide, and the first step is to create a Zort schema. You know what? We will skip the Zort schema for now. We will do it a bit later on. And the next step is to define the form. And to define the form, you want to do two things. You want to initialize the useForm hook, and then you want to create the onSubmit function. So let's copy this code example. We can go back. We will just paste it above the return statement. I want to update this useForm hook. I will literally just delete everything and we will just invoke useForm. That's it. We can then just import it from React Hook Form, and for the onSubmit we can just delete our values and let's for now just say console log data. So we pretty much set up our form and we can use the components to create a beautiful UI. So let's scroll to the bottom. We want to go underneath our dialog header, but we want to stay in the dialog content, and inside of here we can get the form component. This is imported from the components and we can open it. We instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing children. So we can just use the standard form, and let's delete this action because we currently don't have one. And in the form we can already render our form field, but we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, the form expects state. So here's the thing. This useForm hook is pretty much like the centerpiece for React Hook Form. It handles state, it handles the validation, it handles everything. And this means that we have to update the form and pretty much spread the form inside of here. This will pass all of the items needed for state management. We can open this form and inside of here we can render our input. And as mentioned, if you go to the documentation, then you will see that they already created a component for us and it's called form field. We have to pass the control, name, and then the render prop function, and in the render prop function we can render our UI. The label, input, description, and form message. So let's go back. I want to get the form field component. This is self-closing, and we have to pass a few properties which are required. First of all, control. Control will be equal to form.control. As mentioned, this is needed for internal state management. As a next step, we have to add a name. And here's the thing, currently we did not implement Zort, so you can just pass anything, it does not really matter, but later on we will update that. And the last step is the render prop function. We want to just create a standard arrow function. So we can just return this and that's it. We can also destructure our params and we want to get the field. We can get our form item component, we can open it, and in the form item we can get the form label component. This is just the label. We can say name because this will be for the name of the workspace, and then underneath the form label we want to get the form control component, and in the form control component we want to get the input. This is self-closing. Let's add a placeholder and this will be my workspace. But here's the thing, this input is currently not connected to React hook form. What I mean by that is currently not, but later on, as mentioned, we will create a sort schema. And this sort schema will have all of our rules. Like for example, we want to have a name, which will be of type string, minimum character length 5, maximum character length 50, and so on. And currently this input does not know about these rules. So what we have to do is literally just spread our field inside of here. And this will add all of the required properties. So the maximum length, the minimum length, and it will also connect this input to our internal state management. This means to React hook form. So this is finished. Underneath the form control, we can also render the form message component. This is what will be rendered if we have an error. So if, for example, we pass a name with only one character, then the form message will render an error message which will say, hey, the name should have at least 2 characters or something like that. And that's already it. We can go underneath the form field. Let's also render a button component. For the button, we can just say create workspace, and let's also give it a type, and the type will be submit. And I think we are finished. So if I go back and click on create workspace, we get our nice looking form. But here's the thing, there's no space between our items. We want to have space between the button and our input, which we currently don't have. So what wraps our button and form field? Well, it's the form itself. So we can give it a class name, and this will be space y6. And if we again go back, it already looks way better. And you know what? Before we continue, how about we just create the sort schema? I wanted to do it later on, but now where I think of it, I think it makes sense to just create it now. So let's go back to our code base. Let's open the Explorer, and in the app folder, I want to create a new folder which will be called schemas. And in the schemas folder, I will store all of my sort schemas. So let's create a new file, and this will be called workspace.ts. And inside of here, we can create our sort schema for this name or for this create workspace component. So let's create an export constant workspace schema, and this will be equal to z. Z does not import for me automatically, so let's just do it manually. I can say import, I want to destructure it, and this will be from sort. And then where I destructure it, I can get z. So we can say z.object. We want to invoke it, destructured, and here we can define our schema. So in this case, we only have one property, which is the name. But if you would have multiple properties, then you would say name, email, password, and stuff like that. So in this case, let's just say name, and what type is name? Is it type number or type boolean or type, I don't know, what type is it? This is a question from me to you. Well, it's quite simple. Name is of type string, so we can say z.string. Let's invoke it. Then what else? We can also pretty much add further validation, like a minimum character length and a maximum character length. So let's say dot minimum, this will be 2, and dot maximum, which will be 50. So we can just copy the name workspace schema, and we can use it inside of our create workspace component. So I want to use the schema inside of this use form hook. So we can invoke it, or we already invoke it. We can destructure it. We want to pass a resolver, and this will be equal to sort resolver. Sort resolver does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. Import, I can destructure it, and this will be from at hook form resolvers /sort. And then where I destructure it, I want to get the sort resolver. And then we want to invoke the sort resolver, and we want to pass our schema. How was our schema called? It was called workspace schema. So let's paste it and let's import it from our schemas folder. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, what's this resolver, sort resolver? Why do we pass the workspace schema as an argument? Well, it's quite simple. So first of all, why do we use sort? Well, we use sort for validation. So sort will return errors if we have a validation error. If the name is too short, it will throw an error and say, hey, you only passed one character, but the minimum character length is 2. Or maybe you passed a number, but you should pass a string, something like that. And this resolver pretty much validates the form with the sort schema which we passed. So it will then later on take the error messages which sort validates, or returns in other words, and it will return them in the form message itself. So this function is just there to connect React hook form to sort itself, because the sort schema itself does not help us, so we need some sort of helper function, in this case sort resolver, which then connects everything and handles the errors, and then connects the errors to our internal state management and stuff like that. So it's super important to use the sort resolver. And here's the thing, React hook form works with controlled inputs. What this means is that you have to add default values. Default values is an object, and inside of here we want to define all of our properties. In this case we have our name, and the name is just an empty string. And if I scroll to the bottom, we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, we have our form field and we passed the name, and for the name I passed the random string, just gibberish. But this gibberish does not exist in our sort schema, because now React hook form is very smart. It looks at the sort schema and it sees, hey, we only have one property, and the property is called name, but the user passed some gibberish which does not exist. And if I delete it and if I click on Control Spacebar, I get autocomplete. So I only get one option, which is name. React hook form knows, hey, this input is for the name, so we will validate this input with the rules for the name in the schema. We can also test it out. To test it out, there's one change which we have to make. So for the form, we want to add the onSubmit property, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument we want to pass our onSubmit function, which is this one, onSubmit. So let's just pass it as an argument, and in theory this should now work. So let's test it out. If I go back and add one character and click on Create Workspace, we instantly get an error. Too small expected string to have at least 2 characters. So this worked very nicely, and I think we can continue. As a next step, I want to continue with the next component. So if we look at our diagram, we wanted to render our workspaces in the sidebar, then this little button to create a new workspace, we did that, and finally I want to render the user profile. What I mean by that is I want to have like a button, and if the user clicks on the button, I will render a drop down, or I think it's a drop down, and inside of there we will render a few options, like for example billing, account, logout or sign out, stuff like that, like user specific actions. So let's again go back and we will finish the create workspace component a bit later on, once we set up our database, or not really our database but our API mutations layer. So for the user nav, we want to create a new component. So in our components folder, let's create a new file, and this will be user nav.tsx. So since this is a component, we want to create an export function. This will be called user nav, and we can just open it. Let's get started right away with the UI, and I want to return the drop-down menu component. So what exactly is the drop-down menu component? Well, let's head over to our favorite library and we can search for the drop-down menu, and if I click on open, I get this drop-down menu, and that's exactly what we want. So for the button, we will render the user image, profile image. Once clicked on it, we will render this drop-down menu with multiple options. So we can go back, and in the drop-down menu we need to get the drop-down menu trigger, or we have to render it, and this is what the user will see, or in other words what the user will click. Inside of here we want to get the button component from the components. The thing is, the button is a button. Wow, who would have thought? Groundbreaking, right? But the drop-down menu trigger will also render a button. So how can we fix this? Well, if you remember, we added a property which is called as child, and this will tell the drop-down menu trigger, hey broski, we have a button inside of this drop-down menu trigger, so no need to render a button here. In the button, I want to render an avatar. So let's search for the avatar component quickly, and you will see that this is pretty much like just an image with a fallback for representing the user. So if we have an image, we will render the image. If we don't have an image, we will just render a fallback, like for example CN, JN, JM, yo, whatever. So we can get the avatar component since we already installed it from the components. In the avatar we want to render two more components. First of all, the avatar image. This is what we want to render primarily. So this will be the image of the user. And if we don't get an image, then we want to render the avatar fallback, which is also a component. And here we want to just say what we want to render as the fallback. In most cases, it makes sense to use like the first two characters of the username or email. It does not really matter. Like for example, in my case, it would be JM. This would make the most sense. So for testing purposes, we want to just for now create a fake constant user. So above the export function, let's create a constant user, which will be equal to an object. Inside of here, we will have a picture URL. You know what? I will just use the shared CN UI image. So you can just go to GitHub or go to Google and search for GitHub shared CN. Then you should find the profile of shared CN and you can click on open image, a new tab, and copy the URL, or literally go to your profile and copy the image from your profile. It does not make any difference. Then we can also create a given underscore name, and this will be Jan Marshall. Alright, this is finished. Let's use our user and let's start with the fallback. As mentioned, I want to render two characters, so the first two characters in the name. In this case, this will be JA. So we can get our user, then dot given name, and we can use the slice method, and we want to slice the first two characters, so 0 up to 2, and this will get the first two characters. We can also uppercase them, so let's say dot to uppercase, and we can invoke it. Let's also update our avatar image. We can get our source. This will be equal to our user.picture. Let's also add an alt, and this will be user image. And let's add a class name, which will be object cover. We can go underneath the drop-down menu trigger, and we can render the drop-down menu content imported from the components. Inside of here, we can first of all pass a few properties. The first one is align. For align, we will say end. Then we can also add the site. So where do we want to render the drop-down menu content? On the top, on the right, on the bottom, or on the left? If we look at our UI, where would it make the most sense? Well, it would make the most sense to render it on the right side. So for the site, this will be right. We can also add a site offset. The site offset tells shared CN UI how many pixels to the right it should render the content. So for example, let's imagine that this is our drop-down menu trigger and this is our content. This content could either be rendered like, let's say that this is 5 pixels, so we could have an offset of 5 pixels, but we could also say 50 pixels, and then we would render the content here. So in this case, we will say 8 pixels to the right, and we can add a class name, and this will be width custom value 200 pixels, so the width of the drop-down menu content. You know what, we can test it out already, why not? So let's go back to our layout. We can scroll to the bottom, we can go underneath this div, let's create another div, let's give it a class name, and the thing is we want to align the drop-down menu or the user nav at the bottom. So we can just say empty auto, so margin top auto, and this will take all of the available space, or it will push the content to the bottom. That's what I want to say. And inside of here, we can get our user nav component. This is self-closing. And if we again go back and if I remove this annoying thingy, so let's just position it on the top right corner, and then we will see our drop-down menu trigger. But I think you can agree with me that this does not look nice. It actually looks kinda ugly. So let's update our drop-down menu trigger. We will go back to our user nav and we can start with our button. Let's give it a variant first of all. This will be outline. We can give it a size. This will be icon, and we can give it a custom class name. So this will be size 12. rounded XL to make it a bit more, or to give it more rounding. Hover, which will be rounded LG. Let's also say transition all. Let's give it a duration of 200. BG background, but I don't want you to get the full opacity, but rather 50%. Border, and in this case, again, I don't want you to get the full opacity, but rather 50%. And we can say on hover, BG accent, and on hover, text accent foreground. And if we again go back, then you will see that this looks already way better. Nevertheless, our drop-down menu content is still kinda broken, and that's because we are missing the content. So let's head over back to our code base and let's continue with the drop-down menu content. First of all, we can get the drop-down menu label component, and inside of here in the drop-down menu label, I want to first of all render the avatar, so the user image, and then next to the avatar, I want to render the username and email. So we can get the avatar component, and you know what? We can just copy paste it. So I will copy this avatar and paste it inside of here. So we added our avatar image, we added our avatar fallback, and then underneath the avatar, I want to create a div element. Let's give this div a class name. This will be grid flex1 text left text SM. And I know this maybe looks a bit confusing right now. Why do we create this? Well, I will show it to you in a second. Let's add one more class name, and this is leading height, and this is for our line height. So let's again go back. So here's the thing. This is our drop-down menu content. And what I want to do is literally create like a top section where we render the user, how do you call it? Like the user image, and then also the username and email. So on the top side, and then after that, after this, you could say label, we will render the items. So for example, account, billing, sign out, so these buttons. So let's again head over back to the code base, and in this div, we want to render the username and the user email. And in this case, I used a grid layout, but in theory, you could also just say flex column, because grid also just creates one column. It's just shorter to write than flex and then flex column, but the layout is the same. So in the div, we can render a standard p tag, and I want to get the user.givenName. Let's also give the p tag a class name. This will be truncate, and what this means is if the name is too long or if there are too many characters, it won't overflow the container. Let's also say font medium, and then underneath this p tag we can render another one, and this will be for the email. So in this case I will just hard code the email because I don't want to expose it to you guys. But in your case you can just go into this constant and add the email or your email for now, and later on you can exchange it for your real email, but I will leave it hard coded. Let's also style the p tag. Let's give it a class name. This will be text muted foreground, truncate again, and also text XS. So let's go back. We have the image and then my name and email. Nevertheless, the UI looks a little bit weird. So the thing is, this shouldn't be underneath the image, but rather on the right side. So let's go back and let's update our drop-down menu label. Let's give it a class name, and this will be font normal, flex, items center, gap, which will be 2, padding x1, padding y 1.5, and also text left and text SM. If we again go back, then you will see that this already looks way better. So I think we can continue. Let's maybe update the avatar a bit. We can give it a class name. This will be relative, size 8, and also rounded LG, because currently the image was, or a second ago, the image had a rounding of full, so it was completely rounded, but now it's not completely rounded anymore. We have like this rounding which is LG, and I like it a bit more. So this is finished. In other words, the drop-down menu label is finished, and we can continue with the main content. So underneath the drop-down menu label, we can get the drop-down menu separator from the components. This is self-closing, and underneath the separator, we want to create a drop-down menu group, or we want to get get the component. Inside of here, let's get the drop-down menu item component. Let's open it. Inside of here, I want to just render like a text, or not a text, but this button will be there for the user account. So for now, we can just get the user icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and after the icon, we can say account. If we save this and again go back, then you will see that we now have a button for the user account. Let's create another drop-down menu item. We can just copy paste it down below. This one will be for billing. So let's say billing, and instead of using the user icon, I want to get the credit card icon from Lucid React. And then there's one more item which I want to render, and that's so that the user can sign out. So underneath the drop-down menu group, we can get the drop-down menu separator. This is self-closing, and underneath the separator, let's get the drop-down menu item component. And inside of here, I want to allow the user to log out, and this means that we need to use a component provided by Kinde. As you know, there are a few components that Kinde offers: the login link component, the register link component, and also the logout link component. So we can just get the logout link component imported from Kinde OSS, kind of Next.js. Let's open it, and inside of here, I want to get the logout icon from Lucid React, and I will also say log out. Now here's the thing, if we again go back, then you will see that we get an error. Why is that? Well, that's because we kinda imported logout link, the component, from the incorrect source. So if I scroll to the top, not to the bottom, we imported from this source, but we want to also append /components at the end. If we again go back, then this error will go away. Nevertheless, the logout button looks kinda weird. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, we are missing a property for the drop-down menu item. We want to add the asChild property, because the logout link is a separate component, and for it to not interfere with our, you could say, logout link, we have to add the asChild property, and with that everything aligns correctly. So this is finished, and I think we can close this. So do we get any errors? Yes, we get one error for the layout, and that's because we don't render our children. So let's render the children above the last div. I can just pass my children, and that's already it. So we are finally finished with step number 4. We created the UI, we get our workspaces on the left side, we have this beautiful modal, we render the user nav drop down, everything works quite well. But this does not give us real data. This is all hard-coded, but in reality we want real data, and we want to also allow the user to create a workspace, and this will be step number 5. But before we continue with step number 5, there's one more thing which we have to implement, and this deals with our account button. If I currently click on account, nothing happens, but in reality I want to have something like a, you could say, user account portal update thingy. So pretty much like a self-serve portal. And thankfully, Kinde makes our lives quite simple. So if you head over to the Kinde documentation, just click on the link in my YouTube description, then we can go to the Next.js documentation. Inside of here, you can search for the self-serve portal. So to allow your users to be sent to the self-serve portal, you can use the portal link component. Check here for information on enabling the self-serve portal for organizations. We will check that in a second, but in general, the self-serve portal is just a nice looking, you could say, self-serve portal. I mean, who would have thought? Groundbreaking, right? And before we implement the self-serve portal, we have to first of all enable it. So let's head over back to the Kinde dashboard. Let's click on settings. And if we scroll to the bottom, then you should find a button or a section called self-serve portal. Please click on it, and then inside of here you can configure the self-serve portal. So first of all, you have general portal settings like the return URL or the organization alias. We can update the organization alias because for our application we don't really call an organization an organization, but rather a workspace. So let's copy workspace and let's paste it inside of here. We can also save it. Now we can update the settings for the user self-management. So define what user settings can be managed via the portal. These actions are available to all users. So let's allow users to update their user profile. Should we allow users to manage their billing information? No, not really, because we will have organizations, so let's just leave it off. And we want to update our organization self-management. We want to allow organization details. This means users will be able, or admins will be able, to manage their organization information, and also admins will be allowed to manage their billing information. So let's save this, and we can again go back and we can finally use the portal link. So let's open the user nav component. Let's import the component first of all. So I want to get the portal link. Let's scroll to the bottom and we can use it inside of this drop-down menu item. Let's add the asChild property and then we can wrap the content in the portal link component. So I will just paste what I just copied and I will do the same thing for billing. So I can add an asChild property and I will wrap the content in the portal link component. So in theory, this should already work. So if we again go back and do a hard refresh, I will click on account and in theory, I should get redirected. And that's exactly what happened. So on the left side, you already see my info. Jan Marshall, account settings profile. So since we currently did not really set up billing for organizations, we are also not able to update the organization info. To see the organization info and to update it, we have to be an admin and we have to enable roles and permissions. But I want to do that a bit later on once we already have a basic foundation. So then it will also make more sense. But for now, I want to just set a good foundation for this project and then we can finally implement roles and with that billing. But for now we already see that we can update the name or the first name, last name, and we also see our email. So this works beautifully and it looks absolutely beautiful. So we can head over back to our application and I want to continue with step number 5. But before we continue with step number 5, we want to push our changes to GitHub. So I will stop my dev server. We can create a new branch. So git checkout -b for the branch. This will be step 4 and this will be called Workspace Layout. Let's click on enter. We are now in the new branch and we can finally stage all of our changes, commit them and push them. And as you all know, there are two ways to pretty much stage all of our changes and commit them. We can either do it using the terminal. That's what I did for the other two examples. Or since I use VS Code, we can also use the source control. The source control is pretty much just an UI interface which makes it easier to work with Git. And that's what we will use from now on. So if you, for example, use Vim for some weird reason, and you probably won't even watch this video, but if you do, then please continue with the terminal. Please just do what I showed you in the other two examples. Stage all changes, commit them, and then you want to go into the main branch and just pull your changes. It's super simple. But in this case, since I have the source control, I will just first of all generate a commit message using this AI thingy. You can also create your own commit message, it does not matter, and I will click on commit. I will also click on publish branch and this will publish the branch. If you get some sort of warning which says set upstream or something like that, just click on don't annoy me again or don't remind me again and this will fix everything. So we published our branch, so we can head over back to GitHub. In GitHub we can compare and create a pull request. So I will click on the button and I will create a pull request. As mentioned, if you want to, you can review all of the changes and maybe make updates, but in this case everything is fine, so we can just merge the pull request. I will click on confirm merge and I will delete the branch, the remote branch, since we won't need it anymore. So I can close this, let's go back, and we want to head over or switch back into the main branch. So on the bottom or on the bottom left, you will find this button. I will click on it and I want to go into the main branch. And since we made new changes, we have to also pull them. So I can click on this button, which is fetch from all remotes. This will fetch all of the new data. And then in a second, you will see that it says sync changes to. So there are two commits which we want to merge or pull from origin main. So I will just click on sync to changes, or you can say git pull, it does not matter, it's the same thing, to be quite honest with you. And if we again go back, then everything will still work. And if we look at our source control, then we get this beautiful graph. Alright friends, so it's finally time to continue with step number 5, which is to implement our API layer. And the API layer will be there to first of all fetch data, but also it will be used for mutations. So to create workspaces, to create channels, to create messages and stuff like that. And here's the thing, there are two ways on how you can implement an API layer. First of all, you can just use server actions, route handlers, and then server components to fetch data. This is one option which totally works, and this is the native way of doing things. But there's an even better alternative, and that's to use an RPC layer. And in this video, we will use oRPC. oRPC is a solution which allows you to create type-safe APIs easily. And as they say here, easy to build APIs that are end-to-end type safe and adhere to open API standards. oRPC is very similar to tRPC, with the core difference that it offers open API support, while tRPC has a very broken open API support. They offer like third-party plugins, but to be honest with you, they don't work, or they are broken and not maintained. And that's why I'm not a big fan of tRPC, or let me redact that. I'm a big fan of tRPC, but I'm missing the open API support, because in my opinion, in most big applications, you need open API support. So that's why we won't use tRPC, but instead oRPC. And I think a lot of people might not really know what oRPC is and what it really does. So if you go to my YouTube channel, your best friend, then you will find this video. Stop using tRPC, try oRPC instead. And in this video, I cover why tRPC is so cool and why you should probably test it out. So let's quickly look at the features. End-to-end type safety, that's very important. First class open API support, contract first development. To be honest with you, I don't really care about contract first development, but it's a nice feature. In big teams, you probably would want to use it, or if you work in a big company, then that's quite essential. But since we just have a small, in quotations, a small project, we won't really need that. They have a lot of features. Just look at the website. Oh, by the way, the video is embedded. Wow, how cool. And yeah, that's oRPC. And maybe before we get started, let's look at this image. So we have a function, update planet. This is equal to OS. OS is like the builder with which you create your function. And inside of here, we then chain a few middlewares. Use DB provider, use require auth, use rate limit. So these rate limits, or not rate limits, but middlewares, have some sort of function. Require auth makes sure that the user is authenticated. Rate limit adds the rate limit. Analytics adds analytics. Sentry monitor adds sentry. And that's very nice that you can chain middlewares. So in the past, I always used server actions. And the biggest problem with server actions is that, in my opinion, it's not very structured. And you have to write a lot of code every time whenever you create a new server action. So you have to always paste the auth code, then the rate limit code, then the analytics code. This is annoying. And the nice thing with oRPC, or in general with any API solution is that you can just use multiple middlewares, chain them, and then everything works as expected. We also have this route, we have the input, this is what the user will have to pass to the server. So if you, for example, create a new workspace, then the input would be name. Name would be of type string, so we already have the sort schema, we can just pass the sort schema for the input. And of course we also have a handler, and the handler is where all of the logic will be written. So if you want to get data, then you will create a get query to fetch your data, or a post request to your, I don't know, maybe database or some sort of API to post data, to update data. So I think we can get started, and this is already the getting started guide. If you want to, you can quickly read through it, and if you wonder what oRPC means, it means Open API. This is the O, remote procedure call, and it combines RPC with Open API, which allows you to define and call remote or local procedures through a type-safe API. So now we know what oRPC is, and we can finally install it. So here we already have the installation command. Let's use pnpm. We can copy this, go back, and I will stop my dev server and paste it inside of here. This will install the oRPC server and the oRPC client. We can also install the TanStack query client. So in oRPC, you can search for TanStack query or just TanStack, that's also fine, and then you will find this option, TanStack query integration. Click on it, and then you want to install this package, oRPC TanStack query at latest. So I will select pnpm, and I will also paste it into my terminal to install this package. So this was successful, this is finished, and let's again get started. I will install, or I will explain this oRPC TanStack package a bit later on once we implement TanStack, but for now we want to implement oRPC. So the next step is to define a simple router, or as they say, define app router. We will use sort for schema validation, optional, any standard schema is supported, but sort, as we all know, is pretty much the best. So what we can do is open our Explorer, and in the app folder we can create a new folder which will be called router. And in the router we can create an index.ts file, and this will be our base router. So to get started, how do you create a router? Well, it's quite simple. It's just a standard function. So export constant router, this is equal to an object, and we can create our first route. So this will be workspace, and workspace is an object, and in this workspace we can define all of our procedures. So for example, get items, or get workspaces, create workspaces, delete workspace, update workspace, and stuff like that. And to do that, you want to first of all have your key. So for example, list means that you want to get workspaces, and this key will be equal to the procedure. So we can create a new file in the router, and this will be called workspace.ts. And this file will store all of the procedures for the workspace, could you say category? So everything that is related to workspaces will be stored inside of here. And procedures are literally just like actions. Get data or get workspaces. This is one procedure. Create workspace. This is another procedure. And in this case, we want to first of all, what do we want to do? Maybe let's list workspaces. So we can create an export constant list workspaces, and this will be equal to OS. OS does not import for me automatically, so we can do it manually. We can say import, I will destructured, and this will be from oRPC or at oRPC/server. And I want to get OS. OS is like, you could say, the builder. This is your starting point to create your procedure. Then we can chain .route. Inside of here, we can invoke it and destructured, and we want to pass the method. Since we want to get data, this will be get. We want to also pass the path. This will just be /workspace. And we want to pass a summary. This just explains what this procedure does. In this case, this lists all workspaces, and we can pass tags. This is an array, and inside of here we can say workspace. After the route we can chain .input, and input is what the user will pass. So in this case, since we want to fetch data, we will just say void. So we don't want the user to pass anything. We can invoke this, and we want to say z.void, and we want to invoke it. Z does not import for me automatically, so we can do it manually. Import z from Zod. We have to also pass an output, so we can chain it down below, output, and output is what the handler will return. So in the handler we will write our query logic, and then we will just return what we fetched, and the shape which we return will be passed into this output. In this case, for now we won't return anything, so let's say z.void, and as a last step we can pass our handler, and in the handler we want to just create a standard arrow function. And for now we can just say console.log, and I want to console log the input. We can destructure our params. I want to get the input, and we can console log the input. And there is also one thing which I want to do, and that's that I want to make this asynchronous. So this arrow function, and this is our procedure. We can use it. So I will copy the name list workspaces, and I want to pass it into the standard router. So this keyword list will be equal to list workspaces, the procedure. And as you see, we don't get any error anymore. So our base router is defined. Let's continue. The next step is to create the server. Instead of following this guide, we want to follow a Next.js specific guide. So in the sidebar, you can scroll to the bottom and you want to click on adapters. Inside of here, you will find Next.js. Please click on it and you will find documentation regarding the Next.js adapter. Inside of here, you will see that they have a section regarding the server, so how you can set up the oRPC server inside Next.js using its route handlers. So let's copy the route structure. I will copy it, go back, and in the app folder, we want to create a new file and we can paste the route structure. This is already TypeScript code, and if we go back, we can just copy this code and paste it inside of here. We instantly get an error, and that's because we have to import the router, and the router is what we just created, the base router. And please make sure that you import the router not from Next router, but from your app folder, because Next router is what you will use to navigate yourself. This is not needed for oRPC. You want to get the router which we defined. And this is finished. This is our router, or not our router, but rather our server. If we look at the code, you will see that inside of here, we first of all define a new RPC handler. And what is this RPC handler and why do we need it? Well, the RPC handler enables communication with clients over oRPC's proprietary RPC protocol built on top of HTTP. So pretty much this server connects our client to the server, and our server is this router with all of our procedures. And we also have a prefix /RPC, so all of the oRPC routes will be served from /RPC. In this case, for example, it would be /RPC/workspace. We can also provide initial context. This means, for example, the request object or anything that you want to get in the route or in the procedure itself. But this may sound a bit confusing right now, so I don't want to add any context for now, even though we will do it later on. Once we are already a bit further into the setup process, it should already make way more sense, and then you will also understand what context means. We also export all of our HTTP verbs: get, post, delete, patch, everything that is needed. So the server is finished, we can close this. The next step is to create the client. So by leveraging headers from Next/headers, you can configure the RPC link to work seamlessly in both browser and server environments. This is all cool, this is all great, but the thing is, this oRPC client is not optimized for SSR. It will be way slower in SSR environments. This means environments where you fetch fetch data on the server side, and this is kinda a problem for us because we want to fetch the workspace data on the server side. We want to fetch the channel list or all of our channels on the server side. So it would make sense to have an optimized SSR environment, or we want to optimize oRPC for the server environment because it should be as fast as possible. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find this documentation or this section. To reduce HTTP requests and improve latency during SSR, you can utilize a server-side client during SSR. Below is a quick setup. See Optimize SSR for more details. So let's look at this documentation quickly. The problem with standard SSR data fetching. In a typical SSR setup within full-stack frameworks, data fetching often involves the server making an HTTP request back to its own API. Let's quickly look at the image, and in this case the user makes a request to the server to get, for example, the workspaces, and the server, instead of handling the request as is, it has to make a request to the API, and the API has to get the data, return it to the server, and the server has to return the data to the user. This step is kinda annoying. It would be nice to do everything on the server side or in the server itself. And we don't want to make any requests to the API itself. So as they say here, this pattern works, but it introduces unnecessary overhead. The server needs to make an HTTP request to itself to fetch the data, which can add extra latency and consume resources. Ideally, during SSR, the server should fetch data by directly invoking the relevant API logic within the same process, and that's super important. In this case, we have our user. The user wants to again get workspaces, so we make a request to the server, but instead of the server making another request to the API, it finally does everything in this one, could you say, call, or in this one environment without any external fetches. It gets the data and it returns it. This makes everything way faster and you could also say more efficient. So as they say, fortunately, oRPC provides both a server-side client and a client-side client. You can leverage the former during SSR, so the server-side client will be used during SSR, and if we are not in a SSR environment, it will automatically fall back to the client-side client. So that's exactly what we want to implement. If you go back to the Next.js documentation, then you will find this section. So first of all, we want to create the standard oRPC client. Let's open our lib folder and let's paste the file inside of here, orpc.ts, so the name. We can copy the code and also paste it inside of here. Before I import anything, let's continue. We can continue with this orpc.server file. I will copy it and also paste it into the lib folder. We want to copy the file content. I will copy it and paste it inside of here. This is very interesting because inside of here we instantly tell the file that it should only run on the server side. So this .server is something that, if I remember correctly, Remix back then implemented, or you could say made popular, and Next.js adapted it. So the server, could you say flag? The server flag tells Next.js this file should only and will only run on the server side. Again, we get a few errors here, that's fine, we can skip it. Let's continue with this instrumentation.ts file. We will copy it and we can paste it into our root directory. Don't paste it into your app folder, paste it into the root directory, or in other words, create a new file in the root directory and then copy the content and paste it inside of here. We can also make the import a bit more safe, so we can get our, or we want to use this at, then slash, and this will be lib/orpc.server. We can continue, and the next step is to go into our root layout, and in the root layout, we want to import our orpc.server file for pre-rendering. So we can go back and underneath the auth provider, or we can do it at the top, why not? We can just say import, and we want to import, or this is just a standard import, so we can use strings at /lib/orpc.server, and this will be used for pre-rendering. We can say here pre-rendering for SSR. This is finished, let's continue, and let's fix our two files. So the oRPC.server file and the standard oRPC client. We have to import the router. So if I hover over router, please import it from the app folder. The same thing is also true for the server file. Import the router from the app folder, from the router folder. Inside of the oRPC.server file, we already instantly pass context. This is fine. For now, we can leave it as is, but we will delete these headers later on because we don't need them. In the oRPC itself, we just have our standard client, and this works quite nicely because if we are in a client-side environment, then this client will be used, but if we are in a server-side environment, then this client will be used, which works on the server side. And to make everything work nicely, we create this global this, and this allows oRPC to easily switch between the client-side client and the server-side client. As the next step, before we implement hand-stack query or anything like that, I would rather want to first of all finish my workspace procedure, the list workspaces procedure. So let's go to the workspace file and let's start from the top. So the function name is fine, the route is already configured the right way. Our input is z.void, that's fine. We don't want to input anything, but we want to update our output. So we can delete the z.void and instead let's say z.object. We can invoke it, the structured. I want to inside of here return workspaces, plural, and this will be equal to z.array. We can invoke it, and inside of here we want to pass an object. So z.object, and we can invoke it, the structured. And what properties will our workspaces array have? Well, I want to get the ID of the workspace, the code, I want to get the name, and also the avatar. So we can just say inside of here, for the ID, this will be z.string. We want to get a name, this will be of type z.string, and we want to also get an avatar or the avatar of the workspace, and this will just be z.string. Please don't forget to add the commas where necessary, and we have our first array. As a next step, there are two more things that I want to get, and that's the current user and also the current workspace. So here's the thing, this workspace route is only available to authenticated users, and these authenticated users, well, they always have a user object and they are also logged into a workspace. So if we go back, we can go underneath the workspaces, but we want to stay in the z.object, and let's first of all get our user. And what type is our user? Because as you might know, or as you know, we use kind and we store our user data in kind. Kind has a specific object, or later on, once we get the user session, kind will return an object with, for example, an ID, the name, avatar, the first name, last name, stuff like that. And to be honest with you, I don't really know how it's structured. I don't know the shape of the object. So to fix that, it's quite simple. So we can implement a simple fix. We can use the kind type inside of here. So we can say z.custom. We can pass a generic, so these angled brackets, and we want to get the kind user. This is imported from kind OSS, kind of Next.js, and we can pass another generic, so these angled brackets, and we will say record. Let's again pass a generic, and this will be string, comma, unknown. We still get an error. What's the problem? Well, that's because at the end we want to invoke it. If we hover over our user, you will see it's the user z.custom of type kind user. And kind user has all of the kind user specific types. So we will get a name, we will get an ID and stuff like that. Let's do the same thing for the current workspace. So I want to return the current workspace where the user is logged into, and this will be equal to z.custom because we want to again use the kind type. So we can pass a generic, and this will be kind organization. We can import it from kind. We can pass another child generic, and this will be unknown. Let's invoke it at the end, and this is finished. As you see at the bottom, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, if we hover over this code, it says argument of type type promise is not assignable, T1 result, void. What does this mean? Well, it's quite simple. If you get an error here, then this means that you don't return the correct type. So in this case, we have a specific output, but our handler does not return this output, and that's why we get the error. So we can literally first of all get the data, and then we will return it. First of all, I want to get the user organizations. So we can create a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. As you all know, kind offers two hooks. Use kind browser client and get kind server session. Get kind server session exposes functions which only run on the server side. Use kind browser client exposes functions which run on the client side. In this case, I want to get the user organizations function, and we have to await it because it's a promise. So constant organizations will be equal to await get user organizations. With that, we will get our organizations where the user is a member of. As a next step, we can return our data. So let's return an object. I want to first of all return our workspaces. This will be equal to organizations.orgs.map, and we want to get our org as in param, and let's just return this, and let's open an object. In this object, we want to pass our properties, the ID, name, and avatar. For the ID, this will be equal to org.code. For the name, this will be equal to the org.name. And for the avatar, this will be equal to the org.name.char add, and we want to get the first character, so 0. As a next step, we want to also return the user object and current workspace. But how do we do that? Well, you might say, hey Jan, it's quite simple. We already have the getKindServerSession hook. We can just destructure the getUser function and also get organization, and with that we will get our data and we will be able to return it down below. Yes, this is one option, but here's the thing. As mentioned with oRPC, you can create middlewares, and this allows you to centralize this logic, like for example the user logic, in one file, and then we use it in all procedures. So in this case, for example, or in our case, we want to make sure that the user is authenticated for all procedures, because every procedure requires the user to have a valid user session and to be logged into a workspace. So we want to create a new middleware. So let's open our Explorer, and in the app folder we can create a new folder, and this will be called middlewares. In the middlewares folder we can first of all create a base.ts file, and this will be the base middleware. This base middleware will just be there to expose the current request. So inside of here we can just say export constant base, and this will be equal to OS. OS is imported from oRPC/server. This is the base builder, and we want to say context, $context. We can pass a generic. Let's open an object inside of here, and we want to pass a request, which will be of type request. And as a next step, we want to invoke it. I want to also create a base structure for errors. So in our application, we will later on have predefined errors: rate limited, bad request, not found, forbidden, unauthorized, or for example, internal server error. And oRPC makes it very easy to implement or to use type-safe errors, or in other words, to handle them. So we can use this .errors method, we can just invoke it, and let's destructure it. Let's start with the first error message, and this will be rate_limited. We can open an object, and for the message we will just say something like you are being rate limited. Let's continue with the next error. This will be forbidden or bad request, and please always do this uppercase. So bad_request, and this will be equal to an object, and for the message this will just be bad request. The next error message will be not found, and as you see here we also get type safety autocomplete. So not found, and for the error message this will just be not found. Let's continue with the next error. This will be forbidden, and for the message we will just say this is forbidden. We can continue with the next error, and this will be unauthorized. For the message we can just say, for example, you are unauthorized. There is one more error which we want to pass, and that's the internal server error. For the message we can just say internal server error. With that, we are finished. This is our base middleware, and this base middleware will be passed into every procedure. So in theory, we can also test it out. I can go into the workspace, and instead of building our procedure from OS, we can instead use our base middleware, and everything will still work. So we can create another middleware, and this middleware will make sure that the user is authenticated, and it will also return the user session. So in the router we can create an auth.ts file, and in the auth file we want to create another middleware. So we can say export constant. This will be called required auth middleware, and this will be equal to base, so the middleware which we just created. And we use base because the base defines our messages. And in this case, for example, if the user is not authenticated, you could either throw an unauthorized error, or you could, for example, redirect the user. It does not really matter. As a next step, we want to chain context. We can pass a generic. Let's open an object, and we want to pass the session. This can be optional. Let's use a question mark, and this will be equal to an object. We want to get the user. The user could be optional. Let's use a question mark, and then we want to pass our kind user, which is imported from kind. We have to pass a generic, or you know what, we can just copy the code from our workspace. We want to just get this kind user type. So we can literally just copy this kind user with the record string unknown. We can copy it and paste it inside of here. There is one more thing missing, and that's that we want to invoke this. We can also chain the middleware method. Let's invoke it, and inside of here we want to create a standard arrow function. We can make it asynchronous, and we can destructure the params. I want to get first of all the context and also next. What we can also do is go to the oRPC documentation, and let's click on middleware in the sidebar. So middleware is a powerful feature in oRPC that enables reusable and extensible procedures. It allows you to intercept, hook into, or listen into a handler's execution, inject or guard the execution context. So these are the two main features. And let's look at the overview. So middleware is a function that takes a next function as a parameter and either returns the result of next or modifies the result before returning it. So we can continue. In this middleware method, we want to get the user session. So we can just create another function at the bottom. Let's just say constant get session. This will just be a standard arrow function. We can inside of here first of all make it asynchronous, and in this function I want to get my user. How do we get our user on the server side? Well, as you all know, we want to create a constant, we want to destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Where we destructure it, we can get the get user function, and this function is a promise. So we will say constant user equals to await get user. We can invoke it, and we can also return our user. So return object user. Let's use this get session function. So in our middleware, we can open it, and I want to say constant session, and this will be equal to context.session. If the context.session is not defined, we can use nullish core listen, and we will instead instead say await get session. Let's invoke it. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, what's this context.session? It looks a bit confusing. Why do we use nullish coalescen? I mean, this code makes sense. Why don't we just say constant session equals to await get session? Good question. So we use this context.session, or I guess this nullish coalescen, to check if we already have the user session in context. If we already have it in context, then we reuse it and we avoid another fetch. If we don't have the user session already in context, then we instead fetch the user session using this function. This function calls kind, gets the user and returns it. So this is a very good optimization which we made, and this will make our application more performant. And this session could either be defined or undefined. So we can create an if statement, and if there is no session.user, then we want to just redirect the user. So I will say return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and I will redirect the user to /API/auth/login. And if we have a user, then we can just return next. This is the function exposed by oRPC, and we want to invoke it, the structured, and we want to pass context, and context will be an object, and we want to pass our user, which will be equal to session.user. And with that, we are finished with this middleware. We can use it in our workspace. I want to chain my middleware after the base and before the route. So we can say .use. I will just go here, .use, and I want to pass my required of middleware. Everything will still work and we still get the same error. But now we can update our param, or where we destructure our params, and we can get our context. So control spacebar and I get my context. If I scroll to the bottom, I can pass my user, and this will be equal to context.user. And this user is always defined, because if we don't get a valid user session in the middleware, we will redirect the user. So this is a nice helper, and this is a great benefit of the middleware file. Nevertheless, we are still not finished, because there's one more thing missing. We want to also get the current workspace. So let's open our Explorer. In the middlewares, we can just create a workspace.ts file. I just realized that I made a small mistake. I pasted, or I created the auth file in the router. It should instead live in the middlewares folder. I want to update all of the imports, and with that, everything should still work as expected. Let's continue with our workspace middleware. To create a code, or to save some time, we can just copy the code from the auth middleware and paste it inside of here. Nevertheless, we have to update the code a bit. So first of all, we don't have the session anymore. Let's delete it, and instead we will have a workspace which could be undefined. So let's add this question mark, and this will be equal to kind organization. Let's create a generic, and this will be unknown, or let's use the vertical line, null. So we have our context, and let's continue with our middleware. In the middleware, we want to get our workspace. So let's first of all update the function at the bottom. Instead of getting the session, we want to get a workspace, or the current workspace, and I will delete the code inside of here, and I want to create a new constant. This will be equal to get kind server session, and where we destructured, I want to get the get organization function. We want to await the function, so let's say constant organization, and this will be equal to await get organization. We can invoke it, and as a last step, we want to return the organization which we just fetched. So we can use the function get workspace, and we can update our middleware. So instead of saying constant session, this will be constant workspace. This will be equal to context.workspace, and if it's not defined, then we want to say await get workspace. And if we don't have a workspace, I don't want to redirect the user, but instead I want to throw an error. And how do you throw errors? Well, firstly, if you remember, we already defined a few errors itself, or you could also say error messages. Rate limited, bad request, not found, forbidden, and we want to use them in the middleware. With that, we can create type-safe errors, which we can then handle on the client side. In this case, I think it would make the most sense to throw the forbidden error. So I can just say throw errors, and I don't get my errors. So you want to destructure your middleware, and you want to get the errors. And as you already see here, we have a typing, rate limited, bad request. These are all of the options. So let's select errors, and we want to say forbidden. Please invoke this is very important. And the last step is to return this workspace. So instead of returning a user, we will return our workspace. And this is also finished. Let's delete the unused imports, so also the kind user, and I think we can use it in our procedure. So if I go back to my workspace, I can chain this file or this middleware workspace after the required of middleware. So I will say .use, I want to invoke it, and this will be required, or not required, how was it called? I forgot, my god. So it's called required of middleware. Wow, I forgot to update the name. Good that we double checked. So this instead should be called required workspace middleware. We can copy the name, go back and paste it into this use. So let's import it from our middlewares, and I think we are finally finished. Nevertheless, we still get an error, and that's because we have to also pass the current workspace, and this will be equal to our context.workspace. And do we still get an error? Yes, we still get an error. What's the problem? Type promise workspace is not assignable to type string. This is a weird error message. So type promise workspace's ID string name string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So what's the problem? Well, in our output we said, hey, the name should be of type string and the avatar should be of type string, but kind tells us, hey, the name could be undefined, the avatar could be undefined. And that's the reason why we get this error. So for the name, we can use nullish listen. If the name is not defined, we will say my workspace. For the avatar, if it's not defined, we can use nullish listen and we will just return M. But the error is still not gone. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, organizations in theory could be null, which of course shouldn't happen. So if it's null, we want to throw an error. So in our handler, we can destructure our errors. And if we don't have any organizations, so I can say if there are no organizations, and we can inside of here just throw our errors. And we want to say what would make sense in this case. Rate limited, no. Unauthorized would not make any sense. I guess forbidden or bad request. I don't really know. Maybe ask ChatGPT, but in this case I will just use forbidden. And our error is finally gone. Oh my god. So we can delete the input since we don't use it. I think we are finally completely finished with the procedure. We can just close this file, we can close all of the files, and we are finished with the core setup of oRPC. We created our own router, we set up middlewares, we set up the server and all of the cool stuff. As a next step, I want to implement TAN-stack query because we will use TAN-stack query to fetch data, but we will also use it for mutations and, for example, later on for our infinite list and stuff like that. And TAN-stack query makes it super simple to invalidate queries, to implement optimistic updates and stuff like that. So this is the website website TanStack query, and as they say, powerful asynchronous state management, server state utilities, and data fetching. When I created my video on oRPC, I got this comment which says reinventing React query, and I think a lot of people are confused by the difference between or by what oRPC does and what React query does. So I created this comment. RPC tools generate type-safe fetchers. React query and co consume fetchers. They don't replace each other. They coexist. oRPC generates our type-safe code. React query uses this code and then fetches it. So they work great together, and in my opinion, they should be used together. So you want to go back to oRPC, click on integrations, and then TanStack query. And as they say, TanStack query is a robust solution for asynchronous state management. oRPC TanStack query integration is very lightweight and straightforward, supporting all libraries that TanStack query supports. So we want to first of all install it. No, I'm joking, we already installed the integration, and the next step is to configure it. And configuring it is super simple. You want to open the oRPC file, and then at the bottom you want to just literally implement it. So you want to use this create TanStack query utils function, and this will configure TanStack query. So we can just go back and we can say export constant oRPC, and this will be equal to create TanStack query utils. Sadly, it does not import for me automatically, so I will do it manually. I will copy the import statement and paste it inside of here. I will copy the name, create TanStack query utils, and we have to pass one argument, which is the client. And we are finished. This now connects oRPC to TanStack query. But here's the thing, we haven't implemented TanStack query yet. So let's fix that. Let's go to TanStack query. We want to go to the documentation and we want to click on installation. If TanStack query is something that is completely new to you, I would recommend you to go through this documentation because it explains what TanStack query is, why you should use it, and why it's so powerful. As they say here, caching, synchronizing, and updating server state. It's super powerful, and I, for a long time, did not use TanStack query, so I haven't used it for the last 2 or 3 years, and to be honest with you, I missed out. TanStack query is literally one of the best libraries in the React ecosystem. With that out of the way, let's click on installation, and the first step is to install TanStack query. So I use pnpm, and I will copy the import statement or install statement and paste it into my terminal. The next step is to continue, so let's scroll to the bottom. At the bottom they also mention recommendations, so it's recommended to use our ESLint plugin query to help you catch bugs and inconsistencies while you code. So let's install it using pnpm. I will just paste it into my terminal and we are finished with the installation. We can also install the dev tools, and the dev tools are just like a nice little UI layer which help you understand what TanStack query is doing right now. As they say, it will save you hours of debugging. So let's install it. I will just use pnpm and I will paste it into my terminal. And I think we finally installed all of the required dependencies and we can finally set up TanStack query. We could in theory just follow this guide, but oRPC also has a very in-depth guide. If you go to the TanStack query integration section in oRPC, then you can scroll to the complete bottom and then you will find this section, hydration. To avoid issues like refetching on mount or waterfall issues, your app may need to use TanStack query hydration. For seamless integration with oRPC, extend the default serializer using the RPC JSON serializer to support all oRPC types. Let's do that. We can just scroll to the bottom and then you will find this Next.js example. So let's first of all copy the serializer file, or the name of the file. Let's open our lib folder and we can create a new file called serializer.ts. I will copy the content and paste it inside of here. Let's continue with the client. So we can copy the route structure query/client and let's paste it into the lib folder. So query/client, query in this case is the folder and client is the file. We can just copy this and paste it inside of here. So currently we just configure TanStack query to work well with oRPC in a server-side environment. Let's continue with the hydration file. So in our query folder, in the lib folder, we can create a hydration file. I will copy the content, paste it inside of here, and the last step is to create the providers file. So we can just copy this file name providers.tsx and let's create it in the lib folder. So I will create a new file called providers.tsx and I will copy the content and paste it inside of here. This will just set up the query client provider and this will pass all of the required state to the children. So we can just close all of these files and the last step is to open our root layout and we want to wrap our children in providers which we just created. So we want to import it from the lib folder. Please make sure that you import it from the correct source and then inside of here we can pass our children again. And with that, we finally set up TanStack query. Alright, so as a next step, I want to finally fetch my real data. So for the workspace list, I want to render my real workspaces. For the create workspace component, I want to create a real mutation. And in the user nav, I want to render the real user data. So now the question is, how should we fetch our data? Because TanStack query is quite powerful. We can either do it on the server side or on the client side. It does not really matter. It's quite simple both ways. So this is now rather an architectural question. So here is what I decided on. If we look at my beautiful diagram, then you should know that we have three main sections: the workspace layout, the channels layout, and then the main messages page. And in my opinion, it would make the most sense to fetch this on the server side, to fetch the channels on the server side, and then to fetch the messages and also the thread messages on the client side. So I will just make this, for example, blue. This means this is on the client side and this will be on the server side, so red. So let's get started right away. How can you fetch data on the server side with TanStack query? Well, you want to prefetch the query and then you want to get the data in your components. So how can we implement it? Well, it's quite simple. First of all, above the return statement, we want to create or initialize our query client. So we can create a constant query client and this will be equal to use query client. This is imported from TanStack query, and as a next step, we want to prefetch the query. So we can say await query client dot prefetch, not prefetch infinite query, but prefetch query, and we can invoke it, and as an argument we want to pass our query. So we can use our oRPC client dot workspace dot and we instantly get type safety. So if I just have my oRPC client and if I pass the dot, I instantly get my option workspace, because if we open our router, we only have one route, workspace. But if we would have multiple routes, then they would also show up here. But in this case, we want to get our workspace and we want to list our workspaces. And as a last step, you want to also append query options and invoke it. And with that, we are finished. Nevertheless, we still get an error, and that's because we want to make this function an async function. And this is safe to do because this is a server component. Nevertheless, we currently get an error. Use query client cannot be called in an async function. And that's correct. We don't want to get use query client, but instead get query client. And get query client is imported from the lib folder. This was a silly mistake, so let me just delete the use query client, and now everything should finally work. As a next step, I want to get started with my workspace list, or in other words, I want to render my real data. So how do you do that? Do you just pass a prop or something like that? No, you want to fetch the query now on the client side. So how does it exactly work? Well, TanStack query will prefetch the query on the server side, and on the client side, this means in this component, which we will mark as the client component in a second, we will just access the data. So everything will still run on the server side, but we will access the query data on the client side. We will still write like a query, but it won't result in a query. Instead, it will pretty much hydrate everything on the client side. So the data comes from the server side, it gets hydrated and then rendered here on the client side. So let's go back to our layout. We want to wrap this component, the workspace list, in the hydrate client component. This is imported from our lib folder, and then we want to pass our workspace list. We get one error, and that's because property client is missing in type children element. So this error looks a bit weird, but what it says is pretty much that we are missing the client property, and the client will be equal to query client. And if we go back to our workspace list, we can finally get our data because it's now prefetched on the server side. We pass the hydrate client, so inside of here we can get it. Inside of the workspace list component, we can create a constant we want to destructured, and this will be equal to use suspense query. This is imported from TanStack query, and as an argument we have to again pass the query. So this will be oRPC.workspace.list.query options, and we can invoke it. This won't fetch the data, but rather it will hydrate it on the client side. And where we destructured, we can get our data, and we can destructure it even further. So data will be equal to an object, and we want to destructure our workspaces and the current workspace. And with that, we can first of all delete our hard-coded array workspaces. We don't need it anymore. And I want to also use this current workspace. So when a user is logged into a specific workspace, then we want to update our tooltip content. So currently for the tooltip content, we just render the name. But if the workspace is currently active, I want to also say current. So let's do the following. Let's copy everything that is returned in this map. Let's copy it, and let's also update this. Instead of instantly returning everything, we can open an object, and inside of here we can now find out if the current item is the active item, or if the current workspace is the active workspace. So let's create a constant is active, and this will be equal to current workspace dot org code, and this should be equal to our workspace.id over which we currently map. And as a next step, we can again return everything and paste what we just had or what we just copied. And this is active boolean could now either be true or false, and I can use it in this tooltip content. So after the workspace name, I want to literally just create pretty much a ternary. So we can say if is active is true, we can use this double and sign, and we will just return in parentheses current. So this means that we are currently logged into this workspace. And of course, we can test it out. So if we go back, we instantly get an error. Attempted to call useSuspense query from the server, but useSuspense query is on the client. It's not possible to invoke a client function from the server. It can only be rendered as a component or passed to props of a client component. So how can we fix this problem? Well, it's super simple. We want to make this component a client component. So at the top we can use the useClient directive, and with that the error will instantly go away. And if we hover over this workspace, it now says TeamFlow YouTube current, because this is the currently active workspace. And we can also use the isActive boolean to update our class name in general. So we have our button, we can add a comma after this get workspace color, and we want to say if isActive is true, then we can create a ternary, and I want to return rounded LG. And if it's not true, we will return rounded XL and hover rounded LG. And if we go back, then we won't see a big difference. And that's because the change was relatively minimal. Let's be honest, I mean, we changed the rounding, nothing groundbreaking. But here's the thing, once we later on create more workspaces, you will see a difference. Because this rounding, yes, it's a small change, but it's quite meaningful once you have multiple workspaces. But for now, this is fine enough, and I think we can continue. And maybe let me quickly again explain how this data fetching works. So in the layout, we prefetch our query on the server side. What that means is that TanStack query literally fetches it on the server side, and then in our workspace list, we access the data using cache. So pretty much this query puts the data into a server-side cache, and then the workspace list component reads this cache, and with that the data. And I think we can continue. Oh, and by the way, this hydrate client is super important because this allows the whole component to function as you would expect. As a next step, I want to allow the user to create a workspace, because currently we only allow the user to list workspaces, but there's no way for the user to create a workspace. And to do that, we have to first of all create a new route in our router. So let's open our router, and we can first of all define a route. So this will be create, and this will be equal to nothing. And that's because we currently don't have a procedure to create a workspace. So let's change that. Let's go back to our workspace file where we already created the list workspaces procedure, and I want to create a new procedure. So let's do the following. Let's copy the code. So this list workspaces procedure, we will copy it and paste it down below. And let's start from the top. Instead of calling it list workspaces, we will call it create workspace. This will be equal to base, so we will use the base middleware. We want to use the required of middleware and also required workspace middleware. So this stays. Let's continue with the route. So the method won't be get anymore, but instead post. Then for the path, workspace is fine. Let's update the summary. Instead of saying list all workspaces, we will say create a new workspace. The tags array is fine. We don't have to update anything inside of here. Let's continue with our input, and in this case the input won't be void. Why is that? Well, we want to create a workspace, and what data do we need? Well, we need the name, because if I go back and click on this button, well, the user will input a name, and we want to get the input or the name in our input to use it later on in our handler. So how can we fix this? Well, one solution would be to just create a z.object and then name, z.string, minimum character length. This works, and I guess you can do that, but why should we repeat ourselves? Because if we open our Explorer, then you will see that we already created a workspace file, and this already houses our schema. We have a name, or we want to get a name property, which is of type string and has a minimum minimum and in other words maximum character length. So we can go back and for the input we can pass our workspace schema. That's how we called it. Let's continue with our output, and I don't want to get workspaces, I don't want to get the user, I don't want to get all of this, so let's just delete everything. We now just have our z.object, and I want to return the org code and also the workspace name, so pretty much what the user inputted. So I want to get an org code. This will be of type z.string, and I want to get the workspace name, and this will be of type z.number. No, I'm joking, z.string. Let's continue with our handler, and I will just delete everything in the handler because we don't want to get workspaces, we want to instead create a workspace. How do we create a workspace with kind? Or how do we create an organization? Because let's look at the getKind server session hook. If I just right here initialize it, so getKind server session, and if I destructure it, there is no option to create an organization. I can get data, I can log in, I can register, but I can't create an organization. And this is kinda a problem. So what should we do? Well, thankfully, Kind thought of the problem and it created an API. So if you go to the Kind documentation, you can click on developers and then please click on documentation, not on Next.js. First of all, they show you all of the SDKs that they offer, including Next.js, but this is not very important for now. Let's scroll to the bottom, and here you will find a section called APIs, and we want to specifically look at the Kind Management API. So this API is there for managing your Kind account. Most things that can be done via the Kind admin UI can also be done with this API. So let's click on Explore the Management API or Kind Management API, and here we already have all of the options, or you could say actions. So as an example, we can click on time zones, we can get the time zone, we can get specific properties, we can get the roles, we can get identities and stuff like that. But what do we want to get? Well, we want to get, or we want to create an organization. So in the sidebar you will find a section called organizations, and then you will find the post method, create an organization. And that's exactly what we want to do. If you zoom out a bit, then you will see that on the left side they list all of the query parameters, and on the right side they already offer an example, or in other words, how you can call this API route. We can also, for example, toggle fetch because we use TypeScript, and here they show you how to call this API route. And now here's the thing, what should we do? Should we just call this API using native fetch? Well, that's one solution and it works, like don't get me wrong. You can just call this API, pass your header, so in other words your secret token, and then you will already be finished. This works, and that's how I first of all started this project. I used the API, but I will be honest with you, it's not perfect because this is an external API, and whenever you work with external APIs, you don't get any typings. This is not great. Yes, you can create your own ones, so instead we can use the Kind Management JS SDK. So if you go to Google, then you will find this package called Kind OSS Management API JS, and this is a JavaScript package for interacting with the Kind Management API, and this literally is just an abstraction over the standard API. So you can call the API if you want to, but you can also use this abstraction which does everything for you. So since you now know that, I think everyone will agree with me that using this package, this abstraction will be better, because we won't have to manage these URLs, we won't need to generate the secret or anything like that. Everything will be done by this abstraction package. So let's first of all install it. I will use pnpm and I will stop my dev server and paste it inside of here. Oh, and And by the way, these warnings are not important. Don't worry about it. It's not important. And this package is now installed. I can restart my dev server and let's continue with the documentation. So here they have a section configuration. The following environment variables are required to run the project: kind domain, kind management client ID of your M2M token, and the client secret of your M2M token. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, what's an M2M token? It's the first time that I see something like that. And do we even have an M2M token? Good question. Let's head over to our best friend, the kind documentation. So first of all, M2M stands for machine to machine, and M2M applications allow you to authenticate back-end services, scripts, or automation tools that need to call your APIs without a user being involved. M2M apps in kind use the OAuth 2.0 client credentials flow to obtain access tokens. These tokens can be used to securely interact with kind APIs or your own APIs. That's why we need a kind M2M token. This M2M token will expose an access token, and the access token is what we will use to authenticate ourselves when calling the API. Because if you look at the kind management API documentation, then you will see that we have to pass an authorization header. And this authorization header needs a secret token, and the secret token is generated by the M2M application. And you know what's cool? Since we will use the kind management API.js package, we won't need to manage the access token. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we would use the native API, so if we wouldn't use this wrapper, but instead if we would just use fetch and call the API, we would have to pass the secret token for our headers, so to authorize ourselves. And the thing is, this token is generated by our M2M application. And here's something that most people don't know. This token is only valid as a default for 1 hour. So in this case, we would have to regenerate our token every hour, which is quite annoying. And we would have to know, hey, has 1 hour already passed? Do we have to revalidate our token, or are we still in the time frame? So in this case, we would have to probably implement Redis, and with Redis, we would then know, hey, do we have to revalidate our token or not? It's annoying, I will be honest with you. And this package abstracts everything for us away. So we don't have to manage this whole recreation, revalidation. Everything is done for us. We have to literally just pass the client ID and client secret and of course the domain, but this is already defined, and that's it. All of the other stuff, all of the complicated stuff will be done by this abstraction. So even though it seems super simple, it's actually kind of powerful, or quite powerful. So let's create our M2M application. To do that, we want to go back to our kind business, or in other words, we want to go into the admin dashboard. Please make sure that you are in the development environment and not in the production environment. You want to create a new application. So here we see all of our applications. We want to add an application. This will be called M2M and the type will be M2M. Who would have thought? Let's save this and we can continue. So inside of here, they already give us the domain, client ID and client secret. So let's go to the management API documentation, and as they mentioned, we need to pass 3 environment variables: the kind domain, kind management client ID and kind management client secret. Let's copy the kind domain. We want to open our env file and I will paste it inside of here. I will also copy the other 2 environment variable names, so this one and of course also the client secret. I will paste it down below, and we want to now copy the values for these environment variables. So let's head over back to the dashboard. We will copy the domain and we can paste pasted for the kind domain. And this kind domain is exactly the one which we also passed for the kind issue URL. So you can also just copy it from here. We want to also copy the client ID and of course the client secret. The next step is to click on APIs and we want to authorize this kind management API. So first of all, we want to click on these three dots. We want to authorize the application, and as a next step, we want to configure our scopes, or we want to manage them. Scopes pretty much define what we can do using this M2M token, or in other words, using the kind management API. And in this case, for now, we want to only allow the user to create a workspace. So we can use the search field, for example, and if you scroll through this whole overview, then you will see that there are a lot of scopes like delete permissions, delete APIs, but we don't need all of that. We only need a few scopes. First of all, we can search for create organizations because we want to allow the user to create an organization. And also we want to allow the user to create organization _ users. So this will allow us to add a user to the specific organization which we just created or which will be created in the same workflow. So let's save this. I think we are finished with the M2M token and we can continue. So let's go back to our application. The three environment variables are defined. We can close it, and the next step is to already use our kind management API SDK JS package, whatever you want to call it. Let's just call it the kind management API wrapper. So if I head over back to the documentation, the next step is to initialize this wrapper, and then you can already use it to get your data, to create data, whatever. So let's go back. We want to say init and then we can invoke it. Sadly, init does not import for me automatically. So on the top, I can say import. I want to destructured. This will be init and this will be from kind management API JS. And init will automatically, without us doing anything, literally just go to our env file, get the three environment variables and configure everything for us. So there's nothing that we have to configure in this function itself. So as the next step, I want to create an organization. So let's create a let data, and as a next step, we can create a try catch statement. So let's start with the try statement. In the try statement, I want to create an organization. So let's say data will be equal to await organizations. This is uppercased and imported from our kind management API package dot create organization. We can invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass one argument. This is the request body, and in the request body we have a lot of properties, like for example feature flags, external ID, button color, stuff like that. So you can update or configure the authentication screen for each organization workspace individually. But we won't do that. Every organization, every workspace will have the same color scheme, or you could say the same design. We want to just update the name. So we can get the name property, and this will be equal to our input.name. We currently don't get our input, so let's go to our handler and let's destructure our input, and the name will be equal to the input.name. This is finished, and we can continue with the catch statement. And in the catch statement, I want to just throw an error, and we want to throw our errors. So errors is already destructured from our handler, and we can say what would make sense in this case. Let's say forbidden, and we can also invoke it. So this try statement is finished. We can continue, and as a next step, I want to add the user to the organization which the user just created. So we can create another try catch statement. So I will just say catch, I can open it, and let's start with the try statement. Inside of here, we can say await organizations dot add organization users. We want to invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass a few arguments. First of all, the org code. The org code will be returned from this call. So we can say data.code. But we instantly get an error. And why do we get an error? Well, if we hover over the code, it says that the code is either of type string or undefined. But our code, the property, expects a string. So above the try statement, we can create an if statement. And if there is no, so let's use the exclamation mark, data.organization.code, then we can open this and let's throw our errors object .forbidden, and of course we can invoke it. If you want to, you can add a custom error message, so you can destructured add a message, and for example you could say org code is not defined. So if you don't want to use the default error message which we defined in the base middleware, then you can easily configure it. And we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. I don't want to pass the data.code, but instead the data.organization.code. We want to pass the org code and not some random code, response code. So this is finished, and as the next step, we have to pass the user. So this function has to know, hey, what organization do we want to use, or in which organization do we want to put the user, and what user do we want to put into this organization. So we can get the request body. This is an object, and inside of here we can get the user's property. This is an array. Let's create an object in the array, and we want to pass an ID and roles. So for the ID, this will be equal to context.id, since we have our middleware, and not context.id, but context.user.id. So if you remember, we created the user, or not user, but the auth middleware, and the auth middleware puts the user session into context, and that's why we get access to it in this procedure. I want to also update the roles property. This is an array, and this user will be an admin of this organization, or again, I often interchange the word organization and workspace. In our application, the term is called workspace, but Kinde calls it an organization. So you can call it however you want to call it, it does not matter. But for example, Slack calls it a workspace, and that's why we will also call it workspace in our application. So we can continue. Let's handle our catch statement, and I want to just throw our errors object, and we want to say, let's say bad request, no, let's say forbidden. I literally use forbidden everywhere, but hey, it works, so that's fine. And the last step is to literally just return our data, because if you scroll to the top, you will see that we still get an error. And that's because the handler tells us, hey Jan, or hey user, you have an output, but the handler return does not match the output which you defined at the top. Please update it. Okay, let's do that. Underneath the try catch, we can create a return. This will be an object. We can create a return statement. Let's return an object, and we want to return our org code, which will be equal to data.organization.code, and also we want to return our workspace name. So if you click on Control Spacebar, we get a workspace name, and this will be equal to input.name. There's one more thing that we have to do, and that's that we want to refresh our tokens. Kinde stores your data in an access token, and this token gets generated when you log in. But since we now create a new workspace, we want to update the token and tell Kinde specifically, hey Kinde, the user has now access to a new organization. Please update the token with the new data. And with that, everything will work smoothly. Once we create the workspace, the token will get updated, and we will know that there is a new organization, and with that, we will also get a new organization in our sidebar. So to do that, above the return statement, we can create a constant, that's the structured, and this will be equal to get kind server session, where the structured, we want to get the refresh tokens function, and when you call this function, it will refresh the tokens. So let's say await refresh tokens, and we can invoke it. And with that, we are finished with this procedure. Let's close the file. Let's go to our index to the router, and we can say create will be equal to the procedure called create workspace. Did we call it like that? Yes, this is the correct name. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to connect our procedure to the create workspace component. So we want to finally mutate our data, and we want to create a new workspace using the procedure which we just created. And let's set up the mutation. We can say constant create workspace mutation, and this will be equal to use mutation. Use mutation is a hook imported from TanStack query, and this is used to mutate your data. So let's invoke it, and inside of here we want to call the procedure which we just created. So we want to use our oRPC client imported from the lib folder .workspace.create.mutation options. We can also invoke it and the structured. And inside of here, we can now listen for a few events, like for example, on success, on error, on settled, whatever. But in this case, it makes the most sense to listen for the on success event to know if everything was successful. And we want to listen for the on error event to just render an error message. So let's start with the on success event. This will be equal to a standard arrow function, and in our params we can get the new workspace. So this is what our mutation will return, because if we go to our procedure, we have an output, and this output is what we get in this on success event. Let's continue. Inside of here, I want to render a success message. To render the success message, I want to use a toast. Since we use shared C and UI, we already installed a component for our toast. So if you go to ui.sharedcn.com, you can search for Sonar, and Sonar is a toast component for React. We can click on show toast, and then you will see it on the top, and it looks beautiful. So we already installed Sonar, and the first step is to add the toaster component into our layout. So let's open the root layout, and underneath the providers, but in the theme provider, we want to get the toaster component. The toaster component is imported from the components. Don't import it from Sonar, but please make sure that it's from the components, and this is self-closing. We can also configure it, so we can get the close button. So this is just a close button which will be rendered on the top left, and we can also update the position of the toaster. As a default, it will be rendered on the bottom right corner, but I want to render this toaster, or not the toaster, but the toast itself on the top center. So we can say top dash center, and this will position everything nicely. So let's close this, and in our on success event we can get our toast. Toast is imported from Sonar, not from the components. We want to say dot success, and we can pass a success message. Let's use upticks, and we can say workspace. I want to render the workspace name, so let's use the dynamic value. We can get our new workspace dot workspace name, and as a next step we can say created successfully. The thing is, once we create our toast, I want to also revalidate my data. What do I mean by that? Well, let's look at our layout. We have this sidebar. This sidebar renders all of our workspaces, and once we create a new workspace, I want to refetch the data to get all of the new workspaces, or in other words, the new workspace which we just created. So doing that with TanStack query is super simple. You don't want to use the revalidate path function, provided by Next.js, but instead you want to use tan-stack query specific code. So we can say query client, and currently we don't get our query client. We have to first of all set it up. So let's scroll to the top. Underneath our state, we can create a constant query client, and this will be equal to use query client. Use query client is imported from tan-stack query, and we can invoke it. Let's use the query client. I can say query client dot invalidate queries. We can invoke it destructured, and we have to pass a query key. Thankfully, it's super simple to define a query key with oRPC. Let's for now write the code and then I will explain it. So we want to get the query key property, and this will be equal to oRPC.workspace.list.query key, and we can invoke it. So if you already used tan-stack query in the past, then this might be a bit confusing, because normally you have to add a custom key. So let me show it to you. Let's open the layout. In the layout, we prefetch our query, and in most cases you want to add your own custom key. So you can get a query key, and then you can, for example, say yo, and in most cases you would then copy the name, go back to this create workspace, and then paste it for the query key. But this is not very scalable because you have to always define new keys, and the thing is you can in theory also duplicate them. So you could say inside of here, hey, this has a query key yo, and then in a different function you could also say yo, and this would create a lot of problems. But oRPC thought of this problem, or the creator, and it created this nice solution where it generates the query key for you. So let's head over to the oRPC documentation and let me show it to you using the documentation. So in the tan-stack query integration section, you will find a subsection called query mutation key. So oRPC provides a set of helper methods to generate keys for queries and mutations. .key generate a partial matching key for actions like revalidating queries, checking mutation status, etc. .query key generate a full matching key for query options. And in this case, let me just revert everything. We used query key, and this generates a full matching key. In theory, we could also just say .key. This will have the same result, but this only generates a partial matching key. So it's always good to be exact, and that's why I use the query key. Let's also update our layout. I want to revert all of the changes which I just made, and this here was already good enough. So we can close this, we revalidate the correct query, and as a next step I want to reset my form and I want to close the dialog. So underneath the query client I will say form.reset, we want to invoke it and we want to close the dialog. So we can say set open, and this will be false, so closed. And with that we are finished with the on success event, and I want you also listen for the on error event. So underneath on success I will get on error. This will be a standard arrow function. We can open it. We don't need anything from the params, and instead we will just return a toast .error, and for the message I will just say failed to create workspace, try again. Exclamation mark. I love exclamation marks. So I think we are finished with our mutation, but we still get an error. Or let me correct myself, we still get one warning, and that's because this create workspace mutation is declared, but it's never used. So let's finally use it. We can update our onSubmit function, and we want to say create workspace mutation .mutate, and as an argument we have to provide our values. So how can we get our values? Well, we can update our params and we can get our values. But the thing is, we instantly get an error, and that's because values does not have a type. It implicitly has an any type, but any is something that you want to never pass. We use TypeScript and we want to define types. But here's the thing, we know what the type is because we defined a sort schema. So let me open the workspace schema, and as you see, we want to get a name which is of type string. So how can we infer the types from this schema? Well, thankfully it's super simple. We can go underneath this export constant and we will create another export constant, or not constant but type, because we don't want to export a function but instead the inferred type from this schema. So let's say export type workspace schema type, and this will be equal to z.infer. We want to add a generic, and this will be type of workspace schema. And if we hover over our workspace schema type, then you will see that we want to get a name which is of type string. So this is the inferred type of this schema. Let's copy the name workspace schema type and we can use it inside of here. So values will be of type workspace schema type. We can import it from our schemas, and I want to pass the values as an argument for the mutate function. We don't get any errors anymore, and I guess it's time to test everything out. So before you click on create workspace, you want to first of all again log out and then log in. So we can update our URL and we can say localhost 3000/API/off/logout. We got logged out and we can finally log in again. And this is just a manual way of logging out. So I will click on log in and I will continue with my best friend Google. I got redirected back to my dashboard, and let's also fix this problem instantly. We can open our env file. Instead of redirecting the user to /dashboard, I want to redirect the user to /workspace. So let's go back and let's update our URL manually /workspace. Now whenever a user logs in, we will redirect the user to the correct URL. As a next step, let's test our workspace creation. So for the name, I will say, yo, does this work? Let's click on create workspace and nothing happened. But okay, it worked. I see a toast and I got my workspace. But this is kinda weird. Why did we not get a pending state? Well, it's quite simple. We did not implement it. So if we go to our create workspace component, we literally just render our button. There is no pending state, nothing like that. And this is not good for the user experience in general. So let's fix that, because we want to always give the user feedback. And thankfully, getting the pending state is very simple with TanStack Query. First of all, we can add a disabled property, and this will be equal to create workspace mutation .isPending, and isPending is a boolean. If we are currently mutating, then this will be true. If we are not mutating, then this will be false. And we can also use the boolean for our content. So let me delete create workspace and I want to instead create a ternary. If create workspace mutation .isPending is true, then I can use a question mark and I will return creating ... And if it's not true, I will use a colon and instead return create workspace. Let's again test it out. So if I do a hard refresh and click on create workspace, I can add the name and this will be Marshall, and if I click on create workspace, I get my beautiful pending state, and on the left side I instantly get the new workspace. So you know what, let's click on it, and nothing happened. Huh? Why does this not update? I'm still in the same workspace, but I want to switch into this workspace. How can we enable that? Good question. It's thankfully super simple. Let's open our layout. In our layout, we render the workspace list component. Let's open the workspace list component, and in the workspace list component, we just render a button. This is fine, but we want to wrap the button component in the login link component. So let's get the login link component from kind OSS kind of Next.js, and let's paste the code which we just copied back inside of here. There is one important change that we have to make, and that's for the login link we have to add a property which is the org code, and this will be equal to ws.id. Workspace ID. So here's the thing, if we would just use the login link, then we would redirect the user to log in, but this is not wanted. The user should get logged into a specific workspace, and that's why we added this property. With that we tell kind, hey, log the user into this workspace. Don't redirect the user to the hosted authentication page. And also we have to update the import statement. So login link will be imported from kind OSS kind of Next.js /components. Let's go back, let's do a hard refresh, and in theory this should work. So if I click on this workspace, we navigate and oh my god, this is now currently active. Let me click on this workspace, this will navigate and it switched. Oh my god, this works. This is so cool. So this is exactly what I wanted, and it works so well. Oh my god, I'm very proud of this sidebar. And finally, let's continue with the user nav, because we are still missing the real data. Currently the image, name and email, all of these properties are hard coded. So let's go back, let's close all of this, and let's first of all again open the layout. So let's investigate. We have our user nav component. Let's open it. Okay, yeah, we created this object and then we just render it. But if we open our procedure, don't we return the user in the procedure itself? So let's see. Output, object workspaces, that's fine. Yes, we return the user. So the user which is currently logged in. So we can go back to our layout and we want to wrap the user nav component in this hydrate client boundary. So let's say hydrate client. We can paste the user nav component back and we have to add one property which is the client, and this will be equal to query client. Let's open our user nav and we can get our data, or in other words, we can read the data from our server-side cache. So above the return statement, we can say constant, we can destructure, and this will be equal to use suspense query. Use suspense query is imported from tanstack query. We can invoke it, and we want to again construct the query using oRPC. So let's say oRPC, this is imported from the lib folder .workspace.list.query options. We can invoke it, and where we destructured, we can get our data. But as you all know, we can destructure our data even further. So let's create an object, and I want to get the user. So since we get our user, we can delete the old object. We don't need it anymore since we get our real user. Nevertheless, I still get an error, or I get 4 errors actually. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, all of these properties could be undefined. The picture could be null. The given name could also be null. So how can we fix this? Well, let's first of all start with the picture. So first of all, why can the picture be undefined? Well, it's quite simple. We allow our users to log in, or in other words, register using Google, GitHub and email. And whenever a user registers using their email, the user won't provide any picture, and that's why we have to generate one by ourselves. So we can create a helper function. Let's open our Explorer, let's go into the lib folder, and inside of here I want to create a new file called get-avatar.ts, and let's export a function. This will be called getAvatar. I want to get two parameters. First of all, the user picture, which could be null, and the user email. So let's say user picture. This could be of type string or null. We can use the vertical line for that. And I want to also get the user email, and this will be of type string because the email is always defined. Let's open the function, and I want to return the user picture if it's defined, but if it's not defined, we can use nullish core listen, and I want to return my own custom image URL. So there are a lot of avatar APIs, but in this video we will use the Vercel avatar API. So please go to Google and search for Vercel Avatar API, and then you will find this link which will redirect you to a GitHub repo. And this literally just gives you beautiful avatars as a microservice. So this is the URL, and then at the end you can just replace or append your own username or email to generate a unique image. So we can copy the URL, paste it inside of here, and instead of saying Rauch-G, I want to pass a dynamic value, which will be the user email. And this is already finished, so we can use the function. I will copy it, and in the user nav, we can delete the user picture, and instead we want to get the getAvatar function. We can invoke it, and we have to pass two arguments. First of all, the user.picture and also the user.email. Nevertheless, we still get an error, and that's because Kinde says, hey, the email could be null. But in this case, since we allow users to only authenticate using their email or an OAuth provider, we will always get an email. So we can at the end just append an exclamation mark, and with that we tell Kinde, hey, I know that you tell us that this could be null, but I know that this won't be null. And this is safe to do so because, again, users can only register using their email or an OAuth provider. And all of these authentication methods return an email. In some cases, you maybe will only allow a user to register or authenticate using their phone number. Then, of course, you won't get an email. And that's why Kinde tells us, hey, this could be null. But in this specific case, the email will always be defined, and that's why I can add this exclamation mark at the end. Let's do the same thing for the other avatar image. So if you scroll to the bottom, we have this avatar image. Let's delete the source and let's paste what we just copied. And now let's also fix our given name error. And currently the error which we get is that, hey, the given name could be a string, but it could also be undefined. But in this case, we know that it will be defined. Nevertheless, let's just add a question mark, and this will fix the error. Now in this case, why can I add a question mark? Well, it's quite simple. Our users can only authenticate using their email or an OAuth provider, and all of these authentication methods return a name. So this field will always be populated. But again, if you allow a user to authenticate using their phone number as an example, then you won't get a name, and you will have to handle this a bit differently. We can go back and do a hard refresh, and we should get our data. But I get an error. What's the problem? Well, we use useSuspense-Query, and useSuspense-Query can only be invoked in a client component. So on the top, we can add the useClient directive, and with that, the error will go away. And now on the bottom left corner, you will see Jan and then my email, but the image currently does not render, and that's just a simple proxy issue. We still get our image, everything is fine, but we don't render it because there is a little proxy problem, and this is quite normal with Google Images. We can still verify that everything works, so if you go underneath the useSuspense-Query, you can just console.log the user.picture, and if we open our inspector and the console, then you will see that we get, or that we console log the user avatar, and I can open the image in a new tab and it works as expected. So this is just a simple proxy issue, and since I opened the URL in a new tab, it also finally renders on the bottom left corner. So this is a bit annoying. Nevertheless, I will show you a fix later on. But for now, this is fine enough. I don't want to confuse you, or I don't want to overload you with features for now. We will do the fine tuning a bit later on. Since we are finished with this step in general, so since we are finished with the sidebar, with our data layer, our API layer, so let's push all of our changes to our GitHub repo. To do that, let's open our terminal. I will stop the dev server. In the terminal, we can say git checkout -b, and the branch will be called step 5 oRPC API layer. Let's click on enter, and we want to push our changes. So we can open the source control. I will literally just generate a commit message using AI. You can also generate your own. I don't care, to be honest with you. And I will click on commit. And of course, I want to publish the branch. If I now go back to GitHub and do a hard refresh, I instantly get this pop-up which tells me, hey Jan, there are new changes. Compare and create a pull request. And that's exactly what I want to do. So I will click on compare and pull request, and I will just click on create pull request. So if you want to, again, go through the files, review all of the changes, but in this case we will just merge the pull request. This time I won't delete the branch, it's fine as it is. We can go back to our application, not to our application, but to cursor, to our editor. Let's switch into the main branch. So I will click on main, and we want to pull our new changes. So we can literally just open our source control, and we can click on sync changes. This will pull all of the changes, and as you see here, it updated everything successfully. So friends, a new day has started for me, and it's time to continue with step number 6. So a lot of you will probably think, hey, step number 6 will be to implement the channels. And yes, we will do that, but this will be step number 7. Before we continue with step number 7, I want to think about security in general. So users are allowed to create a workspace. They input a name and create the workspace. But the thing is, currently a user could spam our application. A user could literally create 10,000 workspaces in a second if he has a bot, and we won't do anything because we currently don't really check if the user is a real user or if the user is a bot. We don't rate limit the user, we don't really care about it, we don't really think about any XSS attacks or any web attacks in general. We are just, developers. We just use the form, and we will hope that all of our users are real users. But the thing is, most users are malicious users. No, let me redact that. Not all users are malicious users. Most users are real users. Nevertheless, there are a few malicious users that will try to attack your website for no gain at all. They want you just waste your time, waste your resources and stuff like that. And we don't have endless money, we don't have endless resources, so we want to make sure that these resources don't get used up by some malicious user. So here's what we want to do. This action, creating a workspace, needs a rate limit. Let's say 2 workspaces per minute or 10 workspaces per minute. It does not really matter, but we need some sort of rate limit. Secondly, I want to also protect my whole application against bots, because there are a lot of bots. You can have a good bot, let's say the Google search engine. The Google search engine will go to our index page and it will crawl it. Oh, and my dev server is not running. Let me restart it quickly. So the Google crawler will go through my website, go to the index page, and it will crawl it. This is good for SEO. We want to allow good bots because Google is a good bot, but there are also bad bots. Malicious users can create a bot. They can in theory allow this bot to authenticate, and then this bot will be able to create new workspaces, and not only workspaces. Later on we will allow the user to create messages, to create a thread, to upload an image. All of these things should only be done by real users, no bots. So how can we protect ourselves against all of these attacks against malicious users? Well, it's quite simple. Head over to my YouTube description, click on the first or second link, and you will get redirected to Arcjet. Arcjet is the second sponsor of this video, and it's a tool which I have been using for quite some time, including in my personal applications. So Arcjet, as they say, is painless security for developers. Bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, attack protection, data redaction. At the end of the day, it's a developer-first approach to security. Let me show it to you quickly right in action. So this is my website as mentioned. Currently it's called Marshall Code, but once you see this video or once this video is released, it will be called Syntax Path. Maybe I will change the colors, who knows, but the general website will stay the same. And I have this ultimate Next.js course route. Users can join the waitlist. So I can just add my email jan@. If I click on enter, it will say, hey, you are already on the waitlist. Let me just click again on this button. I'm again on the waitlist. Let me again click on the button, and I will spam the button a few times. Let's see. And it says, it seems like you are a bot. If this was an error, please try again later or contact support. I'm not quite sure what rate limit or what window I implemented, but I think it's like 10 requests per minute or something like that, because no real user will spam this application or will enter this form 20 times. This just won't happen. So let's continue with Arcjet, and let's look at what Arcjet specifically offers. Arcjet also offers Arcjet Shield, and this is literally a web application firewall, and this protects your application against common attacks, including the OWASP top 10. And the OWASP top 10 is like a statistic for the 10 most, you could say, important security vulnerabilities or security risks. So as we see here, 2017, for example, it was injection, and 2021, it was broken access control. And Arcjet Shield, so the web application firewall, is literally just a shield which protects you against all annoying and common attacks, including, like, for example, XSS. And I will go into the details a bit later on once we implement it, so what exact attacks it prevents. So let's continue. It also offers, or Arcjet offers, rate limiting. That's what I showed you with my website. We can just define rules which limit the number of requests a client can make over a period of time. And Arcjet has multiple algorithms, like for example the token bucket or sliding window. And the nice thing is that we can bind the rate limit to the user ID, because the user ID is a very good metric because it doesn't change. A user IP address is not a good characteristic because it always changes. The user ID always stays the same, which also means that the rate limit is way more precise. And this also means that you can have dynamic rate limits. A non-authenticated user could have a different rate limit than an authenticated user. But in this case, we only have authenticated users, so it does not really make any difference. They also offer bot protection. This is super important. That's what we will implement in a second. And this can detect and manage traffic by automated clients and bots. And we can also add this allow property, which is an array. And here we will tell this rule, hey, you should only allow good bots, like for example, category search engine. They also offer a few more features like email validation. This is quite cool because you can check, is this email a real email or is it a fake email? But in this case, we won't use email validation, even though it's a super cool feature and actually kind of overpowered. I mean, it's very powerful. I use it in my own applications and it literally blocks fake emails. So you can just deny disposable emails, emails with no MX records, or even invalid emails. Let's look at the other rules protect a sign-up form. This is literally just a combination of rate limiting, bot protection, and email validation, so you can either just use this rule or use them all manually. It does not make a difference. And PII detection, this is super important because this can protect against clients sending personal information such as credit card numbers and email addresses that you do not wish to handle. And this is important because later on we will have our AI features, and we don't want to allow our users to send credit card details or anything like that through the AI. This is personal information. And lastly, they also offer filters. With filters, you can create rules with custom expressions running against inbound request data, such as IP address, user agent, session, request, payload, etc. But in this case, we won't implement filters. We will implement Arcjet Shield Web Application Firewall, rate limiting, bot protection, PII detection. Email validation is sadly something that we won't need. Nevertheless, this is one of my most favorite features that Arcjet offers. And let's continue. You can also go through the website. It's a very nice website. And let's maybe look at the architecture, because you might say, hey Jan, Arcjet sounds cool, it looks good, but what makes it special? Because believe it or not, Arcjet is not some random security library or security product. It's a product which is quite revolutionary because it attacks this whole security problem from a different angle. So let me go to the documentation. In the sidebar on the left, you will find a section called Platform, and I want you to click on Architecture, because the architecture is something that is not common, or at least I did not see any competitor have this architecture. Most other competitors just live on a CDN level, which is not very flexible and not very good. Arcjet lives in your code, or you could say with your code, which makes it way more flexible, but also it gives you not as many false positives as, like, for example, a CDN security protection layer. But let's go through the architecture in detail, and then you will understand it even better. So Arcjet has been architected around a few key principles. Proper security protection needs the full context of the application, which is why security rules and protections should be located alongside the code that they are protecting. So not in some network layer above your real application, but instead with your code. Security rules should be easy to test. You should be able to run them in development as well as in production. And that's what I will show you, because in development you don't really want to block your requests. In general, you want to rather console log them, but in production, of course, you want to block malicious requests. Thirdly, Arcjet should not interfere with the rest of the application. It should be easy to install, not add significant latency to requests, and should not require changes to the application's architecture. And the nice thing is, as they say, Arcjet should not add any significant latency. I can agree with this claim because Arcjet was built on top of Rust. I think you all know what Rust is, and since Arcjet uses Rust in the background, it's also super fast. So literally Arcjet responds to all of the requests in milliseconds. But let's scroll a bit to the bottom. So here they again mention all of their primitives, and primitives are rules. You can interchange these terms, it does not really matter. Rules, primitives, defense layers, it does not matter, they all do the same thing, but in this case I guess you call them primitives. So shield, rate limiting, bot protection, etc. As a next step, I want to look at the two core components. This is the Arcjet SDK, we will install it in a second, and the Arcjet Cloud API. So let's first of all look at the SDK. The SDK integrates Arcjet into your application. Security rules are configured in your code using the SDK, and they execute either during a middleware layer or directly from your application code. So later on we will have a global middleware running. In the global middleware we will implement Kinde, so for authentication, but we will also implement Arcjet for bot protection. But of course, we will also implement Arcjet directly in our code, so directly in our procedures which we created with oRPC. This gives us the most flexibility, and you can inspect the response in your code and decide how to handle it. This could be as simple as blocking the request or more advanced like flagging an account for review. The SDK includes a WebAssembly module which is used to analyze requests locally in your environment. Where possible, a decision is taken locally and then reported to Arcjet. So as mentioned, later on we will implement PII detection, and the nice thing is PII detection runs completely locally, so nothing is sent to the cloud API. Yes, once everything is, you could say, tested or denied, Arcjet will send a response to the cloud API just so that you can view the details in the dashboard. They have a nice example on local analysis. A client makes an HTTP request to your application. Your platform applies standard DDoS protection through their network firewall. Most platforms provide DDoS protection transparently and out of the box for no extra cost. Your server, this means container, serverless function, VM, in this case it will be a serverless function, receives the request. The Arcjet SDK is configured as middleware, so it intercepts the request before it reaches your application code. Arcjet analyzes the request locally based on the rules you configured, and then it decides to allow the request or deny it. Arcjet returns the result and your application code can continue to execute as normally. You can inspect the decision to understand why Arcjet came to the conclusion. An asynchronous report is made to the Arcjet API for post-request analysis. So let's look at the diagram. We first of all have our client. The client makes a request to our server. Before the server gets the request, we first of all have our network firewall. So for example, if you deploy your application to Vercel, Vercel has a firewall enabled by default. This firewall should already filter out a lot of bad requests. Nevertheless, a few bots, a few bad requests will still go through this firewall, and this is why we have Arcjet. Arcjet will get this request, it will intercept the request, and it will analyze it. Once it analyzed it, it will either allow the decision, or it will allow the request to continue, or it will deny the request and throw an error or redirect the user, whatever. We can configure this in our code, but it gets the request, it analyzes it, and it returns a result which we can use to do further actions. And this is how Arcjet works, and all of this in this example is done locally, and only later on it's sent to the API for post-analysis. So we can then view everything in the dashboard, which is quite important and powerful. This is super important. Contrast with traditional CDN security services. So traditional CDN security services are typically implemented as a reverse proxy in front of your application. The security service is a separate entity from your application. Rules can't be adjusted dynamically because it does not have access to the full context of the request, and it can't be tested locally. And this leads to false positives and false negatives, as the service does not have the full context. And this is the biggest difference to Arcjet. Arcjet has the full context of the request. It can make good and correct decisions. And this means Arcjet has way better positives or way better results. It has less false positives and less false negatives. They have this beautiful diagram. We have the client, some sort of CDN security layer, and then the server. And as they say, the request is blocked and the client receives an error message, but your application code never sees the request. This can lead to a false positive where legit legitimate requests are blocked, and that's why you don't really want to use third-party CDN services. Yes, a normal firewall, which is provided by your server, is fine, you want to use it, but CDN security services are not great because they don't get the best result, and you want to always get the best result, and the best result gets generated if the security layer lives with your code and is configured using your code. We can also quickly look at an API example, like for example if you implement rate limiting, which we will do a bit later on, Arcjet will have to hit the Arcjet API. So a client makes an HTTP request to your application. It passes through the network level DDoS protection as described above, then reaches your server. The Arcjet SDK is configured with a rate limit rule on an API route. The SDK passes the request through to the Arcjet API, which checks the rate limit for that client and then returns an allow decision. The SDK returns the details and your application code continues to execute as normal. And that's exactly what happens here. The client makes a request. The network sees, hey, the request is fine. Let's forward the request. The server gets the request and Arcjet evaluates the request. In this case, we have a rate limit rule and Arcjet has to make a request to the Arcjet API. The Arcjet API has to evaluate the request. It will see, hey, this user Jan is still in the rate limit window, so let's allow the request. If it denies the request, it will literally just send a response to the server and we can then handle this decision, so the deny decision, and then can throw an error or redirect the user. But I already mentioned that. So I think you now have a general overview of what Arcjet is and how it works in the background, because the architecture of Arcjet is super important, and that's why I wanted to include this section. Sure, we could just implement Arcjet, but I want you to understand what Arcjet is and why it's so interesting. And since we now know all of that, I think we can get started. So if we scroll to the top, we can click on Get Started, and the first step is to install Arcjet. So we want to use pnpm, we want to use Next.js, and we can copy the example. I will open my terminal and paste it inside of here. The next step is to set our key. So we can copy the environment variable and let's open our env file. I will paste the environment variable down below, but we are missing the value. So let's head over to the Arcjet dashboard. Please head over to my YouTube description and click on the link. This would show Arcjet that you came from my video, and this would allow me to create more of these cool and super powerful videos, because this video literally took 3 months to create. So I would highly appreciate it if you could click on the link. Nevertheless, let's click on this button. This will redirect us to the dashboard, and the first step is to sign in. Once signed in, you will see that I have a few applications, and as you see here, a few requests have already been blocked. Let's quickly look at them. Marshal code, rate limit. I was the one who got rate limited. Cool. So this worked quite nicely. So let's head over back to the dashboard, and we want to create a new site. So I want to click on the personal team. I will click on see all, and I want to click on new site. So for the site name, this will be called, let's say, Team Flow-YouTube. And I can click on create, and in this case I want to copy the environment variable, so I will click on click to copy. Let's go back and I will paste it for the environment variable. So this is finished. We can close this and we can continue with the documentation. So if I go to the Arcjet documentation, the next step is to add rules. But before we do that, let's head over again to the sidebar and let's click on SDK reference, and I want to click on Next.js. So this is just the documentation website for the Next.js SDK. It literally is still the same quick start guide, but they mention a very important detail inside of here. We recommend creating a single instance of the Arcjet object and reusing it throughout your application. This is because the SDK caches decisions. The pattern we use is to create a utility file that that exports the Arcjet object. So let's click on this See Our Example. This will redirect us to a GitHub repo, and this already shows us how you can create a single instance. So let's go back to our application. Let's go into the lib folder, and I want to create an arcjet.ts file. I will go back, copy the code example, the raw file, and I will paste it inside of here. So let's look at the code because it might look a bit confusing. So first of all, we import all of our rules, primitives, including Arcjet, which is our base instance, and then we also re-export the rules to simplify import inside the handlers. As the next step, we create a base Arcjet instance for use by each handler. And the first step is to add the environment variable. We instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, key expects a string, but our environment variable could in theory be defined or undefined. Arcjet or TypeScript does not really know, but we know that it's defined, so I will add an exclamation mark at the end. And the next property which we have is the rules array. And in this rules array, we can already add base rules, and these will be included in every request. But in this case, I don't really want to do that because I want to leave everything dynamic. So I want to add all of the rules per page level. So if you want to, you can add base rules. In most cases, it makes sense to, for example, use shield or detect bot, but today we won't do that. There's one important thing that I want to add, and that's the characteristics property. This is an array, and we will say user ID. But what is this characteristics property, and what are we trying to achieve? Good question. So characteristics are fingerprints. Arcjet tracks clients across multiple requests so that suspicious activity can be detected. This is done by fingerprinting each request within your environment through a component within the Arcjet SDK. The fingerprint is a SHA-256 string generated based on the request characteristics. The goal is that a single client will always generate the same fingerprint so that we can detect suspicious requests and block the client. Behind the scenes, Arcjet uses this to cache decisions locally in your environment and in the Arcjet Decision API. By default, the fingerprint is generated based on the client IP address. But as I mentioned at the start, the IP address is not very safe. It can be spoofed easily and it can change all of the time. And for example, a user could one day work, for example, at home, the next day in some sort of cafe. So the IP is never something that is like spot on, if this makes sense. So it can always change, it can be spoofed, you can run some sort of proxy. This is not good. And we want to have some sort of fingerprint or some sort of characteristic which always stays the same. And the user ID always stays the same. So it makes the most sense to use the user ID. If I would not add any characteristics property inside of here, then it would just use the user IP as a default. But as mentioned, this does not make any sense, or it's not really good, so therefore we will add our own characteristics property with our own custom fingerprint. So since this is finished, we can go back to Arcjet, to the documentation. Let's click on SDK reference, and we want to click on Next.js, and let's see what the next step is. The next step is to already add rules. So for example, rate limiting or bot protection and stuff like that. So how should we implement Arcjet? One idea would be to open the workspace file where we defined all of our procedures, and we could literally just copy this code and paste it inside of here. Yes, this is one idea or one solution, and it works, it's fine. But I think you all remember that there is a very important concept: dry. Don't repeat yourself. And if we would just paste the code every time into the handler, we would have to repeat ourselves, because I don't want to protect only one function. I want to later on protect the update message procedure, the create message procedure, create thread message procedure, and so on. So this is not a good idea. So what can we do? Well, there is a better solution, which is to use a middleware. Yes, our best friend. So let's open the Explorer. We want to open the lib folder, or not the lib folder, but the app folder, then the middlewares folder. And in the middlewares folder, we can create a new folder, and this will be called Arcjet. And we will create a few middlewares, because here's the thing. We will have a read middleware, a standard middleware, a write middleware, a heavy write middleware, and an AI middleware. For example, this workspace creation in general is a heavy write operation. So we want to make the rate limit quite, could you say, low? So it should only be, for example, 2 requests per minute. But the message creation action in general is a standard write operation, which means also the rate limit should not be 2 anymore per minute, but let's say, for example, 100 or 200. It's not a heavy write operation. So that's why we will create multiple middlewares and then chain them as we need. So let's start first of all with the standard middleware. We can just say standard.ts, and this will house all of the standard things like bot detection, shield, and stuff like that. So let's first of all create our function. We can say constant build standard aj. This will be equal to a standard arrow function, and inside of here we can import Arcjet. Arcjet is imported from the lib folder. Please make sure that you don't import it from the Arcjet folder, because Arcjet is not a single instance, and our lib folder has a single instance, and as you know, this will make everything way faster. So let's use Arcjet. Let's say dot with rule, and we want to chain rules. Let's start with the first rule, and this will be shield. So I can get shield. Shield is imported from the lib folder. We can invoke it and the structured. We can pass one property, which is the mode. As I mentioned, Arcjet allows you to test the request in production normally, so by blocking the request, but also locally. So if I, for example, select dry run, then it will only console log the result. If I select live, it will block. So as they mentioned in the documentation, live will block requests, use dry run to console log only. In this case, we will say live. And I want to chain another rule. So we can just say dot with rule, or we want to chain with a rule, and we want to get detect bot. Detect bot is imported from the lib folder. We can invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass a mode, and the mode will be live. We can also add an allow property. This is an array, and we can pass all of the, you could say, categories or services which we don't want to deny. In this case, we want to allow the category, which is search engine. We want to also allow the category, which is preview, and we want to allow the category, which is monitor. So all of these categories will be allowed. You can also toggle specific services, like for example OpenAI, or what else, Google, I guess. So let's search for Google inside of here. You can do it very selectively. You can also deny specific services, like for example OpenAI, if you don't want OpenAI to crawl your website. But in this case, we have this allow array, and this is already enough. Let's also quickly go to the documentation, and let's look at the Shield web application firewall, because as mentioned, I wanted to also tell you or show you what Arcjet Shield specifically blocks. So it blocks, for example, SQL injection, XSS, local file inclusion, Java code injection, PHP code injection, and much more. So it's very powerful, and there's no reason to not use it, because it literally is such a game changer. And I, for example, created a video recently on 6 security mistakes, and there I showed you how XSS can ruin your application. And I also then privately tested everything with Arcjet, and it blocked everything without any questions. As a next step, we want to create the middleware in general. So you know what? We can open the auth middleware, and we will literally just copy it and we will paste it down below. Let's delete the imports, so all of these imports, we don't need them. And let's start with this middleware. First of all, it won't be called required auth middleware, but instead standard security middleware. And I just realized that I misspelled the name of the file. This shouldn't be standard with a T, but instead with a D. This will be equal to base, our base middleware. Let's import it and we can update our context. So we don't want to get a session, but instead we want to get a request. This will be equal to the type request. I want to also get the user, and the user will be of type kind user. We can add a generic. This will be record. We can add another generic, and this will be string, comma, unknown. So we are finished with the context, and let's continue with the middleware. Let's delete everything inside of the middleware, and we can also delete the get session function. We won't need it. So in the middleware itself, I want to call this function build standard AJ, and I want to know what the decision is, what Arcjet thinks. So we can say constant decision, because this is what Arcjet will return, and this will be equal to await build standard AJ. We can invoke it. I just realized that I made a small mistake, so I created a standard arrow function. So as you see here, this is like the standard arrow function, how we always create it. But I don't want to create an arrow function, but instead I want to create a zero argument arrow function. So that's like what you call a factory function, if I remember correctly. So instead of just having this object or these object brackets, we can delete them, and as a next step we can call .protect, and then everything will work as expected. Nevertheless, we get one error. What's the problem? Well, the protect method expects an argument, and what argument does it expect? Well, it needs the request. It wants to analyze the request. So we can say context.request, and as a next step I want to also add a comma and open an object, and we want to pass our custom characteristics, and this is our user ID, and this will be equal to the context.user.id. This is finished, and as a next step we can create an if statement, and we want to check if the request has been denied or allowed. So we can say, or we can create an if statement, and if the decision .is denied, or not is allowed but is denied, then we can invoke it and we can open this. As a next step, we can either just throw a global error and say, hey, Arcjet blocked you, or we can be more precise and we can check, is the reason because the user is a bot, or because Shield said, hey, this is some sort of XSS attack, or whatever. So we can create an if statement, and if the decision.reason.is bot, we can invoke it, then we want to throw errors. So we can destructure our middleware, and we want to get the errors object, and I want to throw errors.forbidden. We can invoke it, I want to destructure it, and I will pass a custom message, and the message will be automated traffic blocked dot. Let's continue. I want to create another if statement, and this will be for Shield. So we can create an if statement. If decision.reason is Shield, we want to invoke it, then we can open an object, and we want to again throw errors, the object dot forbidden. We can invoke it, destructured, and for the message this will be request blocked by security policy, and in quotations, or not quotations, but in parentheses, we can say WAF, Web Application Firewall. And if all of these if statements don't trigger, then we can just create a global error, or we can throw a global error. So let's say throw errors, lowercase, not uppercase, dot forbidden, and for the message, or we can destructured, pass the message, and this will be request blocked exclamation mark. And as the last step, underneath this is denied, we can just return next, and we can invoke it. So we are finished. This is our standard middleware. So let's quickly go through it, because I think you might be a little bit confused. So we first of all built this middleware from our base middleware. Let's open our base middleware. Our base middleware does two things. First of all, it just passes the errors itself. Secondly, it also passes a request. But here's the thing. We don't pass a request. We want to get the request as context, but we don't pass it anywhere. So how can we pass the request? Well, it's quite simple. Let's open our Explorer. Let's go into the app folder. We want to open the RPC folder and we want to open the route. And we instantly get an error. Provide initial context if needed. Our base middleware expects the request object and we don't pass it. So inside of here, we can pass initial context, which will be the request. And this will be equal to request because we already get the request in this function. And if we go back to our base middleware, we finally get our request. And in our standard middleware, we get a request, but also a user. But wait, we don't pass the user as initial context. How do we get the user? Well, it's quite simple. We will chain this function, works or standard security middleware, after the required workspace middleware. And the required auth middleware, as you probably know, exposes or passes the user into context, which means we can get access to the user in this middleware. And the other code, I think, is quite simple. We have our middleware, we get our decision from Arcjet, we defined our rules. So if something triggers, it will throw an error or it will say the decision is denied. We will check what the reason is. We will throw an error specifically for the reason. And if there is some sort of global error, then we will just throw a global error. And finally, we will return next if there is no error. So if this is not denied, then we will just return next. And next means, hey, forward the request or continue with the request flow. So this is our standard middleware, but as you might know, I want to have multiple middlewares. Write, read, heavy write, and so on. So let's continue with the heavy write middleware. In the Arcjet folder, we can say heavy-write.ts. I want to open my standard security middleware. I will copy all of the code and I will paste it into the heavy write. And let's start from the top. First of all, we want to update our function. We can delete these two with rule methods and let's start off fresh. We can say arcjet.withRule. We want to invoke it and I want to use the sliding window algorithm. We can invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass three key properties. First of all, the mode. The mode will be live to rate limit the user. The second property will be the interval, and the interval will be 1 minute. So I can say 1M. And the third property will be max, and this is the maximum amount of requests. And in this case, this will be 2. I will explain the sliding window at the end. Let's for now finish the code. We then can update the function name. This will be heavy write security middleware. This will be equal to our base middleware. As context, we want to get the request object and the user. And in the middleware method, we get our decision, we pass the request, we pass the user ID. Finally, we have our if statement. If the decision is denied, we can update the other two if statements because we don't want to listen for isBot or we don't want to listen for these reasons, but instead we want to listen for the reason is rate limit. So let's say if decision.reason.isRate limit, we want to invoke it, then we want to throw a new error, so throw errors.forbidden, but we don't want to say forbidden, but instead rate limited. For the message, we can say, let's delete this and we will say too many impactful changes. Please slow down. With that, we are finished with this function, or in other words, with this middleware. But as mentioned, we implemented the sliding window. What is sliding window? Well, firstly, it's an algorithm, and Arcjet offers 3 algorithms. But what does this algorithm do, and why do we use this specific algorithm? Good question. Let's head over to our best friend, the Arcjet documentation. And I want you to click on rate limiting and then on algorithms. So Arcjet in total offers 3 different rate limit algorithms. First of all, the fixed window, the sliding window algorithm, and the token bucket algorithm. Let's start with the fixed window algorithm, and this is also the simplest algorithm out of these three. So this is the simplest algorithm. It tracks the number of requests made by a client over a fixed time, as an example 60 seconds, and if the client exceeds the limit, they are blocked until the window expires. So it's quite simple. You have a window, 1 minute, 5 requests are allowed. If all of these requests are used up, well then the user is rate limited for the next, let's say 50 seconds. And then after 1 minute, after this window, we reset the rate limit, so the user again gets, let's say, 5 requests. So this is quite simple and it's easy to implement because you literally just define the rule, fixed window, you pass the mode, live or dry run, you pass the window, 60 seconds, 80 seconds, 10 minutes, whatever you want, whatever you need, and you pass the maximum amount of requests. If the time is 12 o'clock and a client makes a burst of 50 requests, then they make another 50 requests over the following 30 seconds, they will be blocked from making any further requests until 12:01. At 12:01 the window resets and they can make another 100 requests immediately. But this is not very, it's scalable. I don't want to say it's not scalable, but it's not the perfect algorithm for every use case. So the next algorithm is the sliding window, and you could say it's like a better alternative to the fixed window algorithm in certain use cases. The sliding window algorithm tracks the number of requests made by a client over a sliding window so that the window moves with time. This algorithm is useful to avoid the stampede problem of the fixed window. It provides smoother rate limiting over time and can prevent a client from making a burst of requests at the start of a window and then being blocked for the rest of the window. I feel like this algorithm is relatively hard to understand. Nevertheless, let me try to explain it. So let's say you have a window, 1 minute, and you allow n amount of requests, let's say 100. So this is pretty much what we had in the fixed window, 1 minute and maximum of 100 requests. And now, unlike in the fixed window, the sliding window smooths out the limits by measuring requests in a moving time interval. So how does it work step by step? Well, each request is logged with its timestamp. Whenever a new request comes in, it removes all timestamps older than 60 seconds from the list. It then checks how many timestamps remain, so how many requests have happened in the last 60 seconds. If the count is smaller than 100, it will allow the new request. If the count is bigger than 100, it will reject, or in other words, deny the request. And that's why it's called sliding window. The window slides with the time. And that's why we will also use the sliding window in a second. But let's continue because there is another algorithm which is called the token bucket algorithm. And this is based on a bucket filled with a specific number of tokens. Each request withdraws a token from the bucket and the bucket is refilled at a fixed rate. Once the bucket is empty, the client is blocked until the bucket refills. So this is relatively easy to understand, and this is probably one of my most favorite algorithms. So let's literally take a bucket, and this bucket has 3 properties: the refill rate, the interval, and the capacity. So let's say this bucket in total can only have 100 bananas. Wow, this is such a weird comparison, but hey, and whenever you take a banana, it refills this bucket every 60 seconds with 10 new bananas. So let's say we have this bucket, 100 bananas are in this bucket, and now we take 50 bananas. So we only have 50 bananas left, but we only refill this bucket every every minute with 10 bananas. So it will take 300 seconds for the bucket to totally refill again. This is a very interesting algorithm, and it's also very flexible because you can make the token deduction dynamic. So from one user you can deduct, for example, 1 token, and from a different user you can deduct 50 tokens. So this, as an example, works quite well for authenticated users versus not authenticated users. From authenticated users we will only deduct 1 token, and from non-authenticated users we will deduct, for example, 10 tokens. As mentioned, it's super interesting. You can go through the documentation. It explains it quite well, but I want to continue because we now understand what algorithms are offered. So we have finished with the heavy write middleware. We implemented build standard AJ. We implemented the sliding window. We have our code. We have our if statement. We check the reason. We throw the specific error. And if this reason is not toggled for some weird reason, then we just throw the global error forbidden. And I think we are already finished with this heavy write algorithm. And let's create 2 more algorithms. This will be the standard write and also the standard read, or middleware, not algorithm. So we can open our Explorer. Let's create a write.ts file. I will copy the code from the heavy write algorithm. So we still want to use the sliding window. The mode will be live. The interval will be 1 minute, but the maximum amount of requests will be 40. For now, I think this is a quite good default, but maybe we will change it later on if there will be a need for that. But for now, this is fine enough. For the context, we want to get the request, we want to get the user, and for the middleware method, we want to get our decision. So we pass the request as an argument and we pass the user ID. This is fine. We then have our if statement. We check if the decision is denied, and if so, we want to check if the reason is rate limit. If the reason is rate limit, we want to throw a rate limit error with this error message. If no reason is toggled, then we will just throw a global error, and if the decision is not denied, then we will just forward the request by returning next, the function. So we are finished with the write algorithm, and let's also create a read algorithm. So read.ts, this is the file, and we can just copy the code from the heavy write algorithm. Let's paste it inside of here. Oh, and before I forget it, I think I forgot to update the name of the write middleware. This shouldn't be heavy write security middleware, but instead write security middleware. So let me just update this, and with that we are finished with this file, and let's continue with the read middleware. So first of all, let's update our Arcjet rule. We want to use the sliding window. For the interval, 1 minute is fine, but for the maximum amount of requests, we want to say 180. We can continue. For the context, we want to get the request and user. We want to update the name. This isn't a heavy write security middleware, but instead this will be the read security middleware. So for the middleware method in general, we want to first of all get the decision. We want to pass the request as an argument, and we want to pass our user ID. Then we have our if statement. We want to check if the decision is denied. If so, we want to check if the reason is rate limit, and if it's the reason, we will throw the rate limit error. If this reason does not get toggled for some weird reason, then we will just throw a global error with forbidden, and if the decision is not denied but instead allowed, we will just return or forward the request using the next function. And yeah, I think we are finished, to be quite honest with you. We can just close the read file and we can use our middlewares in our code. So let's open our workspace file where we store all of our procedures. And for now, I want to only update the create workspace procedure. So here's the thing. We want to use 2 middlewares or 2 extra middlewares because we already defined 2, or I guess in theory 3, but we want to implement Arcjet, or we want to chain the Arcjet middlewares in this procedure. And what middlewares should we use? So let's look at the Arcjet Arcjet folder. We have a write middleware, a standard middleware, a read middleware, and a heavy write middleware. In this case, we want to use the standard middleware because this defines the base structure with shield and detect bot, and we want to use the heavy write middleware because we want to allow the user to only create 2 workspaces in an interval of 1 minute. So let's go back. We can go underneath the required workspace middleware, and we want to say .use standard security middleware, and we can chain .use standard, or not standard, but heavy write security middleware, and this is already finished. We are finished with our middlewares. We implemented Arcjet, and if we get rate limited or anything like that, it will throw an error. So you know what? Let's test it out. And to test it out, let's open our create workspace component. Did we add the on error event? Yes, we added it. So let's go back. I will do a hard refresh. Is the dev server running? Yes, it's running, and let's test it out. So this workspace will be John, create workspace. This is loading. Let's see. Yes, this was successful. This will be Yo. I will click on create workspace, and I want to create another workspace. This will be Arcjet, and if I click on this button, it should not work. And as you see here, we got a toast. Failed to create workspace. Try again. Oh my god, I'm so happy right now. Let's go into the Arcjet dashboard. Does this reflect in the dashboard? So I will do a hard refresh, and it says rate limit. Oh my god, this is so cool. So in the dashboard, we first of all see all of our requests. So RPC workspace, RPC workspace, RPC workspace, all of these requests got allowed, but this request got denied. And the reason is rate limit. If you click on the reason, or if you click on the request in general, this tab will open on the right side, and we get the timestamp, the host, and the path. RPC workspace create. The method was post. If we scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see that the conclusion is deny. The reason is rate limit. The maximum was 2, but we made more requests, and our window will reset in 13 seconds. And yeah, this worked nicely. We got denied, we got rate limited. This is exactly what I wanted, and I think we are finished with the Arcjet implementation. No, we are not quite finished, because as mentioned, I want to also showcase or render the real error message, because in our heavy write middleware, we throw an error message with a custom error message, and I want to render this error message instead of this one. And how do you handle error messages in oRPC? Good question. It's thankfully quite simple. Let's head over to oRPC. I will click on documentation. Instead of clicking on error handling, I want to again go into the TanStack documentation section, so TanStack integration, and if I scroll a bit to the bottom, they have a subsection called error handling, and you can easily manage type-safe errors using our built-in is-defined error helper, and that's exactly what we will do. So let's go back, let's comment out this toast, and instead we can go above it, but we want to stay in this on error event, and let's create an if statement. If is defined error is if defined error is imported from oRPC/client, we can invoke it as an argument. We want to pass the error, and we currently don't get the error. We want to get it from the params. So let's get the error. We pass it as an argument, and if this is true, we can open this if statement. Inside of here, we can check what error we have. So I can create an if statement, and I want to say if the error.code is equal to rate limited, then we can throw or we can return a toast.error, and for the message we will just return the error.message. We can also at the end just create an empty return statement to not continue any further. After this if statement error.code rate limited, we can just create a general toast.error for the error message. This will be error.message, and finally if the error message is not defined, we can just say toast.error, and we want to just render what we had before. So failed to create workspace, try again. And also in this this general error, we can also add an empty return to not continue any further. And let me delete error from console. I'm not sure why I imported it, and I guess it's time to test everything out. So I can go back, I will do a hard refresh, and I want to again create a few workspaces. This will be Arcjet, create workspace. It will work nicely in a second. Yes, workspace created. This will be hello. I will click on create workspace, and the next one will be called blocked, and in theory I should get blocked. Too many impactful changes, please slow down. And if you open the workspace, or not the workspace but the heavy white middleware, then you will see that this is the exact error message. And as you see, it works nicely, and this is the power of oRPC combined with Arcjet. So as a next step, I want to push all of these changes to my GitHub repo. So let's open the terminal, we will stop the dev server, and we can say git checkout -b step 6 Arcjet. I will click on enter. I'm in the new branch. Of course, I want to push my changes, so I will generate a commit message using AI, and as a next step, once it generates, I will click on commit and publish branch. Let's head over back to GitHub, and if I do a hard refresh, I instantly get this warning. So let me compare and create a pull request. This all looks good. So it added a title, it added a description. This is not important, but I guess it's a nice to have, and we will click on create pull request. So this is finished. It will check everything. We don't have any conflicts, and let's merge the pull request. I won't delete the branch. It's fine as it is. And as a next step, we can go back. We want to switch into the main branch. Click on the button down below, and I will click on main. If I go into the source control tab, it does not say anything. Okay, that's kinda weird. So we can just click on fetch from all remotes. This should give us the new changes. And yes, it says sync changes to. I will click on the button and it synced my changes. So we are finished with step 6, and we can finally continue with step number 7, which is to implement our channel list overview. So on the left side, we want to showcase all of the channels, but we want to also allow the user to create a channel or multiple channels. So friends, it's finally time to continue with step number 7, which is to implement our channel layout. And the channel layout will be super similar to our workspace layout, because we will also have like this background, and then we will render our channels. We will also create a button to create a channel. So this will be an interesting section, and I think let's get started right away. So let's head over back to our editor. I want to open the Explorer, and I want to create a new route. So in the workspace folder, so in the dashboard folder, workspace folder, we can create another folder, and this will be a dynamic route. To create a dynamic route in Next.js, you want to use array brackets, as I did here, and for the name, this will be, let's say, Workspace ID. In the Workspace ID folder, we want to first of all create a layout.tsx and of course a page.tsx. For the page.tsx, we can first of all create a standard export default function. I will use my shortcut RAFCE, and for the name, this will be Workspace ID page. It does not really matter because we will delete this page later on anyway. Then we can continue right away with the layout, and let's first of all create an export default function. I will use the same shortcut, and for the name, this will be channel list layout. I want to also get my children right away, so I will destructure the params. We will get children, and children has a type. Children is of type React Node. React Node is imported from React, and we can get started right away with the return statement. So let's delete everything and let's start with empty tags. Empty tags are quite nice because they don't show up in the DOM, so they don't render anything. If I would use a div, well, then we would have a div element in our DOM. But in this case, we won't have any layout for this specific element, so it does not make any sense to use a div. we will rather use empty tags. We can continue, and I want you first of all render a header. So let me quickly open Excalibur. By the way, this is the diagram of my last video, check it out. But for now, let's head over back to our beautiful diagram. I will also delete these, how do you even call them? I have no clue, but I will just delete them. So these thingies, here's the thing. So we are finished with the left side, and we want to continue with this channels overview. This channels overview will have a few sections. First of all, on the top, we will have a header. This header will render the workspace name. Underneath the header, we will have the content. The content will literally just be all of our channels. Channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And the bottom section, this is another card, and this card will render all of the users, which are a member of the specific organization. So in this example, of this organization. So you could say that this one layout consists of 3 sections, and we want to start with the header, then we will continue with the middle section, with the main section, and as a last step we will render all of our users. And of course also in the header, or I guess in the main section, it does not really matter, we will render a button to create a new channel, and this will open a modal. But for now, let's go back and let's first of all start with a div. We can give it a class name. This will be flex height full width 80. 80 corresponds to 320 pixels. Flex column, BG secondary, border right. This will create a border on the right side, and border to give it a nice color. In the div, we can get started right away with the header. So I will create a comment and just say header. And inside of here, we want to create a div, and this will be the wrapper div, the layout div for the header itself. So we can give it a class name. This will be flex items center to center our items, padding x4, height 14, border, which will be bottom, and border to have a nice color. In theory, we could just render the workspace header in this page itself, and I guess this works, but not really, because later on we will fetch data. So on the server side, we will use TanStack query to prefetch data, and we will pass the data later on to the components, because as you know, TanStack query prefetches the data on the server side. It then puts the data into a server-side cache, and the client or a specific client component can then read the data using the server-side cache. And that's why I will create a separate component. In theory, yes, we could just create an H1, and this works in this development example, but once we fetch data, this won't work anymore. So to not waste any time, let's rather instantly create a new component. In the workspace ID route folder, we can create an underscore components folder, and let's create first of all a, how should we call the file? Let's say workspace header.tsx file, and this will literally just render the title of the workspace. Yes, normally you would not want to create components for such simple things, but in this case this is a necessity. This is a function, so we can say export function. This will be workspace header, and I can just open it. Currently we can't get any data, so we will just return an H2, and we can hard code the value for now. So I will just say Marshall channel, something like that, or yeah, Marshall channel is fine, and I want to style it, so I will give the H2 a class name, and this will be text LG and font semi-bold. The workspace header is finished, and we can render it in the div, so I will get the workspace header. This is self-closing, and we are already finished with this header in general. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So we can first of all restart the dev server with pnpm run dev, and if we go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will really change. We still have the same layout. So let's go to the URL and let's say /workspace/ some gibberish. It does not matter. And if I click on enter, do we get something? Yes, this is our new layout. So we have our header, Marshall channel, this border at the bottom, and the next step is to render the creation modal. So we want to have a modal or a button which says create create channel, and this will open a modal to create a channel. So we can go back to our code base underneath this, underneath the header div, this wrapper div, we can create another div. We can give it a class name, and this will be padding x4 and padding y2. In the div, we want to render another component because, as you know, for our form, we use React hook form, and React hook form needs, or in other words, creates interactivity. So the component has to be a client component. And since this is a server component, we can't create the code inside of here. So instead, we can go into our underscore components folder, and we will create a new file, which will be called create new channel.tsx. And I think let's get started right away with the UI. We can just say export function. This will be called create new channel. We can just open it, and let's create a return statement. In the return, I want to start with the dialog component. This is imported from the components, and as you already know, I want to control the dialog because currently it's not controlled by us, but I want to close the dialog once the form submission was successful. So above the return statement, we can create a constant, or we want to literally just set up the use state hook. So this will be equal to use state. This is imported from React, and the initial state will be false. The modal will be closed. We want to create a getter and setter. The getter will be open, and the setter will be set open. And we can update our dialog. The open property will be equal to open, and set open, or not set open, but on open change will be equal to set open. And with that, we finally control our dialog. As the next step, we can render the dialog trigger. This will be the button which the user will see. So we can say dialog trigger. This is imported from the components, and we want to get the button component inside of here. Now, if you look at this code, you should already remember one thing. The dialog trigger renders a button. In the dialog trigger, we render another button. So we have two buttons right after each other, if this makes sense. And if you remember, this does not work. So we have to update the dialog trigger, and we have to add the asChild property. And we can continue with the button. In the button, I want to render the plus icon. This is imported from Lucid React. We can give it a class name. This will be size 4. And underneath the plus icon, I can render something, and this will be add channel. And with that, we are finished with this button. Nevertheless, we can update the button a little bit. We can give it a variant. This will be outline, and we can give it a class name, and this will be width full. So if we save this and go back, we won't see anything. And that's because this component is currently not rendered in our layout. So let's update the div, and let's get the create new channel component, which is self-closing. If we again go back, we instantly get an error. And that's because this here creates interactivity. It uses the use state hook, the component. So we have to update it. Oh my god, Java. Who uses Java? What the hell is that? Oh, I have to uninstall Java. I have no clue. No, I remember why I have Java installed. I needed it for school. But yeah, let's continue. So on the top, I can mark this with the use client directive. And if we go back, the error will go away. So we have our beautiful add channel button. But if I click on it, nothing happens. And that's because we have to create the dialog content. So we can head over back to our component, and underneath the dialog trigger, we can get a dialog content component. This is imported from the components, and in the dialog content, we want to get a dialog header component, because a dialog pretty much has three sections: a title or a header with a title and description, then the main content with your form, and a footer section where you render your buttons like cancel or save, something like that. So for the dialog header, we can get a dialog title component, and for the dialog title, I will say create channel, or create channel is fine. And we want to also render the dialog description component. This is imported from the components, and we will say create new channel to get started exclamation mark. So if we again go back and click on add channel, we get this beautiful dialog. But you know what? This is kinda not very nice. I don't like the view currently. And the reason for that is quite simple. It's too big. The width is too big. It should be a bit smaller. So we can update the dialog content. We can give it a class name, and this will be SM or bigger, maximum width custom value 425 pixels. And you know what? Also looking at this dialog, it kinda looks weird. Like the description is fine. It has the correct color, the correct size, but the header, not the header, the title looks weird. Let's investigate. Dialog header, dialog title, dialog description. This is correct. Okay, what did I import? Dialog title from Radix UI. Oh my god, didn't I tell you guys never import components from Radix UI? And now I myself imported a component from Radix UI. Damn. Okay, let me delete the import, and I want to get the dialog title from the components. So if I save this and go back, this should finally look way better. So we can continue. We are finished with the dialog header, and underneath the dialog header, we want to render our UI, our main content, our form. That's what I want to say. So before we maybe set up or before we render our form, we should rather first of all create the sort schema, which will be needed for the form. Because as you know, the form component React hook form needs a sort schema for the validation. So it's smarter to start with the sort schema and then continue with the UI rather than starting with the UI and then implementing the sort schema. So we can open our Explorer, and then in the app folder, in the schemas folder, we want to create a new file which will be called channel.ts. So we can say export constant. This will be called channel name schema, and this will be equal to z.object. Z is imported from sort. We can say .object, and let's invoke it and the structured. So what do I want to get from my user? So what should we add to create a new channel? Well, it's quite simple. We only need one thing, which is the name of the channel. So we can say name, and name will be of type z.boolean. No, I'm joking. Z.string. Oh my god, it's so simple, right? We can also add further validation, .minimum, which will be 2. We can add a custom error message, and this will just be channel must be at least 2 characters, something like that. We can add a .maximum, so maximum amount of characters. This will be 50, and for the error message we can just say something like channel name must be at least 50 or at most 50 characters. Nevertheless, we are still not finished, because here's the thing. A channel in our web application in TeamFlow will follow a specific schema. So for example, if a user types hello, this is a cool channel, we don't want to store this in our database. We don't want any white space. So we want to say hello dash this dash is dash 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 dash. So there should be no white spaces at all. We also don't want to have any special characters. We want to replace multiple consecutive dashes with a single dash. So if a user would say hello dash dash dash, then this should just convert to hello dash. We only want one dash. And also we want to remove leading and trailing dashes. So let's delete all of this, or the fake code which I added at the bottom, and above the export constant we can create a function. So we can say export function. This will be transform channel name, and this is just a standard function which we can open. I want to update my params, because in the params I want to get the name which we want to transform, and this will be of type string. We can say return name dot, and we want to say to lowercase. Let's invoke this. And we can chain another method, and this will be replace. We can invoke replace, and replace is interesting because inside of here we want to use regex. Regex is Something that is kinda annoying to write, I will be quite honest with you, I don't like regex, and in most cases I just go to ChatGPT and ask it to create a regex for me. But in this case we will need a regex. So you know what, I will do the following. I will share a link in my YouTube description for the regex because honestly it's not very easy to write and it's kinda annoying. So in my YouTube description you will just find a gist, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. If I forget it again, please just let me know in the comments. I will add it ASAP if I forget it. Nevertheless, let's look at the code. So we first of all transform the name and we pretty much make it lowercase. So if the name is completely uppercased, then we transform it and it becomes lowercased. As a next step, we replace all spaces with dashes. This is what I showed you a moment ago. If we have spaces, we replace the spaces with these dashes. Thirdly, we remove special characters. We only keep letters, numbers, and dashes. So no upticks or anything like that. We also replace multiple consecutive dashes. That's what I also showed you. If we have multiple dashes, it will return one dash or it will transform the value to one dash. And of course, we will remove leading, trailing dashes. So this is finished, this regex function, and we can use it in our sort schema. So underneath this .maximum, we want to chain the transform method. We can invoke it and this will just be a standard arrow function. We can get two values in our params. First of all, the name and also the context. So in short, CTX. And in this function, we can say constant transformed, and this will be equal to transform channel name, the function which we just created. We want to invoke it and we have to pass one argument. This is the name which we want to transform. As a second step, I want to check if the transformed value length is bigger than 2, because if it's smaller than 2, then I want to throw an error and say, hey, channel name must contain at least 2 characters. So we can create an if statement and we can say if transformed dot length is smaller than 2, then we can just open this and we can say ctx dot add issue. Let's invoke it, the structured. We want to add a code. For the code, this will be custom, and we want to add a message. And for the message, this will be channel name must contain at least 2 characters after transformation. Underneath this context.add issue, we want to say return z.never. This is completely uppercased. And finally, after this if statement, so if everything was fine, then we want to just return our transformed value. So we can head over back to our create new channel component and we can get started right away with React hook form. So let's scroll to the top. Underneath this useState hook, we can create a constant form and this will be equal to useForm. UseForm is imported from React hook form. We can invoke it, this structured, and we have to pass 2 properties. First of all, the resolver, which will be equal to sort resolver. This is imported from hook form resolvers sort. As an argument, we want to pass our channel schema or channel name schema, and we want to pass our default values because we want to control the inputs, or React hook form wants to control the inputs. The name will be equal to an empty string because currently we don't have any value. Finally, we can start using our form. So let's scroll to the bottom and underneath the dialog header, we can get started with our form. So I want to get the form component. From the components, we can open it and we can render a standard form in the form component. We currently don't have an action, so let's delete it. And in the form, we can render the form field component. This is self-closing. Nevertheless, we still get an error for the form, and that's because we have to spread our form. So ... form, and this is needed for internal state management. So we can open the form field component, and this form field component needs 3 properties. First of all, the control, which will be equal to form.control. Secondly, we have the name, and the name will be equal to, well, we only have one option, name. There's one more property missing, which is the render prop function. So this is just a standard return function. We can destructure the params, and we want to get the field. And then inside of here, we want to get the form item component. The form item component does not need any configuration, and in the form item, we can get the form label. This is imported from the components, and we will say name. In the form label, or underneath the form label, we can get the form control component from the components, and in the form control, we want to render an input. This is self-closing, and we can add a placeholder. This will be my channel, and we want to spread the field, because the field is needed for internal state management. This will just add like the on value change and value, and with that we will control this input, or React hook form will control the input. Underneath the form control, I want to render the transformed value. So if the user inputted something like, let me show it to you, so hello with a white space, then underneath I want to show the transformed value so that the user knows what will be stored, or what will be stored in the database. So to do that, we want to go to the top, or we want to scroll to the top. Inside of here, we want to first of all create a constant or two constants, which will check if the input has been updated, and if so, we want to check if the name has been updated, transformed. So we can create a constant. This will be watched name, and this will be equal to form.watch, and we want to watch the name input, so if it updates. And as a next step, we can create a constant. This will be transformed name, and this will be equal to watched name. If this is true, then we want to use the ternary, and we want to render transformed channel name, and as an argument we can pass our watched name. If this is not true, we will render an empty string, and we can use this new constant transformed name. So let's scroll to the bottom, and underneath our form control we can pretty much create a ternary. So we want to say if transformed name, not channel name but transformed name, is true, and let's use double and signs, if transformed name is not equal to watched name, then we can just use two and signs and we will return the transformed name. So let's get a p tag, and I will say will be created as colon, and we will get the code field or the code element, and in the code element we can get our transformed name. We can instantly test it out. So if I go back and click on add channel, I get my input, and if I create a bit of white space, then you will see that this updates instantly and it creates these dashes. So let's style the p tag a little bit. We can give it a class name. This will be text sm, text muted foreground. We want to also style the code field. We can give, or the code element, we can give it a class name. This will be bg muted, padding x1, padding y 0.5, rounded, and text xs. If we again go back, then you will see that this instantly looks way better. And if I delete my input, it will also delete this view down below. So we are finished with that. Let's continue. Underneath the form item, or above the form item, I want to also render the form message component. This is self-closing, and we are finished with the general UI. Let's also render the submit button. So underneath this form field component, but above the form, we can get the button component. The button component is already imported, and we can say submit or create. Let's also update the button. We can give it a type, and the type will be submit. And with that, we are finished with our form. Nevertheless, we have one problem. There is no spacing between the button and the input. This is not good. So we can update our form. We will give the form a class name, and this will be space y6. And maybe instead of saying create, we should maybe say create new channel. I think this is a bit better. Yeah. Alright, so I want to continue with the channel list layout, and there are two things that we can do. We can either finish off our add channel mutation, because currently we have a modal, we have a form, and if I enter a name and click on create new channel, we don't create a mutation. Instead, we do a get request, and that's because we have a form without an action and without an on submit, and as a default, it does a get request. Or option 2 would be to create the UI for our channels list. So here we would map over our channels and then render them. And as a third step, we could then create, for example, the user's UI. So pretty much we can either start with the backend now, or we can first of all create the UI in general for this whole layout and then do the second step, which is to implement the backend. And I think that's what we will do. We will first of all implement the UI, and as a second step, we will implement the backend and we will connect the front end to the backend. So let's first of all go back. We want to close this component, or we don't need it anymore. Let's go into our layout, and underneath this div we can first of all create another div. And you know what, I will also create a comment and I will just say channel list. Underneath the comment, we can create a div element, and I want to give the div a class name. So this will be flex1. This should take the whole space which is available, overflow y auto, and of course padding x4. In the div, we can use the collapsible component. This is imported from the components. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, what does this component do? Well, let's head over to ui.sharedcn.com, and if I search for collapsible, then we will find this component. This is an interactive component which expands, or in other words, collapses a panel. So if I click on this, it will expand, and if I click on the button again, it will collapse. And that's what we want. So we want to either expand all of our channels, or we want to collapse them if they take too much space. So let's go back. We want to go into the collapsible component, and we want to get the collapsible trigger component from our components, or it's imported from the components. And we can also, inside of this component, render the chevron down icon. Chevron down is imported from Lucid React, and we can give it a class name, and this will be size 4, transition, which will be transform, duration, which will be 200, not 300, but 200. If we go back and if I do a hard refresh, I should see the new layout. And yes, on the left, or on the top left, you will see this little chevron down icon. Nevertheless, I'm also missing a bit of text. So in the collapsible trigger, but above the icon, we can say main. But the alignment is not correct, because it should be aligned on one line. The text main should be on the left and the icon should be on the right. So in this case here. So let's again go back and let's update the collapsible trigger. We can give it a class name, and this will be flex w full, items center to center them, justify between to put the items to the most outer corner. This means the left side and right side. Padding x2, padding y1, text sm, font medium, text muted foreground to have a grayish color, and for now this is fine enough. Let's first of all test it out. So if I go back, then you will see that this has a grayish color and it's aligned correctly. But if I hover over this collapsible trigger, nothing happens. I want to get a hover state. So we can go back and we can say on hover, the text should be accent foreground. For now, this should be it. So if I go back and hover over it, it looks very beautiful. So let's continue with our collapsible content. We can go back. We want to go underneath the collapsible trigger, and let's get the collapsible content component. And in the collapsible content, we want to render our channel list component. So we can open the Explorer, and in the app folder, in the workspace folder, in the workspace ID folder, and then in the components, we can create a new file which will be called channel list.tsx. And let's get started started right away. So this is a component, and what meeting? What is this? Let me close it. So this is the component. We can just say export function. This will be called channel list. We can just open the function, and let's get started right away with a return statement. So I want to return a div. We can give the div a class name, and this will be space y 0.5. We want to have some spacing in between our items and padding y1. And in the div, I want to map over my channels. But the thing is, currently there's no way for us to map over our data. So on the top, we can just create a constant, which will be called channel list, and this will be equal to an array. Let's create a object, and we need a few properties, the name and an ID. So we can just say for the ID, this will be 1, and for the name, this will be hello. I will copy paste this object a few times, and of course I want to update the IDs. This will be 2, and this one will be 3. I will update the names, hello, how are you? Wow, super cool channel names, I know. So we can use this array. Let's also rename it. So this should be channel list lowercase. We can copy the name, and let's go into our div. We want to first of all map over our channel list. So we can say channel list dot map. As a param, we can get a channel, and we want to return our data. So inside of here, we can use the link component from next/link. This link is currently complaining, and that's because we have to pass 2 key properties. First of all, the key itself. This is always needed whenever you map over data, and we will just say channel.id, and we want to pass an href. For the href, I will just pass an empty hashtag. That's it. We will update the href later on. And in the link itself, I want to get the hash icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and it's self-closing. We can give it a class name, and this will be size 4. And underneath the hash, we can get a span element, and we will say, or we will render the channel.name. Of course, if we now go back, we won't see anything, and that's because this component is not rendered in our layout. So in our collapsible content, we can render the channel list component. This is imported from the components, and if we go back, we should finally see something. If I click on the collapsible trigger, I get my content, but this is not nice. If I do a hard refresh, I want to instantly see my content. So let's go back to our layout, and we can update the collapsible component. We want to add the default open property. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, we will instantly see our content. Let's continue with our channel list component, because currently our item does not look very nice. So first of all, we can update our link. The link should have the same styles compared to a normal button component. So this link should look exactly the same as a button component. So we can give the link a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. Button variants is imported from our components. We can invoke it the structured, and we want to pass the variant. This will be ghost, and we can pass a class name. The class name will be equal to cn. This is our helper function, which allows us to merge styles. We can invoke it, and we want to say w full justify start to align everything to the start. We can also say padding x2, padding y1. By the way, don't worry about the notifications. My food just came, but let's continue. Height 7. We can also say text muted foreground, hover, which will be text accent foreground, and of course hover, which will be BG accent. So with that, we are just updating the colors and the width and height a little bit. Nothing groundbreaking. I mean, just look at the code. W full, this means we take the full width. Justify start means that we align our item to the left, to the start. Padding x2 creates padding. Padding y1 creates padding. Height 7 gives this a height. Text muted foreground changes the color. Hover text accent foreground changes the color of the text on hover. And hover BG accent updates the background color on hover. As you see, super simple code. And we can also update our span, and we will give the span a class name, which will be truncate. So if the channel name is too big, so if it has too many characters, we will just say ... at the end to not overflow. If we go back, this will already look 10 times better. Later on, once we implement the page itself, we will also have an active state, but for now this is already too advanced. This is fine enough. So let's close the channel list component, and as a last step I want to render the workspace member list. So I want to render all of the users. So let's go underneath this div, but we want to stay in the main div, and with the div I mean the div which wraps the collapsible or the channel list. And first of all we can create a comment, and we will just say members list. Underneath the comment we can create a div. We can give the div a class name. This will be padding x4, padding y2, border, which will be top, and border. In the div itself, we want to again use the collapsible content or collapsible component. So let's just copy it from above and we will paste it inside of here. So this will be open as a default. For the collapsible trigger, we will say flex w full, item center, padding x2. This all looks good to me. I don't think that we have to update anything inside of here because let's be honest, it looks quite nice. But here's the important thing. We don't want to render this collapsible content. So instead, or before we do that, we want to first of all update the trigger. Instead of saying main, we will say members, and for the content we can delete the channel list, and instead we will render a workspace members list component. So let's open the Explorer, and in the underscore components folder we can create a new file called workspace members list.tsx. Since this is a component, we want to create an export function. This will be called workspace members list. We can just open it and let's create a return statement. So what do you think? Should we just get started right away with the UI? Yes, of course. What did you think? In the return statement, we can create a div. Let's give it a class name, and this will be space y0.5 to have some spacing between our children, or in other words between our members, and padding y1. And in the div we want to map over our members, but we don't have any members right now, or in other words we don't fetch the data. So above the export function we can create a constant members, and this will be equal to an array. We can create an object for the ID. This will be 1. For the name, this will be John Fisher, and I have to pass an image URL, so I will just say something like image URL, and this will be equal to the shared CNUI avatar. So I can just head, or not to shared CNUI, or I guess, I don't know, no, I will go to my repo or to my profile, and I will just open the image in a new tab, and I will copy it. And there's one more property, and this will be the email, and I will just pass my own one. So we have our members array. If you want to, you can add more members into this array, but for now this is fine enough. In the div, we want to map over this array, so we want to get our members.map, and as a param, we can get the singular member. Of course, we want to return this, and inside of this return statement, we can render a div. The div instantly complains, and that's because it's missing one key property, which is the key. Because whenever you map over data in JavaScript in general, you have to provide a stable key which is unique. And in this case, our ID is unique, so we can say member.id. Let's continue. In the div, I want to render another div, and this div will be the wrapper for my avatar. So I can just give the div a class name, and this will be relative. In the div, I want to render the avatar component. This is imported from the components, and this avatar component has two subcomponents. First of all, the avatar image, and then the avatar fallback. But instead of using the avatar image, we will just use the standard image component imported from Next.js. This is self-closing, and we want to pass our source, and the source will be equal to member.image URL. We want to also pass an alt. This will just be user image, and we want to pass the class name. This will be object cover. Underneath the image, we can get the avatar fallback component from the components, and we want to render the first character of the username. So we can get our member dot name dot char add or character add, and we want to get the first character, and we want to uppercase the character, so we can say to uppercase, and we want to invoke it. For now, I think we are finished. Let's head over back to the layout, and in the collapsible content, we can render our workspace members list. This is self-closing, and if we again go back, we should actually get an error, and that's exactly what happened. Image lalala is missing a required width property, or not only a width property, but a width and height property. So if you watched my video on image optimization in Next.js, then you will know that these two properties are needed to prevent CLS, and this just creates a better user experience. But since this image is rendered in a div with the class name relative, we can just say fill, and with that it will find, or it will create the width and height properties itself, or the image component will just generate width and height properties using the defined parent layout, this div. And if we go back and do a hard refresh, we get another error. Hostname lalala is not configured. As mentioned, I expect you to know why we get this error, or in other words, I expect you to know what the image component is and what it does and why it throws this error. Nevertheless, let me give you a quick summary. The image component optimizes your images. We can quickly head over to the Next.js documentation, and you can search for image or image optimization. Let's see, yes, image optimization. And image optimization, or in other words, the image component, extends the HTML image element, and it provides size optimization, visual stability, faster page loads, and asset flexibility. Or in other words, this image component literally just optimizes your images. And since it has to optimize the images, there is a certain resource cost. So the server has to literally take your image, make it smaller, change the format from, let's say, JPEG to WebP, and all of that takes resources. It costs money, or not really money, but it costs directly resources, and resources cost money. So we have to pay more if an attacker uses this website, because if a malicious user will see that and will see, hey, this user optimizes images for free, then he will just use our website, and this is not wanted, or not our website, but in this case our server, and this is not wanted. We want to only optimize images which we whitelist, or in other words, domains which we whitelist. So we can go to the next.config file. As mentioned, this is the configuration file for Next.js, and we want to get the images property. This is an object. We want to get the image, or not images, but remote patterns property. Remote patterns is an array, and we can open an object. So we want to pass a host name, and the host name will be equal to avatars.githubusercontent.com. I will copy this and paste it for the host name, and not vatars, but avatars. And of course, we want to pass the protocol, and the protocol will be HTTPS. In theory, my dev server should restart automatically, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I should see my image at the bottom. And yes, at the bottom, I see my beautiful image. Very cool. Nevertheless, let's continue. So we can go into our workspace members list component. We are finished with the avatar, and as a next step, I want to render the name and email of the user. But maybe before we do that, we can update the avatar a little bit. We can give the avatar a class name. This will be size 8 relative. So in general, this is finished, and let's continue with the content, or the name and email. So that's what I want to render. Underneath the avatar and underneath the div which wraps the avatar, we can create another div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be flex1 and minimum width 0. And in the div, we can render a p tag, and I want to render the user's name. So I will just get the member.name, or the property property. And of course, I want to render the email down below, so we can create another p tag, and I will just get the member.email. Of course, we want to style these two p tags, because if we go back, then you will see that this does not look very nice. So we can style the first p tag. Let's give it a class name. This will be text sm, font medium, truncate, to not overflow the container. We can pass a class name for the second p tag, and this will be text xs. This means even smaller, text muted foreground, and of course truncate. So if we again go back, then this will already look a little bit better. Nevertheless, it's not perfect, because the thing is, this content is currently rendered underneath the image, but in reality this should be rendered on one line, the image on the left side, the content on the right side. So we can just go back, and we want to update the wrapping div. In this case, the div which comes right here underneath our mapping, the div with the key. So let's give it a class name, and this will be padding x3, padding y2, hover, which will be bg accent. We want to say cursor pointer, transition, which will be colors, and of course flex, items center, space x3. So if we again go back, then this will already look 10 times better. Nevertheless, this kinda looks a bit weird, so we have this weird border. I probably made a mistake. So let's head over back to the layout. Let's investigate. So I said padding x4, padding y2, border 5. No, this should be border top. My god, let's go back. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. So we can collapse this, then we won't see any members, but if I expand it, I will see all of my members. And the thing is right now, if I click on the section, the icon does not rotate, and this is not wanted. So we can go back, and we want to update the collapsible trigger. And this styles, or this class name which I will write, is a bit confusing, but to be honest with you, it makes sense. So we want to use array brackets because we want to create custom code. We want to use the and sign. Then we want to again use array brackets, and we want to say data dash state equals to open. And after this array, we want to get this bigger than sign. We will say svg. At the end, after all of these array symbols or brackets, we want to get this colon, and we will say rotate dash 180. So we can save this, and if we go back and if I click on it, it instantly updates, which is quite cool. Oh, and by the way, is this the correct way? Shouldn't this be like flipped around? Damn, am I stupid? Wait, my man, wait. I think this shouldn't be chevron down, but instead chevron up. Am I right? I'm not sure. Chevron up. Let's test this. Does this make more sense? Of course, this makes way more sense. Damn, what was wrong with me? So we are finished with the UI, and I think as a next step, we can implement the back end. So we want to allow the user to create a channel. We want to get the data. We want to get our channels, and I want to get the members of this specific organization. Oh, and by the way, drink some water. Hydration is important. I just ate some Korean, but no, I don't even know what I ate. Korean something. Kimchi, kumpi, kimbipi, I'm not sure. Rice with meat, that's quite nice. I know, you did not ask me for what I ate, but I still wanted to share with you guys. We can first of all close all of this, and I think we want to first of all create a new route, and with that a new procedure. So let's open the index or the router. In the router, we want to create a new route. So underneath the workspace, we want to create a channel, and this will be equal, or inside of here, we want to create a route, which will be called create. This is the keyword, and this key has to be equal to a procedure. So we can open our Explorer. Let's go into the app folder. We want to go into the router folder, and we will create a new file called channel.ts. And in the channel route, we will create the create channel procedure. We can create a new procedure. So we will say export constant create channel, and this will be equal to the base middleware. This is imported from our middlewares, and we want to chain a few more middlewares. So we can say .use, and we want to use the required auth middleware. The user has to be authenticated. We want to use the required workspace middleware. Of course, we want to also implement Arcjet. So we can say .use, and this will be the standard security middleware. The standard security middleware implements shield and detect bot, but as you know, we are missing rate limiting. So underneath the standard security middleware, we want to use the heavy write security middleware. So users will only be allowed to create 2 channels per minute, because if we open the heavy write security middleware, then you will see that we have a sliding window with an interval of 1 minute and a maximum amount of requests of 2. So 2 channels per minute. And of course, I think we will update it later on, but for now, this is fine enough. As a next step, we want to chain the route method. We can invoke it, the structured. For the method, this will be, what is it? Come on. It's post, because we want to create data. For the path, this will just be /channels, and we want to pass a summary. For the summary, this will be create a new channel, and we want to pass the tags property. This is equal to an array, and in the array, we will just say channels. So this is finished, we can continue, and as a next step, we want to chain our input. So I will say .input, we want to invoke it, and what do we pass into our input? Because inside of here, we have to tell oRPC, hey, that's what the user will give you. And as you all know, or if you remember, we created a channel schema, and the channel schema is called channel name schema. We can copy the name and paste it inside of here. I will import it from my schemas, and underneath the input, we want to get the output. So I can delete the semicolon. I want to get the output method. We can invoke it. And what do I want to return? Well, I want to return the channel data. For now, we don't really know how our channel will look like. So I will just say Z. I can import Z from sort.void. As the next step, we want to implement our handler. So I can say .handler, we can invoke it. In the handler, we want to create a standard arrow function, and this should be an asynchronous arrow function, and we can destructure our params, and I want to get the input. I want to get the not output, but the errors. Let's also get the context. As a next step, we want to continue with our handler. And here's a question from me to you. What should we do now? The $1 million question. So here's the thing, we want to create a channel, but where should we store the data? Kind is only there for authentication, or I guess authentication, authorization, and billing, but it's not there to store our data. It can't help us with our channels. So the solution is to set up a separate database, not a separate database in general, a database. And in this database, we can then store all of our data. As an example, channels, messages, thread messages, reactions, and stuff like that. So what database will we use in this video? Good question. There are literally millions of options out on the market. I will give you a few examples. As an example, there is Neon, we also have Supabase, and there is also PlanetScale. PlanetScale does not have a free tier, and that's why we won't use it in this video, but it's a super cool provider which I used back in the day. It's super fast, it uses MySQL, it uses Vitesse, so in general, a great database for production, and I would also recommend it to you, but in this case, we won't use it. So there are two options for us. That's either Supabase or Neon. In this video, we will use Neon. There's no reason for that. If you want to, you can use Supabase. They are both built on top of Postgres, both are fast, both have cool features. Supabase is very similar to Firebase with the difference that it has a Postgres database. So choose whatever you want to, it does not matter, they all do the same thing with pros and cons for each provider. So in this case, as mentioned, we will use Neon. Neon is a Postgres provider and they are serverless. What this means is that you can scale scale to 0. If your website does not have any traffic, your database won't run, and whenever you get traffic, your database will spin up and serve the request. They also offer branching, which is quite powerful and super important for production, but in this case we won't need it, and I will click on log in. So I'm in the dashboard. You will see on the top left corner that I'm on the scale plan. So yes, I actually use Neon for my own products, but in this case we want to create a new project. For the name, this will be Team Flow-YouTube. For the Postgres version, we will use the default one. For the cloud service provider, let's use AWS. And for the region, I will select, what should I select? I will select London because I think that's the nearest to me, and I can click on create. As a next step, we want to already connect our database. And the thing is, before we can connect our database, we need some sort of interface that will talk to our database, because this uses Postgres. Postgres uses SQL. SQL is cool, it's nice, it's fast, it's great, but it's not type safe. So I need some sort of interface that takes my JavaScript, or in other words my TypeScript code, converts it to SQL, and then whenever Neon, or in other words Postgres, returns data, it has to convert the SQL to TypeScript. So that's what you call an ORM. And in this video we will use Prisma. Prisma is just an open source ORM built on top of TypeScript. They also have their own Postgres offering if you want to test it, but in this case we only need the ORM. It's free to use, it's open source, it's not a paid product, and I have been using Prisma for many years, so I think 4 years or so in total. It's a good product, it works, and recently they made a lot of changes to make Prisma even faster, and that's because they got competition from Drizzle. Drizzle is also a TypeScript ORM, which I can also recommend. I tested it, it's nice, but it's a bit more low level. So if you appreciate tools, software, or in general products which are a bit more low level and with that also more customizable, then I can recommend Drizzle. But since I want to have something that I'm familiar with and something that is easy to use, we will use Prisma. So we can just head over back to our code base. I will open my terminal, stop the dev server, and I want to install Prisma. So there are two commands or two things that we have to install. First of all, we can say pnpm I at Prisma/client. Prisma also needs a development dependency, so we can say pnpm I-D Prisma. This Prisma dependency is a development dependency. That's why we added this -D, so it will only show up in development, but it won't impact our production bundle size. And since we installed these two packages, dependencies, we can also initialize Prisma. So we can say pnpm DLX Prisma init. So Prisma has been initialized successfully, and it says the next steps are to run Prisma dev, define models in our schema, and do a few other things. But before we do anything, so before we start Prisma dev or anything like that, we want to first of all add our database, or we want to connect Prisma to our database. So if you open your Explorer, then you will see that Prisma created a new folder, Prisma, and it also updated our environment variable, our env file, and it added all of this code. We can literally just delete everything that it generated. We don't need it, and we want to add our database URL. So we can head over back to Neon, and we want to click on Connect. On this button, we want to select Prisma. In this dropdown, we want to open the env section, if this makes sense, tab, and we want to copy the database URL. So once copied, you can go back and paste it inside of here. Weirdly, I did not get my password, so let me just copy it one more time. This is a simple bug probably, because I already had this problem a few times, but now it finally works. As a next step, we want to update our schema, so schema.prisma file, to create our model. So here's the thing, how does the database work? Well, you have tables and relations. I also created a lot of videos on database design in general, which I would recommend you to watch. It's super powerful, or it's super important for you to know how to structure a database the right way. But in this case, we have tables and relations. And in Prisma, you call a table a model. So we want to create a few models. But for now, there's only one model which we want to create, and this is the channel model. So we can first of all delete all of these comments. We don't need them. And underneath the data source DB, we can create a model which will be called channel. Here's the thing, I currently get syntax, highlighting and autocomplete and stuff like that, and that's because I installed the extension. So if you go to your extensions tab, you can search for Prisma and then you should find this extension. And this extension adds syntax highlighting, formatting, autocompletion and much more. So it's important that you install it, and once installed we can continue. So in this case we want to create a model called channel, and this model always needs one identifier, an ID, a primary key. And a table in SQL or in Postgres always needs a primary key, something that we can reference. In this case, it will be an ID of type string at ID at default, and we will say UUID. So this will use the UUID generator. You can also say int, so number. It does not really matter. For the name, this will be string, and we want to also use two timestamps. So we want to add a created at and updated at timestamp. So we can first of all say created at. This will be of type date time, at default now, and of course also updated at, and updated at will be of type datetime at updated at. I want to also reference the channel to our kind data, so to the kind user ID and to the kind organization ID. So I can create a comment and I will say foreign keys and in parentheses kind IDs. And underneath this comment, we can say workspace ID. This will be of type string and created by ID, and this will be of type string. The thing is, a channel name has to be unique within an organization or within a workspace. If a user creates the workspace XYZ and creates a channel A, then this user should not be able to create another workspace called A. So we can use this at unique property. This is an array, and we want to say the workspace ID and name, both of these have to be unique. And this means channel names must be unique within a workspace. And since this is finished, we can push all of these changes, or we can sync our database with this schema. So we can say pnpm dlx prisma db push, and this will push the schema to our remote database, so Neon. Your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. We can verify this. If we go back to Neon, we can click on not overview but on tables, and then we should see a new table which is called channel, and that's exactly what we have here. RLS is disabled, that's fine, so we can just close this, and how about we continue? As a next step, I want to create data. So I want to store the data, which we create the workspace. I want to store it in my database. And how do you do that with Prisma? Well, you want to say constant channel equals to await Prisma. But where do we import Prisma from? Because this import statement is incorrect. Well, it's quite simple. Let's head over back to the Prisma website. We can click on documentation. We will click on use Prisma Postgres, and we want to click on the Next.js example. Even though we don't use Prisma Postgres, it does not matter. In the sidebar on the right side, you will find a section called, how was it called? Setup Prisma client. So here's the thing, we have to add the following code into our code base. Why is that? Well, this file creates a Prisma client and attaches it to the global object so that only one instance of the client is created in your application. This helps resolve issues with hot module reloading that can occur when using Prisma ORM with Next.js in development mode. So we want to click on other databases. We can can copy the code example. Let's head over back to cursor. I want to open my Explorer, and in the lib folder, we can create a new file called db.ts, and I will paste the code into this file. It's important to import Prisma client from the correct source, so I will delete the one on the top, and instead we can hover over Prisma client, and we want to import it from generated or /generated /Prisma. So I will click on enter, and with that we are finished with this file. So why did we just create this file? Well, the thing is, if we would not have this file, then we would just create multiple instances in our code base, and this would create multiple connections to our database. This is not wanted because there is a maximum of 10 with Prisma, if I remember correctly. And using this file, we pretty much put or bind this Prisma client to a global object in development, but if we are in production, then we just generate a standard new Prisma client. So this is finished, we can close the file, and we can finally create our mutation. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder .channel.create. Since we want to create data, we can invoke it, the structured, and we want to get the data prop because we want to add data. First of all, we want to add the name, and the name will be equal to the input.name. So we already destructure the input from our handler. And as a next step, we want to also add the workspace ID. This will be equal to context.workspace.id, or not ID, but org code. And we want to add the created by ID, and this will be equal to context.user.id. So this is finished, and as a last step, I want to return my channel, so the data which we just created. But we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, it says, hey Chan, for the output you set z.void, but now you return data. This is incorrect. We have a discrepancy. And that's right, I want to add this channel type to my output. But how do you do that? Good question. Well, if you hover over channel, then you will see that this does not give us any type. That's a bit annoying. But here's the thing, we use Prisma, right? And isn't Prisma a TypeScript ORM? Yes, it is, and this means that we can actually infer the type from this schema. So we can just go back, instead of saying z.void, we can say z.custom, and we want to pass a generic, and in the generic, we want to get our channel. This channel is imported from the lib folder, so at lib generated Prisma, and we want to invoke it at the end. With that, the error will go away, and this looks beautiful. I can delete the errors object, there are no errors, so we can close the channel file, and we want to update our base router. Create will be equal to create channel, and this is imported from our channel file. So this is finished, and we can finally connect our front end to our back end procedure. So we can open the create new channel file. We want to go underneath the form, and let's create a constant. This will be called create channel mutation, and this will be equal to use mutation. The hook is imported from tanstack query. Let's invoke it, and I want to first of all construct my URL, or I want to call my procedure. That's what I want to do. So we want to import our oRPC client from the lib folder .channel.create.mutation options, and we can invoke it and destructure it. As a next step, I want to listen for two events, the onSuccess event and the onError event. So let's start with onSuccess. This is a standard arrow function, and in our params we can get the new channel. This is what our procedure returns, and we want to return a toast.success, and for the message we can just say, or we can use upticks, and we will say channel, and I want to render the channel name. So we can use a dynamic value, and we will pass our new channel dot name. As a next step after this, we can say created success fully with an exclamation mark. So this looks good. And I just realized that I made a mistake. So we want to create a standard arrow function. So I forgot these object brackets. Of course, once everything is successful, we want to also reset our form. So we can say form.reset, and we want to close our modal. So we can say set open, and this will be false. Of course, we want to also listen for the on error event. So underneath on success, we can say on error. This is also a standard arrow function. We can just open it, and we want to check if the error is defined. So we can update our params. We want to get the error, and inside of here we can say if is defined error. We want to import this function from oRPC/client, and as an argument we want to pass our error. And if this is true, we can return toast.error, and for the message we will pass the error.message, and underneath we can just say return, so an empty return statement. If the error is not defined, then we will just render a standard toast.error, and for the message I will say failed to create channel XOR dot, please try again. But we are still not finished, because we want to finally call this mutation, and you call it, we have to create an onSubmit function. So down below we can create a function called onSubmit. We can just open it, and we want to get our values. So in the params we want to get our values, and this will be equal to our channel schema type. But currently we don't get our type. So let's open our channel schema, and we want to infer the type from our sort schema. So we can just say at the bottom export type. This will be called channel schema name type, and it will be equal to z.infer. We want to pass a generic, and this will be type of channel name schema. So I can just copy the name channel name schema and paste it inside of here. And with that we are finished with the type. We can copy the name and paste it for our values. So our values will have this type, and in our onSubmit function we want to call our mutation. So we can say create channel mutation dot mutate, and as an argument we want to pass our values, and this onSubmit function has to be finally called by our form. So we can scroll to the bottom, and let's give our form an onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument I want to pass the onSubmit function. Finally, there is one more thing that I want to add, and that's that I want to update the button. So we want to give the button a disabled property. This will be equal to create channel mutation dot is pending, and we want to update the content. So instead of saying create new channel, we will create a ternary, and if create channel mutation dot is pending is true, then we can use a question mark. I will just return creating ... and if it's not true, I want to return create new channel. I think it's time to test everything out, so we can go back. I will do a hard refresh. My dev server is not running, so I will just restart it. I can again do a hard refresh. Let's click on add channel. So for the channel name, this will be hello, and if I click on create new channel, we get the pending state. In theory it should create a channel. So channel hello created successfully. Let's double check. So I will open Neon, and if we open our tables view, then we should see our channel, and yes, we have a new property or a new row. Oh, and by the way, if you open your terminal, you will see that we currently get a huge error, and it says, hey, Prisma does not work on the edge environment, Cloudflare workers connection string. I have no clue what this means. To be quite honest, I know why we get this error. So let's open the terminal and we will restart the dev server. And I want you to look at the logs. So it's starting the dev server, that's all fine. And then it does this interesting thing. Compiled instrumentation Node.js and compiled instrumentation edge. Okay, so let's open our instrumentation file, await import liboRPC.server. So it's a bit complicated to explain, but literally oRPC currently gets bundled into the Edge environment, and Prisma does not work on the Edge. It only works in a Node.js environment. And thankfully, they already, or oRPC, the creator, already created a comment and said, conditionally import if facing runtime compatibility issues. So what we can do is literally just uncomment this if statement, and with that we will say only import this oRPC.server file when we use the Node.js environment. If we are currently on the Edge, then don't import it. So what we can do is literally just restart the dev server, and with that everything should work. So let's head over back to our application, localhost 3000, and with what should we continue? We are finished with our modal, we have our onSuccess event, our onError event, and I think we can close the component and we want to open the layout. In the layout we have our workspace header, our create new channel modal, and of course we have our channel list. And I think as a next step we can fetch our channels and render them down below. This means in this channel list component. So we can first of all open our router, the index router, and we want to create a new route. So underneath create, we can say list, and this will be equal to our procedure. Currently, we don't have a procedure which corresponds to getting channels. So let's open our Explorer. We want to go into the router folder and into channel. Let's scroll to the bottom and we want to create a new procedure. So we can say export constant list channels, and this will be equal to base. Base is already imported. .use, we want to chain our middlewares. The first middleware will be required of middleware, and the second middleware will be first of all .use required workspace middleware. So we are finished with our middlewares. In this case we won't use Arcjet. I will explain the reason a bit later on, and as a next step we can use the route method. So we want to invoke it, the structured. For the method this will be get. If you click on Control spacebar you will also get all of the types. So we want to say get. Let's continue. We want to pass the path property. This will be /channels. We want to continue with the summary. For the summary, we will just say list all channels. And of course, we want to add the tags property. And I will just copy the tags property from our other procedure and I will paste it inside of here. So we are finished with the route, and the next step is to add the input. So since we want to fetch data, in this case, we don't need any input. So we can say z.void. The input will be none, or there will be no input from the user. We can continue with the output, and currently I don't really know how the output will look like. So we can say z.void for now, but this will be changed later on. As a next step, we can continue with the handler, and as you know, in the handler we want to create an async arrow function. So we can open it. Let's the structure, the params, and we want to get the context. I want to get my channels. So we can say constant data equals to await Prisma. Prisma in theory should already be imported. Yes, we want to say dot channel dot find many. Since we want to find many channels, we can invoke it, the structured, and we want to pass a where statement because we don't want to find all channels, but instead only channels which are in the current workspace. So we can say where the workspace ID is equal to the context.workspace.org code, and the org code is the ID. So we are finished with the where statement, and we can add an order by statement, and I want to order by the created add timestamp. You have two options, ascending and descending. Ascending would mean that you would get the oldest results first, and descending means that you will get the newest results first. So we want to say descending. So as a last step, we can just return our data. But here's the thing, we are actually not quite finished because this data only returns our channels. But I want to use this query to also get my users which are in the workspace. So let me show it to you. We can open our layout, which we are currently working on, and there are a few things. We want to render the channel, or not the channel, but the workspace name. We want to render render our channels, and we want to render the members list, so all of the members who are a part of this specific organization, workspace. So there are a few more things that we want to fetch inside of here. So underneath this constant data, we can use the init function. Init is imported from the kind management API. We can invoke it, and using kind, we will fetch all of the users who are in this organization. So we can say constant data, or not data, let's say users in org, and this will be equal to await organization, which is uppercase and not organization in singular but in plural, so organizations. This is imported from the kind management API. Get organization users. We can invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass two properties, two arguments. First of all, the org code. This is the ID of the organization. This will be equal to context.workspace.org code. And in theory, this is the only required property argument, but there's one more thing that we can add, and this is sort. And using sort, we can sort our result. In this case, I want to sort based on the name, and this should be ascending. So let's select that. And with that, we get our data. Nevertheless, this is not very optimized because this runs sequentially. So first of all, this query runs, and only after it's finalized, this query runs. This is not good. They should run in parallel. So what I will do is comment out everything, and what we can do is go into the handler above, and we can say constant. We want to use array brackets, and this will be equal to await promise. Promise is uppercased, .all. We can invoke it and open an array. First of all, we want to use the Prisma query, so we can just copy it and paste it inside of here. The important thing is that you want to delete everything in front of this Prisma. So constant data equals to await deleted. You want to only have the Prisma call itself. Nevertheless, we still get an error. That's because you don't want to use a semicolon. Instead, you want to use a comma. And as a next step, we want to fetch our data from kind. So we will create a new arrow function. So you can just use parentheses. You want to say asynchronous. You want to then just create your standard arrow function, and in this arrow function we can literally just copy the code, so the code which we created down below, and paste it into the arrow function. So you want to call init. As a next step, you want to go underneath this constant users in organization, and you want to say return users in org .organization users. This could in theory be not defined, so organization user array or undefined, so we can use nullish coalescence, and if it's undefined, we will return an empty array. So I think this is finished. There's one more thing that we want to do, and that's that we want to invoke this code, and I forgot parentheses, my god, so parentheses, we want to paste the code, and at the end we want to invoke it. So this is finished. As a last step, we want to get our data. So we want to update our array brackets, and we want to get our channels and our members. So let's scroll to the bottom. As a last step, we can return the data. We want to return an object. In the object, we want to return our channels, we want to return our members, and we want to return our current workspace, and this current workspace will be equal to context.workspace. Nevertheless, we currently get an error, and that's because our handler returns data, but our output says that the output or that the return statement will be void. So we want to update this output with our new type, with our returned data. So we will return three things: channels, members, and the current workspace. So let's delete z.void, and instead we can say z.object. We want to invoke it, the structured, and inside of here we want to get first of all channels, or we want to return them, and this will have a type of z.array. We want to invoke it, and inside of here we can say z.custom. We can add a generic, and we want to return the channel type, because literally these channels, so this Prisma query just returns this type. So if we open our schema, it returns this data. So we can just infer the type from our sort, or not from our sort, but instead Prisma schema, and we can say channel. This is already imported, and we want to invoke it. We want to also return return our current workspace. So we can just copy the name current workspace. I will paste it into my z.object, and this will be equal to z.custom. We want to add a generic, and we want to use or get the kind organization. This is imported from kind. We want to add a generic, and this will be unknown. As a last step, we want to also invoke it. This is also finished. The last step is to add our members. So we can copy the name members, and members will be equal to z.array. We want to invoke it. We want to say z.custom. This will be, or we want to add a generic, and in the generic, we want to say organization underscore user. Because if you hover over this organization underscore users, you will see that this is the type, and this is exactly what we pass here. This organization underscore user has to get imported. We want to import it from the kind management API package, and as a last step we want to invoke it, and with that this error is gone and the procedure is finally finished. Let's update our base router, and list will be equal to, damn, I forgot how we called it. I think we called it list channels. So I will say list channels. And yes, this is the correct name. So we are finished with our router, and let's continue with our layout since we finally get our data. So first of all, we want to prefetch our query. So above the return statement, we can just say constant query client. This will be equal to get query client. This is imported from the lib folder, and underneath we can say await. We want to use the query client, which we just created, dot prefetch query. As an argument, we want to construct our oRPC procedure call. So we can import oRPC from the lib folder dot workspace dot list dot query options. Of course, we want to invoke it. The last step is to fix our error, because await currently says, hey Jan, did you mean to mark this function as asynchronous? And yes, I want to mark it as async because this is a server component, and this will allow us to fetch data. So our data is pre-fetched, and we can use our data in our individual components. Let's start with the workspace header. We want to wrap this workspace header in our hydrate client in our hydrate client boundary. Inside of here, we can paste the workspace header component. Oh, and by the way, I made a small mistake. This shouldn't be oRPC.workspace.list, but instead channel.list. We don't want to get our workspaces. So hydrate client currently throws an error, and that's because we have to pass the client, and this will be equal to our query client. So we can open our workspace header, and in the workspace header we can get the data using the server-side cache. So first of all, we want to mark this component with the use client directive, and in the export function we can say constant. We want to destructure it, and this will be equal to use suspense query. This is imported from TanStack. We want to invoke it as an argument. We want to construct our procedure call. So we can say oRPC.channel.list.query options. Of course, we want to invoke it, and with that we are finished. We want to get our data, and we want to destructure our data even further, because I want to get the current workspace. So instead of hard coding Marshall channel, I can delete it, and instead I will say current workspace.org name. So let's save this. Let's go back. I want to open my dashboard. Of course, we got redirected to /workspace. Let's just update the URL and append some gibberish. And in theory, we should see our channel list in a second. But no, I got some sort of weird error. What's the problem? Unhandled rejection, environment name server. What's the problem? Good question. So let's open our procedure. I will open my Explorer. I want to go into the router, into the channel file, and we get the users from the organization. How do we get them? Well, we use the kind management API package. Wait, didn't they use the M2M token in the background? Yes, we have to update our M2M token. So let's head over to the Kinde dashboard or to the Kinde website. Just click on the link in my YouTube description and I want to sign in. Before you do anything, please make sure that you are in the development environment. This is very important. You don't want to be in the production environment. As a next step, we want to scroll to the bottom and we want to click on the M2M application. So I will click on View Details, and the next step is to click on Tokens. In our Tokens section, or not tokens but APIs, I was mistaken, we want to click on Manage Scopes and we want to add another scope. This will be the scope to get our users. So we can search for read:organization_users because that's what we are currently doing. We can just save this. Let's go back and I will restart my dev server with pnpm run dev. And in theory, this should finally work. So if I do a hard refresh, we currently get our data. And yes, I see my channel layout. And on the top, it says TeamFlow YouTube. That's because I'm currently in this workspace. I can select this workspace as an example, and this should automatically update. No, that's because I have to log in again. That's fine. I will just continue with Google. So I got redirected. Let me just update the URL. I will append some gibberish and it says Marshall. I will log into this workspace. It should update automatically. Let me quickly update the URL. I will append some gibberish. Don't worry, we will fix all of that a bit later on. And it instantly says John. I will again go into my old workspace. Let me update the URL. I will append some gibberish and I think we can continue. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to update our workspace list. So, or not workspace list, but channel list. So we can just open the channel list component. We want to first of all update the component. We want to add the use client directive. As a next step, we want to access the data from the server side cache. So above our return statement, we can say constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to use suspense query. And by the way, guys, I am not sure how to pronounce it. Use suspense query. Look, I will just say query. If this annoys you, I'm sorry, this is just how I pronounce this word. It is what it is. So we can just invoke it and we want to construct our procedure call. So we can say oRPC, we want to import the client.channel.list and we want to say .query options. Of course, we can invoke it and we want to destructure our data, which we already do. So we want to get data and we want to destructure it further and I want to get my channels. So this is finished and we want to map over our channels. The first step is to first of all delete this old array. We don't need it anymore and instead we can say channels.map. The nice thing is that we don't get any error. That's good. We get our channel name for the key. Channel ID works quite well. We can update our href, but you know what? Let's leave it for now. That this is fine. And if we go back, we instantly get our two channels. This works nicely. You know what? Let's add a channel. So we will just say, hello, this is a test. I will leave white spaces. And if I click on create new channel, I get my toast, but I don't get my data. What's the problem? Well, let's investigate our mutation. Create new channel. So we do our mutation, this is all fine, but we don't invalidate our queries. This is a big problem. So we want to scroll to the top. Underneath our state, we can say constant query client, and this will be equal to use query client. This is imported from TanStack and we can copy the name, scroll to the bottom. I will paste it underneath the toast and I want to say query client.invalidate queries. We can invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass a query key. So we can just say oRPC.channel.list.query key. We can invoke it, and with that, this should finally work. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So I will just click, or I will do a hard refresh, and I want to create a new channel, and we will say, hey, does this invalidate, or I guess revalidate? And if I click on this button, we should get our new item on the left. And that's exactly what happened. So this is finished. We can close this. And the last step is to finish off our members list. There's one one important thing that I forgot. So if you look at the layout, we have our collapsible content and then I instantly render the channel list. But the thing is, we want to wrap this component in our hydrate client boundary. So we can get our hydrate client component, we want to paste the channel list back, and hydrate client needs a property called client. Client will be equal to our query client. So this is finished and we can continue with the workspace member list. Let's do the same thing. We want to get the hydrate client component. We want to wrap it around the workspace member list. And of course, we want to get our client and this will be equal to query client. I just realized that I made a small mistake. This says workspace members list. Yeah, I guess it happens. Who cares? Let's open the component workspace members list and we want to get our data in this component. So first of all, we can update it and we want to add the use client directive. We want to delete this array constant members. In the function, we can say constant, we can destructure it. This will be equal to use suspense query. This is imported from TanStack and we want to construct the procedure call. So we want to say oRPC.channel.list.query options. Of course, we want to invoke it and we want to get our data. We can destructure our data further and we want to get the members. So this is fine. We map over our members, we pass all of the data, but we get an error for the image component. And that's because this object does not have an image URL, but instead a picture. But this picture also throws an error. Don't worry about it, we will fix it in a second. Let's first of all continue with the fallback. We want to say member.full name. This is fine. We currently get one error and that's because it pretty much says, hey, the full name could be defined, it could be undefined. I think you already know why we get this error. I explained it to you guys. There are a lot of authentication methods that Kind offers and not every authentication method guarantees a name. But since we allow the user to only authenticate using their email or an OAuth provider, we will always get a name. So that's why I can make this optional. Let's also fix this name. We don't want to say member.name, but instead full name. And for the email, this is all fine. But let's fix the image. What's the problem? Well, Kind pretty much says, hey, the picture could be of type string, null or undefined, but the image source wants a string. So how can we fix this? Well, it's quite simple. We created the getAvatar file, the function which either gets the image or we create a new image using this vercel_avatar API. So we can just go back. We want to delete member.picture and instead we want to get the getAvatar function and as an argument we want to say member.picture. We want to pass a second argument which is the member.email. Nevertheless, we still get an error for the picture. Type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string or null. So we can use nullish core listen and if it's not defined we will just render null and we still get an error for the email and that's because it says, hey, the email could be of type string, null or undefined. But we know that this email is defined, so I can add an exclamation mark at the end and with that we will just escape this TypeScript error or warning. So this is finished. We can just go back and let's do a hard refresh. Do I get my data? No, I get an error. What's the problem? Let's look at the terminal. 500 avatar error invalid source prop. Hostname is not configured. Ah, right. So since we now get the image from Kind, or in other words from Google, we have to also whitelist the domain. So we can just open our next.config file and we want to whitelist all of the domains which we will use in this video. So first of all, avatars.githubusercontent.com is fine. We can open another object. This will be for Google user content. So we can open our terminal and we can copy this Google usercontent.com hostname. I will pass it inside of here. So for the host name, this will be equal to what I just copied. But there's one important thing which I want to change. Currently it says lh3.googleusercontent, but this can be dynamic. Google has many subdomains, so lh2, lh4, lh5, and I think also lh6, but I could be mistaken. So instead of just hard coding lh3, we can just use a star. And with that, all all of the subdomains will be whitelisted. We want to also add a protocol. This will be HTTPS. There's one more object missing, and this will be for our Vercel avatar API. So we can just pass our host name, and this host name can be copied from the getAvatar function. So this is avatar.vercel.sh. We can copy it and paste it for the host name. We want to also add the protocol, and the protocol will be HTTPS. So we can save this, and we want to restart the dev server. In theory, this should finally work. So let's see. This worked as expected. We get our member at the bottom, Jan Marshall. We get the image, the name, and everything looks great. Nevertheless, we currently have one problem with the user profile. So on the left, I have the user profile, but I don't see my image. So let's go back and let's open the user nav component. So currently we have this avatar and we use the avatar image, but instead of using the avatar image, I want to rather use the image component. So we can comment this out. We want to get the image component. This is self-closing. We want to pass the source. We can literally just copy the source from the avatar image. We have to pass an alt. For the alt, this will just be user image. We currently get an error. We didn't import image. I thought we imported it. So image is imported from next/image. And there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's the fill property and a class name, which will be object cover. We can delete this avatar image. We don't need it anymore. And if I do a hard refresh, my image loads as expected. So this image component works quite well to prevent these proxy issues. Maybe we should test out our rate limit. So I can just say add channel, create new channel. This should work as expected. I want to create another channel. This will just be LOL. And if I click on create new channel, I get one error. Too many impactful changes. Please slow down. And if I go into the Arcjet dashboard, it will say rate limit for the reason. So we can click on the reason in general, and you will see that the maximum amount of requests is 2, and the rate limit will reset in 6 seconds. This means in theory, I should now be able to again create new workspaces. No, let me correct myself, channels. I always mix them up. Workspace, channel, they are pretty much the same thing, right? So yeah, we are finished with this section, and I think we can push our code to GitHub. And we want to create a new branch. So I will just open the terminal. I will stop the dev server, and we want to say git checkout-b. What step are we on? I already forgot. Let's open the source control. The last branch was step, let's see, what do we have here? I have to zoom out a bit. This was step 6. So now we are on step 7. So we can say step 7, channel layout. We can click on enter, and of course we want to push all of our changes. So we can open our source control. We want to literally just generate a commit message. If you want to, you can also, for example, add your own one, and I will just click on commit. And of course I want to publish the branch. Once that's finished, we can just head over back to GitHub, and I want to compare and create a pull request. It pre-configured the title and description. That's quite nice. And we can click on create pull request. So this should now check everything, and I can click on create or pull or confirm pull request. So this is confirmed, this is merged, and we can go back to our application, and I want to switch back into the main branch. So on the bottom corner, I will just click on main, and I want to sync all of my changes. But we get this annoying error. Or not error, but there's currently no way to pull our changes. That's because we have new changes in main. Client generated, default generated, lib query. This is kinda weird. What's the problem? Well, here's the thing. If you open your Explorer, you will find a lib folder. In the lib folder, you will find a generated folder. And this generated folder is created by Prisma. And we don't want to commit all of these files. We don't need them in our repo. So we can open our .gitignore file. Underneath the .env file, we can say /lib/generated/Prisma. And with that, all of these annoying changes should go away. So before we commit this, we can first of all fetch from all remotes, and we can click on pull. This should in theory pull all of our changes. We get an error, clean your commit repository. But still our error is not fixed because we have this git ignore and we kinda have like a problem. We have to pull changes and we have to commit changes. So here's what we will do. This is a little trick. You can open your terminal and please make sure that you are in the main branch and you want to say git stash. We will stash our changes, so it says saved working directory and index state work in progress on main. If we open our source control, we still get this annoying problem. Don't worry about it. You can just click on pull. So here on pull, I pulled everything. You want to open your terminal and then we can say git stash pop, and this will pop again this new or this git ignore file. So if I open my Explorer, we again have this git ignore and we are in the main branch. So our branch got merged, as you see, step 7, and we can also commit this change with the git ignore. So I will just generate a commit message. We won't generate or create a new branch. This is not needed, and we can click on commit and sync changes. So it's finally time to continue with step number 8, and step number 8 is our main messages page. So this page has in total 3 sections. We first of all have the header. Let me zoom in a bit. This is the header. We want to render the channel name, and on the right side we want to render a theme toggle like in members overview drop down, and I think also this like invite members or invite user button, and once the user clicks on the button a module will open and we can then later on invite a user into this specific organization, or in other words workspace. We then have this main section. This is where we will render all of the messages, and at the bottom we will have the input. This is the bottom section. We will render a rich text editor and the user will be able to input the content, including as mentioned an image, and I think that's it, to be quite honest with you. So let's get started right away. We can head over back to our editor, in this case cursor. I want to open the Explorer. We want to go into the app folder, dashboard folder, workspace ID folder, and we want to create another route, and this will be the channel route. So we can create a new folder called channel, and in the channel folder we want to create another folder, a sub route, and this will be a dynamic route called channel ID. And in the channel ID route we can create a page.tsx, no layout needed in this case. We can just say RAFCE to create an export default function. I will just say channel route, or you could say main route. Damn, I don't know. No, let's say channel page main. I think this is quite good, and we can get started right away. For now we can save this, and if we go back and do a hard refresh, will anything change? I'm not quite sure. So if I do a hard refresh, you will see that the dev server is not running, so I will just restart it. We can open our dashboard. Let's update the URL. I will append some gibberish, and what do we see inside of here? Well, this is our channel or workspace ID. In theory, we can append it even further or update the URL even further. We can say /channel/ some gibberish, and then we should see our page.tsx content, but I don't see anything. What's the problem? Let's investigate. Let's look at our layout. We have our content. This all looks good. But where are our children? We are missing the children. We have to render our children to get our content. So we can go underneath the div, but above these empty tags, and we want to just render our children. And this in theory should fix our problem. So if I do a hard refresh, we will see channel page main. And this is exactly what we render in this page.tsx. So it's time to update it, and we want to make it look nice. So we can first of all start off fresh. I will create a new return statement. I want to return a div. We can give it a class name. This will be flex, height, screen, and width full to take the full width. And height screen takes 100 viewport height. In this div, we can first of all create a comment, and we will say main channel area. In the div underneath the comment, we want to create another div element. We can give the div a class name, and for the class name we can say flex column, flex 1, and minimum width 0. In the div itself, we want to render the channel header, so we can create a comment and we will just say, not channel header, let's say fixed header. and we can get started right away with our header. So the thing is, we will again create a separate component. So let's open our Explorer, and in the channel ID route folder, we can create a underscore components folder. In this component, we want to create a new file called channel header.tsx. So let's get started with the channel header, and this will be a relatively simple layout. We can just create an export function. This will be called channel header. We can just open the function and we can get started with a return statement. So let's return a div, and we can give the div a class name. This will be flex items center to center our children in the middle, justify between to put the items to the most outer corner, in other words to the left side and right side. We can say height 14 to have a predefined height, padding x4 and border bottom. In this div we want to render an h1, and I want to render the channel name. Currently we don't get the data, so we can just hard code something. We can add a hashtag, and then we will say super or lowercase super cool channel. Why not? Let's go underneath the h1, and underneath the h1 I want to render three things: the invite member modal, the members overview, and the theme toggle. So we can create a div element. We can give this div a class name. This will be flex items center, not that, but items center, and of course space x2 to have some spacing in between the items. In this div I want to get the theme toggle component. This is imported from our components, so I think we can test it right away. So in our page.tsx we can import our channel header from our components. This is self-closing, and if we again go back and do a hard refresh, we will get this beautiful header. We have our channel name, and on the right side we have our theme toggle. Nevertheless, the channel header, the channel name, does not look very nice. So we can go back. We want to open the channel header component, and we want to update the h1. We want to give it a class name, and this will be text LG and font semi-bold. This will already look 10 times better because the font weight is a bit, could you say, bigger, and the text in general is also bigger. So we can just go back. I will close the channel header, and we want to continue with the message list component. So underneath this channel header div or fixed header div, we can just create another div, or before we create a div, we can create a comment, and I will say scrollable, so scrollable messages area. Underneath the comment we can create a div, and in the div I want to render another component. Let's first of all style the div. We can give it a class name. This will be flex1. Flex1 will take the whole space which is available, overflow, which will be hidden, and of course margin bottom 4. As a next step, we want to create our component, so we can open our Explorer. In the underscore components folder, we can create another file, and this will be messages list.tsx. This shouldn't be messages list, but rather message list. We can get started right away. This is a component, so we can say export function. This will be called message list. We can just open the function, and let's get started with a return statement. So I want to get started with a div. We can give the div a class name. This will be relative, and of course height full to take the full height. In the div itself, I want to create one more div, and we will give the div a class name. This will be height full, overflow y auto, and padding x4. I know this might look a bit confusing. Hey Jan, we just created this div, now we create this div. We could just simplify it in one div. Yes, that's right, but we create these two divs because this will be later on needed for infinite scrolling and virtualization. For now, this may not make a lot of sense, but it will make a lot of sense later on. In the div, we want to map over our items, and the thing is, we currently don't have any items. So how about we just create a fake array as we always do? So above the list, we can just create a new constant. This will be called messages, and this will be equal to an array. We want to open an object. We want to pass an ID, which will be 1. We want to pass a message. This will just be some gibberish, or I will say, hello, how are you, my friend? We want to add the date. I will just say, I don't know, 12th September 2025 or something like that. We want to add the avatar of the user. I will just go to GitHub and copy my own avatar. So I will go to my profile. I can click on my user profile. I can click on my user image, open image, a new tab, and I will copy this URL. I will paste it for my avatar. And does our message have anything else? ID, message itself, avatar, date, maybe the username. Yes, that's also important. So I will say username, and this will be Jan Marshall. So with that, we are finished, and I want to create another component, and this will be the message item component. So in the underscore components folder, we want to create another subfolder. This will be called message. In this message folder, we will store all of the components which are associated with the message itself, or which can be grouped into a message. In this case, we want to create a new file, and this will be called message item.tsx. Let's get started with the UI. We can create an export function. This will be called uppercase message item, and we can open it. We want to create a return statement. So I want to return a div element. We can give the div a class name, and this will be flex space x3. We want to say relative padding 2 rounded LG group, and on hover I want to update the background color. This will be BG-muted, but not the full opacity, rather 50%. In the div itself, I want to first of all render the avatar, so we can get the image component from next/image. This is self-closing, and we have to pass a source and an alt. For the alt, we can just say user image or user avatar. It does not really matter, but for the source, well, we need to get the real source. So what we can do is go to the top, and we can create an interface. So interface iapp props, that's how I like to call it, and we want to get all of our items. So I can open this in a different tab, and we want to get an ID. This will be of type number. We want to get a message. This will be of type string. We want to get a date. This will be of type string. We want to get an avatar. This will be of type string, and we want to get the username, which will be of type string. Please make sure that all of this corresponds to that the spelling is the same, so don't make any spelling mistakes. So I can close this message list, and we want to destructure our params, and this will be of type iappprops. Where we destructured, I can get all of my items, so you can just click on Control Spacebar, and then you will get all of the options. So we can pass our image, and this will be equal to avatar. So the source will be equal to avatar. Since this is a remote URL, we have to also pass a width and height. So we can say width will be 32 and height will be also 32. So if this confuses you, again, width and height, a lot of people don't really understand what it is. They think that this makes the image smaller, or that this is there for optimization to optimize the image or something like that. Yes, it optimizes the image, but in a different way than you probably think. So if you don't really know how it works, then please click on my YouTube channel, the best YouTube channel on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe, and then watch this video, Ultimate Guide to image optimization in Next.js. I cover the image component in detail, all of the properties that it offers, and how you should use it the right way, including the width and height properties, CLS, lazy loading, placeholders, all of the cool stuff. So check out the video. But we can close this. We want to go back. I want to give this image a class name. This will be size 8 and of course rounded LG. So we are finished with the image component, but we can continue. Underneath the image, I want to render the data, or not the data, I want to render the content, including the author name, the created add timestamp, and the message itself. So underneath the image, we can create another div. We can give the div a class name. This will be flex1 space y1, and of course minimum width 0. In the div, we want to create another div. We can give this div a class name. This will be flex items center and gap x2. In the div, we want to render a p tag, and in the p tag, I want to render the author name. So we can just get our author name, or how is it called? Not author name, it's called username. So we will say username, and you know what? Let's test it out. So we want to open our message list component, and in the div, we can map over our data. So we can get our messages.map. As a param, we can get a message and we can just return it. We want to return our message item component. This is self-closing. We can pass, or we have to pass, a few properties. First of all, the key. The key will be equal to the message.id, and we want to pass all of our data, the avatar, date, ID, etc. So we can literally just open an object and we want to spread our message. This will add all of the necessary fields or properties, so we don't get any error anymore. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, I don't see my items, and that's because the message list component is not rendered in the page.tsx. So we can open the div, and in the div we want to render the message list component. So just for clarification, we are currently in the page.tsx. In the page.tsx we render the message list component, and in the message list component we render our message item component. And if I go back, we see it on the right side. It should be rendered at the bottom, underneath the channel header. I probably made some sort of stupid mistake. So we can head over back to our page.tsx. So we have a div with flags, hide screen, W full, then we have this div, flex column, flex 1, minimum width 0. I see, I made a simple mistake. This div with our scrollable messages area should be rendered underneath the channel header, but still in this div. So we can paste it back, and if I go back again, it finally looks as expected. And if I hover over the item, we get our hover state. Nevertheless, we are still not finished with the message item. We can still make it look way nicer. So we can first of all update the p tag. We can give the p tag a class name. This will be font medium to have a bigger font weight. Underneath the p tag, I want to render the date, so when this message was created. To make it simple, we can for now just render a p tag. Or you know what, let's quickly update everything a bit. Let's go into the message list component. Instead of pasting, or instead of passing the date as a string, we will just delete it, and instead we will say new date. We can invoke it. We want to update the message item. For the date, this won't be a string anymore, but instead it will be a date object, and we can continue with the p tag. So we can't just go inside of here and render our date. This won't work. Why is that? Well, the date is an object. It's a date object. And in JavaScript, in React, you can only render elements, no object. So instead, we want to format this date object to get a nice looking string. So we can say new international.datetime format. As an argument, you want to pass the locale. In this case, this will be en-uppercase GB. You want to add a comma and open an object. So we have to configure how we want to format our date. In this case, for the day, this will be numeric. We want to add the month. For the month, this will be short. We want to also add the year, and the year will be numeric. So for example, 2025. We still get an error, and that's because at the end you want to say .format, and as an argument we want to pass our date. And with that we will format this date into a nice structure. Let's test it out. So if I go back, it will say 7th of October 2025. Nevertheless, we can style it even further. We can give the p tag a class name, and this will be text XS, text muted foreground. Let's again go back, and yes, this looks beautiful. Maybe we can also render like the time, so what time it's right now. So let's go back underneath this date, but still in the p tag, we can do the same thing. So I will just copy and paste this new international, but we want to update the arguments. So we can delete all of them, and I want to start with hour 12. This will be equal to false. We want to also add the hour in general. This will be 2-digit. We want to add the minute, and this will be equal to 2-digit. If we save this and go back, you will see that we render the time 1434. Nevertheless, this looks kinda weird. There is no space in between the two items. So how can we fix this? Well, it's quite simple. In between these two international format operations, you can just create an object, use these strings, and create a white space. And with that, if we go back, this finally fixes everything. So this is just a simple fix. You could also create two p tags and add like padding left or something like that, but this is just easier. So we are finished with our upper section, if you want to call it like that, and I want to continue by rendering the message. So we can just go back. We want to go underneath this div, but we want to stay in the main div. So if you click on this div, you will see like this red, could you say hover state, and you want to just go above the last div. So above this flex one, but underneath this flex item center. And we want to literally just create a p tag, and in the p tag I want to render my message. If we go back, we will see the message down below, but I think we can style it even further. So we can add a class name. This will be text sm break words. And what does break word mean? Well, it's quite simple. Let's imagine you would have a big word like gibberish, so some big gibberish, like very long, and it's one word. Well, in theory, if you wouldn't add this class name, it would just overflow to the right side. But using break word, it will go to this right or to the end, and it will just break the word. It will add a little dash, and it will continue on a new line. So this is quite important to add, and that's why I also added it. We can also say maximum width none and marker, which will be text primary. Or you know what, let's skip the marker. I will implement it a bit later on because this might confuse you right now. So I think we are finished with everything. We render our message in general, we have our item, the image is rendered on the top. Is the padding correct? Wait, let me investigate. We can open our inspector. I will make this a bit bigger. And if we hover over the item, yeah, our text has padding, but our image is like directly at the top. This looks a little bit weird. So how can we fix this? Good question. Well, we have these two p tags. So we can literally just go here and say leading none. And we can do the same thing for this p tag with our date, leading none. And in theory, this should fix everything. And yes, it's now on the same line, and this just looks better. To be honest with you, in development, I didn't even realize that we had this padding issue, but now where I'm looking at it in more detail, you can see the little difference, but it's finally fixed, so this all looks good. And I think we are finished with the message item. What do you think? We have padding to the top, to the bottom, to the left, to the right. Maybe we should add a bit more padding to the left side. Let's see, let's investigate. So space x3, relative padding 2. I guess we can say padding 3. Maybe this will look a bit better. Yeah, you know what, let's leave it at padding 3. So we are finished with our header. We are finished with this main message list section. So as a last step, we want to create our message input form. So we want to go underneath this div, which wraps the message list. And we want to create another div. And let's maybe also create a comment. And I will say fixed input. And in the div, we can just render, or we can give the div a class name. This will be border top. We can give it a BG, which will be background, padding, which will be 4, and I think this is fine for now. In the div, I want to render a separate component, which will be called message input form. So we can open our Explorer. In the components folder, in the message folder, we want to just create a new file, and this will be message input form.tsx. For now, we can just create an export function. This will be called message input form. We want to open the function, and we want to create a return statement. In this component, I want to later on render a rich text editor. Currently, we did not set it up, so instead we will just render a standard input, which is imported from our components. We can give it a class name. This will be wfull height, or we can say minimum height. I don't know what would make sense, maybe something like 28, and we can add a placeholder, and we will say type a message, something like that. We can copy the name message input form and we want to render it in the div. So let's import it from our components. This is self-closing, and if we go back and do a hard refresh, we will see our input down below. It works, so we have our input. I guess the text area would make more sense, but I guess it's fine. And now the question is, hey, with what should we start? Should we maybe allow the user to create a message? Should we fetch messages? Should we implement real-time functionality? These are quite good questions, but in this case we will start with our rich text editor. So we don't want to render this input. Instead, we want to pretty much have like the same layout. It will be a box. On the top we will have a menu bar with all of the options like bold, H1, H2, left alignment, middle alignment, whatever, or center alignment. What else? I think that's it in terms of options. And at the bottom we will have like a footer, if you want to call it like that. And on the left side we will have a button to upload an image, and on the right side we will have a submit button. So this will be our rich text editor, and I think I talked enough. We can get started by implementing our own rich text editor, or in short RTE. So we can open our Explorer, and where should we create it? In our underscore components folder? Yeah, sure, it makes sense, we can do it inside of here, but it's not a good idea. Here's the thing, or here's why. We will use this rich text editor in multiple places. We will allow the user to, or we will render the rich text editor at the bottom. We will render the rich text editor in our thread sidebar, which we will render on the side or on the right side, and we will render our rich text editor whenever the user wants to edit the message. So we will exchange this message for our rich text editor. So we can close all of this, we can go back. I think you now know where we want to create the rich text editor. We want to create it in our root components folder, where we store all of our shared C and UI components. But instead of storing it in the UI folder, we will create another subfolder, and this will be called rich text editor. So this is our folder, and let's get started right away with the editor.tsx. Here's a question from me to you. How should we create our rich text editor? Because believe it or not, creating a rich text editor is very complicated, especially if you want to do it by yourself. And that's why in this video we will use TipTap. So you can just go to Google and search for tiptap.dev, and then you will find this website. TipTap is an open source rich text editor which is headless. So it does not offer, or I guess it offers its own UI if you pay for it, but in general the free tier, the open source version, is completely headless. It just gives you the base fundamentals, and you style the form, the rich text editor, yourself. If you pay for TipTap, you get these nice UI versions like this Notion-like UI, simple UI, but in this case we will choose headless and create our own headless editor because it's free, and it also gives us the flexibility or the power to customize the form, the rich text editor, as we want. So if you want to learn more about the editor, just head over to the website. I think you now know what this editor is, what it does, and why we will use it. So we can click on documentation, docs, and we want to install the editor. So you want to click on all docs, and you want to then click on editor, and in this case we want to click on install and Next.js. Once you click on all of that, you will get redirected to this section, and this is like a little quick start guide. The first step is to create a project, but we already did that. The next step is to install dependencies. So I will just copy the installation command. I will open my terminal. We can stop the dev server, and I will just say pnpm, and I will paste what I just copied. In this case, we will install TipTap React, TipTap PM, and TipTap Starter Kit. These dependencies are necessary because only with them our editor will work as expected. And the Starter Kit is just a, starter kit as they say. It gives you base starting blocks, like for example bold and text left, center, or I'm not sure about alignment, but bold, italic, for example H1, H2. This is all, or all of these building blocks are provided by the starter kit. And whenever you need more functionality, like for example alignment, left, center, right, then you can install these extensions further. But in this case, for now, this is fine enough. we can close our terminal and I want to get started with the editor. So if we head over to the documentation and scroll to the bottom, we will find this section. So to start using TipTap, you will need to add a new component to your application. To do that, first of all, create a directory. Okay, we already did that. And then add the following code. So this is the editor instance. We add the editor content, we pass the editor instance, and with that we will have our editor. But the thing is, this code block currently will only create the editor, so where the user can input their message. But we want to also create a menu bar. So let me again show it to you. We want to have a menu bar with all of our buttons. Underneath the menu bar, we want to have our editor with the content, and at the bottom we want to have our footer with 2 buttons. And this currently will only create this middle section, the editor. So we can go back, we want to open our Explorer, and in the rich text editor folder, we can create a menu bar.tsx, and this will create the top section. But let's for now finish the editor, and then we will create our menu bar. So in the editor itself, we want to first of all set up the instance, and to set up the instance, we want to create a component. So we can say export function rich text editor. In the function itself, we can say constant editor, and this will be equal to use editor. Use editor does not import for me automatically, sadly, so I can just go to the top, and instead I will say import. I will destructure it, and I will get the use editor hook. This is imported from at TipTap/React, and where we destructured, we can get the use editor hook. So we have our use editor, we can paste it, and we want to invoke it and destructured. So there are a few things that we have to add inside of here. First of all, we want to add our extensions, because if you go to the documentation, you will see we first of all initialize the use editor by passing an extensions array content, and we set immediately render to false. So we can do that. First of all, we want to set immediately render to false. This is important because we don't want to render the editor immediately on the server, and we don't want to have any SSR issues. If you don't add this property, you will always get a warning in your terminal saying, hey, please set the property to false. As a next step, we want to add our extensions. For the extensions, we will create a new file. So in the rich text editor folder, we can create a new file called extensions.ts. So in this extensions file, we can just say export constant base extensions, and this will be equal to an array. In the array, we can say starter kit. Starter kit does not import for us automatically, so we can scroll to the top and we will say import starter kit. This will be from at TipTap/starter kit. So I can just copy the name, I will paste it down below, and we want to configure the starter kit. So we can say .configure, we want to invoke it, the structured, and we want to set the code block property to false. And that's because we won't use the default code block, but instead we will use our own custom one, which we will configure in a second. Let's for now continue. So we can just head over back to TipTap, and we can search for text align. So you should find this section, text align extension. This extension adds a text align attribute to a specified list of nodes. The attribute is used to align text. So we can literally just install it. I will copy the name of the package, and in my terminal I will say pnpmi at TipTap extension text align. So this should be in theory installed. We can import it, so we can say import text align. This will be from at TipTap/extension text align. Underneath the starter kit, we can say text align, and we want to configure this text align extension because currently it will be able to align any type of text, but we want to only allow this extension to align headings and paragraphs, not code blocks or anything like that. So we can say .configure, we want to invoke it, the structured, and we can add the types property. This will be equal to an array, and we will say heading comma, and of course also paragraph. So this is finished. We can add a few more extensions, so 2 in total. So first of all, we want to use a code block extension. In TipTap, you can just search for low light. You should get this result, low light. Please click on it. With the code block low light extension, you can add fenced code blocks to your documents. It will wrap the code in pre and code HTML tags. So we want to install this extension. We can scroll to the bottom. The extension is called extension code block lowlight, and we want to also install lowlight, which is the syntax highlighter. So we can just copy this, we can go back, and we want to paste it into our terminal. So if we go back to the documentation, you should find this code block, and they first of all create a lowlight instance with all languages loaded. That's exactly what we want to do. So I can just copy this code example where they create the instance, and above our base extensions, we can just paste it. We have to import create lowlight. It does not import for me automatically, so we can do it manually. On top, we can say import. We want to destructure it, and this will be from lowlight. Where we destructure it, we can get 2 things. First of all and create lowlight. So this will create an instance, and we can finally import our code block. So on the top, we can say import. This will be code block from at TipTap extension code block lowlight. Let's copy the name. We can go underneath the text line, and we want to say code block .configure, and as an argument, or we want to invoke it, destructured, and as an argument, we want to pass our lowlight instance. There is one more extension which I want to install, so you can search for placeholder extension. This extension provides placeholder support. Give your users an idea of what they should write. So it's literally just a placeholder, nothing groundbreaking. So we can scroll a bit to the bottom. We want to copy the name of the package, and we will just install it in our terminal. Underneath our base extensions, we want to create another array. So we can say export constant. This will be called editor extensions, and this will be equal to an array. In the array, we want to spread our base extensions. We want to add a comma, and we want to configure the placeholder extension. So we want to first of all import it. At the top, we can say import placeholder. This will be from at TipTap /extensions/placeholder. So we can copy the name, scroll to the bottom. We want to add the comma. It deleted itself for some weird reason. And we can say placeholder.configure. We want to invoke it, the structured, and for the placeholder itself, we will say type your message. Oh, and by the way, please make sure that you destructure placeholder from this import statement. So it's import, then you want to destructure placeholder from at TipTap extensions placeholder. This is quite important. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why did we create these 2 arrays? That's a very good question. So this placeholder will only be needed in our main editor. So what do I mean by that? Well, we have this bottom section, and the placeholder will only be needed inside of here. It won't be needed when we edit the message, because when we edit the message, the placeholder will literally be this message itself. So it's only needed at the bottom section, and that's why we created these 2 arrays. The editor extensions array will be used for the bottom section, and the base extensions array will be used whenever we want to edit a message. So we can close the extensions file, and we can use it in our editor. So underneath immediately render, we can get the extensions property. This will be equal to editor extensions. So this for now is already finished. We can go underneath our editor instance, and we can create a return statement. In the return statement, we want to render a div, and we can style the div. We can give the div a class name. This will be relative wfull, widthful, border which will be input. This is the color. We can say rounded LG. XL will be a bit too big, or there will be too much rounding. LG is perfect. We can say overflow hidden. Dark, which will be BG input /30. So in dark mode, the background color will be input with an opacity of 30%. After this, we will say flex and flex column. So in this div, there are 3 sections which we want to render: the menu menu bar, the editor content, and the footer. So we can first of all just get our editor content. The editor content is imported from TipTap React. This is self-closing. This currently complains, and that's because we are missing one key property. The property which we are missing is the editor, and this editor will be equal to our editor instance. So we can say editor, and this will completely or instantly fix our problem. So you know what? We can test it out. We can open our message input form, and instead of rendering this input, we will just render our rich text editor imported from the components. This is self-closing. If I do a hard refresh, I should see something at the bottom, but I don't see anything. Huh? What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. This editor is currently a server component. This does not work. You want to go to the editor and you want to add the use client directive, because this component, this editor, creates interactivity, or in other words, it needs dynamic or it needs state. That's what I'm trying to say. So if we go back, we get our editor content, and it looks absolutely beautiful. No, I'm joking. It looks ugly. I mean, just look at it. Huh? What is this? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So we can go back and we want to update the editor content. We can give it a class name. This will be not class ID, class name, my friend. What was that? And this will be maximum height, custom value 200 pixels, and overflow Y auto. So if the text becomes too big, it will render a scroll bar so that the user can scroll to the bottom to see all of the content. So if we go back, did it change anything? No, it looks still quite ugly. So we want to continue. We want to go back to our editor instance, and we want to use the editor props property. This is an object. In this object, we can get attributes. This is also an object, and we can get the class. This will be equal to a class name, and this class name in general, or all of the styles in this class name, will style the editor content. So we can say maximum width none, minimum height, custom value. This will be 125 pixels, focus, outline none, because let me delete this for now. We can save this, and if I go back, this already looks a bit better, but if I click on this input, or on this editor in general, we have this weird outline. I'm not sure if you see it, but it does not look very good. So we can go back and we can say focus, outline dash none. We can say padding 4 to have a bit more padding, and I want to also say exclamation mark W full, and also exclamation mark maximum width none. For now, this is enough. We will later on style this even further, but if we go back, then you will see that this actually looks quite okay. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's fine enough for what it is. So as the next step, I want to add my placeholder, because this is kind of weird. If we open our extensions file, we implemented our placeholder, but if I go back, I don't see my placeholder. What's the problem? Well, you want to head over back to the documentation, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see that we have to add custom CSS. So we can just copy this code block, so this class. We want to open our globals.css file, and we can literally scroll to the bottom and paste it down below. That's what I'm trying to say. So if we go back, we finally see our placeholder. But I will be quite honest with you, it looks ugly, and that's because it has custom styles. It does not follow our CSS, or it does not follow the shared CN color scheme, color design system. So we want to update the color. Instead of using this hard-coded color, we can say HSL, we want to invoke it, var variable, we want to invoke it -- muted foreground. As a next step, our content, this is fine enough, float is fine, height is fine, pointer events none is also fine enough. So if we go back, the color does not look very beautiful. It's maybe a bit too light, but don't worry about it. We will fix it later on. For now, we already use CSS variables, which is quite helpful. So since we already created the menu bar file, we can also get started right away with the function. So we can just say export function. This will be called menu bar, and we want to just open the function. So here's the thing. We want to first of all get the editor. So because if we go to to let me open the editor component. We have our editor instance, and we have to pass the editor instance to our menu bar so that the menu bar knows about all of the extensions. So we can go, or we want to first of all create an interface in our menu bar. Let's say interface, how should we call it? We can say menu bar props, not app props this time, and we want to get an editor, and this editor will be of type editor uppercased. This is imported from TipTap, and the thing is, this could be null. So we want to use this or sign, and we will say null. If editor is defined, we will get the editor. If it's not defined, we will get null. And it could be null when our data or when our page is rendering. Once we are fully rendered, the editor will be accessible, and this will switch from null to editor. Here's also the thing, we want to destructure our params. First of all, we can give it a type. The type will be menu bar props. Did I misspell it? No, I think it's fine. And where we destructure it, we want to get our editor. So as mentioned, this could be null, and if this is null, we want to return nothing, no menu bar, because we don't have access to the data. So we will just say if the editor is not defined, so exclamation mark editor, we will then just return null. I guess we can get started with the return statement. So underneath the if statement, we can create a return statement, and this return statement will only trigger if the editor is defined. So let's start with a div element. We can give the div a class name. This will be border dash input. This is the color, border top slash or dash 0, so no border top width. We can also say border x0. We want to say rounded top LG, and at the bottom it should not have any rounding at all. Padding 2 to have some spacing, BG card, flex dash wrap. This means if there's not enough space horizontally, it will literally just not collapse. I mean, I guess you can say collapse, but it will wrap. So this is good because it won't overflow the container. We want to, of course, say gap 1 to have some spacing, and items center to center our items in the middle or in the center. So inside of the div, I want to use the tooltip provider, and I think you all know what the tooltip provider is. This will allow us to render a little tooltip. So when the user hovers over the item, we will only have an icon. The icon does not really tell the user what this specific button does. And once the user hovers over our icon, or in other words button, we will have a nice little pop-up, a nice little tooltip, which will say heading or bold, italic, whatever. So let's get the tooltip provider. We want to open it, and in the tooltip provider, we want to render a div. This will be the div for our groups, because there will be multiple groups. First of all, like the general bold, italic, font weight thing group. Then we will have a group for going back or redacting something, redoing something, and stuff like that. But you will see it in a second. It will make sense, trust me. So we can give the div a class name. This will be flex dash wrap, and of course gap 1. In the div itself, we want to get the tooltip component. Tooltip is imported from the components, and in the tooltip, we want to get the tooltip trigger. This is what the user will see, or in other words, on what the user will hover. So tooltip trigger, this is imported from the components, and in the tooltip trigger, we want to get the toggle component. And why do we want to get the toggle component, and what is the toggle component? Well, we can go to shared CNUI, and let's search for the toggle component. So the toggle component is a two-state button that can be either on or off. So if I click on the button, it's on. If I again click on it, it's off. This will allow us to showcase an active state. So that's why we will use the toggle component instead of just a standard button component. So we can go back. In the toggle component, we can render our icon, which will be bold. This is imported from Lucid React, and for now we are already finished. I want to see this menu bar in action, because if I go back and do a hard refresh, I won't see anything, and that's because this component is not rendered in our editor. So we want to go back to our editor, and above the editor content, but still in the main div, we want to get the menu bar component. The menu bar component is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and we instantly get an error, and that's because the menu bar needs a key property. This is the editor, and the editor will be equal to our editor instance. This is finished, and if we go back, we get this beautiful menu bar. Nevertheless, we instantly get an error at on the bottom left corner. Why do we get an error? Or in other words, what is the error? Well, it's quite simple. In HTML, button cannot be a descendant of button. So if we look at the menu bar, we have our tooltip trigger and then the toggle. Currently, the tooltip trigger renders as a button and the toggle also renders as a button. This, of course, has a conflict, or it creates a conflict. So we can update our tooltip trigger and we can add the asChild property, and this will fix this annoying error. So if we go back, it looks quite nice, and if I click on the toggle, nothing happens. Don't worry about it, that's because we want to control the input, and that's what we will do in a second. For now, we can go back and I want to update my toggle. We can give it a size property, this will be SM. We can give it the pressed property, and with that I want to control this input, this toggle. So pressed will be true if editor.isActive, and we want to check if bold is active because this toggle is there for toggling boldness. If this is true, it will be pressed. If not, it will not be pressed. And of course, since we want to control it, we want to listen for the onPressed change event. This will be an inline callback function, and we want to say editor.chain, we can invoke it, .focus, we want to invoke it, .toggle bold, we want to invoke it, and of course we want to say .run, and this is super important. A lot of people forget to chain .run, and if you don't chain it, this won't work, which is a huge problem. And if we test it out, then you will see that nothing works. So if I click on the button, I don't get my active state. What's the problem? Well, we want to add a class name. For the class name, we want to use the cnHelper function. We can invoke it, and we will say if editor.isActive, and if specifically the bold, could you say function is active, then we want to use the double and sign, and we will return bg muted and text muted foreground. If we save this and go back, we get our beautiful button, and if I click on it, the UI updates. But the background color does not change. That's a bit weird. You know what, let's fix it a bit later on. This is fine for now. Underneath the tooltip trigger, we can get a tooltip content, which is imported from the components, and we want to say bold. If I save this and again go back and hover over it, it says bold. This looks quite cool, but still the active state does not update. This is a bit weird, but okay, again, we will fix it a bit later on. As a next step, I want to copy paste the tooltip. So let's copy the whole tooltip content code, and we can paste it down below. This will be for italic. So for the pressed, instead of saying bold, we want to say italic. For the onPressed change, instead of toggling bold, we want to toggle italic. We want to update the class name. We don't want to listen for the bold active state, but instead italic. And for the icon, instead of using the bold icon, we want to use italic. This is imported from Lucid React, and we want to update the content. This will also be italic. So if we go back, we get this nice italic button, and if I click on it, it makes it active. But again, we don't get the active state. This is a little bit weird. But as always, we will fix that a bit later on. At least we see that the UI updates. So we can continue with the next few buttons. As a next step, I want to render the toggle for the strike through action. So we want to just literally copy paste the tooltip. I will copy it, paste it down below, and we want to update all of the properties. So for pressed, we want to listen for strike. For the onPressed change, we want to say toggle strike. And of course, we want to update our class name, and we want to listen for the strike event. We want to update the tooltip content. This will be strike. And for the icon, this will be strike through. Strike through is imported from Lucid React. We can copy this tooltip again. So I will copy it and paste it down below. And this one will be for our code block. So let's start from the top. For the is active or for the pressed state, we will say code uppercased block. So code is lowercase, B is uppercased, and lock is again lowercased. We want to say toggle code block. For the class name, we can just copy code block and paste it down below. For the icon, this will be code, and code is imported from Lucid React. We can update the content, and we will say code block. So we are finished with this tooltip and in general with this section. So the section, which is this div. We can literally just take this div and copy paste it down below one more time. And I will copy or delete most of the tooltips. I will leave one inside of here in the div. So I can also delete this tooltip and we will only have this bold tooltip in the second div. So this section, or in the section, we will render the bullet list button, the ordered list button, and I think this will be it. Or maybe also this redo and undo and redo buttons. I think we will also render them in the section, but it could also be a different section. I'm not sure right now. So first of all, we can update the tooltip. For the pressed property, this will be bullet list. Please make sure that bullet is lowercase and list is uppercase. For the onPressed change, this will be toggle bullet list dot run. This is fine. For the class name, we can just copy bullet list, the name. We want to update the icon. This will be the list icon from Lucid React. And for the text, we will just say bullet list. We can just copy paste this tooltip one more time. So I will copy it and paste it down below. This one will be for the unordered or for the ordered list. So we can just say ordered list. Please make sure that ordered is lowercase and list, or the L is uppercase. We can update the onPressed change. This will be toggle ordered list. We can update our class name. I will copy the name and paste it down below. We want to update the icon. This will be list ordered, imported from Lucid React. And we want to update the content and we will say ordered list. So we can save it, and if we go back, we should see the items, and yes, that's exactly what we see. We have the bold icon, the italic button, the strike button, the code block button icon, we have the bullet list, and of course the ordered list. But currently there's one small problem. This is one section, this is another section. I would like to render like a little divider in between these two sections. So we can go to the div, so we have these two divs, and in between these two divs, we can create another div. This will just be a standard div. We can give it a class name, and this will be WPX. So width will be 1 pixel, height will be 6, BG will be border, and we can say MX2 to have some margin on the X-axis. And if we go back, we have this little nice looking divider, and I think we are finished. We can copy this div, so this divider div, because we want to paste it underneath this div with the two buttons, so ordered and ordered and bullet list. So we can paste it down below, and we also have a separator now on the right side. And as a next step, I want to render two more buttons, and this will be the undo button and the redo button. So we can go back, we can literally just copy paste this div, so the div with the two buttons, ordered and bullet list, and we can update them. So tooltip trigger, toggle, that's all fine. But instead of using the toggle, we want to use a standard button, because inside of here we won't have like an active state. In the tooltip trigger, we can get the button component. From the components, we can update or style the button. We want to give it a size. The size will be SM. We want to add a variant. The variant will be ghost. Of course, we can give the button a type, and this will be button. And this is super important that you add the type button, because if you add, for example, submit, it will submit the form, and this is not wanted, or it's also not needed. So we can continue size, variant, type, that all looks good. In the button itself, we can render the icon. This will be undo, imported from Lucid React, and this is self-closing. So if we save this and go back, we should already see this button. It looks quite nice. Nevertheless, we have to connect it to TipTap. So first of all, we can also update the tooltip content. This will just be undo. As a next step, we can connect it to TipTap. So we want to control the button. So we can add an onClick handler. This will be an inline callback function. And we want to just say editor dot chain, we can invoke it, dot focus, we want to invoke it, dot undo, we want to invoke it, and of course dot run. And what do we want to do? We want to invoke it. We can add a disabled property, and the button will be disabled if editor can't undo anymore. So please use this exclamation mark. We can say editor.can, we want to invoke it, .undo. So if there's nothing to undo anymore, well then we don't want to render render, or we don't want to make the button available, if this makes sense. So if there's nothing to undo, the button will be disabled. We can literally just copy paste the tooltip down below, and let's remove this tooltip with the list ordered. So I will paste what I just copied, and we want to update the button. So first of all, for the icon, this will be redo. We want to get a redo icon. For the content, this will be redo. For the button on click, we want to say redo. For the size, this is fine, this is all fine. For the disabled state, we want to say redo instead of undo. So if we go back, we have a few buttons, and this button is disabled because there's nothing to redo. But if I click on undo, it will undo my changes. So this also works beautifully. So if I do a hard refresh, do our buttons work? So if I say hello, how are you? And if I click on strike, or let me first of all highlight this, if I click on strike through, does it stay active? No, this is so weird. I don't know why it's not active. Let's try it maybe with bold. Will it stay active? No. And how about if I click on bullet list? Will it stay active? No. This is very weird. Okay, let's investigate. So I will be quite honest with you, I literally just spent 7 minutes trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with our active state. And believe it or not, TipTap made a change. Wow, who would have thought? So if you go to the documentation, to the React documentation, they have a section called Reacting to Editor State Changes. To react to editor state changes, you can use the useEditorState hook from TipTap React. This hook can be used to fetch information from the editor state without causing re-renders on the editor component or its children. I mean, I guess I can't complain, it's a good thing. It's a performance improvement. Nevertheless, it's still a bit annoying. So how can we implement this? Well, it's super simple. We want to go above this if statement. We want to create a constant editor state, and this will be equal to useEditorState. This is imported from TipTap React. We can invoke it, the structured. We have to pass a few arguments. First of all, the editor instance itself, and as a next step, we want to get the selector. The selector is a standard arrow function, and in our params, or we can destructure the params, and we want to get the editor. So the thing is, this editor could be null, so we want to create another if statement, and if there is no editor, so if it's null, we will just return null. But if this is not the case, we can just get started by returning an object. In the object, we can say isBold. IsBold will be a boolean, and if isBold is true, then bold, the action, is true, and this will be equal to editor.isActive, and we want to invoke it, and as an argument we want to pass bold. So we want to literally just copy this code and paste it into this state. So you know what, you can do it yourself because it's super simple. I will show it to you. We can scroll to the bottom. This was bold, this one is italic. We will copy italic, scroll to the top, paste italic. Italic will be equal to editor.isActive, and in isActive we want to literally just pass italic. So you can again scroll to the bottom, copy the name italic, and you want to paste it as an argument. That's it. So I will do that quickly, you will also do it. Once finished, I will come back. So I created, or I added all of the properties: is bold, is italic, is strike, is code block, is bullet list, is ordered list, can undo, and finally can redo. So we can copy the name editor state, and we want to scroll to the bottom, and instead of checking for editor is active, we want to just delete that, and instead we will get our editor state dot is bold. And you know what? Let's test it out. If I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, I get my buttons. This is fine. If I type something and highlight this and click on the bold icon, oh my god, it's bold and the button updated. But you know what, it looks kinda ugly, and that's because this shouldn't be BG muted foreground, but instead BG muted, and this already looks 10 times better. So let's continue with our italic button. We want to delete this code, and instead we want to get our editor state dot is italic. If we test it out, if I click on italic, it also works as expected. Let's continue. This will be, or we can delete this, and we want to say editor state dot is strike. We can continue. This one will be for code block. We can delete this is active, class or code, and we will say editor state dot is code block. We can continue. So this one will be for the bullet list. I will delete the code. I want to get my editor state dot is bullet list. We can continue. This one will be for the ordered list. We can delete the code and we will say editor state dot is bullet list, not bullet list, I'm sorry, but ordered list. We can continue, and there are 2 more buttons left. In this case, these 2 buttons work. Nevertheless, as mentioned, this is just better to update for performance because it won't cause any re-renders. So we can just say disabled will be true if editor state dot can undo. The important thing is that you want to add the exclamation mark at the start or at the beginning, and we can do the same thing for the other button. We want to delete this code for the disabled state, and instead we will say editor state dot can redo, or can redo is correct. And please add the exclamation mark at the start. And with that, if we go back, we can do a hard refresh. Nothing should change. But if I add a bit of content and, for example, select strike through, it should also be strike through. And that's exactly what happened. Thankfully, it works. Let's maybe test out a few more elements. So I want to create a bullet list. Where is my bullet? This is weird. So what's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. Since we use Tailwind CSS, we use a custom, could you say CSS solution? Yeah, I think so. And the thing is, Tailwind CSS has one problem. As a default, it does not style or it does not render bullet lists, ordered lists, and stuff like that. So how can we fix this problem? Well, it's quite simple. Tailwind CSS is aware, the team is aware of this problem. So they created a plugin. So you can go to Google and search for the Tailwind CSS typo plugin, so typography plugin. You should find this repo. So this is from the team itself, from Tailwind Labs, and this is just a typography plugin. As they say, defaults for HTML you don't control. So we can literally just install it. We can copy the installation command, and this is a development dependency, so it won't impact your bundle size. We can say pnpmi, and I will paste what I just copied. Please remember to keep this uppercase D because you want to install a development dependency. Once that's done, we can go back to the documentation, and the next step is to add the plugin into our main CSS file. We can just copy the code. Example, we want to open the globals.css file, we want to scroll to the top, and underneath these 2 import statements, we can paste the plugin. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing works. That's because my dev server is not running. I will quickly restart it, and in a second, we should already see our bullet list, or in other words, we should be able to create a bullet, or in other words, ordered list. And if I enter something, I don't get my content, I don't get my bullet list. But now you might say, wait, Jan, we just installed the plugin. Why is this not working? Well, it's quite simple. We want to tell our CSS now, hey, we have the plugin installed. So we can open our editor component. In the editor component, we have this attributes property with our custom class. And we want to tell this class, hey, we have the plugin installed. Please use the defaults which it provides. So we can just go after all of these styles, and we will say pros. This is the class name. And on dark mode, we will say dark pros invert. So in dark mode, it will use white text, and in dark mode, it will use, wait, what did I just say? In light mode, it will use dark text. In dark mode, it will use light text. So the text color will be white. We can save this. If we go back, we finally see our bullet list. Wow, this looks beautiful. And here's the thing, we can also maybe update these markers, that's how you call them. So we can say marker, text primary. If we save this and again go back, the color will change and it's now the primary color. You can also, for example, say blue 500, and if we go back, it will be blue. Nevertheless, in this case, we will say text primary because we will update the theme later on, and we want to use the design system, the color schema, which has been created by shared CNUI, or in other words, since we will create our own later on, we want to use the colors which we will define later on. So this works nicely. Let's test out our code block. So I will click on code block, and yes, this is our code block. Constant hello, yo, but we don't get any formatting. Again, what's the problem? Good question. Let's head over to TipTap, and you want to search for low light. So we can click on Command K, and I will search for low light. This is the documentation website. We already configured everything. We added all of the dependencies. This is all fine. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this code example. These are the basic editor styles, and they style the code block. So we can literally just copy the CSS. I will copy everything. So I will go from the bottom to the top. I will copy it, and I want to open my globals.css file. So I want you to do the same. Who would have thought? And we can scroll to the bottom, and let's just paste what we just copied. So the TipTap class with this pre and then code and all of that. So if we save this and go back, it should instantly update. And yes, it updated. But wait, what's with our background color? My God, we are fixing one thing, then we are breaking another thing. What is going on today? But hey, let's update our CSS. So TipTap, margin top 0, that's fine. Background var black. Let's delete the background actually. Border radius 0.5, that's fine. Color, let's delete the color. Font family, this is fine. Margin is fine. Padding is also fine. I think this should already be it. So if we go back, yes, this finally works. So I can say yo, or I can say constant hello, and this will be equal to, I don't know, something like that. So this works nicely. We can just delete the code block. We don't need it at the moment. We have our bullet list. We can test out our ordered list. It also works. I can undo things. I can redo things. So wow, this is beautiful. This is exactly what I wanted. So what should we do as a next step? We are finished with our input. It looks nice. I can also zoom out a bit. It's very zoomed in right now. And what should we do as a next step? Well, that's a valid question. First of all, this input still looks kind of ugly now where I look at it, because if I click on it, it has this weird input, or not input, but this ugly border. So let's investigate our editor. Maximum width none, minimum height is fine, focus outline. Man, outline. If we go back, this should finally be fixed, and it works. So what should we do as a next step? Well, as a next step, I want to allow the user to create a message. So when the user types something into this input, well, we want to then save the user's input in our database. And of course, we want to render it in our main view. So underneath this message pretty much. So how should we start? Well, let's start with our Prisma schema. We want to update our database because currently there's no way for us to store the message in our database. So we want to create a new model. This will be called message. We can open it. Since this is a relational database, so since we use Postgres, we want to create a primary key. In this case, this will be an ID of type string at ID at default UUID. Underneath the ID, we want to get the content. This will be of type string, because what else should the content be? Type number? No. Type boolean? Of course not. String makes the most sense. And the interesting thing is that TipTap does not even return a string, it returns JSON, but we will then convert it to a string and redo it and parse it. There's a lot of cool things, but for now, it's just important that we store the content as a string in our database. As a next step, we want to store, or we want to have an image URL. This will be of type string, and this will be optional because the user does not have to attach an image. If the user wants to have an image, then sure. But if they just want to create code, well, then be my guest. I don't care. So to make it optional, we can add a question mark. After that, we want to add the created at and updated at timestamps. Created at will be of type datetime at default now, and of course updated at, this will be of type datetime at updated at. As a next step, I want to also store the user data. So we can first of all get the author ID. This will be of type string. We want to get the author email. This will be of type string. Yes, I misspelled it. Don't worry. Of course, we want to get the author name. This will be of type string. And there's one more property which we want to store, and that will be the author avatar, which will be of type string. So as the next step, I want to create a relationship between my channel model and my message. So how do you create relationships in Prisma, and what relationships do you even have? What types? These are all valid and good questions. Please head over to my YouTube channel, Your Best Friend, and if you go to my YouTube channel, you will find a few very important videos. So first of all, watch this video, watch this video, watch this video. But okay, let's come to what I want to show you. Look at this video, database design. In this video, I show you how to design a database the right way, including all of the types of relationships: one-to-one relationships, one-to-many relationships, many-to-many relationships. In this video, we create an ERD, entity relationship diagram, so please check it out. You will learn a lot about, in general, relationships and how databases work and how to construct, or in other words, architect them. But for now, we can just close this and I want to go back. So in this case, what relationship would work the best for our message and channel? So there's the one-to-one relationship. This would mean that one channel can have one message can have one channel. This does not make any sense. How about one-to-many? This would mean one channel can have many messages, but each message has to be related to one channel. And I think you all agree with me that this makes the most sense. Our channel will have a lot of messages, but each individual message can only be related to this specific channel. So underneath, or we can go to our channel in general, and how do you create a relationship in Prisma? Or to be specific, how do you create a one-to-many relationship? Well, we want to go to our channel, we can say message, and this will be equal to the message model, and we want to append an array, or we want to append array brackets. If you click on Command S, it will auto-generate the relationship. So down below in our message model, we have a channel and a channel ID. So this is the one-to-many relationship. And this works because I installed the Prisma extension. If you haven't installed it, you won't get any auto-generation. So please make sure that everything is installed. So I think we are finished with the schema. As a next step, I want to sync my database with the schema. So how about we stop the dev server and we can run pnpm dlx prisma db push to push this schema to our remote database, which lives in or on, I'm not sure, Neon, but yeah, it's with Neon. So our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. We can restart our dev server with pnpm run dev. So since this is finished, we can continue. And what should we do as a next step? Well, I guess we can update our router, because currently our router only has a workspace route and a channel route, but we also need a message route. So you can construct this router literally as you want, it does not matter. So you can create a sub route in the main route. So in channel, you can in theory create a message route, and in message, you can define all of your procedures. This works, but we will just create another route. So underneath channel, I will get the message route, or I will create it, and we want to define all of our procedures in this object. In this case, we want to get started with the creation. So this will be the key create, and this has to be equal to a procedure. So let's open our Explorer. We can open the RPC folder or the router folder, and in the router folder, we want to create a message.ts file. So in this file, we will store all of the procedures which relate to the message model in general. So we can say export constant create message. This will be equal to our base middleware that's imported, .use, because we want to chain middlewares. First of all, with what should we start? Well, we always have the same structure. Required auth middleware, required workspace middleware, standard security middleware, and then whatever we need, like heavy write or standard write. It depends on the use case. So in this case, we will say required auth middleware. We can chain .use. We want to say required workspace middleware. We can chain our standard security middleware. So I will say .use standard security security middleware, we have to chain one more Arcjet middleware. So let's open the Explorer and let's see what middlewares we have. So in our middlewares folder, where even is it? It's here. And in the Arcjet folder, we have the standard write and the heavy write. So message creation is not really a heavy write operation. This is a standard write operation, and we need a higher rate limit for this message creation. So 40 messages in 1 minute is a quite good rate limit, and that's what we will use. So let's head over back to our message procedure and let's chain.use write security middleware. So we are finished with our middlewares. Let's use the route method. We can invoke it, the structured. For the method, this will be, what is it? What do you think? Delete, post, get. Well, it's post because we want to create data. Underneath, we can get our path. This will be /messages. We want to get the summary, or we want to add a summary. This will just be create a message. Of course, we want to add tags. This is an array, and we will just say uppercase messages. It does not really matter. Underneath this .route, we can get our input, so .input. And what should we input? Well, for now, nothing. So we can just say z.void. We want to import z from sort, and void, well, it's just a method which we have to invoke. Underneath the input, we can get the output. And the thing is, right now, we don't really have an output. So we will also say z.void. But this will, of course, change later on. Let's now chain the last method, the handler. We can invoke it, and as you all know, inside of here, we want to create a standard async arrow function. We can destructure our params, and I want to get the input and context for now. So as a next step, we can continue with our mutation. And you might say, hey Jan, creating the mutation is simple, right? Let's just say await Prisma message.create, and let's pass all of our data. Yes, this works, and that's what we will do in a second. But think about security. And no, not Arcjet. Arcjet is already configured. Think about broader security. Don't think about XSS attacks or anything fancy. Think about the simplest attack possible. If we would just say await prisma.create, we would not validate that the channel belongs to the user's organization. So we have to make sure that the channel lives in the specific organization, and only then we will allow the message creation. So I will delete this await Prisma, and instead I will say, or let me create a comment, and we will say verify the channel belongs to the user's organization. Underneath the comment, we can say constant channel, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .channel.find first. We can invoke it, the structured, and we want to add the where statement because we want to find a specific, you could say, combination. So we want to find a channel where the ID matches the ID which we add. Currently we don't have an ID, so we can just hardcode some gibberish, and we want to also find a channel where the workspace ID matches, and we can get the workspace ID from our context. So context.workspace.org code. As a next step, we want to go underneath the channel and we want to create an if statement. If there is no channel, then we want to throw an error. So we can destructure the errors object from our handler, so errors, and we want to say throw errors.forbidden. Should we add our own custom error message? No, I don't think so. Let's of course invoke this, and we are finished with this if statement. As a next step, we can finally create our mutation. So we can say constant created, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported, .message.create. We can invoke it, the structured, and we want to pass our data. So first of all, we want to pass our content, but we currently don't get our content. We want to pass the image URL. We currently don't get the image URL. So what do we have to do? Well, we have to create a sort schema for our input. So let's open the Explorer, and in our schemas folder, so where is it? In the app folder, we have a schemas folder, and we want to create a new file called message.ts. In this file, we want to create a create message schema, and this is what the user will input to create a new message. So we can say export constant create message schema, and this will be equal to z. Z is imported from sort.object. We can invoke it, the structured, and we want to pass all of our properties. So this will first of all be the channel ID. The channel ID will be of type string, so we can say z.string, and of course we want to invoke it. As the next step, let's say content, because we want to get the content. This will be of type z.string. What else do we want to get? We want to get the image URL, and this will be of type z.url, and the thing is, this is optional, so we can chain .optional, and let's invoke it. So this is finished. We can copy the name create message schema for our input. Instead of saying z.void, we want to say create message schema. As a next step, we can continue with our mutation. Let's first of all update this channel verification query. Instead of hard coding this ID, we can pass our input.channel ID. Let's continue with our mutation. Content will be equal to input.content. We want to pass the image URL. This will be equal to input.image URL. Let's continue. We want to add the channel ID. This will be equal to input.channel ID. Let's also add the author ID. And the author ID, or all of the user-specific data, is something that we can get from context, from our context. So author ID will be equal to context.user.id. Let's continue. We want to get the author email. This will be equal to context.user.email. We will get an error. Don't worry about it. We will fix it in a second. We want to get the author name. This will be equal to context.user.name, or not name but given name. There's one more property missing, and this is the author avatar, and this will be equal to the context.user.picture, but we will also get an error for this property. But don't worry, we will fix it. So why do we get this error? Well, it's relatively simple. If you hover over the author email, it expects it to be type string, but our email which we pass could be null. So the thing is, we know that the email will be defined, so we can just add the exclamation mark at the end. This is fine. The author name in theory should be defined, but you know what? We will use nullish coalescence, and we will just render John Doe if the name is not defined. For the user picture, it could not be defined. That's correct. So what we can do is use our getAvatar function. We can invoke it, and we have to pass two arguments. First of all, the context.user.picture, and of course also our user, or not user, but context.user.email. Our email will throw an error that says, hey, this could be not defined, but we know that the email is defined, so we can just add an exclamation mark. So this is finished, and the last step is to return our data. So I can just return an object with our created data. Nevertheless, we still get an error, and oRPC tells us, hey Jan, you have an output which is that void, but you return data. This is incorrect. This is a mistake. Yes, correct. We want to add the returned data into our output, or in other words, the schema. So we can literally just delete the z.void, and instead we will say z.custom. We want to add the generic, and what schema does this data have? Well, it's quite simple. Or what schema does it follow? Well, if you open your schema.prisma, you will see that we have a model called message, and this is the exact schema that is returned from this mutation. So we can just say z.custom. In the generic, we can add our message model. This is imported from the lib folder /generated, and of course we can invoke it at the end. If we scroll to the bottom, we still get an error. What's the problem? Good question. I'm not quite sure. Okay, I think I see the error. We have to spread created, and this should fix our problem. Yes, correct. So this is also fixed. We are finished with our mutation, and we can update first of all our base router. Create will be equal to our procedure, and who would have thought? I forgot the name of the procedure. It's called create message. We can just say create will be equal to create message. The router is finished. We can close all of these files. And what do we want to open? Well, we want to open our message input form, and we want to pretty much connect our message input form to this mutation. So to get started, we want to first of all create a form. So let's delete everything in the return statement, and we will start off fresh. refresh, we can create a return. I want to use the form component. The form component is imported from our components. We can open it. In the form, we want to render a standard form. We can delete the action. We currently don't have one. Of course, for the form, we want to add an onSubmit, but here's the thing, we don't have an onSubmit. So for now, this can be empty. In the form, we want to get the form field component. This is self-closing, and this form needs 3 properties: the control, name, and the render prop function. But we currently don't have the value, so there's nothing that I can pass for our control. This means as a next step, we want to create our sort schema, or let me correct myself, we want to initialize the useForm hook. So above the return statement, we can say constant form. This will be equal to useForm. UseForm is imported from React hook form. We can invoke it. The structured, we want to pass our resolver. The resolver will be equal to sort resolver. We want to invoke it, and as an argument, we want to pass the create message schema. This is imported from our schemas. We can add a comma. We want to add the default values because we want to control the inputs. Inside of here, we have to pass 2 key properties. First of all, the channel ID. And what will the channel ID be equal to? Good question. We want to pass our channel ID right here through the props. So we can create an interface. This will be iapp props. We can open it. We want to get the channel ID, and this will be of type string. We can destructure our params. This will be of type iapp props, where we destructured. We want to get the channel ID, and this channel ID will be equal to the channel ID which we pass through the props. Currently, it's not passed because if you go to the page.tsx, we get an error, but don't worry about it. We will fix it together in a second. We want to also pass one more, you could say, property. This is the content. The content will be an empty string. For the channel ID or image URL, we don't have to add it. So these 2 properties are added. We can continue by first of all updating the form component. We want to spread it, so we want to spread the form. I will just say ... form, and we can continue with the form field. As mentioned, there are 3 key properties. First of all, control. Control will be equal to form.control. Secondly, name. Name will be equal to content. There's one more property missing. This is the render property, and as mentioned, we want to create a render prop function. This is a standard arrow function in the params, or we can destructure the params. We want to get the field, and in this function, we don't want to actually create an arrow function, or we want to create one, but we want to return it. And in the return statement, we can get the form item component. In the form item, we want to get the form control component, and in the form control, we want to render our rich text editor. But for now, I won't render it. Instead, we can go underneath the form control, and I want to render the form message component. This is where all of our error messages will be rendered. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why don't we render the rich text editor in this form control? Good question. So the reason is quite simple. Our rich text editor will have quite a lot of functionality, as you already know. The standard rich text editor with our menu bar and the content, and of course at the bottom we will have our footer. So we want to create another component. It will be called something like message composer, and this message composer will be reused in multiple places. In this message input form, later on in our thread message input form, in our edit message, and so on. So we can open our Explorer. In the message component or in the message folder, we want to create a new file. This will be called message composer.tsx. This is a standard component, so we can say export function. This will be called message composer. We want to, of course, open the function, and let's get started with a standard return. So we can use empty tags, and in the empty tags, I want to render the rich text editor, which we have or which we store in our base components. This is self-closing. We can open it, and the thing is, I want to update my editor a bit. So let me close all of these files which are currently not needed, and I want to only have my message composer and also my rich text editor. So first of all, our editor has to be connected to React hook form. So we can open the editor component. Above the export function, we can create an interface. This will be called iapp props. We can open it, and there are two key properties or one key property which we need, and this will be the field. The field will be of type any, because if you want to get the real type, you have to create a lot of complicated TypeScript code. So type any is just better. It's easier because literally it takes 10 minutes just to create the correct type for the field. It's super annoying. I'm not sure why it's so complicated, but hey, it is what it is. So we get our field, we can destructure our rich text editor. This will be of type props, where we destructured, we want to get our field, and we can finally use our field. So here's the thing, we want to set or we want to control this editor. On update, the field should update. And of course, our field could also have content, which we want to set for the individual or for the content itself. So what we can do is literally go underneath immediately render. We want to get our content property, and this content property will be a standard arrow function. So please create parentheses, and in the parentheses you want to create the arrow function. It's important that you also invoke the arrow function at the end, and in the code itself we can create an if statement. We want to say if there is no field.value, the thing is the value could be undefined, so we want to use a question mark. If this is true, we will just return an empty string. We want to continue, of course, add a comma at the end so that everything can format. And if we have a field, we want to create a try-catch statement. In the try statement, we want to pass our value, because here's the thing. Later on, TipTap will return JSON. We will take the JSON, we will convert it into a string and store the string in our database. So this field, when it comes from our database, is of type string. So to use it in our editor, we have to pass the string and pretty much convert it back into JSON. And that's what we will do in the try statement. We can say return JSON uppercase dot pass, and as an argument we want to pass field dot value. So we will take the string and we will convert it back into the old JSON structure. In the catch we will just return an empty string, and with that we are finished with our content. But this is only the first part. There is also the second part, which is the on update. So we can just go underneath the content. Let's get the on update property. This is a standard arrow function. We can just open it. We can destructure our params. I want to get the editor instance, and in the function itself we want to create an if statement. We want to say if field dot on change. Please make sure that you spell it correctly because we don't get any TypeScript typings. We want to also say that this could be optional, so field question mark on change. And if this is true, we can open it and we want to say field dot on change. We want to invoke it, and we want to take our JSON and convert it to a string. So we can say JSON.stringify. We can invoke it, and as an argument, I want to get my JSON. So we can say editor.getJSON. So if this confuses you, again, we get our editor instance. This editor can get the content from what we type. So if I type something into my input, it generates content. TipTap normally or as a default handles it as JSON. We don't want to store JSON in our database, rather a string, so that's why we stringify the JSON and put it into our field. This field will then later on be used in our form, so if we go to the message input form, we will later just paste it for the content and this will be stored in our database. So this is how everything works. In the message composer, we instantly get an error, and that's because we are missing one key property, which is the field. For the field, we can destructure it, and there are two things that we want to pass. First of all, the value and on change. So what we can do is create an interface at the top for the message composer. We want to say iAppProps, and by the way, calling it iAppProps is not a very good practice. You would rather want to call it, like, for example, message composer props, but writing iAppProps is faster and I'm used to it, so that's why I say iAppProps, but normally you would want to say message composer props. So inside of here, as mentioned, we want to get two things. First of all, the value, which will be of type string. This is the content. Of course, we want to get a second property. This will be on change. and this will be a standard O function, and this will result in void. We can also get our params, or we can update them. We want to get next, and this will be of type string. So this is finished. We can update, or we can add these two values. So we can destructure our params. This will be of type props, where we destructured. We want to get the value and of course the onChange property. So for the field, we have to pass the two properties. First of all, the value and of course the onChange. So not onChange lowercase, but this onChange. Please make sure that this is the structured, so object. This is finished. We can continue. The thing is, I want to render like a footer, as I already explained. And if we open our editor, we have our menu bar. This is like the, not hero, but the header, the editor content. This is the main section. And at the bottom, I'm missing a footer. But the thing is, this footer should not be rendered everywhere. As an example, when we edit our message, we don't want to have a footer. The footer is only needed when we want to create a message, both in our main message view and also in our thread view. So we can update our editor, we want to update our interface, and since this is dynamic, we want to create a boolean pretty much. So we can do two things. We can first of all get our send button. This will be of type React node, because the send button will always be or has to be defined. And of course, we also have like this footer left, and in the footer left, we will render our image upload button. And this upload, this is what I meant. So the footer will always be displayed everywhere, but this footer left, so the upload button, should only be displayed when we create a message. So this will be optional and of type React node. Please don't forget the question mark, that's super important. And of course, we can scroll to the bottom and we want to create a little footer. So underneath the editor content, we can create a div. We can update the div, we can give it a class name. This will be flex items center, of course justify between. We want to say gap 2, padding x3, padding y2, border, which will be top. So at the top, we will have a nice little border. Of course, the padding is needed to make it look a bit better, and the gap is also important. We want to say border input. This will be the color of the border, and BG card to make it look nice. In the div itself, we can render another div. And in this div, I want to render my footer left. And in the other div, so we want to create another div. In this div, we will render our send button. So we can first of all say send button. I weirdly don't get it. Did I forget to destructure it? Of course I forgot. So we want to get our field, send button, and footer left. Let's scroll to the bottom again. We want to pass our send button, and in the other div, we want to pass our footer left. Of course, we want to give these two divs a bit of, simple styles. So for the send button, we can just add a class name and say shrink 0. We want to also update the other div, and we will say, or we can add a class name. This will be minimum height 8, so it should never be smaller than 32 pixels. Flex, and of course items center. So this is finished. We can close the editor. Let's go back to our message composer, and we instantly get an error. The reason for that is quite simple. We are missing two things. First of all, the send button, but also the footer left. So let's start with the send button property. The send button, or we can open it, and to render something, we can just use our button component. I already imported the button. We want to update the button. We can give the button a type. This will be button. This is quite important for now. We can also give it a size. For the size, this will be SM. We can open the button. In the button, I want to use the send icon. This is imported from Lucid React. We can give it a class name. This will be size 4, and we can say margin right 1, because next to the send icon, I want to say send, and we will create a bit of padding in between these two items. And you know what? I want to kind of test this view. I want to see how this button looks like, or this input, this message composer. So we can go back to our message input form. In our form control, we can get our message composer component. This is self-closing, and we have to add a few properties. First of all, the value. This will be equal to field.value. We want to also add the onChange handler. This will be equal to field.onChange. This in theory should be it. So we can go back. I want to click on dashboard. I will get redirected. We have to update the URL, and don't worry, we will fix that after this message input form so that we don't have to update our URL anymore. But for now, we can say /workspace /some gibberish /channel /some gibberish, and this should redirect us back. But we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Message input form, use form. I see what the problem is. So use form needs interactivity. So we want to update the message input form, and we want to give it, or we want to add the use client directive, because currently it renders as a server component. I will also delete this unused import. If I go back, I will instantly see my message input form, and on the right I have my send button. This looks beautiful. Nevertheless, I want to also render my image attach button on the left. So we can just go back to our message composer. We want to go underneath the send button, and we want to get the footer left. So this will just be an object as always, and we want to get the button component. This is already imported. We can update the button. We can give the button a type. This will be button. Of course, we want to give the button a size. This will be SM. We can give the button a variant, and let's say outline. In the button itself, we want to use the icon. This will be the image icon imported from Lucid React. Underneath the icon, we can say attach. Nevertheless, we want to update the icon further. So we can give it a class name. This will be size 4, margin right 1. So if we go back, we get this beautiful button on the bottom left. And this is exactly what I wanted. So since this is finished, I guess we can finish our message input form. So underneath the form itself, we can create an onSubmit function. I will just say function on submit. We can open the function. As you all know, we want to call a mutation, or we want to mutate our data using this function. So above our function on submit, we can create a constant. This will be called create message mutation. We can, or this will be equal to use mutation. We want to import that from TanStack React query. We can invoke it. Inside of here, we want to construct our procedure call. So we want to import oRPC from our lib folder .message.create.mutation options. We want to just invoke it, destructure it, and for now I want to listen for 2 events. First of all, onSuccess. onSuccess is a standard arrow function, and I won't do any fancy things. For now, we will literally just return a toast. Toast is imported from Sonar, and we will say .success. For the message, I will say message created successfully. Yes, I made a few spelling mistakes, don't worry about it. Let's also create an onError event, because I will delete this code later on. We want to add optimistic updates, but I want to first of all test if everything works. In the onError, this is also just a standard arrow function. We can also return a toast. This will be .error. For the message, something went wrong. So our mutation is finished. We can copy the name. We want to paste it into our onSubmit. We want to say .mutate. We can invoke it, and as an argument, we want to pass our data. How do we get our data? Well, we want to update our onSubmit function. We can get data in our params, and this has the type create message type. But here's the thing, we currently don't infer the type. So we want to open our Explorer, we want to go into the schemas folder, we want to open the message file, the message file, and inside of here, I want to infer the type of this schema. So let's just say export type. This will be called create message schema type. This will be equal to z.infer. I want to add a generic. In the generic, I will say type of, and this will be type of create message schema. We can copy the name, we can go back, paste it for the data, and we can import it from our schemas. For the mutate method, as an argument, we can pass our data. Nevertheless, this onSubmit function is currently not called anywhere, so we can update our standard form. We can give the form an onSubmit handler. The onSubmit handler will be equal to form.handleSubmit. As an argument, we want to pass onSubmit, and in theory, this should be finished. So you know what, we can test it out. I will go back, I will do a hard refresh, but here's the thing. We have currently fake data, /workspace, /gibberish, /channel, /gibberish. this won't work. This is a huge problem. Oh, and there's another error. If we go into our page.tsx where we render our message input form, we get an error and it says, hey Jan, you are missing the channel ID. Right, I forgot, this has to be added. So let's first of all add the channel ID, and as a second step, we will fix our fake channel ID which we currently render in our URL. So to get our channel ID, we can go to the top above the return statement. We want to create a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to use params. Use params is imported from next/navigation. We can invoke it, and before we invoke it, we can add a generic. So I will say, or I can destructure it, I can open an object, and what do I want to get? Well, let's open the Explorer. I want to get this channel ID. The channel ID is a dynamic route, and the nice thing is with Next.js, I can get the data from this route segment, from this dynamic route. So how is this folder called? It's called channel ID. So where I destructure it, I want to get the channel ID, which will be of type string, and you want to do the same thing. So if this is called channel ID, then you want to say channel ID. The spelling has to be the same. If this has a different spelling than your folder name, you won't get the type, you won't get the value, and this of course is not wanted. So we can just close the Explorer, and where I destructure use params, I want to get my channel ID. If I scroll to the bottom, I can update the message input form, and let's add the channel ID. This channel ID will be equal to our channel ID, which we destructure at the top. Nevertheless, our URL is still not finished, or we actually get an error, and it says ECMAScript had an error. What's the problem? Well, useForm is a hook. This hook needs interactivity. It creates interactivity. So on the top, we can just mark our page. So let me go back. We want to go into the page, and we want to update it. So let's say use client. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, we won't get the error anymore. Nevertheless, our URL is still broken. So how can we fix the URL? Because here's the thing. Let's open our env file. When a user logs in, we redirect the user to /workspace. But once the user logs in, we want to redirect the user to /workspace /the workspace ID. But here's the thing. Kind does not really know what the workspace ID is inside of here. So what we can rather do is create a global middleware. So let's open our Explorer. Let's create a middleware.ts file. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, what's a middleware? Why do we need it? And what will we do in the middleware? So first of all, let's look at what the middleware in general is. So if you go to Next.js, you can search for middleware. And inside of here, it will say middleware. So let me zoom out a bit again. My God, this website is so broken sometimes. So middleware allows you to run code before a request is completed. Then based on the incoming request, you can modify the response by rewriting, redirecting, modifying the request or response headers, or responding directly. So let me quickly create a nice looking diagram. So let's imagine the following. We first of all have a client. This is you. We have a server. This is Next.js, and I will say server. I want to make this a bit bigger so that you can see it. So this is the client. The client makes a request to the server normally. The thing is, whenever we use the server has to spin up. Currently in development, the server is running the whole time. It's not a problem. But once we deploy our application to, for example, Vercel, we will get an error, or we will get a problem because the server has to spin up. The server is a serverless function. So this is a problem because this creates a lot of delay, because this is a cold start. A cold start takes a bit, and to be quite honest with you, it's not very fast because the server lives in one location. For example, US East 2, and it will always spin up from this location. A middleware, on the other hand, is like a layer. So we can just say, I can create a little line. This is the middleware. The middleware runs in front of our server. It's a lightweight layer which intercepts the request. So our client makes a request before hitting the server. So before the request hits the server, the middleware intercepts the request, and it literally says, hey, stop, let me analyze the request. And whatever we define in the middleware is what the middleware will do. So we can either check, hey, is the user authenticated, or hey, does the user have this and that, or does the user have the following criteria? So you can do whatever you want to do. So the middleware is very flexible. The important thing is that the middleware should stay lightweight. You don't want to do heavy data fetching in the middleware. Like little simple data fetches, I guess, are fine, but nevertheless, keep it as simple as possible, as lightweight as possible. Also, the middleware works quite well for our architecture because this creates multi-layered security. So here's the thing, our client makes a request. Our middleware intercepts the request. It will, for example, check, hey, is the user authenticated? Once it knows that the user is authenticated, or maybe it does not know, who knows, it will forward the request to the server. The server will forward the request to our data layer, our database. But before our database gets the request and pretty much gets the data, we first of all have our data access layer. Because here's the thing, we use oRPC. Let me open any procedure, for example, the message procedure. We use middlewares, required auth middleware, required workspace middleware, and only once these middlewares run, we have our handler. So this is our protection layer. The middleware, the data access layer, first of all verifies that the user is authenticated, that we have a workspace, that Arcjet says, hey, the request is fine, and only then we get our data. And this is quite vital and quite important because the middleware is not secure. What do I mean by that? We had like 2 or 3 months ago a quite big security vulnerability where users could attack the middleware and bypass it. So if you didn't have any data access layer, or if you only relied on middleware, you would have an error because the middleware literally just forwarded the requests even though the user was not authenticated. And using a data access layer, we have 2 security checkpoints, so multi-layered security. We have our middleware. The middleware can already filter out a lot of traffic, but if it fails for some weird reason, we always have our data access layer. And the data access layer is super important because it lives with your data, so it can't fail. If it fails, your data fails. So it's super secure and you want to always use it, and that's why we implemented oRPC. oRPC helps you tremendously by creating a data access layer. I guess the data access layer is a fundamental or is the foundation of oRPC, and that's also why I switched to oRPC. In the past, I always used server actions and also just standard server components to fetch my data, and I would use Prisma in the background. No oRPC or any API layer. This worked, don't get me wrong, it's completely fine to do so, but it takes way more time and way more plumbing to create a good security, a good data access layer. So that's why I started using oRPC. It literally simplified everything. You don't have to create all of the annoying code. All of it is done by oRPC, and it has a lot of features and benefits. So that's why we use oRPC in this video, and that's also the reason why I completely switched to oRPC for pretty much all of my projects. So that's why I switched to oRPC. And by the way, let me quickly show you the video which I mean. So if you go to my YouTube channel, the best YouTube channel ever created, you will find this video, Data Access in Next.js the right way. Inside of there, I explain what a data access layer is, what DTOs are, and much more. So if this still sounds a bit confusing to you, or if you don't really understand what this data access layer is, then I would recommend you to watch this video. It's very helpful. It took a lot of time to create. This diagram took a lot of time to create, but it looks beautiful. So yeah, definitely check it out. But with that out of the way, I think we can continue. And to be honest with you, I forgot what we were working on. Damn. Yeah, okay, I remember again. We wanted to continue with our middleware. So we now know what the middleware is and why we will use it. It's for multi-layered security in general. Nevertheless, what do we want to do in the middleware itself? Well, we want to read the request. We want to let Arcjet check that the user is not a bot. And once that's done, we want to also check, or we want to redirect the user to the correct workspace route. So on the top, we want to first of all implement Arcjet. We can say constant AJ, this will be equal to Arcjet. Arcjet is imported from Arcjet. We can invoke it, the structured, and I have to pass a few properties. First of all, the key. The key will be equal to process.env. We want to open our env file and we can copy the name Arcjet key. Of course, it currently complains and it says, hey Jan, the key could be undefined, so we can just add this exclamation mark. And don't worry, I will show you a nice little helper function which simplifies all of this annoying environment variable management. But we will do that a bit later on. For now, we can continue. We want to add our rules array, and as you also see, in this case, I don't use our base instance. I implement Arcjet freshly, so using or by importing Arcjet from Arcjet Next. So the rules property is an array. We can open an array, and I want to use only one primitive. This will be the detect bot primitive. This is imported from Arcjet. We can invoke it, destructure it. I want to pass the mode. For the mode, this will be live. Of course, we can also add the allow property, and there are only a few categories which I want to allow. So this is an array, as you already know, and we have a lot of options. So for example, ad search, ad beat, Amazon, what else do we have here? This, Bing. So there are a lot of options that we can allow, or in other words, disallow. In this case, I want to allow a few categories. So first of all, category search engine, because as I mentioned, category search engine is not a bad thing. These are like your crawlers, Google, Bing, Safari. No, Safari does not have a crawler. Firefox, I'm not sure if they have a crawler, but in general, search engine crawlers. We want to also say category preview. This is quite important. We can also say category monitor. There's one more category which I want to use, and this will be the category webhook. So these are all of our categories. This is finished. And as the next step, we can create our middleware. So underneath this code, we can just say export default. We want to say create middleware, and create middleware is imported from Arcjet. This is a helper function to use Arcjet in your middleware. We can invoke it, and as an argument, we want to pass our AJ, so in other words, Arcjet instance. Nevertheless, we are still not finished, because underneath this, we can create a matcher. So we can say export constant config. This is equal to an object, and we want to get the matcher. Matcher is an array. So in the matcher, we will define all of the routes on which middleware should not run. So pretty much run on all routes except the routes which are defined in the matcher. That's what we are trying to tell our middleware. So you can just go to the Arcjet documentation to bot protection quick start, and you will find this export constant config. So I will just copy this config and paste it into my file. So as mentioned, the matcher tells Next.js which routes to run the middleware on. This runs the middleware on all routes except for static assets. So it won't run on images, the favicon, static assets in general, and stuff like that. But nevertheless, there's still one problem. If you go to the documentation, you can click on reference. In the sidebar on the right side, you will find a section called avoiding double protection with middleware. If you use Arcjet in middleware and individual routes, you need to be careful that Arcjet is not running multiple times per request. This can be avoided by excluding the API route from the middleware matcher. And that's exactly what we want to do. Because here's the thing, we have our procedures. They are all served from /RPC, and they have their own Arcjet instances already running. Or in other words, Arcjet is already protecting these routes. So we don't want this middleware to run on our /RPC routes. We want this middleware to only run on our public routes, like the homepage, maybe later on an about route, a pricing route, and stuff like that. So after this favicon.ico, you want to get a vertical line, and you want to say /RPC. In theory, this should already be it, and you know what? We can test it out. So I will restart my dev server. If I go to my localhost page, everything works as expected. That's good, but I'm a real user. But let's imagine that I'm a bot. Do I still see my site? Well, we can test it out. So we can go to our terminal. I will just open my terminal. It's called Ghosty, but I think I already told you that. So I will zoom in a bit, and inside of here, I will just say curl I HTTP localhost 3000. If I click on enter, oh my God, it says forbidden. Wow, you know what? So I will just copy all of the content, I will delete the middleware file, and I want to test it out one more time. So this has been deleted. I will again say curl localhost 3000. I can copy it, paste it down below. Okay, so this worked. So as you see, Arcjet, when we had Arcjet, it said forbidden. So it identified that we were a bot and it instantly just denied our request. But since in this case we don't have Arcjet running anymore, it just allows the request because our web application does not know, hey, are we a bot or are we just a standard user? So we can first of all go back. We want to create our middleware file. Of course, I want to paste my code back, which I just created. And let's quickly head over back to the Arcjet dashboard. In the dashboard, you should see that we have a new request. So this one, and it got denied. Reason, bot v2. I can click on it. We can also click on the reason and you will see that it's curl. And yes, we just created a curl request. So we can just close this and we are finished with the basic middleware. So as the next step, I want to finally set up Kind, or what do I mean by that? We already set up Kind. What I want to do is implement Kind in this middleware. So Kind should run in combination with Arcjet. So what we can do is go underneath this constant AJ, but above the export default create middleware, and we want to create the Arcjet, or not the Arcjet, the Kind middleware. So we can say async function. This will be called existing middleware. We can just open the function. Inside of here, what I want to do is get the org code from the user. So we can say constant, we can destructure it. This will be equal to get Kind server session. Where we destructure it, I want to get the get claim function. This get claim function is a promise which we have to await. So we can say constant org code. This will be equal to await get claim. We can invoke it, and as an argument, I have to pass the claim. In this case, this will be the org code. So we can say org underscore code. This get claim function literally can get a claim from your access token. So it can get your organizations, it can get your current organization, it can get your username, your user ID, whatever you need. But in this case, we want to only get the org code, and that's why I use the get claim function. So this is finished. As a next step, we can use the org code, and I want to redirect the user to /workspace/ this specific org code. So we can create the URL, the base URL. We can say constant URL will be equal to our request. Currently, we don't get our request, so we can update our params, and we can say we want to get a request. I will just say rec. This will be of type next request. This is imported from next/server, and as a next step, we can say constant URL will be equal to rec.next URL. So this will just be the standard base URL, in this case localhost 3000. We can use the URL. I will go underneath the URL, let's say, or we can create an if statement, and we want to say if the URL.path name starts with, as an argument, let's say /workspace. We want to use the double and sign. If the URL is not .pathname .includes, as an argument, we want to pass our org code .value, or this could be not defined, so we can use two vertical lines and pass an empty string. This code maybe looks a bit confusing right now. Don't worry about it, I will explain it in a second. So if this is true, we can open our if statement, and I want to say URL.pathname will be equal, not password, path name will be equal to upticks. We will say /workspace/ the org code. We can use the dynamic value, so this is the $sign and then object brackets, and in this case, let's say org code .value. Underneath this URL path name, we can say return next response. Next response is imported from next/server. We want to call the redirect method, or we want to chain it, and as an argument, we want to pass the new URL /workspace/ the org code. If this if statement does not trigger, we can go underneath it and we will say return next response .next. So this is very similar to oRPC. In oRPC, or in the middlewares which we defined using oRPC, we also return next. So this pretty much means, hey, forward the request. So this is finished, and I think we can use it with our Arcjet middleware. So how can we chain them together? How can they run in parallel pretty much? Well, it's quite simple. Arcjet thought of the problem because Arcjet knows most people have multiple middlewares running. So how about we add a prop where the user can add an existing middleware? So our existing middleware is called existing middleware. I know, groundbreaking. So we can pass it as a second argument, and with that we are finished. So you know what? We can test it out. I will close all of this. I want to restart my dev server. Let's go back to our application. Let's do a hard refresh. So we want to go to our index page, not to this workspace route. Once we are back in the index route, we can click on dashboard and let's see what happens. /workspace and nothing happened. This is kinda weird. What's the problem? Let me investigate. So the code looks good to me. Existing middleware, we get the OR code, we get our URL. This is all fine. Oh my god, I see the error. Middleware. This should be middleware. So I can say middleware, and in theory, this should work. So if I do a hard refresh, I should get redirected to the correct workspace. And that's exactly what happened. Workspace / the OR code. Nice. This is exactly what I wanted. But here's the thing. If I click on a channel, nothing happens. What's the problem? Well, for the hashtag or for the href, we added a hashtag, and that's why we are not getting redirected. So let's go back to our channel list component. In the channel list, we have our href and we want to update it. So let's delete the href. We will create a new one. We want to use upticks because we will use dynamic, you could say parameters. So we want to say /workspace / the workspace ID. But how do we get our workspace ID? Well, we can use the useParams hook. So underneath our useSuspense query, we can just say constant params. This will be equal to useParams. This is imported from Next/navigation. We can invoke it. We want to add a generic, and let's open an object and let's say workspace ID. Because here's the thing, if you open your Explorer, how is our dynamic route called? It's called workspace ID. If you called it organization ID, then of course you want to get the organization ID. But in this case, we want to get the workspace ID, which is of type string. I can copy the name, so let's copy it and let's paste it inside of here. So we can use the dynamic value and we want to paste the workspace ID. As a next step, we can say /. Nevertheless, we still get an error. What's the problem? Cannot find name workspace ID. Well, it's quite simple. I said params, but in reality, I want to destructure my params and I want to get a workspace ID. So we can copy the name, we can paste it, we can say /channel. As a next step, we want to redirect the user to the correct channel. So we will say /dynamic value, and we don't want to get the channel ID from the params or anything like that. This won't work. We want to get the channel ID from our mapping. So where we map over our data, we can say channel.id. So we can save this, go back, and if I click on hello, it should redirect me. So if you look at the URL /workspace /org /channel /channel ID. So this worked exactly as expected. I can redirect myself and this is quite cool. Nevertheless, there's currently no active state. So for example, I'm right now in this channel. Hello, this is a test, but it's not active. If I remove my hover, I'm not sure what the active channel is. So we can go back. We want to update our mapping. Instead of returning our data, we can open a standard object. So I will delete these return, would you say parentheses? We can copy the code. Let's delete it for now. So I will copy the whole link, I will copy it, don't delete it, and we can create a constant is active because we want to know if the item is active. This will be equal to our channel ID. And no, not the channel ID over which we map, or yes, also we can say channel ID, and this channel ID has to be equal to the channel ID which is in our URL. So we can go back, we want to scroll to the top, we want to update our useParams hook, and of course we want to get the channel ID ID, which is of type string. If you open your Explorer, you will see that we have a route channel ID. Please make sure that it's spelled the exact same, because if this has a different spelling, you won't get a channel ID, and instead you will get undefined. So we can destructure use params. Of course, let's get the channel ID, and this channel.id has to be equal to the channel ID which lives in our URL. So this is finished. We can return, or we can create a return statement, and in the return statement I will paste my link. So since we have our isActive boolean, we can use it to style our link dynamically. So in this class name we already use the cn helper function. We can add a comma after these default styles, and I will say if isActive is true, we can use the double and sign, and we will say text accent foreground BG accent. So if we go back, you should see that this is currently active. So the thing is, the color scheme currently is not perfect. I'm missing a background color, and the reason for that is quite simple. We currently use this default shared CN theme, and it does not really work exactly as expected. But once we create our custom theme, this will look way better because we will have a background color. And you know what? We will implement the theme, let's say in about 30 minutes or so, because I want to implement the theme in this video part 1, not in part 2. So since we are finished with our channels in general, let's test out the whole flow. So I will go back to my index page. So I will just update my URL. I'm now in my index page, and you know what? Let's log out. I want to start off fresh. I want to check the whole flow. So I can just log in. In this case, we will get redirected to our hosted authentication page. We want to continue with Google. So instead of redirecting us back to our workspace, Kind redirected us to this page. And it asks me, hey Jan, what organization do you want me to sign you into? Teamflow YouTube or any other organization? In this case, Teamflow YouTube makes the most sense, and I will click on continue. So I got redirected back to my workspace. This worked as expected because I'm in Teamflow YouTube, but I did not get redirected into a channel. I just see Workspace ID page, and this is not wanted. Once a user logs in, I want to instantly redirect the user into a channel. So how can we fix it? Well, it's relatively simple. Let's go back to our code base. We can open the Explorer. We want to go into the app folder, into the workspace folder, workspace ID folder, and of course into the page.tsx. Currently we just render workspace ID page, but instead I want to fetch data. This means I want to get all of my channels pretty much. Once we get our channels, I will check if we have channels. If so, we will redirect the user to the first channel, but if the user does not have any channels, then we will just render like a default view which will say, hey, you don't have any channels yet, create a new one, or something like that. So let's start off fresh. We can delete the import React statement. We don't need it. React is, I guess, imported by default, and I want to fetch my data. So what we can do is go above the return statement. We can say constant. We can destructure it, and this will not be equal to tanstack query or anything like that. Because here's the thing, we can open our oRPC lib file. So this oRPC file exports two clients. First of all, the standard client and oRPC. The oRPC client is there to work with tanstack query. I guess it would make more sense to call it tanstack oRPC or something like that, but hey, it's already too late. It's called oRPC, so it's fine. But we also have the client. This client does not work with tanstack, but it allows you to fetch data natively in a server component. And in this case, since we don't need any revalidation or anything like that, we can just use the standard client and fetch the data on the server side. So we will say constant, we will destructure it. This will be equal to await. You want to get the standard client from your lib folder .channel.list. We can invoke it, and of course we get an error. What's the problem? Well, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So we can say async. This is fine because this is a server component, and with that we get our data. Where we destructure it, we can get our channels. Since we get our channels, we can create an if statement. If channels.length is bigger than 0, we want to redirect the user. So we can say return redirect redirect. Redirect is imported from Next navigation. Please make sure that you don't import it from Next distribution. This will throw an error and it won't work. So I will import it from Next navigation, and weirdly I have some sort of weird bug. I'm not sure what's happening, but okay, it imported everything, so we can invoke it. We want to use optics, and how does our URL look like? Well, it's /workspace/workspace ID /channel/channel ID. So we can say /workspace/ and we want to get the channel, or not the channel, but the workspace ID. How can we get our workspace ID? Well, we can get it through our params. Since this is a server component, we want to get the params on the server side, not on the client side. You can't use the useParams hook. The useParams hook only works in client components. But this is not a big problem, because in Next.js you can get params both on the server side and client side. So we can create an interface. This will be called iAppProps. We can open it. We want to get params. Params is a promise. This is a big change. So in Next.js 14, params were synchronous, so you didn't have to await them. But in this case, with Next.js 15, 16, and so on, they have to be awaited. So promise, we can add a generic. We want to open an object in the generic. What do we want to get? Well, we want to get the workspace ID. This will be of type string. And as a next step, we can destructure our params. This will be of type iAppProps, where we destructure it. We can get our params. As a next step, we want to await our params. So we will say constant. We can destructure it. This will be equal to await params. Where we destructure it, we can get our data, in this case our workspace ID. As you all know, please make sure that this has the same spelling as your folder name. If it's spelled differently, you won't get your data. So since we get our workspace ID, we can use the dynamic value in our redirect function. We want to pass the workspace ID, let's say /channel/the channel ID. So we can use the dynamic value. We want to get our channels. We want to get the first item in the channels .id. So this is finished. In theory, if I go back and do a hard refresh, I will instantly get redirected. So we can update our URL. We can delete the channel ID /channel, both of these values. We will only redirect the user to /workspace/workspace ID. And in theory, it should redirect us instantly to the first channel. So I will click on enter and let's see. And yes, it worked as expected. But as I mentioned, we want to also render like the UI if the user does not have any channel yet. So we can update, or let me show it to you. I will go into this channel or workspace, that's what I meant. On the left, you will see that we don't have any channels, and instead we render workspace ID page. Instead of rendering workspace ID page, I want to render like an empty state which says no channels yet. Create your first channel to get started. So the thing is, recently Shadc and UI released these empty components, so they are quite new. I did not use them yet, so I guess this is a live demo. Let's test them out. Let's see if they work. I have literally no clue. So we can first of all install them or install the component using pnpm. I will open my terminal, stop the dev server. We can paste it into our terminal. Let's quickly go through the documentation. Use the empty component to display an empty state. Okay, this is the empty state. It looks quite good, let's be honest. Does it also have like a border? Yeah, oh my god, that's what I want. I love borders. So yeah, let's do that. We can just copy this example with the border. I will click on code. Let's go back and let's copy all of these values. So everything that is in the return statement. We can go back. Instead of returning this ugly div, we can create a new return statement and we will return what I just copied. So we want to import all of the components. Empty is imported from the components. Empty header, we can import it. We want to import empty media from the components. We want to import the icon. So we will just say cloud, yeah, from Lucid React, why not? Empty title, we can import it from the components. Empty description from the components. Empty content, we want to import it, and of course we can import the button. You know what, let's test it out, let's see how it looks like. So I will do a hard refresh, nothing works, that's because we want to restart our dev server. So I will do a hard refresh, and in theory I should see a nice looking empty state. This is our empty state, but the thing is I don't really see the border. So how about we go back and maybe we can wrap the empty component in a div. Let's give the div like a class name. This will just be padding 5. Yeah, this is a little bit weird. This is not what I wanted. It should take the whole space available. So maybe we can also say flex and flex 1. This should fix our problem. And yes, this is finally fixed. And maybe instead of saying cloud storage empty, which does not really make any sense, we can update the title and description. For the title, we can just say something like no channels yet, exclamation mark. We can also update the description. We will just say create your first channel, so channel to get started. Should I again say exclamation mark? Sure, why not? Instead of rendering this button, we can delete it, and we want to get our create new channel component. We can save this, and if we go back, you know what? This looks okay. It does not look perfect, but it's fine. Maybe we can add like a maximum width, so we can give the empty content a class name, and we will say maximum width XS and MX auto. This should fix the width a bit. Yeah, this looks better. We can in theory make it even smaller. So let's see, maximum width XS. Is there anything smaller than XS? I will have to double check. Let's see. So in theory, I think SM is even smaller. Let's see, is it smaller? No, it's bigger. So XS is the smallest. Maybe, is there anything I want to fix? Maybe we can make the padding even bigger. So instead of saying padding 5, how about we test out padding 20? So if I go back, you know what, I'm kinda a bigger fan of padding 20. I think it looks a bit better. Maybe it's a bit too big, so let's say padding 5, so maybe 15, no, 16. This should look a bit better. Yeah, let's leave it at 16. You know what, I just realized that it also kinda makes sense to add a background color, so we can go back to the documentation and you will find a section called background in this empty component. We can click on code and you will find a class name for the main empty component, from muted 50 to this background. So we will just copy everything and we will paste it into our main empty component. So if we go back, you know what, this looks way better. We can leave it as is, and we are finally also finished with the redirect logic. As a next step, we can first of all create a new channel. This will just be test. Yeah, we can click on the button. This should create our channel and we will see the channel in our channel sidebar. So I will click on the channel, and here's already a problem. I just created a channel, and when I create a channel, I want to get redirected to this channel. So let's again open our create new channel component. We create a toast, we invalidate our queries. This is all fine, but we want to also redirect the user. So we can literally just go underneath the set open and we will say router.push because we want to redirect the user. So we can scroll a bit to the top. Let's go underneath the query client and we want to say constant router. This will be equal to use router. Use router is imported from Next navigation. Please make sure that you import it from Next navigation and not from Next router. Next, or the router, this use router hook is used because this works well for the client side. So the thing is, in Next.js there are two ways to redirect a user, using the redirect function and using the use router hook. The use router hook is designed to work on the client side in components which are marked with the use client directive. Redirect is designed for server components, so in a standard server component or maybe in a server action, in our procedures, stuff like that. That's where you want to use redirect, but you don't really want to use it in a client component. In theory it also works in certain use cases, but still it's recommended to use the use router hook in a client component, and since this is a client component, we will use the use use router hook inside of here. So underneath the set open, we can say router.push. We want to invoke it as an argument. We have to pass the href. So we can use optics. We will say /workspace / the workspace ID. So we can get a dynamic value. So $object brackets. And as the next step, we want to get the workspace ID. But currently we don't get our workspace ID. So if you have been watching this video for the last 9 hours, then you will know how to get the workspace ID. It's quite simple. We want to use the useParams hook. Underneath the router, we can just say constant params equals to useParams. This is imported from Next navigation. We can invoke it. What do we want to add? Yes, we want to add a generic. What do we want to get? We want to get a workspace ID. What is important? It has to have the same spelling as our folder name. I think we all know that, so I don't have to repeat it 10 times. Since we get our params, we can destructure them. I want to get the workspace ID. We can copy the name and we can paste it for our dynamic value. Nevertheless, we are still not finished because we want to redirect the user to the channel. So we can say /channel/channel ID. We can use our dynamic value. We will say new channel. So I want to go inside of here, new channel.id. And in theory, this should be finished. So we can save this. I will close the file and we can test it out. So if I do a hard refresh, everything still works. I will click on my beautiful button, yo, what's up? And if I click on the button, we should get redirected to this specific channel. And that's exactly what happened. It's now active and it also reflects in our URL. I mean, we don't really see it in our URL. This is just an ID. Nevertheless, everything works as expected. So we can finally continue. I will close all of these files. And what's the next step? Good question. So here's the thing. We have our form. It looks good, but it does not work. If I type something and click on the send button, do you see anything? No, that's because this button is not connected to any mutation. So we can go back and what do we want to open? We want to open our compose or message composer. Or no, I'm actually mistaken. We want to open our message input form. Yeah, there are a lot of components. It's easy to get confused. So the problem is quite simple. We have a message composer. The message composer renders our submit button. This submit button has a type of button. It does not submit our form. But in reality, this button should be connected to the message input form. Or in other words, when the user clicks on the button, we want to call this onSubmit function. So what we can do is go back to our message composer and we want to update our interface. Currently, we get our value and the onChange handler. We want to also create like an onSubmit function. So we can just say onSubmit. This will be a standard arrow function which will result in void. So this is finished. We can destructure this value, this function from our params. If we scroll to the bottom, we want to go to our send button and we can update the send button. To be specific, we can add an onClick handler. This onClick handler will be equal to onSubmit, and with that we are already finished. So if we go back to the message input form, we instantly get an error. Why is that? Well, that's because we want to add our onSubmit. OnSubmit will be an inline callback function, and we want to say onSubmit. This is the function which we created on top. We can invoke it as an argument. We want to pass form.getValues, and we want to invoke it. That's very important. So since we have this form onSubmit, in theory, everything should also work. But before we test it out, I want to also add like an pending state. So this button in our message composer is currently static. It only renders send. But if we are currently submitting, I want to render a pending state which says sending or something like that. So we can go back. We want to update the interface in the message composer. We want to say is submit, or should we say is pending? No, let's say is submitting. Why not? This will be a Boolean, and the important thing is that this could be undefined or it's optional. That's what I'm trying to say. So we can add a question mark. We can destructure the value from our params and we want to use it in our send button. So the button should be disabled first of all if we are currently submitting. So disabled will be equal to is submitting. For now, this is enough. Of course, you can also update the text text if you want to, but you know what, I think the disabled state is fine enough. I would say it's a bit better because this won't throw so many things at the user, or the user won't see so many updates in the UI. The disabled state is just nicer, that's what I'm trying to say. So I think it's time to test it out. We can just go back, I will do a hard refresh, and you know what, I'm not sure if this will work. We will test it out together. So I will just say, hello, how are you? I will click on send and message created successfully. Okay, so in theory it worked, but I'm not sure if it worked. To test it out or to verify it, instead of going to Neon, we can investigate using Prisma. We can open a second terminal tab using this plus icon. Inside of here, let's say pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. So Studio is just like an UI, could you say layer built on top of your schema. So it's pretty much your database. So it shows you all of the tables. So if I zoom in a bit, we have our models on the left side. We want to go into the message model, and in theory, we should see our message. Let me zoom in a bit. So we have the ID, the content, the image URL is null. This is wanted because we currently don't have an image. We have our timestamps, and of course, we have our references to the user. So this worked as expected. And if you look at the content, you will see something interesting. This is not a string, or I mean, I guess, yes, it's a string. It's stringified, but in theory, this is an object, a JSON object. So we stringified it, we store it in our database, and later on, once we retrieve the content, we will again pass it to normal JSON, and we will do cool things later on, but for now, this is enough. So we can just go back, we can stop Prisma Studio, we don't really need it, but we can leave the terminal tab open for later, if we might need Prisma Studio later on. So what should we do as a next step? Well, the thing is, we currently already mutate our data, or in other words, we can create messages, but we don't render these messages in our UI, which is a bit of a problem. So we can literally just go back, or here's the thing, what do we want to do? Do we want to first of all allow the user to create a message, or do we want to allow the user to upload an image? You know what? No, let's first of all fetch the images, not the images, the messages. And once we have that, we can implement our image uploads. So let's go back. We want to open our router, the index router. And currently we only have one procedure for the message route, and that's to create a message. But we want to also allow the user to get messages. So underneath create, we can say list. This will be equal to our procedure, which we currently don't have. So let's open the Explorer. We want to go into the message router or into the message file, and we will create a new procedure. So underneath this create message procedure, we can say export constant list messages. This will be equal to our base middleware. It's already imported, and we want to chain a few middlewares. Required auth middleware, required workspace middleware, and of course also Arcjet later on. So we can say .use required auth middleware. We want to chain another middleware. This will be the required workspace middleware. And as a next step, we want to chain our Arcjet middlewares. So let's open the Explorer. We have a few Arcjet middlewares. This is not new. We already know that. But what middlewares do we want to use inside of here? Well, first of all, we want to use our standard middleware to get things like bot protection and shield. But we also need rate limiting. So what would make sense in this case? Heavy write? No, we don't add data. So we want to use read because we will read data. This is a GET request. And in the GET request, we have a quite good rate limit, a very flexible rate limit with 180 requests per minute. So since we have that, or since we now know what middlewares we can chain .use standard security middleware, and we want to get the read middleware. So we want to say .use read security middleware. We can import it from our middlewares, and with that we are finished with all of our middlewares. So we can continue with the route method. We want to invoke it, destructure it. We have to pass the method. For the method, this will be post. No, I'm joking. Get, since we want to get data. We have to pass the path. For the path, this will be /messages. We want to pass a summary, so we can get a property summary. This is a string, and we will say list all messages. The last property which we want to add is the tags property. This is an array and we will just say uppercase messages. So this is finished. We can continue with our input. So I will get the input, we want to invoke it, and you know what, there is currently no input, or I don't really know what we will input, so I will just say z.void for now, but of course we will update it later on. Let's continue with our output, and for the output I also don't really know what I want to output, so we will say z.void. We can invoke it. And what's the last step? Well, the last step is to add our handler. So we can say .handler, we want to invoke it. This is a standard arrow function. We want to destructure the params, and we need, or let's get the input, the context, and you know what, let's get the errors object. So since we get all of our data, we can finally get our channels, no, our messages. So here's the thing, we can either say constant data equals to await prisma.messages.get all or find many or something like that. That works, but we want to first of all verify that the channel belongs to the user's organization. So this is a security step, or another security checkpoint, if you want to call it like that. We have Arcjet for like completely malicious users, but we also have our standard security checkpoints for, let's say, normal malicious users. So we can say constant channel, this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported, .channel.find first. We want to invoke it, destructure it, let's pass the where statement because we want to find a specific channel. We have to pass the ID, and the ID will be equal to the input which we will pass later on. So for now we can just hard code the channel, it's not very important. We want to also add the workspace ID. The workspace ID will be equal to the context.workspace.id, not ID, I'm sorry, org code. This channel could either be defined or it could be null. If this security checkpoint fails, it will be null. This will mean that the channel does not belong to the user's organization. So if it's null, we want to throw an error. We can create an if statement. If there is no channel, we can just open this and we want to say throw errors, so the errors object. What will work in this case? Forbidden. And of course, we want to invoke it. So we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, currently we use this await expression, but as you all know, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So this should be an async arrow function inside of our handler. So with that, we finally verify that the channel belongs to the user's organization. If it does not belong to the user's organization, we just throw an error, and that's it. As a next step, we can get our data. So here's the thing, later on we will implement infinite scroll. So yeah, I think you all know what infinite scroll is, but before we implement infinite scroll, I want to first of all just get my data to see if everything works and to see if we get our messages. So we can say constant data equals to await Prisma .message.find many, since we want to find many messages, and the important thing is that we have to add the where statement. We don't want to find any messages. We want to only find messages which are in this specific channel. So we can say channel ID, and this will be equal to our input. We currently don't have an input, so we will just hard code the channel ID. But of course we will fix that once we call the procedure. So since we have our data, we can also, should we select something? No, I don't think so. We can add an order by statement. We want to order by the created add timestamp, and I will say descending. It does not really matter because we will delete the code later on and instead implement infinite scroll, or in other words, the code needed for infinite scroll. So since we get our data, we can of course return it. So I will just say return data, and with that we are finished. Nevertheless, we still have an error. What's the problem? Well, the error or the problem is pretty much that I have a return, but my output says z.void. So you already know how to fix the problem. We can hover over our data. So what schema or what type does this data have? Well, first of all, our data has a lot of properties. ID, created add, author ID, but what does it follow? Well, it's quite simple. Open your schema, and in the schema you will find the message model. This is the exact exact same schema as what we return. So what we can do is literally just go back. Is this an array? Yes, it's an array. Don't worry, that's fine. We can just go back to our input or output. We want to say z.array. We can invoke it. And inside of here, we want to say z.custom. We want to again invoke it, but we want to add a generic in front. So we can say message. Message is already imported, and in theory, this error will go away. And that's exactly what happened. I have still a warning, an ESLint warning. I think I just imported something. So let's see, where is this warning? It's somewhere here. It's the input because it's not used right now. Don't worry about it. We will use it in a second, and then this ESLint warning will go away. So let's go back to our base router. This list keyword will be equal to the list messages procedure. We can import it from the message file. This is finished. We can close this, and let's open our message list component. So instead of hard coding this messages array, we will just delete the array, and instead we will call our procedure. But here's the thing, how should we fetch our data? On the server side or maybe on the client side? Good question. So in this case, since we will implement infinite scroll, it makes the most sense to fetch the data on the client side and not on the server side. In theory, yes, you can fetch the data on the server side, but in my opinion, it does not make a lot of sense. So we can just go above the return statement. We want to say constant data equals to use query. This is a hook imported from TanStack. We can import it, invoke it, and inside of here we want to construct our procedure call. So we can say oRPC.message.list.query options, and in theory this should get our data. So we can destructure our data, and as a next step we want to map over our data. So instead of saying messages.map, we will say data.map. We instantly get an error. That's because data could be undefined. That's fine. Let's just make it optional. We can add the question mark, but we still get an error regarding our message item. Type ID string is missing Okay, so what's exactly the problem? Well, let's open the message item component on the right side. So we have our interface, we get an ID, message, date, avatar, and username. But this schema does not follow our message item or our data in general, because look at the schema. We have way more properties. Author avatar, author ID, image URL, channel ID, all of these properties are not defined in this interface. So we want to update our interface. And here's a question from me to you. How would you do it? I want you to really think through it. How can you get the correct schema without hard coding all of the properties? So in reality, it's quite simple. We can just delete everything, and instead we will get a message, and this message will be equal to the type message. Message is imported from our generated folder, so @lib generated Prisma. This follows our schema, and as a next step we can update our destructured data. So instead of getting all of the properties, we want to get our message. So since we get our message, we can go back to our message list. We want to delete this spread, so we don't want to spread our message. Instead we want to get a message property, and this message property will be equal to our message. So this does not throw an error anymore, but our message item throws an error. And the reason is quite simple. We don't have an avatar. Instead, we have a message author avatar. And the thing is, this author avatar could be undefined. So we want to use the getAvatar function imported from the lib folder. We want to invoke it, and as an argument, or we have to pass two arguments. Let's first of all say message.author avatar, and as a second argument, let's say message.author name, or should we say author email? Yeah, let's say author email. So this won't throw any errors anymore. This is finished. Let's continue. We want to update the name. So instead of saying username, we will say message.user or author name. Let's update the date. So instead of passing date, we want to get our message created at. Of course, we want to also update the second date. So let's say message.created at. Let's continue with our content itself. And this is quite interesting because here's the thing. The content currently is an ugly string. So let me just show it to you. We can say message.content. Let's save this. If we go back, we in theory should see our data, but I don't see anything. What's the problem? Good question. Let's again look at our procedure. So I want to open the message file in our router. So this is the procedure, list messages, we pass our middlewares, we pass our route. I see what the problem is. For the channel ID, we just hard-coded gibberish, but this of course does not work. We want to get the real channel ID, so we can update the input. So let's go back, we can delete the z.void. Instead, we will say z.object. We can invoke it, destructure it. In the z.object, let's say channel ID, and this channel ID will be of type z.string. And as a next step, let's use our input. So instead of hard coding this gibberish, let's pass our input.channel ID. We will do the same thing for our query. Instead of hard coding this garbage, we will get our input.channel ID. So this is finished. Nevertheless, we still get an error for our query options. Expected 1 argument but got 0. So we can just destruct the query options, and we want to pass an input. For the input, we want to pass our channel ID. But where do we, or how can we get our channel ID? You should already know the answer. This is a client component, or in reality, it's not really a client component. Let's mark it with the use client directive. It's now a client component. And how can we get our channel ID? Well, it's quite simple. We want to use the useParams hook. So above our data, we can say constant. We want to destructure it. This will be equal to useParams. This is imported from next/navigation. We can pass a generic. Let's also open an object in this generic. We want to get the channel ID. This will be of type string. And of course, please make sure that it's spelled correctly. Let's get the channel ID. And for the input, I will pass the channel ID. So this is finished. Nevertheless, we still get an error. Type string is not assignable to type string channel ID string. What's the problem? Well, believe it or not, it's very simple. You want to open an object in the input, or in this object, you want to get the channel ID, and this channel ID will be equal to the channel ID which we get from our params. In theory, this should work. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, we instantly get our message. So it's loading, that's because it fetches the data on the client side, and then we see the message. But wait, this is not a string, this is something weird. So again, as mentioned, when we add content in TipTap, it renders or it stores this content as JSON. We can't store JSON in our database. Sure, in theory it works, but we don't do it. Instead, we take the JSON, we stringify it, and we store it in our database. So this is just a stringified JSON object. And as a next step, we want to literally just convert this string to a standard JSON object, and then we want to take the JSON object and convert it back into HTML. So let's go back to our code base. We want to open the message item component, and instead of rendering this p tag, we want to create a new component which will be called something like save content or something like that, which will allow us to take the content and convert it back to HTML, to sanitize it and stuff like that. So I want you to open the Explorer. Let's scroll to the bottom. We want to open the standard components folder. Let's open the rich text editor folder. And inside of here, let's create a new file. This will be called savecontent.tsx, and this will take our JSON, convert it back to HTML, and of course we will also sanitize it, because that's a super important step. So we can say export function. This will be called save content. We can just open the function, and here's the thing. Before we can do anything, we have to get our content. So above this export function, we can create an interface. This will be called iappprops, and we want to get one specific thing for now, and this will be the content. The content will be of type JSON content, because this is the type created by TipTap, or this is just the type of the JSON in general. So we can import JSON content from TipTap, this is imported, we can destructure our params. This will be of type IAppRops, and I just saw that JSON content did not import automatically, so I will do it one more time. And let's also say import type JSON content. So since we get our data, we want to destructure it, and I want to get my content. So since we get our content, in theory, we currently don't pass it, but that's fine. We want to also finally convert this JSON to HTML. So we can say constant HTML equals to, and what do we do now? Good question. So here's the thing. We will convert JSON quite often to HTML in multiple places. So I want to create a separate helper. So we can open our Explorer. Let's go into the lib folder, and I want to create a new helper. So we can say JSON to HTML.ts. Inside of here, we will take our JSON and convert it to HTML. So let's create an export function. This will be called convert JSON to HTML. We can just open the function, and in the function we want to create a try catch statement. So let's start with the try statement. We want to first of all pass JSON if it's a string. So we can say constant content. This will be equal to JSON.pass. We can invoke it, and as an argument we want to pass our JSON content. We currently don't get it, so let's update our params. I want to get JSON content. This will be of type JSON content. This is imported from TipTap. Again, it did not import automatically, so I will do it manually, and I want to import the type. So as an argument, we can pass our JSON content, and we still get an error. Argument of type JSON content is not assignable to parameter of type string, and that's correct because we are trying to pass a string, but we say, hey, the JSON content is already JSON. So this does not make sense. And the thing is, the reason why we get JSON content is because it could either be a string or it could already be JSON. So to make it work both ways, we can say constant content will be equal to type of JSON content, and we want to check what type it is. So if it's equal to type string, then we want to say JSON uppercase dot pass. As an argument, we can pass our JSON content, and if this is not true, we can use the colon and just return JSON content. So if it's a type string, we will pass it. If it's already JSON, well, then we will just return the JSON content as is. So since this is finished, we can continue. Underneath our content, we want to generate the HTML. So we can say return generate HTML. This is a function provided by TipTap, and it literally just takes your JSON content and generates HTML from this content. So let's import it from TipTap. We want to invoke it, and we have to pass two arguments. First of all, the document, the JSON content, and also our extensions. So let's first of all pass the content, and for the second argument, we will pass our base extensions. Because if you open the extensions file, you should remember that we created two arrays. First of all, base extensions, and of course, editor extensions. The thing is, the placeholder is not needed for our conversion. It's not important. So that's why I created two arrays. This is for whenever we want to convert something. So whenever we want to convert JSON to HTML, then we will use this base extensions array. But whenever we need to use it in an array instance or in an editor instance, that's what I'm trying to say, then we will use the editor extensions. So since this is finished, we can continue, and we want to finish off the catch statement. We will just console log the error. So I will say error converting JSON to HTML. In theory, in production, you would not really want to have a console log, but this is fine enough in this example. In production, you would want to log it using your logging service, throw an error, stuff like that, but this is fine enough, trust me. So since this is finished, we want to also just do an empty return at the end in the catch statement, and you know what, we can close the file. Let's go back to our save content, and in the save content, I want to convert or call the function. So we can say convert JSON to HTML. We can import the function from our lib folder, and as an argument, we want to pass our content. Once that's done, we get our HTML. But here's the thing, HTML is not safe. HTML is very insecure. So here's the thing, I created a very good video on, in general, security. It sadly did not do as well as I wanted. There are a few reasons for that, but I don't want to share them time on YouTube. Nevertheless, in this video, I cover very good security practices or best practices. And one thing I talk about is XSS attacks and also sanitation. Because here's the thing, you want to validate your data, yes, but you want to also sanitize your data. And in this video, I show an example of how I literally create an XSS attack on my own website. So yeah, it was a simple XSS attack, nevertheless, it worked. And the reason for that was quite simple. I just converted my content to HTML and I rendered it, but I never sanitized it. Because in this case, we will literally take our HTML and we will just render it, but we won't clean it or we won't sanitize it. And that's a huge problem. So how, or now you might ask me, hey Jan, okay, this makes sense to me. You want to sanitize your content and maybe also what does sanitizing mean? So what do you want to sanitize? Well, it's quite simple. You don't want to render images or, for example, scripts or anything like that. Because in this example, I created an attack using this simple image. I passed the source and an on error. This on error would pretty much, how would you say, trigger, and with that I could do anything in this on error, a script, or maybe in this case I just created a little toast. And to fix that, you want to use a package called DOM Purify. DOM Purify, let me quickly open it in Google. So you want to just search for DOM Purify, you will find this repo, and DOM Purify is a DOM only, super fast, super tolerant XSS sanitizer for HTML. So with DOM Purify you can tell the content, or you pretty much take your content and put it through this DOM Purify instance. DOM Purify will look at the content and it will throw out all of the things that look unsafe. Scripts, images, stuff like that. Of course, it won't delete H1s or paragraphs or anything like that because they are safe to use. But we don't want to use scripts. That's the most important thing. So we can first of all install DOM Purify. It's quite simple. The package is called DOM Purify. So we can open our terminal. Let's stop the dev server and let's say pnpmi DOM Purify. So this has been installed. As a next step, we can go underneath our HTML and let's say constant clean, and this will be equal to DOM Purify. DOM Purify does not import for me automatically, but don't worry, we can do it manually. So let's say import DOM Purify, and this will be from DOM Purify. So clean will be equal to this DOM Purify function. We want to call a method called sanitize, and as an argument, we want to pass our HTML. Nevertheless, we instantly get an error. Argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to type parameter of type string or node. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. If you hover over the HTML, it could be of type string or undefined. So let's open our convert or JSON to HTML file, and we want to update it a bit. Because currently I just do an empty return, but we want to always return a string. So we can add a return type parameter. This will be of type string. So with that, we tell the function, hey, you have to always return a string and you don't want to return nothing. So in this case, it instantly throws an error and it tells us, hey Jan, you are returning nothing, but you should return a string. So we can just return empty upticks or empty strings. So if we go back, the error will instantly go away. And the last step is to render our content. So we can say return, and I want to return a div, and in the div I want to render my data. But here's the thing, I want to use one more package called HTML React Parser. By the way, all of the links are in the Notion document. And what is this package? Well, this is a HTML to React parser that works both on the server, Node.js, and the client browser. So it literally just takes your HTML and converts it into one or more React elements. So we can just install it, HTML React Parser, that's the name. We can go back to our terminal and let's just say pnpmi HTML React Parser. Once that's installed, we can import it. So we will just say import parse. This will be from HTML React Parser. In our div, we can just use the parse function. We want to invoke it, and as an argument, we will pass our clean purified sanitized HTML. So since this is finished, we can close the component, or we can go back to the message item, and instead of rendering this ugly p tag, we want to render our safe content. So I will literally delete the p tag, and instead I will get my safe content component. This is self-closing, and we want to pass the property content, which will be equal to json.parse. As an argument, we can pass our message message.content. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, we won't see anything, and that's because our dev server is not running. I will restart my dev server, and in theory I should see my content in a second. So this worked nicely, I get my content. Nevertheless, let's test something out. So I will create a message, I will make this bold, I want to create another line, this will be maybe italic, so I will just make it italic. How about I create a bullet list? Yo, subscribe now. This should be it. So you know what? I will click on send. The button is not disabled, interestingly, so we have to also fix that, but we don't get our message. So what's the problem? Well, let's go back. So first of all, we want to open our message input form. This message input form currently does not revalidate our query. So what we can do is scroll to the top. We want to go above this constant form and we want to initialize our query client. So we can say constant query client. This will be equal to use query client. We want to invoke it. Since we have our query client, and I think I misspelled it, so now it's spelled correctly, we can scroll to the bottom and underneath or above this toast, we want to say query client dot invalidate paths or invalidate queries. We can invoke it. We want to destructure it. We have to pass the query key, and for the query key, we have to construct the procedure. So this will be oRPC dot channel, no, dot message dot list dot key, and in theory this should invalidate our query. So if I do a hard refresh, I get all of my data, this is fine. I will type something, and if I click on send, it should add it, or it should update my message list, and that's exactly what happened. So that's quite cool. Nevertheless, the disabled state currently does not work. So let's go back to our, what was it, message input form. No, that's where we are currently in. We want to open the message composer, and let's see why this disabled state is currently not working. Well, it's quite simple. Is submitting is an optional, you could say, property. And if we go back to our message input form, we literally don't pass it. So I will open it, and as you see here, it's optional. We did not add it. So is submitting will be equal to create message mutation dot is pending. I will do a hard refresh. I want to add some data, and if I click on send, yeah, it was disabled and I get my data. So this worked exactly as expected, which is quite cool. But here is another problem. If I remember correctly, I added a bullet list for this message, but this bullet list is not rendered, which is kinda annoying. So what we can do is go back to our save content component, and I want to get the class as a property. So underneath the content, we can get a class name, and this will be of type string. And the thing is, this will be optional. So the user can add a class name, or we as developers, but it's not required. For the div, we can add a class name, and this class name will be equal to the class name which we pass. We want to destructure the class name in our params, and I can pass it for the property. And we want to add a class name for the save content. So let's say class name, this will be equal to text sm, break words to not overflow the container, prose, because we want to use the typography plugin. On dark mode, I want to use prose-invert, maximum width none, and marker text primary. So if we go back, I should see my bullet list, and that's exactly what happened. So this works nicely, and I think we are finished with our mutation layer, or in general we are finished with creating a message and then seeing it in our message list component. So since we made a lot of changes, I think it makes quite a lot of sense to create a new branch and pretty much just save all of our changes. So we want to commit our changes. Let's go back to our code base. We can open the terminal. I will stop my dev server, and I want to create a new branch. So let's say git checkout -b. This will be step 8, basic messaging. So it switched me into the new branch. We can open our source control. I will generate a new commit message. You can also do that once finished. So this takes a bit because we have a lot of files. So it generated something. Let's click on commit and of course publish branch. Let's head over back to GitHub to our repo and we instantly get a warning or a pop-up, new changes, compare and create a pull request. That's exactly what we will do. It added a title and a description and I want to click on create pull request. So since this all looks good, we can just click on merge, or you know what, let's add an icon, why not, rocket, and let's merge the pull request. Since this has been merged, we can head over back to GitHub. I want to fetch all of, or no, don't fetch anything. Instead, we want to switch back into our main branch. That's super important. And we instantly get this pop-up which says, hey, sync your changes. That's what we want to do. If you don't get this pop-up, then please click on fetch from all remotes. So I will click on sync to changes. So it should sync everything, pull the changes, and we should not get any errors. So this was successful. I have all of my data synced. We have a new nice branch. You know what? I can make it a bit smaller. Then you will see our commit history a bit bigger. You know what? I can open a tool, a nice little tool called GitKraken. This is not sponsored, by the way. Nevertheless, using GitKraken, you can see your commit history even better. So I will open my folder quickly. And as you see here, this is the commit history. Can I zoom in a bit? Let's see. I think this is already the max zoom, 130%. I hope you can see something. So the left thing, or the left side, this is our main branch, and the right side, these are all of our sub branches. Step 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and of course 8. So I will leave a link down below in my YouTube description for GitKraken if you want to test it out. It's a cool product. I like to use it privately. Nevertheless, this is not sponsored. I just wanted to show you how our commit history, how our commit graph in general looks like. So since we are finished with step 8, I want to finally continue with step number 9. So as a next step, I want to continue with infinite scroll, because currently, yes, we get our items, but there's no infinite scroll implemented, and also the order is incorrect. What I mean by that is this is the latest item. So this was created at 1602. This item was created at 1508. This should be rendered at the bottom, and this text should be rendered at the top. So the reverse, or the order is incorrect. We want to reverse it, and of course infinite scroll is super important, because let's imagine the following. What is if your list has 5,000, or not list, your channel has 5,000 messages? Loading them all at once would create a lot of load on your server, and in general it would be slow because that's a lot of data. So you want to just load as a first request, or for the first fresh request, you want to just load a subset of all of these items. So let's say the latest 50 messages or 30 messages or 100 messages. This depends on your scale. I would say 30 is a quite good default for our scale. So you want to get the first 30 items, and once the user scrolls to the top, you want to load another 30 items, and then again another 30 items. And we don't want to really have the standard pagination, because I think you all know standard pagination, where you at the bottom have like these numbers, page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This works, but for our application, for this type of application, infinite scroll is just better for the user experience. So now, since we know that we want to implement pagination, because infinite scroll at the end is pagination, it's just a different format. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, how should we implement infinite scroll? Because here's the thing, there are two types of pagination. You have cursor-based pagination and offset-based pagination. When you use offset-based pagination, you literally work with pages. So let's say page 1 has, or all of your pages have 30 items, then you would load page 1. Once the user clicks on page 2, you would just switch to page 2 and you would offset 30 items. This works for a small scale, but it's not scalable, because you have to literally, I'm not sure how to explain it, but the thing is, this creates a lot of load on your database. It's not scalable. This offset is not very fast. It works for, let's say, 1,000 items. This is fine. But once you are, let's say, at Facebook scale, and not even Facebook scale, even at our scale, it does not make any sense to use offset pagination. You know what? Let me go to Google. Maybe there is a nice image on offset pagination versus cursor pagination. So I guess this picture works quite well. On the left side, you have offset pagination with multiple pages. And let's say you want to see the next page, page 12. If you want to do that, you have to offset X amount of rows. This is not very scalable. With cursor-based pagination, you work with an identifier. So instead of having page numbers 1, 2, 3, instead you use a cursor. The cursor is a unique identifier. Often it's either an ID or a timestamp. In my opinion, a timestamp is not the best solution. It's always better to use an ID. Nevertheless, both work because they are pretty much unique. And then these identifiers mark the position in the data set. So you can tell the system, you can tell the database, hey, give me the next 10 items after this cursor, so after this ID or timestamp. Or of course, give me the previous 10 items which are before this cursor. This is better because this has stable keys and it never changes. Because with offset pagination, whenever you do mutations, this pretty much moves the offset, which breaks a few things. So honestly, even though offset in theory is easier to implement at the start, it's not as complex. It becomes more complex once you scale because there are a lot of edge cases which you have to handle. So in this case, you will see that you just use this next cursor 205, and with that you tell your database, hey, get me the next items after this cursor. So since we know what options we have, I think we can continue. So let's go back to our application, and to implement infinite scroll, we want to first of all update our message router, because currently this only gets all of our messages, but we want to implement pagination. So first of all, we want to update our input. I want to get the channel ID, I want to get the limit, and the limit is how many items we want to get. 30 messages, 50 messages, 100 messages. So we can say this is of type z.number. I want to invoke it. Dot minimum. For the minimum, this will be at least one item. Of course, we can say dot maximum. This will be 100, and I want to say that this should be optional. So the user does not have, or we as developers don't have to add a limit, but it would be quite nice. And the maximum is 100, so we can only get 100 messages. Of course, you could maybe make it a bit bigger. 200 is also fine, but we in most cases will say 30. As a next step, we want to get our cursor. This is the unique identifier. This will be of type z.string. We can invoke it, and this will be .optional. Why will this be optional? Well, that's because when we first load our page, it will be undefined. We won't have a cursor. Only once we scroll to the top, we will have a cursor, because the initial load will literally just get the latest 30 messages or 50 messages. So since our input is finished, we can continue. Should we update our output? I mean, yeah, sure. So we want to get, what do we have? Our custom message. This is fine. We want to get our message, but I want to also output the next cursor. So when the user scrolls to the top, we have to know what the next cursor will be so that we can input it for the input itself. So the next cursor is what we will pass for the cursor in the input. So we can just go, or we can copy the code in the output, and I want to say z.object. I can invoke it. Let me also zoom in a bit. So I want to destructure it. I want to get my items. This will be of this type, which I just copied, z-array custom message. Of course, I want to return the next cursor. This will be of type string, and as mentioned, this will be optional, so we can just say optional. Is next cursor spelled correctly? I think so, so we can continue. Let's continue with our handler. So we want to first of all have this verify function. This works. We don't need to update it at all. So I will just delete this constant data. We won't need it anymore. I can delete the return statement, and underneath this if statement, we want to first of all get our limit, because the limit is optional. So we can say constant limit. This will be equal to input.limit, but if it's not defined, we can use nullish coalescence, and we will say 30. So 30 is the default if we as developers don't add anything for the limit. Let's continue by getting our data, and you know what? Let's first of all write the code, and after that I will explain the code. So we can say constant messages. This will be equal to await Prisma. await Prisma, my god, Prisma is already imported, .message.find many. So we want to still find many messages. I want to add the where statement. We want to find specific messages where the channel ID matches the input.channel ID. So this did not change. This is still the same where statement, but our data will now update. Because here's the thing, I want you to do the following. Do or add 3 dots, so we want to spread, we want to add parentheses, not base, what was that? We want to invoke it, input.cursor, and as a next step I want to add a ternary, because as you know the cursor is optional, it won't be always defined. So we can add a question mark. Let's just open a standard object. I want to say cursor will be equal to an object, and what cursor will we use? As mentioned, for the cursor we will use, or we want to use, a unique identifier. Inside of here we want to pass an ID, and this will be equal to input.cursor. Underneath the cursor we can add skip, and this will be 1. I know this currently looks confusing, don't worry about it. Let's finish off this code and it will make a lot of sense, trust me. Underneath or after these object brackets we can use our ternary, and if it's not defined we want to just return an empty object. So this is finished, but we want to still update or continue with the query. We want to add a take statement. This will be equal to the limit. So this is how many messages we want to get from our query. We want to add an order by statement. This will be an array. We can add an object. I want to say created at. This will be descending, and there's one more thing which I want to add. So another object. This will be ID, and the ID will also be descending. So we are almost finished. Underneath our query we want to generate the next cursor, so we can say constant next cursor. This will be equal to messages.length. If this is equal to our limit we can add a question mark. We want to say messages. I want to pass an index, so we can say messages.length -1, but this currently only gets the message. We want to get the ID because the ID is our stable identifier which we will use for our cursor. So at the end I can say .id. If this is not defined I will just return undefined. So we get our next cursor, and the last step is to return our items. So we want to return an object. I will return first of all my items. This will be of type messages, or the value will be messages, and of course I want to return the next cursor. So what did we just do? Good question, because I know the code looks a bit complicated, but it's not really complicated. So let's go to the top and I will explain everything from the beginning. So first of all we have our input. I want to get the channel ID. I want to get the limit. The limit is how many items we want to get. It offers, or we have a range from 1 to 100, but the default is 30. We want to get the cursor. The cursor is the ID of the last message from the previous page. So this is the unique identifier. In most cases people use IDs. That's what we also will do in this case, but you can also use, for example, the created at timestamp. But in my opinion it's not a good idea to use the created at timestamp. So we can continue. The output is literally just what we return. I think I don't have to really explain the output, so let's just continue. We have our query. So inside of here we first of all get our messages. So using Prisma, message.find many. This is nothing new. We already did that before. We add our where statement because of course we want to only find specific messages which are connected to this specific channel ID. And as a next step we added this ternary, and we also spread our input. This looks confusing. So we have this ternary so that we can check if we have already a cursor. If we have a cursor, this means that the user literally already scrolled to the top. So if we have a cursor, we want to add the cursor. So input.cursor tells Prisma to start from the message with this specific ID, and we add the skip 1 because we want to skip the specific cursor itself, because we don't want to get this message which we already added. This is our last message, so that's why we skip 1. If we don't have a cursor, this pretty much means, hey, it's undefined. We are on the first page. So no cursor properties are added. The query starts from the beginning. We add a take statement because we want to only get X amount of results. In this case, 30, 50, 60, whatever. Of course, we have an order by statement, and this order by is relatively interesting interesting because this is what you call stable ordering. First of all, we have our primary sort. This means, hey, I want to get the newest messages first, descending. We have a secondary sort, which is the ID. This is needed because if the timestamps are identical, then we want to use the ID as a tiebreaker. So this is quite important because you have to think about scalability. Sometimes there are examples where users can send a message at exactly the same time, like literally to the millisecond. And if this is the case, we need a secondary sort. And this is why we have the ID. The ID is always unique. The created at timestamp in theory could be not unique. As a next step, we add our next cursor, and this determines if there are any more pages which we want to fetch later on. So if the messages.length is equal to the limit, so if we get exactly the number we asked for, then this means that there might be more messages. So if this is the case, we want to get the ID of the last message as our cursor. If this is not true, so that's why we added the colon, then this means we got fewer messages than requested. So there are no messages anymore which we can load. So that's why we added undefined. There's nothing to fetch anymore. So the next cursor will be undefined. This will tell our component, hey, the user has already all messages, no need to fetch anything anymore. Of course, we return our data, and with that, we are finished. So the message router is finished, the procedure, and I want to continue with the message list component. So for the message list, you know what? Let's go back to Google. I will search for TanStack query. Inside of here, I want to search for infinite scroll, so infinite queries, I guess, yeah, that's what I want. And this will already explain what infinite queries are and how they work. Rendering lists that can load more data onto an existing set of data or infinite scroll is also a very common UI pattern. TanStack Query supports a useful version of useQuery called useInfiniteQuery for getting these types of lists. When using this useInfiniteQuery, you'll notice a few things that are different. Data is now an object containing the infinite query data. Data.pages is an array containing the fetched pages. Data.pageParams is an array containing the page params used to fetch the pages. The fetch next page and fetch previous page functions are now available. Fetch next page is required. The initial page param is an option and it's now available and required to specify the initial page param. This could either be undefined or the cursor param itself. They also have the has next page. This is a boolean, so if there are more items, this will be true. If not, it will be false. And of course, there's also this has previous page. This is a boolean, and this tells us true if there are previous pages, pretty much. So yeah, this is it, and I think we can already implement it. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this code example. We want to invoke it. We have to pass a query key, not really. We have to pass a query function, also not really, because we use oRPC, and of course get next page param. So you know what, let's first of all implement the code, and as always, I will explain everything once implemented. So I will just head over back to my example, to the code base, to the message list component. This is important, and I can delete the whole query because we will start off fresh. So at the top I will say constant, and you know what, I will first of all create like a helper function, and we will pass the helper function later on into this useInfiniteQuery function. So we can say constant infinite options. This will be equal to oRPC. oRPC is already imported. .message.list.infinite options, not query options, infinite options. Oh my god, infinite key. What the hell is wrong with you, my friend? So we can invoke it, destructure it, and there's one important thing that we have to already get started with. This is the input. This is what we want to pass. The input will be just a standard return function, and we want to also destructure the function. Inside of here, we have to pass three things. First of all, the channel ID. The channel ID will be equal to our channel ID, which I get from the useParams hook. As a next step, I want to add my cursor. The cursor will be equal to page param. but I don't get a page param. Well, I want to update the params. This will be, or I want to get the page param, and this will be of type string or undefined. We will pass it later on. So once that's done, we can just say page param for the cursor. This is finished, and there's one more thing missing. This is the limit. For the limit, this is optional. You don't even have to pass it, but in this case, it makes sense to, for example, say 30. I know this is already the default, but we will just add it because it's easier to understand. So once that's done, we want to go underneath the input. I want to get the initial page param, and the initial page param will be undefined because there is no param, there is no cursor. So we can continue. We want to get the get next page param. This will just be a standard callback function, and I want to say last page. We don't get a last page. We want to get it in the params. So last page. So I want to say last page dot next cursor. I want to continue with the query key. You know what? No, let's skip the query key. I don't care about it. Instead, I want to get select. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, if you already used this hook, use infinite query, then you will know that select is not really required. So why do I add it here? Good question. Let's head over back to the documentation. I will zoom out a bit. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you should find a section called what is if I want to show the pages in reversed order. And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to not render the newest message at the top, but instead at the bottom. So sometimes you want to show the pages in reversed order. If this is the case, you can use the select option. So that's why I use it inside of here. So this will just be again a standard function. We want to return it, destructure it, and I want to pass two main things. If you go to the documentation, they will show you first of all pages and page params. So first of all, I want to get my pages. Pages will be equal to an array. In the array, I want to spread my data. We can get the data from our params. Just look at the documentation. This is exactly what we are currently doing. So data.pages in this array. At the end, we can just call reverse exactly as in the documentation. After the pages, we want to get our page params. For the page params, this will be an array. In the array, we want to say date or data.page params. So we want to spread the page params, and at the end I will say .reverse. So this will reverse our items. So we are finished with the infinite options, but of course they have to be implemented in the use infinite query hook. So I want to go underneath infinite options and I want to implement it. So I will say constant query. This will be equal to use infinite query. This is imported from TanStack. I can invoke it, destructure it. We want to first of all spread our infinite options. So let's do that. Yeah, infinite options, that's how it's called. I will copy paste it. As a next step, we want to add a stale time. This will just be 30_000. And there's one more property which I want to add, refetch on window focus. I don't want to do that, so this will be false. I think the default is true, but in this case I don't want to refetch on window focus. So our query is finished. We get our data pretty much. So as the next step, I want to create a flat map. Initially, it might not make a lot of sense, but you will understand it in a second, trust me. So underneath the query, we can say constant items. This will be equal to use memo. This is a hook from React. We can import it, and I want to create a standard arrow function. Inside of the arrow function, we can say return query.data.pages.flatMap. We want to invoke it, and I want to create a callback function. In the params, I will just get p, and I want to return p.items. This in theory could be not defined, so I want to use nullish core listen and return an empty array. Nevertheless, we still get an error. That's because we have to add like the dependency array. This is an array, and we will pass our query.data. So why did we just do this? Well, that's a very good question and a valid question. So it's relatively simple. This query currently returns pages of messages. Data.pages, so we can look at it in detail. Pages, this pages is an array of objects. Each page has a message array, and what we need is a single flat array of messages. So using this array, this flat map, we literally just get an array with all of our messages. So this makes just our lives a bit easier. Use memo is there to cache the instance. So this is just a nice helper. You in theory don't really need the flat map. You can also do it inside of here. You don't need the use memo, but this makes your application faster, so it makes a lot of sense to use this use memo hook. Since we get our items, I think we can also map over them. Why not? So we can just scroll a bit below. Instead of saying data.map, we want to say items.map, and in theory, this should work. So I can delete use query, I don't need it anymore. If we go back and do a hard refresh, well, we should get our data, and that's exactly what happened. I guess cool? I don't know. Nevertheless, is this reversed? Wait, 508, 1602. This is not reversed. So why is this not reversed? So let's go back. We added this code. Did it not work? No, this page's reversal does not work for our specific example. So because the thing is, we want to reverse our items. So we can literally delete the code. We want to still have the pages property. This will be equal to our array. In the array, we want to spread the data.pages, but instead of calling .reverse, I want to map over this. So .map as a param, we can say p. This will just be a standard return function. We want to destructure it. I want to spread p p comma items. Items is an array. In the array, I want to spread p dot items. At the end, so after the array, I want to call the reverse method. And in theory, this should work. No, not quite yet. At the end, after all of this, we want to also call again .reverse. I can invoke it, add a comma. So let's first of all test it out, then I will explain it. So if I do a hard refresh, at the bottom I get my newest item, 1601, at the top 1508. So this worked as expected. But why did we just add this code? What does it do? Good question. So first of all, this data.pages is a shallow copy. So this just avoids mutating the original data. This is a quite good practice, and that's also why we do it down below. Nevertheless, as a next step, we we use the map method. We do all of this weird code .reverse. What does it do? So for each page p, that's how we call it, we copy the page and reverse its items array, because p has an items array. We reverse this array. At the end, we call this reverse, and this literally just reverses the array of pages. So we reverse our items, we reverse our pages, and with that we get our newest items, which is exactly what we wanted. By the way, before we continue, how about we destructure our items? Not items, I'm sorry, I mean the query. We can just destructure it. I want to get the data, we can get a fetch next page, has next page, of course is fetching next page, maybe is loading, and how about we get the error state? Why not? So these are all of the properties. We have to update the use memo hook in general. Instead of saying query.data, we can just say data. And for the dependency array, instead of saying query.data, we can just say data. This is just a bit easier because we will later on need all of these properties, so it makes sense to destructure all of them already right now. So since we have all of that, I want to continue with a use effect hook, because here's the thing. If I go back and do a hard refresh, what do I see? Well, the thing is, I'm currently quite zoomed out, so let me zoom in. This is a bit better. I will again do a hard refresh. What do you see instantly? You get your old messages. I want you to see the newest message instantly, but the thing is, the newest message is at the bottom, because we implemented reverse scroll. We don't see the newest messages at the top, but at the bottom. And if the user does a hard refresh, of course the web browser scrolls to the top. This is how the web browser works. It's quite natural. Most pages start at the top, and then the user scrolls to the bottom to get all of the content. But this application works differently. We first of all have the newest messages at the bottom, and then the user scrolls to the top. That's what you call a reverse scroll operation, pretty much. Our items are reversed. So that's why we have to implement a use effect hook, which will scroll the user to the bottom on initial load. So we can just go back. I want to go underneath, or let's go above the items, why not? And let's say inside of here, we want to get the use effect hook from React. I think you all know how to configure it. This is just a standard arrow function. We have to add a dependency array later on, but for now, this is fine enough. So first of all, I want to know if the user has scrolled already. So what we can do is literally just go to the top, and I want to create a state, I want to create state. So above the infinite options, we can say constant and we want to create state, so this will be equal to use state. The initial value will be false, and in the array brackets I want to get a getter and setter. The getter will be has initial squalled, and the getter will be set has initial squalled. So since this is finished, we can scroll to the bottom. Let's update the use effect hook. Inside of here I want to create an if statement. If the user has not initial squalled, so please use the exclamation mark, and we can use this double and sign, we have data.pages.length. So if we have data, then this is a good sign. So we can open an object. I want to say constant el. This will be equal to a ref. So at the top, I want to create a scroll ref. I know this currently is a lot, it's confusing, but it will make sense in a second. So underneath our state, we can create a ref. This will be called scroll ref. This will be equal to use ref. Use ref is imported from React. The initial value will be null. So we can copy the name scroll ref. I want to go back to my use effect hook. Inside of here, I will say constant el. This is just pretty much the short form for element. This will be equal to scroll ref dot current. Since we get our element, we can create an if statement. If we have an element, I want to say el element dot scroll top, and sadly I don't get any TypeScript typings, or I don't get any TypeScript help. Why is that? Well, it's quite simple. We want to add a generic for the use ref. So I will say this will be an HTML div element, or this will just be null. So vertical line, null. If I again scroll to the bottom, we first of all don't get our error anymore. And if I say el.scrollTop, I don't get the error anymore. This will be equal to el.scrollHeight. And as a next step, we can say set has initial scrolled. As an argument, we can pass true, and we are still not finished because the use effect hook needs an initial value. Or not initial value, but this dependency array. For the dependency array, we want to say has initial scrolled, and of course data.pages.length. So if I do a hard refresh, nothing will work, or in other words, we are still scrolled to the top. What's the problem? Well, it's relatively simple. We want to connect our ref to our div. So this div wraps our item mapping. So for this div, I can just say ref will be equal to scroll ref. In theory, I guess it should work. So we can just go back, do a hard refresh, and let's see. I got scrolled to the bottom instantly. So if I again do a hard refresh, boom, I should be instantly at the bottom. And that's exactly what happened. Wow, that's super cool. So as a next step, I want to fetch new data if the user scrolls to the top. And the thing is, we want to also preserve the scroll position. So again, let's first of all write the code, and I think you understand what this use effect hook does. If not, let me quickly explain it. So first of all, we implemented this has initial scrolled. The initial value is false because the user initially did not scroll, and we will use it, or this boolean is literally just there to know if we had this bottom, how would you call it, this bottom scroll. Yes, that's the word I was looking for, because initially it's of course false, but once we have our use effect hook, it will update the boolean and it will set it to true. And that's why we have the if statement. If the user hasn't been scrolled yet and we have data, so we have items, then we want to run the use effect hook. That's why we created the if statement. It's very important. As a next step, we have this constant el equals to scrollref.current. Then we have an if statement. What does that mean? So we want to scroll to the bottom on the first successful load. We literally just get our element using this useRef, and this el.scrollTop equals to el.scrollHeight literally just moves the items, or what I mean is actually the page, to the bottom. So it's quite simple code, to be quite honest with you. And that's why it works as expected right now. So if I do a hard refresh, the boolean will be set to false. The use effect hook will run. It will see, hey, we can fetch to the bottom because we have items, not fetch. We can scroll to the bottom since we have items. And that's exactly what the use effect hook did for us. And it works because we have the ref. And that's also why I had to add the ref for the div, which specifically wraps our items, or the map wrapping in general. So as a next step, I want to fetch new items, because currently if the user scrolls to the top, okay, we don't have a lot of items, but in theory, if I would have more items, it would still not scroll to the top. So as a next step, I want to call a function, or I want to create a function which will be called something like handle scroll or something like that. So underneath this use effect, but above our items, we can say constant handle scroll. This will be a standard arrow function, which we can just open. Let's get our element first of all. So constant el, this will be equal to the scroll ref.current. I want to continue. If there is no element, of course, I want to just return nothing. So return empty. So as a next step, we already know that we have an element. So I want to create another if statement. So if element.scroll top is smaller than or equal to 80, and, so I want to use double and signs, has next page. This is the structured from the use infinite query hook. If this is true, and of course, if is fetching is not true, is fetching is not the structured currently, so I will just go back to the use infinite query. I want to get is fetching. So if it's not fetching new items, we can open the if statement. In the if statement, we can say constant previous scroll height. This will be equal to element.scroll height. As a next step, we can say constant previous scroll top. This will be equal to element.scroll top. The last thing I want to do is literally call or query more data. So we can say fetch next page. This is the structured. We want to invoke it since this is a function, and we want to say dot then. This is a standard arrow function, so I will just open it, and in this arrow function, I want to preserve the viewport position after prepending all the messages. So I will just say constant new scroll height. This will be equal to el.scroll height. After that, we can say el.scroll top will be equal to new scroll height minus previous scroll height plus previous scroll top. So this code looks very confusing. What did we just do? So this function is there to fetch new data. So if the user scrolls to the complete top, we want to fetch new data. This is like an indicator which tells TanStack query, hey TanStack, get new data. So this function has an if statement. First of all, we check if we even have an element. If not, we just return the statement. This means something went wrong. But if we have the element in general, we have an if statement. And first of all, we check that the user scrolled within 80 pixels of the top, because this means, hey, the user probably wants to get new data. So if it's smaller than or equal to 80 pixels of the top in general, then we want to get data. Of course, we also have these checks. So first of all, and has next page. So we want to be 80 pixels off the top. We want to have more data, because has next page literally just says, hey, are there more or is there more data after this data? If this is true, then this means we can fetch data. If this is false, then this means there is nothing to fetch, and this if statement won't run. And also we check that we are not fetching right now, because if is fetching is true, then this means that this function already worked. It already ran, if you want to say it like that. So if it's not fetching, then we want to fetch data. So first, let me summarize it again. If we are 80 pixels from the top, if we have more data, and if we are not fetching, I want to get my data. But now I created this previous scroll height, previous scroll top, then this weird thing. What is all of this code? Well, it's quite simple. I want to preserve the scroll position after prepending all the messages. So first of all, we save the previous scroll height and previous scroll to top. So these two elements. After our fetch, so after we call fetch next page, we compute the new scroll height. After we have the new scroll height, we literally set scroll to top to the new scroll height minus the previous scroll height plus the previous scroll to top. So that's what we do. And with that, we just get a nicer user experience, if this makes sense. Nevertheless, this function is currently not called anywhere. So we can scroll to the bottom. We want to go to this wrapping div, and I want to add an onScroll property. OnScroll will be equal to handle scroll, and in theory, this should already work. So you know what? Let's test it out. So if I do a hard refresh, well, nothing will work. That's because we currently only have 1, 2, 3, 4 items. That's it. But let me go into my TeamFlow YouTube organization. I think I had a few more messages. Well, no, seems like I was incorrect. So we only have these items. So can we test it out if it works? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 items. I guess we can test it out. So I will say for the limit, 3 in total. I have to zoom in quite a bit. So yeah, this is quite zoomed in. I will do a hard refresh. In theory, I should only get 3 items. 1, 2, 3. And if I scroll to the top, it should fetch the 4th item. And that's exactly what happened. There was still a little like flash. This is not quite wanted, but don't worry, I will fix all of that a bit later on. We already see that we fetch our data, which is quite cool. You know what? We can also add like a little loading indicator when we fetch our data. So underneath this items mapping in general, I can just say if is fetching is true, and also if there is no is fetching next page. What I mean by that is I want to only show this indicator if we are doing a hard refresh. If we are fetching more data, I for now don't want to show any indicator. We will change that later on, but this is for now just basic testing. If this is true, we can use a ternary. I will just return a div, not a strings, but a div. In the div, I will just say fetching ... We can quickly style it, why not? Let's just say padding y2, text center to centered in the middle, text SM, maybe text muted foreground, and if this is not true, I will just use the colon and return null. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, it should say fetching ... and that's exactly what happened. So we can save this. I will scroll quickly to the top. Instead of having a limit of 3, I will change it back to 30. And you know what? As a next step, I want to test if creating messages still works, because I think it's broken. So if I say hello, how are you? Will it work? I honestly don't know. Let's see. And where is my message? It worked. Hello, how are you? This is quite interesting. So if I do a hard refresh, it gets all of my data. This is nice. I actually did not expect that. Nevertheless, it still has a problem. But you know what? I will add a few messages. So in total, I will create about, let's say, 30 messages. Or not 30, let's like say 20. This is also already enough. Alright, so I added a few items. If I do a hard refresh, it instantly scrolls me to the bottom. This works nicely. If I scroll to the top, I see all of my items. This also works as expected. Nevertheless, currently we don't have any infinite scroll. That's because I don't have 30 items, but more like 16 or something like that. But we can test it out. For the limit, instead of saying 30, I will say 10. If I go back and do a hard refresh, I should get scrolled to the bottom. That's exactly what happened. Quite cool. Let's scroll to the top and it should fetch new items. So it fetched new items. It did not change the scroll position, because if I now scroll to the top, I get my items. So let's test it out again. I will do a hard refresh. I will get scrolled to the bottom. This is what I wanted. I will scroll to the top, bam, and it should fetch my data. Ooh, that's quite cool. And it's pretty much jumped to the top. That's because my mouse had infinite scroll on. I want to test it one more time. I will do a hard refresh. I'm scroll to the bottom. I will scroll to the top. I should fetch new items and I get it at the top. So if I scroll to the top, bam, here are all of my messages. And this scroll preservation works quite nicely, because if I scroll to the top, it does not jump or anything like that. It just stays where it was, and I can scroll to the top to get more items. So this is super cool. It worked exactly as expected, and it also only fetches new data if we are 80 pixels away from the top. So this works quite nicely, and we are finished with the basic version of infinite scroll. And you should already be proud of yourself, because believe it or not, this was not as easy as some people might think. You have to really think through the process to understand how to implement infinite scroll the right way, including reverse scroll, because this is not simple infinite scroll, this is reverse scroll. This is even harder than normal scroll. Alright, so as a next step, when a user creates a message, I want to scroll the user to the bottom, because currently this does not happen. And that's a little bit annoying, to be quite honest with you. So first of all, we can go back to our code base. I want to delete this isFetching state. Honestly, it looks kinda ugly and it annoys me. And for to scroll the user to the bottom, we first of all have to create new state. And this state will help us to fetch, or not fetch, but it will help us to scroll the user to the bottom when a new message arrives. So first of all, let's scroll to the top. I want to go underneath the scroll ref, and let's create a new ref. This will be like the bottom ref. So we can say constant bottom ref. This will be equal to use ref. Use ref, or the initial value, will of course be null, and we have to add the generic. For the generic, this will literally be the same thing. HTML div element or null, because the initial value is null. That's why we have to add the second state, null. If we would have instantly a state, then of course null would not be needed. So this is the first thing. This is the ref. I want to also add state. This will be there if, or this is a state which will tell us if we are already at the bottom or not. So I can just create these array brackets. This will be equal to use state. The initial value will be false. We want to of course create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be is at bottom, and if it's not, or not if it's, but we want to of course create a setter which will be set is at bottom. So this is finished. We want to create another state. This will be for new messages. So I want to say constant new messages, or this will be state. So this will be first of all equal to use state. The initial value will be false, and in our array we can just say new messages, and of course we want to create a setter. This will be set new messages. So this is just a simple boolean which will tell us if there are new messages or not. If so, we will render like a button which will say, hey, I don't know, scroll to the bottom or something like that. Or it will be used in multiple places. It will first of all be used to scroll the user to the bottom, but if the user is scrolled completely to the top, we will just render a button which will say, hey user, do you want to scroll to the bottom because there are new messages? So something like that. There is one more ref which I need. So I want to go underneath the new messages, and this will be the last item ID ref. So we can say constant last item ID ref. This will be equal to use ref. I want to invoke it. The initial value will be undefined. Of course, I want to add a generic because this use ref can have two types or two states. It could either be undefined or it could be a string, the ID. So we will say string or vertical line undefined. So this is finished. I think these are all of the states and refs which we will need in this video. As a next step, we want to scroll to the bottom. Let's continue with our use effect hook. So this use effect hook is there to scroll the user to the bottom on initial load. But there's one thing which I want to change, or in other words add. After this set has initial scrolled, I want to also set is at bottom to true, because this means the user is at the bottom. So this is finished. Underneath this use effect, I want to create in theory another use effect, but you know what? Let's for now skip it. I don't want to confuse you. So as a next step, I want to update the handle scroll function underneath our if statement with this el.scrollTop. After all of that, I want to just say set is at bottom. I want to invoke it as an argument. I will pass a function called is near bottom. As a next step, I want to create a constant which will tell us if we are currently near the bottom or not. So we can just go underneath the use effect, it does not really matter, and I will create a constant is near bottom. This will be equal not really to a standard arrow function, but we want to return it instantly, and I want to first of all get my element. So in the params, we can get an element. This will be of type HTML div element, and where we return it, we can say el.scrollHeight minus el.scrollTop minus el.slineHeight, and this should be smaller than or equal to 80. So I know this looks a little bit confusing, but don't worry, I will explain it in a second. Let's for now continue. As a next step, I want to update the handle scroll file or function. So underneath this if statement, we want to just say set is at bottom. We want to invoke it as an argument. I will pass my is near bottom function, and this function has to be invoked as an argument. We will just pass our element el. So we are almost finished. There's one more thing missing, and that's a use effect hook to push the user to the bottom. So underneath this items, I will just create another use effect hook. I want to invoke it. I want to create the standard arrow function, and inside of here, I want to detect new messages appended at the end, and then of course auto scroll the user to the bottom. So first of all, we can create an if statement. If there are no items.length, then this means that we don't have any data, so we can just return nothing, so an empty return. As a next step, I want to get the last ID. So I will say constant last ID. This will be equal to the items. I want to get my index, so we will pass these array brackets, items.length minus 1. I want to get the ID from this item, so I can just say .id. So this looks good. If you hover over the last ID, this will be of type string, so we can continue. Underneath the last ID, I want to get the previous last ID, so I will say constant previous last ID. This will be equal to last item ID ref. This is the ID which we created at the top, .current. So after that, we can say constant el element equals to scroll ref.current. Since we have our element, we can create an if statement. And yes, I know this looks confusing. Don't worry, it's actually not complicated at all, and I will explain it in a second. First of all, we want to create an if statement, and we want to check that we have a previous last ID, and also that the last ID is not equal to the previous last ID. So I will say if we have a previous last ID, and so I want to use double and signs, the last ID is not equal to the previous last ID, we can just open this, and I want to create another if statement. So if the element is there, if it's defined, and also, so two double and signs, if our is near bottom function returns true. So as an argument, we can pass element. I want to open this, and I want to stick to the bottom if the user is already near the bottom. So I will just say request animation frame. This is a function provided by, how would you say, JS itself. So request animation frame. This is a standard function, or this is something we have to invoke. Inside of here, I will create a standard arrow function, and I want to say el.scrollTop, which will be equal to element.scrollHeight. Yes, I know this looks confusing. Don't worry, it's not confusing at all. So this is almost finished. We want to also update our state, so we can go underneath the request animation frame function, but we want to stay in the if statement, and I will say set new messages. This will be false, and of course I want to say set is at bottom, which will be true, because this will scroll the user to the bottom. If this is not true, I will just add an else statement, and I will say set new messages, which will be true. So this is almost finished. After this main if statement in the use effect, I will just say last item ID ref dot current will be equal to last ID. So this looks quite good. Nevertheless, we have to add a dependency array. For the dependency array, I want to just add my items. So yes, this looks a little bit weird, but I think we can already test it out. So we want to just scroll to the bottom. After this items, so in this main div, which wraps the items, we want to literally just create another div, and this div will only house our ref, the bottom ref. So I will say ref, and this will be equal to the bottom ref. If I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, literally nothing will change. It will still scroll the user to the bottom. This is what we wanted, right? But if I add a message, something like, yo, what's up, and click on send, in theory, it should scroll to the bottom. So it sent the message, I should get it, in theory, yo, what's up. Okay, let's test something else, something like subscribe now, because I honestly did not see that it scrolled. So subscribe now, I will click on send, we don't see the item, we don't see it, and boom, it scrolled to the bottom. This is kinda cool, I will be honest with you. But before we continue, of course, I think you want to know what we just did. And this is a good question, because you want to always understand the code that you write. Yes, a lot of people use AI. AI is cool, but if you don't understand what your code does, then you are pretty much, I think you know what I'm trying to say. You're not in a good place. So let's start from the top. So first of all, let's start with our refs and the use state which I created. So we have the set is at bottom, set new messages, bottom ref, and the last item ID ref. ref. So the bottom ref is the ref to the bottom element. This is quite important. It's the reference. This is where we want to scroll to. This is at bottom is a state, and this tells us if the user is near the bottom. We also have the new messages. This is where the new messages arrived while scrolled up. And of course, we have the last item ID ref. These are the ID. This is the ID of the last message, so that we can detect if new ones have arrived pretty much. Let's continue with the use effect. This is literally the most important thing that we created in this example. So first of all, it skips pretty much this whole use effect if there are no items. As a second step, we pretty much capture our previous last ID and also the current element. So this reads the previous last ID and the scroll container ref. As a next step, we have this if statement. Previous last ID and last ID should not be equal to previous last ID. So this if statement only runs when a previous ID exists and it differs from the current last ID, because this means that we have a new item, so we should scroll to the bottom. This is quite important, this step, this not equals to. As a next step, we have another if statement, and this is like a decider. What do I mean by that? So if the user is near to the bottom, we will scroll to the bottom on the next frame. So it clears these new messages and it sets is as bottom to true. And otherwise, if we are not near to the bottom, we literally just set new messages to true, but we don't set is as bottom to true. So what I mean by that is if the user is literally like only a few pixels from the bottom, we will scroll the user also to the bottom. If the user is completely at the top, we don't want to scroll the user to the bottom. There's no reason for that. Instead, we will render a little button which will say, hey user, you have new messages or something like that. Do you want to scroll to the bottom? That's it. So this is just better for UX. If a user is at the top, you don't want to just jank the scroll and scroll them to the bottom. No, the user has to be at the bottom to also scroll this user to the bottom. This is quite important for the user experience in general. Never scroll the user to the bottom if the user is currently at the top. This is not wanted, and for example, our competitor Slack also does not do that because they know this is not a good idea. Let's continue. What else do we have here? We set our last item ID ref to our last ID. What does this do? Well, this stores the current last ID for the next one when we want to scroll to the bottom. Of course, we have our dependency array with the items, so this runs, the use effect hook always runs when new items arrive, so when we have a new change pretty much. So let's quickly again test it out. If I add a message, we will get scroll to the bottom in theory, right? So I will just pass some gibberish, why not? I will click on send, it will scroll me to the bottom. Yes, this worked nicely. And as a next step, I will scroll a bit to the top, so this is already enough. If I now add a message, let's just say, yo, what's up? Yes, spelling mistakes, don't worry about it. If I click on send, what will happen? We should not get scroll to the bottom, and that's exactly what happened. We are still at the same place, and this is exactly what you want. You don't want to get scrolled to the bottom. Nevertheless, we want to notify the user. We want to tell the user, hey user, you have a new message. And also maybe you might ask me, hey Jan, how do we know that the user is at the bottom? Well, we call the function is near bottom. Let's quickly look at the function. So if I scroll to the top, where did I define the function? Good question. So here is near bottom. We again have this 80 pixels limit. So if the user is about 80 pixels away from the bottom, we will scroll the user to the bottom. If the user is about 500 pixels from the bottom, we won't scroll the user to the bottom because is near bottom will result to, or it will return false. It's a boolean. It always returns a boolean. If we are in a proximity of 80 pixels, it will return true. If not, it will return false. So in this case, since we have an if statement, it will literally say, hey, we are not near the bottom, so we want to trigger the else statement and set new messages, the boolean, to true, but we won't scroll the user to the bottom. And that's what we want to implement as a next step. We want to render a button which will tell the user, hey user, there is a new message, or maybe new messages in general. There are maybe multiple messages. So let's go to the bottom. I want to go underneath this div and this div, so just above the last div, and I want to create a ternary. So if we have new messages and also Also, there is no is at bottom, or in other words, if this boolean is not true, I will use a ternary and I will return what should I return? Maybe a standard button component, and you know what, I will just say new messages for the button itself. Of course, we get an error. That's because we have a ternary. I have to get the colon, and if there is nothing, or if this is not true, I will just return null. So for the button, of course, we want to style it. So for the type, this is super important. Please add the button. If you don't add the type, it will literally default as submit, and this will submit your page. So it will do a get request. You don't want that. We can also add a class name. This will be absolute. I want to position it like on the right. So we can say absolute, bottom 4. How about right 4? So bottom right, rounded, which will be full, just to make it look a bit nicer, because the normal button only has like a rounding of 4 or something like that. This is not enough, or I want to at least have a different UI. And you know what, for now this should be enough. So if I go back, it says new messages. This is the nice little button. You know what, I will say for the right, instead of 4, this will be 8. And by the way, I will change that later on. I'm not a big fan of this UI. Nevertheless, it already works, and this is a good, you could say, thing, I guess. So if I click on the button, literally nothing happens. This is kinda annoying. How can we fix this? Well, it's super simple. Literally underneath the class name, I will add an onClick handler, and this will be equal to a function which we did not create. So when a user clicks on the button, I want to just scroll the user to the complete bottom. So we can scroll to the top. Above the return statement, I will create a standard arrow function. This will be called scroll to bottom, as mentioned, a standard arrow function, nothing groundbreaking. Inside of here, I can say constant element. This will be equal to the scroll ref dot current. Underneath, I want to create an if statement. If there is no element, we will just return. This means we will exit this function. As a next step, this guarantees us that we have the element. So we can say el.scroll top will be equal to el, so element, dot scroll height. So this in theory should work. Why did this not work? Scroll height. So at least we get TypeScript types. This helps quite a bit. So since we now scroll the user to the bottom, this already does the action for us. We want to also update our state. So I can say set new messages. This will just be equal to false. And of course, I want to update set is at bottom, because the user is now at the bottom. So this will be true. In theory, this should work. We want to copy the name, scroll to bottom. Scroll to bottom will be equal to onClick. So pretty much when the user clicks on the button, we will trigger the function. So I can save this. If I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing should change, or at least we should be scroll to the bottom. I will again scroll to the top. Yeah, new message is loaded. That's quite cool. I will just say, yo mate, what's up? If I click on send, it should in theory add the message at the bottom, so it has been added, and in a second I should get my button, new messages. Ooh, that's cool. So if I click on the button, it should scroll me to the bottom, and that's exactly what happened, which is so cool and so fancy. Alright friends, so before we continue with the next step, I want you first of all create a new branch and push all of the changes in to the repo, if this makes sense. So we can first of all open our terminal. I will stop my dev server, this is quite important, and we can just say git checkout -b for the branch name. This will be step 8, 9 or 10, I'm not sure. Let's quickly double check. I will zoom out. So this was step 8. Okay, so we are on step 9. So the name will be step 9 basic infinite scroll. So I will click on enter. We are now in the new branch. Of course, we want to commit our changes. I will just generate the message, click on commit, and of course also on publish. Let's head over back to GitHub. In GitHub, I get the pop-up to compare and create a pull request. That's exactly what I will do. Yes, create pull request. We again have a nice title. This all looks good. I won't review the code. We already reviewed it. So let's just say merge pull request. Of course, I won't delete the branch, but if you want to, you can delete it right here. We can just head over back to our editor. Let's switch back into our main branch. Of course, we want to pull our changes. So we can click on fetch from all remotes. defaults, and once it fetches everything, we can click on Sync Changes. So if we look at our application, sure, infinite scroll is still not finished. In general, the application is still not finished. But you know what? Before we continue with the messaging part, I want to actually first of all update the theme, because this is the default shared CNUI theme. It looks good, don't get me wrong, but it looks like any other shared CNUI website, or in other words, any other website that uses shared CNUI. And this is not wanted. So you might say, hey Jan, the solution is quite simple. Let's head over to shared CNUI. We can click on themes, and voila, now we can finally customize our design system. Sure, we can click on browse themes. We have green, blue, yellow, orange. They all look good, but you should see something quite important. Does the layout change? No, the only thing that changes with this theme selection is the color. If I click on red, the color changes, but the border radius is the same, the text is the same, literally everything stays the same. The same thing is also true for yellow. Everything stays the same, and this is something that I don't want. I want to literally fundamentally update my theme, and sadly shared CNUI does not give us this customization in this website natively. Therefore, we have to use a third-party website called TweakCN. TweakCN is literally just a website which helps you to design your perfect shared CNUI theme, and that's exactly what we want to do. Customize colors, typography, layouts with a real-time preview. So let's click on try it now, and on the top you will already find a few, you could say, predefined themes. Bold tech, okay, this is too much. Caffeine, yeah, this looks okay. Cat Puchin, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's quite ugly, let's be honest with each other. Cyberpunk, like all of this is way too much in my opinion. I want something relatively neutral, something that is not over the top. So let's scroll to the bottom. Vercel, this is too dark. Twitter, this is a bit too Twitter-like. Let's see, what else do we have? Ocean Breeze, no, I don't think so. Northern Lights, also too much. Modern Minimal, yeah, you know what? Modern Minimal looks quite good. So we can also check it out in a dashboard view. Yeah, I think this is good. Blue looks nice. We can update the typography. You know what? I think Inter is fine. I don't think that we need to update it. Let's click on other. What else can we update? The color itself, no, blue is fine. Radius, yeah, that's important. Let's update the radius. So this currently has a standard rounding, but I want to make it more boxy. How about something like 0.3? Is this enough? Yeah, I think this is okay. Then what else do we have here? Spacing. Spacing is, I think, fine as the default, 0.25. For the shadow, let's see, should we update it? Honestly, I don't care. The default is fine enough. Is there anything else that I want to update? I don't think so. The typography is fine. The colors are fine. Or maybe when I look at it, I think the border rounding is a bit too boxy. So let's maybe rather say 0.325. This is way better. So the theme is finished. We can literally just click on code. We get this nice pop-up. This already selected Tailwind v4 and OKLCH. We can literally just copy the code. We can head over back to our globals.css file. And here's the important thing. You want to delete the add theme inline, the root, and this dark class. So I will delete all of these three, you could say, property classes, and instead I will paste what I just copied. So we can save this, and if we go back and do a hard refresh, nothing changes. That's because I want to restart my dev server, and this is also quite important. If your dev server is already running, then please restart it, because often it does not apply the changes instantly. And yeah, we have a new theme. Damn, this looks quite cool. So we have our placeholder, which has the correct color. We have this attach button. It looks quite beautiful. We have our buttons. In general, I think we are finished with our theme customization. Let's of course push this, or in other words, let's update our repo. So maybe instead of creating a full-on branch for this change, how about we just push it into main? In this case, it's fine because this is not a groundbreaking change. We literally just updated our design system. So I will generate a commit message. And of course, I want to commit and at the end sync my changes. So this will push everything to GitHub. We can also quickly go to GitHub. If I do a hard refresh, it will say updated now. So this is also finished, and I think we are finished with part 1. Now you might say, hey Jan, what do you mean we are finished with part 1? Well, here's the thing. YouTube sadly only allows videos to be uploaded with a maximum length of 12 hours. And that's why I will have to break this video into 2 parts. This is part 1. Part 2 will be released exactly 1 week after this video. So 7 days, maybe 8 days. Okay, let's say 8 days, okay? Don't scream at me in the comments. It takes a lot of time to create these videos. So in 8 days, you will see part 2. It will be uploaded on the same channel. It will be free. It will be public. Don't worry about it. Everything will be the same. Instead of being part 1, it will be part 2. And again, sadly, YouTube does not allow me to create a full 24-hour video. I know there are some people who manage to create like full-on 24-hour videos and 30-hour videos and 100-hour videos, but honestly, I have no clue how they manage to do that, because I contacted YouTube support. They told me, hey Jan, it's not possible. I tried to upload a longer video, like 15 hours if I remember correctly, and it also did not work. So I don't know how these people do or publish these long videos. It's interesting, but I don't know how they do that. If you know it, please let me know in the YouTube comments. Maybe you know a trick that I don't know, but yeah. Nevertheless, let me summarize everything quickly. So this video is finished. This is part 1. We are not finished with with this video in general. Part 2 will be released next week, and with part 2 we will finish off this project. We will implement AI, real time. What else are we missing? Like all of the stuff that I showed you in the intro. Oh yeah, image uploads, that's quite important, right? We have our attach button, but the attach button does not work. So yeah, don't worry about it. We will implement all of the fancy stuff next week or in the next video. By the way, I think also next week Next.js 16 will be released. Also, don't worry about it. The only change is that instead of calling the middleware file, well, middleware, it's now called proxy. To be honest with you, kinda a stupid change. At least that's my humble opinion. But hey, the team have their own thoughts and opinions, so I guess it is what it is. And yeah, I think that's it. If you bought access to the GitHub repo, thank you. Your support means a lot to me and my heart. Yes, I know I always say my heart, but it truly means a lot to me because I know how hard it is to make money, and I know how hard it sometimes might be to spend money. So spending your money on me is something which I appreciate a lot, and I appreciate your support both in me as a person, but also for supporting this YouTube channel and for supporting these cool videos. I plan to create a new video or such a long form video again in Q1 2026, somewhere in January or something like that, but this is not important. With that, I think we are finished. Thank you Arcjet and Kinde for making this video possible. If they wouldn't have supported this video, then this would have become a paid course. So I guess this is something good for you guys, right? This is now free instead of paid. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It would mean a lot to me. And with that, see you either in 7 days if you are watching the video on release, or see you right now in part 2, which is linked down below, or if you can't find it down below, then just click on my YouTube channel and then you will find this video, part 1, and also part 2, which will be the exact next release. So enjoy your day and see you in the next one. Bye bye.